What is this? The World Federal Bureau of Investigation? Good morning, Lee. The director is waiting for you on the 31st floor. Auhiegt. Li Chengfeng forced a smile at the receptionist, then silently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Though reluctant to accept it, the evidence was undeniable. He had crossed over to another world. He remained Li Chengfeng, but his identity had transformed into an agent of the World Federal Bureau of Investigation, temporarily assigned to the American headquarters from the Republic's main office. His prowess was formidable as one of the most elite agents. His physical capabilities approached the pinnacle of human potential. He was well-versed in over 50 martial arts and nearly all weaponry, excelling in tactics, interrogation, investigation, multiple languages, and criminal psychology essential skills for any operative. In the Republic's main office, he was a top-tier ace agent, equipped to star in an action film about a return of a war god. Heaven be praised. The World Federal Bureau of Investigation was a publicly recognized institution in every nation otherwise. Li Chengfeng might have been lost as to where to spend his days. Yet, he pondered whether he could indulge in some idleness. Through his memories and information gleaned from his phone, Li Chengfeng surmised that this world was a parallel one, as there existed an entity that starkly contrasted with his former life. This was the World Federation, the supreme governing body established by the vast majority of nations, comprising both permanent and member states. Unlike the United Nations of his previous life, they wielded genuine power. The World Federal Bureau of Investigation was its direct law enforcement branch, with the 5 permanent nations, each maintaining their own headquarters, operating independently yet as a cohesive whole. For instance, a single document could facilitate his transfer from the Republic's main office to the American headquarters, exemplifying the unity of the Bureau. Well, others who cross over inherit memories and receive a golden finger eye, on the other hand, arrive and immediately have to go work. As Li Chengfeng lamented his fate as a born corporate drone, he stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 31st floor. Fortunately, despite being an agent, his extraordinary abilities meant that as long as he didn't actively seek danger, he could likely navigate life without peril. Inside the elevator, a monitor displayed a continuous stream of news updates. As Li Chengfeng stood alone in the ascending elevator, an entertainment news segment began to play. This segment struck his recently constructed mental fortifications with the force of a seismic upheaval. Bruce Wayne of Gotham City, representing Wayne Enterprises, made an appearance at the charity gala for the Gotham Natural Disaster Relief Fund. This time, accompanying the young billionaire are, let me count, an impressive 5 stunning women who have made their names in the fashion world and Hollywood. My goodness, do they not feel any jealousy surrounding Bruce Wayne? Come on, Lesnar, if you had a conglomerate worth at least $100 billion, no matter how many women you gathered, they would likely live harmoniously under the same roof. Li Chengfeng stood frozen, bewildered. Who was the name mentioned by the host? As he pondered these thoughts, a photograph materialized on the screen. 5 strikingly different beauties encircled a man, whose visage was sculpted with exquisite precision, resembling a work of art, complemented by a chiseled jawline that exuded both allure and righteousness. The DC Universe? Surely, he couldn't be that unfortunate. After all, the notorious darkness of DC is well known. A mere human, at the pinnacle of his potential, would merely be a super soldier within such a realm. Meanwhile, the news on the monitor continued to unfold. To be honest, I feel a twinge of envy. However, when one mentions Bruce Wayne, one cannot overlook another man who stands shoulder to shoulder with him in the Playboy Arena, New York's own Tony Stark. Who is that recent girlfriend of his? Ah yes, the reporter from the Daily Planet, Lois Lane. 2 more photographs appeared. The dashing yet flamboyant Tony Stark alongside the beautiful and resolute Lois Lane. For those who haven't done their homework, beware of a lawsuit from Lois Lane. I can confirm firsthand that Tony Stark has indeed been pursuing Lois Lane, but our journalist friend hasn't even spared a kind glance for our romantic hero. It seems that for some women, wealth is not the ultimate currency. Perhaps, but the young ladies of New York will surely celebrate this news. Now, let's move on to the next story. Li Chengfeng found himself utterly disinterested in the ensuing gossip from the entertainment industry, grappling instead with the bewildering information he had just absorbed. Bruce Wayne, Tony Stark, and that infuriating Lois Lane. This was not merely a singular comic universe, but a confluence of realities. If only characters from a single universe had appeared, he might have discerned the nature of his surroundings. Yet now, the simultaneous emergence of figures from two distinct universes left him ensnared in perplexity. Was this world truly a mere amalgamation of characters from two different realms? No one could guarantee. Good grief, I hope I don't find myself on the rooftop at midnight, only to discover some forlorn soul on a higher building engaging in moonlit antics. Li Chengfeng muttered, just as the elevator obligingly halted and the doors began to open. The 31st floor had arrived. At that moment, a strange electronic voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations on successfully unraveling part of the worldview the Ultimate Agent System is unlocking. Unlock successful. Ultimate Agent System. By actively investigating cases from the Joint Task Force or fulfilling missions issued by the task force, you can acquire a random ability related to your mission target. Without hesitation, he strode out of the elevator, exhaling deeply. Regardless of the nature of the entity that brought me here, at least it possesses a modicum of conscience, providing me with a system to prevent me from floundering in this world teeming with superpowered individuals. However, the current predicament was somewhat awkward. It seemed there were no remarkable abilities to be gained from cases involving ordinary people. As for those renowned characters from comics, films, and television shows, tackling such cases with his own combat prowess would hardly guarantee success. Yet, at the very least, he had been granted a theoretically viable path forward. The entire 31st floor is graced by a single grand door, inscribed with the word Strategic Analysis Room. Through the glass walls, Li Chengfeng beheld an expansive strategic analysis chamber, at the far end of which stood an individual with their back turned towards him. Although the face remained obscured, the recent images of certain cartoon characters from the news caused Li Chengfeng to furrow his brow in apprehension. Could this possibly be another character from a comic or film? Pushing the door open, Li Chengfeng proclaimed loudly, "Special Agent Li Chengfeng of the World Federal Bureau of Investigation reports for duty." "Ah, come in," came the response. At this, Li Chengfeng advanced, and as he did, he caught a clearer glimpse of the figure's silhouette. A smooth, shiny bald head faced away from him. Goodness, could it be? "Director, you summon me?" "Indeed. Take a look at these documents," the man said, extending a folder while turning around. "Oh my one-eyed man." It truly was Nick Fury, that infamous character. Chapter 2. The enigmatic Ida Wong arrives at Arkham Asylum having grown accustomed to the peculiarities of his surroundings. Li Chengfeng did not hesitate, but directly took the folder. Glancing at its cover, Arkham Asylum's patient dossier, he continued to read. The black egg did not express any indication, but merely gestured for him to proceed with the documents. Nodding slightly, Li Chengfeng turned to the first page, where he encountered a table featuring a palm-sized photograph in the upper left corner. The image depicted hair seemingly bleached to a golden hue, with the tips dyed in a striking red and blue. Strikingly, her appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Margot Robbie's portrayal of Harley Quinn. Perhaps the architect of this hybrid universe deemed certain costumes and styles from the comics to be excessively outlandish? Li Chengfeng smirked. He often found himself at a loss for words regarding the tight-fitting attire culture in American comics. Yet, it undeniably possessed a certain allure. Her real name was Harley Quinzel. Standing at 170 centimeters tall and weighing 64 kilograms, she was a specially invited psychologist at Arkham Asylum, tasked with treating Gotham City's most deranged criminals, the Joker. However, she became captivated by the Joker, succumbing to madness herself, liberating him, and adopting the alias Harley Quinn, becoming his accomplice in crime. Recently, during a bank heist, she was severely injured in an explosion orchestrated by the Joker and was subsequently confined and treated at Arkham Asylum. Director, though it may seem somewhat impolite, what purpose does a madman's medical record serve me? Oh, did I not send you a message? I wish for you to take the lead in assembling a team. Nick Fury feigned surprise, and Harley Quinn would be the first member you are to recruit. Ding. Mission team formation has been released. Mission overview. Young agent. The team is officially established. The first task is to recruit members and persuade Harley Quinn to join. TSK, this wretched system is rather eager. A team? With all due respect, Director, I was trained to be a federal agent, operating solo and resolving matters independently. If you require someone to infiltrate enemy territory to dismantle tactical nuclear weapons, I am your man. If you need to assassinate key figures behind enemy lines, I am your man. However, when it comes to teamwork, I truly lack proficiency. Li Chengfeng wore a resolute expression, revealing a hint of difficulty, and added, "Are you genuinely certain that a patient from an asylum can become a federal agent?" Of course. If it were merely an ordinary parallel universe, that would suffice. This is a conglomerate world with countless mixed narratives. Who knows what sort of chaos may ensue? The team you, Nick Fury, have assembled starts with Harley Quinn. What lies ahead? Is it not a stone's throw from organizations like the Avengers or the Justice League? To begin with such a crowd of superhumans? What a travesty! A facsimile of Phil Coulson? His fate is far from rosy. In the original narrative, he was stabbed to death by Loki during the Battle of New York. Though he was later resurrected, the agony endured through the Tahiti Project was far more harrowing than death itself. Furthermore, he sensed that if this world were to reform the Avengers, there would undoubtedly be characters from other works intruding. For instance, the medical records in his hand belonged to Harley Quinn. Li Chengfeng sighed inwardly, reflecting on the drawbacks of the comprehensive world. All foresight regarding the plot's progression had been rendered utterly meaningless. Everything was entirely unprecedented. I believe you are quite right. Thus you must now learn to become the leader of a small team. Black Egg, like all leaders, declared that once a decision was made, suggestions would forever remain mere suggestions. By the way, you must be a level 6 agent, correct? Indeed, a level 6 agent, Li Chengfeng replied, nodding in acknowledgement as Black Egg shifted the topic. The agents of the World Federal Bureau of Investigation were categorized from levels 1 to 10. While level 6 might seem modest, it represented the pinnacle attainable by frontline agents. It was akin to military ranks. One would not expect a repeatedly victorious super soldier to lead the charge while bearing the insignia of a general, would they? Now, welcome to level 7, Agent Li Chengfeng. Taking a seat behind his desk, Black Egg continued. Since you have been specifically seconded from the Republic's headquarters, your accountability lies solely with me. Thus, you need not concern yourself with the higher-ranking agents, even if their ranks surpass yours. Li Chengfeng blinked in surprise. Being a level 7 agent signified that he had officially transitioned from the middle tier of the Joint Investigation Bureau to the upper echelon. Moreover, he was solely answerable to Nick Fury. In a certain sense, he had become an Imperial envoy. I have always wondered, is there truly a shortage of personnel at the American Bureau? Did they specifically summon me from another country? You certainly have no qualms about speaking your mind. But you are not mistaken, the American Bureau indeed faces a deficit, particularly of capable senior agents. Recently, it seems the entire continent of America has been under a curse, with incidents requiring the American Bureau's intervention increasing nearly tenfold in a short span. Therefore, if I am to swiftly assemble a team capable of addressing any unforeseen circumstances, I must borrow an exceptional senior agent from the peaceful and adequately staffed Republic's Bureau to lead the team. Li Chengfeng was taken aback, not expecting Black Egg to admit this so quickly, nor to express himself so candidly. He had anticipated some cryptic riddles to Pu himself. Yet it appeared he had adopted a rather resigned attitude. It seemed that the director of the American Bureau was indeed under immense pressure. Now, cease your glaring at me and proceed to the 30th floor. I have assigned you an adjutant, and the detailed assembly process and plans have been prepared in advance by her for over a week. Yes, Director, Li Chengfeng nodded. However, he felt compelled to tease Black Egg a bit, so he feigned curiosity and asked, by the way, Director, the scar visible beneath your eye patch. It resembles a mark from a feline creature's clawing. Get out. Upon seeing Black Egg raise his hand to dismiss him, Li Chengfeng wisely turned to leave. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning, he caught sight of a yawning devourer curled up in a nearby corner. Ah, men, so stubborn. The recent encounter with the new leader was rather unremarkable. The most significant aspect was that he spoke little yet granted her the privilege to act freely. However, this is of little consequence now. What truly matters is that Fury just mentioned the appointment of an aide, and it was her. Who could it be? The mimic bird? Sharon Carter? The unawakened wave woman? Or perhaps the long-legged Maria Hill? Li Chengfeng suddenly felt that traveling through time had its advantages, at the very least. He would not be deprived of visual delights. As a leader, if one were to date a subordinate, would it be deemed an abuse of power? Li Chengfeng murmured to himself while stepping back into the elevator. This is the land of the free, America. There's a chance he might actually be reported. He only needed to descend one floor, so upon entering the elevator, he quickly exited once more. Yet, the atmosphere had entirely transformed. If the 31st floor conference room was characterized by its absurdly large size and the typical aesthetic of American law enforcement agencies, then the 30th floor exuded a futuristic vibe. As if technology had leaped forward a generation, the area was bustling with activity yet remained orderly. No one paid heed to the arrival of a traveler unfamiliar with such surroundings. After a moment of curious observation and engrossed in the internal processing information flashing across the large screen, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. "Are you Agent Li Chingfeng?" "Yes." "That's me," he replied, smiling as he turned, eager to make a good impression on his new colleague. However, upon recognizing the individual who had tapped his shoulder, his smile froze in place. It was neither the Wave Woman nor Maria Hill. It was not the Mimic Bird or Agent 13 either. This woman was not clad in the standard blue uniform of the Bureau. Instead, she wore a red qipao adorned with golden butterflies, with a glimpse of a holster on her long thigh. The freedom of attire indicated that she was at least a level 4 elite agent. With her short black hair, an inexplicably mysterious aura, and the subtle smile that played at the corners of her mouth, she resembled less an elite agent and more an enchanting and enigmatic femme fatale. "Hello, Agent Li Chingfeng. I am the aide assigned to you by Director Fury. You may call me Ada Wong." At last, we meet. Chapter 3. The Call of the Bat. Ada Wong, often referred to as Annie Wong, Sister Wong, or the Beaten Wong, is a multifaceted and enigmatic spy, straddling the line between good and evil in the Resident Evil series. She is a legendary figure in the underworld. However, in this narrative, she is a member of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Her unexpected appearance left Li Chingfeng both astonished and elated. The astonishment stemmed from the realization that this world had merged with the Resident Evil universe, raising the possibility of encountering a tyrant or a relentless pursuer at any moment. His delight arose from the understanding that, compared to the fantastical realms of Marvel and DC, the Resident Evil world could be considered a beginner's mode. After all, in the Resident Evil universe, there are virtually no threats that cannot be neutralized by firearms. If such threats do exist, then a few more rounds would suffice. "Miss Wong, it is an honor to meet you. I must admit, compared to the youngest ace agent of the Republic's Bureau, I have grown somewhat older," he remarked, noticing a hint of melancholy in Ada Wong's tone. "I was merely jesting." Upon hearing this, Li Chingfeng promptly grasped her outstretched hand, expressing his pleasure in meeting her. "Likewise." Agent Li Chingfeng, Ada replied with a perfectly timed smile, graceful yet restrained. "Let us set off for Gotham City. I have already secured the necessary approvals for this mission." Is time truly of the essence? After all, we are heading to Gotham, and few would desire to visit that city in the dead of night, especially with Arkham Asylum as our destination. Li Chingfeng scratched his head, acknowledging Ada's point. Moreover, the most critical aspect of their mission involved extracting a patient from Arkham Asylum, which would inevitably lead to an encounter with Bruce Wayne, be it the charming playboy by day or the brooding bat by night. The American Bureau is indeed quite affluent. Generously refurbishing the former Aerial Command Center for our use, Li Chingfeng mused as he settled into the spacious lounge, perusing the extensive dossier Ada had meticulously prepared. The towering stack of documents primarily contained detailed profiles of various unusual individuals. The first report pertained to Harley Quinn. Unlike the case files provided by Nick Fury, this dossier presented a thorough account of her life, chronicling everything from her exact time of birth to the trivialities of which finger she most frequently used to pick her nose. This exemplified the intelligence capabilities of the world's largest law enforcement agency. In stark contrast, the elaborate formation process and plans he had been promised were condensed onto a mere page, and not even fully written. One could only imagine how desperate Nick Fury must have been. What did it mean when he said future candidates were at one's discretion? What did it imply that it mattered little if they were human, as long as they bore some semblance of humanity? Had he unwittingly fallen into a trap? Was this dark egg intending to utilize the pretense of assembling a team to collect superheroes? This Airbus had operated at full capacity until the 1990s. It had only become symbolic after the construction of the flying aircraft carrier, with both its performance and payload capacity remaining unquestionable. Having just set the automatic navigation, Ada Wong emerged from the cockpit, and took a seat beside Li Chengfeng. It seems you have already perused the formation plan left by Director Fury. Indeed, upon my review, I felt as though I had encountered a con artist. Am I permitted to apprehend him directly? Toss that black egghead into the realm of electronic fraud, and he would surely rise to the rank of a notorious leader. Director Fury does exhibit such a style, however. The simplicity of the plan suggests that this small team possesses a considerable degree of autonomy. I certainly comprehend that, after all. If they are seeking a madman as a team member, how could autonomy not be high? In our republic, an old man on the street would undoubtedly report us to the Disability Association for exploiting the handicapped. Yet, beyond the purpose of forming this team, I am more intrigued as to why Nick Fury designated Harley Quinn as the first member. Strictly speaking, I am the inaugural member of this team. Ada Wong lightly bit her crimson lips, glistening with a hint of moisture, and the rationale for appointing Harley Quinn is quite straightforward. She is one of their own. One of their own? Li Chengfeng was instantly captivated by this description. A psychiatrist from Arkham Asylum, the criminal accomplice of the Joker, is referred to as one of their own by an elite agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. To be precise, she nearly became one of their own. Prior to completing her studies, she was already included in the Bureau's Talent Reserve program and granted the status of a trainee agent. Otherwise, how could she possibly have been allowed to conduct research in such a high-risk institution as Arkham Asylum immediately upon graduation? Ada Wong maintained her enigmatic yet teasing demeanor, her fingertips lightly gliding over Li Chengfeng's hand, while she casually brought forth Harley Quinn's biography and gently flipped through it. I have meticulously summarized all of this in the materials. You Haven T merely glanced at the first and last pages, have you? How tedious. Who would read such extensive materials so thoroughly? Truly, you are impressive, Sister Wong, a quintessential femme fatale. It is precisely this type that I find most challenging to resist. However, the fact that Harley Quinn is a trainee agent of the Bureau strikes Li Chengfeng is rather absurd. Although a trainee agent has yet to officially become a full-fledged agent, they have undergone comprehensive training, and given her background as a researcher in mental health, it is astonishing that she fell under the influence of that madman, the Joker. It is not that Harley Quinn lacks resolve. Rather, the Joker himself possesses a bizarre and grotesque form of psychological pollution that transcends the realm of science, making it all too easy for the more intelligent individuals to be ensnared by him. Clearly, the Harley Quinn of yesteryear was an astute individual. By the way, has the Bureau coordinated with Arkham Asylum regarding the transfer of Harley Quinn? Arkham Asylum is not a public institution. It is a private facility. Indeed, a prison, and theoretically, its security level is surpassed only by spatial prisons such as the Phantom Zone, exceeding even that of the Dream Prison where the Suicide Squad is confined. While Amadeus Arkham is its founder, the primary benefactor of the current Arkham Asylum is none other than Bruce Wayne. Before departure, everything had already been arranged, Ada remarked, as the Airbus intelligence system projected a video call request onto the large screen. Oh, just in time. Just in time for what? Li Chengfeng instinctively responded while glancing up, only to see the video call request from Bruce Wayne. TSK. Connect. All right. Ada Wong expertly manipulated the three-dimensional screen, and a deep, sultry voice resonated throughout the lounge. Hello, Agent Li Chengfeng. How does everyone seem to know my name? Am I really that famous? Even the illustrious Bruce Wayne from Gotham recognizes me? I hope I'm not mistaken for some aspiring actress or model. I detected a hint of sarcasm in your words, but I shall take it as a compliment. The image of Bruce Wayne appeared unfazed by the jibe, nodding at Li Chengfeng, his square jaw radiating an aura of righteousness. One wonders how he manages to disguise such a visage as that of a playboy. I am quite familiar with Nick Fury. Wayne Enterprises is one of the contractors for the American Bureau. Goodness, Nick Fury has ties to my grandfather? Will Tony Stark shed tears over this? It certainly gives off a sense of NTR. Given his acquaintance with Nick Fury, he must be aware of Harley Quinn's identity. Leaning against the armrest of the sofa with his chin propped on his right hand, Li Chengfeng remarked playfully, but isn't your concern for her a bit too profound? Doctor, Harleen Quinzel was once my friend. You should understand that individuals like me seldom possess true friends, especially of the opposite sex. Then I can assure you, this matter will bring her nothing but benefits. I, Li Chengfeng, keep my word. If that is indeed the case, then splendid. Bruce Wayne nodded. Unfortunately, I have an engagement tonight and cannot personally bid farewell to Dr. Quinzel. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Life is often filled with regrets. Much like how a bat does not always succeed in capturing its prey, does it not? Bruce Wayne's expression remained unchanged, yet his gaze shifted, 3 parts sharp, 3 parts contemplative, 4 parts skeptical. Li Changfeng feigned ignorance to the statistical chart of emotions reflected in the eyes of Gotham's charming nocturnal tycoon and promptly ended the video call. It appears we shall not meet this billionaire after all. Indeed, Ada, it seems we may not see Bruce Wayne. The daytime playboy seems quite occupied. Yet, that bat does not appear to be one for social engagements. Chapter 4. Is this a prison? Traveling to Gotham City at the speed of an Airbus did not take long at all. Thus, mere minutes after ending the video call with Bruce Wayne, Li Changfeng beheld the legendary Arkham Asylum. Having only encountered its visage in comics and games, witnessing it in person was a revelation. It was far larger than he had ever imagined. Despite the Airbus's ability to take off and land vertically, its considerable size was dwarfed by the ample space Arkham afforded for its docking. However, upon landing, a frown creased Li Changfeng's brow. Was the security so lax? Such an expansive facility had only a sparse scattering of guards. This was, after all, a prison renowned as second only to the Phantom Zone. Welcome, welcome. I am the Deputy Director of Arkham Asylum. Mr. Wayne has informed us of your arrival. You must be Agent Lee, am I correct? Indeed, please lead the way. I wish to take Harley Quinn immediately to prevent any complications. Li Changfeng shook hands with the Deputy Director, acknowledging her deep entanglement with Gotham's most troublesome figures. You are quite right. The Joker, that embodiment of pure madness, is exceedingly troublesome. Who knows what he might do next? The Deputy Director nodded sagely, wiping the sweat from her brow as she walked ahead to guide Li Changfeng and Ada, all the while offering an extensive, if somewhat verbose, introduction to Arkham Asylum. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng, equipped with his personal terminal from the Bureau, maintained communication with the internal department, requesting an investigation as a Level 7 agent, responding with half-hearted affirmations to her incessant chatter. Due to Harley Quinn's inherent danger and uniqueness, her chamber was situated in the most inaccessible depths of the asylum. Even with the Deputy Director's guidance, they traversed a considerable distance before arriving. A heavy iron door bore the nameplate of Harley Quinn. The absence of patrolling guards was alarming. How could they not have assigned additional security for such a unique and perilous patient? You may be unaware, but this room itself serves as the finest guard. Should she successfully escape her confines, believe me, no guard available on the market could manage this woman. That was a point to consider. Li Changfeng feigned agreement, yet remained skeptical of this rationale. Harley Quinn possessed the physical prowess of a gymnast and the foundational skills of a prospective agent. Moreover, her apparent madness seemed to enable her to transcend the limits of the human body, as if she had unlocked some mythical genetic barrier, significantly enhancing her combat abilities. The older generation often claimed that the mad were born with extraordinary strength, and there was a kernel of truth to that. However, this did not excuse the lack of guards. Nevertheless, it would be prudent not to bring weapons inside. Should she acquire any, the situation could become quite unmanageable. We are merely here to transfer the patient. We carry no weapons, Li Changfeng replied, patting his suit and the magnum he cherished beneath it. Before his journey, he could only wield such firearms in video games. Henceforth, he would have to tuck it beneath his pillow at night. Very well, then please exercise utmost caution, agents, the Deputy Director said as he prepared to open the large door to the ward. The door was crafted entirely from a certain alloy, resembling the formidable vault doors of a bank. After a series of mechanical whirs, Harley Quinn's room was revealed in all its peculiar glory. Is this truly how you treat high-risk patients? Li Changfeng's lips twitched, suppressing the urge to voice his disbelief. This was hardly a hospital room, let alone a prison cell. It resembled nothing more than a young girl's sanctuary. And not just any sanctuary, but one bursting with youthful exuberance. Every piece of furniture and appliance was present, all of high-end, custom design, adorned in shades of pastel pink. There was even a hyena, dressed in a princess dress, lounging on a cushion, snoring softly. Aside from the inability to leave or contact the outside world, it was the epitome of a perfect hermit's haven, more exquisite than my own bedroom. This scene even prompted the enigmatic Ada Wong to voice her critique. Shouldn't your room be like that? Without any source of light. Save for the moonlight streaming through the window, where you sit upon a throne constructed of various skulls, sipping blood-red wine, while casting a sinister smile in the moon-esque glow. Are you quite intrigued by my chamber? Ada Wong raised an eyebrow, her words dripping with allure. Would you care to explore it in person tonight? No, thank you. I fear I might end up sliced into 300 equal portions, each weighing 250 grams, to be served as breakfast daily, prepared in various styles at your whim. What sort of image do you hold of me? Li Chengfeng chuckled. Yet a question lingered in his mind. Was Ada Wong perhaps a tad too enthusiastic towards him? There seemed to be an elusive sentiment lingering in the air. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn observed the newcomers with keen interest, removing her ever-present pink cat ear headphones. With your fierce expressions, you must be from the bureau, right? How has that black egg, Nick Fury, been faring lately? Are you familiar with the black egg? Not overly so. He was my professor in criminal psychology and guided me through all the preparatory agent courses. Li Chifeng was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Ada, who wore an expression that clearly said she had warned him to review the files thoroughly. Has the intertwining of our worlds become too convoluted? Judging by her credentials, Harley Quinn was unequivocally Nick Fury's prized pupil, akin to how Quake is to Agent Coulson. No wonder they sought her out specifically for the team. As one ages, a certain fondness for the younger generation often arises. Moreover, Bruce Wayne regards her as one of his few genuine friends. The amenities within this room are likely the handiwork of these two individuals. Yet, this Harley Quinn does not seem deranged at all. Li Chifeng felt as though he were conversing not with the notorious Harley Quinn, but rather with the insightful Dr. Harleen Quinzel. All right, no need to linger at the door. Come in and make yourselves comfortable. Harley Quinn, perched on an oversized armchair, gracefully rose and executed a light yet expansive backflip, landing effortlessly on the ground. What shall I pour? Coffee? Tennessee whiskey? Or perhaps an indulgently wicked green soda? She mused. Coffee it is then. Her demeanor exuded the essence of a gracious host welcoming guests into her abode. However, Ada Wong, who had entered the room first and surveyed her surroundings, held a decidedly different perspective. Li Chengfeng followed her ghostly gaze, and what he beheld was a room where only the entryway appeared normal. Every inch of the remaining walls was adorned with photographs of a singular individual. Green hair, a haphazard application of white foundation, and lips as crimson as blood. Seemingly split at the edges, Gotham's Prince of Crime, the Joker, Mr. J, the Clown. Countless appellations existed, all underscoring a deep-seated fear of this figure. Yet, curiously, every photograph bore a half of a face obscured or viciously slashed, a clear manifestation of inner turmoil. Unless this Harley Quinn was merely a fade, a guise of a two-faced entity. I recognize this scene may appear peculiar, she acknowledged, but trust me, it is far from the most bizarre. With her back turned to her audience, Harley brewed coffee, as if conjuring fireworks and ribbons from a wound. Her perspective unveiled an array of eccentric visions. She referred to herself in the third person. Dr. Quizzle? Indeed, for now, I am Quizzle, but please, continue to call me Harley Quinn. I have grown accustomed to it. As Harley turned with a tray in hand, she beckoned. Do take a seat. The sofa is ample enough for all four of you. Four? In that fleeting moment, Li Chengfeng drew his magnum and aimed it at the doorway. Behind them stood a figure cloaked in a classic black cape, as if having been there from the very beginning, utterly still, even when targeted by a magnum powerful enough to fell an elephant. Gotham's Bat. When did he emerge from his cavern in broad daylight? Chapter 5. Pale and Night. Please do not be anxious, Agent Li Chengfeng. I am not anxious at all. I simply did not expect to find the legendary Batman standing before me. Li Chengfeng scoffed, diverting the barrel of his gun. The Bat was indeed trustworthy. Besides, a mere handgun posed little threat to him. I held a contrary view regarding the FBI's decision to extract Harley Quinn from Arkham Asylum. Batman silently advanced. Although he was conversing with Li Chengfeng, his gaze was fixed upon Harley Quinn. She was not only the Joker's accomplice, but also the sole lead in locating him. After a moment's pause, he added, the only lead at present. Li Chengfeng scratched his head with the barrel of his magnum, thinking to himself that this was indeed a rather frustrating reason. In such exasperating moments, One could hardly discern whether Batman was devoted to justice or merely obsessed with the Joker himself. The twisted game between you and the Joker should not ensnare innocence. Li Chungfeng stood his ground, facing Batman. Their height difference allowed him to meet the edge of Batman's exposed chin with a slight tilt of his head. Those who paint their faces like clowns to commit murder and arson, and those who don masks and capes to dispense vigilante justice at night, are all madmen. Do you also believe that law enforcers and so-called superheroes are criminals? Batman took a step back, positioning himself beside the door. As for the competence of the FBI agents, I reserve my judgment. Do not use our capabilities as a benchmark. I understand you are all good people, even true heroes. Li Chungfeng scoffed, leaning against the back of the sofa. However, being a hero does not negate the possibility of being a madman. Now, gentlemen, shall we place the philosophical clash between the FBI agent and the nocturnal vigilante on hold? Shouldn't our focus be on whether to escort me away from here? Holding a cup of coffee, Harley Quinn perched gracefully on the edge of the bed. Her demeanor likely that of Harleen Quinzel at this moment. She sipped her coffee slowly, intrigued as she observed the two men vying for her attention. In any case, we must ensure that Harley Quinn is taken away. Although Li Chungfeng outwardly portrayed firmness, he felt a twinge of doubt within. After all, he was facing Batman, the definitive patriarch of DC Comics, and one could never predict what peculiarities might arise. As for the whereabouts of the Joker, you could certainly collaborate with the FBI. Could you not? After all, the FBI was far superior to the inept state institutions of America. While he had made some critical remarks about America, Li Chungfeng's overall demeanor was quite sincere. When it comes to the existence of the Joker, there are two optimal approaches. The first is to keep a respectful distance, as he typically wreaks havoc on Gotham and Batman most of the time. The second is to mobilize every resource to collaborate with Batman in subduing this madman. Li Chungfeng tends to lean towards the first option, yet he remains uncertain whether his intellect can outmaneuver the Joker. As for the probability of success in the second approach, it is best left unexamined for now. Will this world mirror the events depicted in Rebirth, where the unbiased chair speaks of three Jokers? Even if captured, the Joker possesses the divine elixir of the god of wine, granting him the ability to transcend the boundaries of life and death. By any measure, this presents a remarkably unfavorable cost-benefit ratio. Moreover, his foremost priority is to fulfill the tasks assigned by the Bureau of Coordination, thereby acquiring greater capabilities. The limits of humanity in this inexplicable universe truly appear insufficient. Even among the pinnacle of human potential, he is significantly outmatched in combat skills by the Bat before him. Furthermore, Harley Quinn is a favored protege of that Nick Fury fellow. Given his status, he should be familiar with her, whether in daylight or in the present moment. Li Chungfeng devised an effective strategy, using pressure to his advantage while simultaneously leveraging the true identity of the Bat for his own purposes. Very well. I shall discuss this matter thoroughly with Nick Fury. Batman nodded, though his face was obscured by a mask. Li Chungfeng could easily envision the expression of a domineering figure preparing to settle accounts. Alas, let us observe a moment of silence for the Black Egg. Deputy Director Jack Lawson, what has become of today's standard security detail? It appears that only a mere fraction of the usual guards are present. Perhaps Li Chungfeng's suggestion was deemed credible, for Batman swiftly redirected his focus elsewhere, and the entire security system of Arkham Asylum was maintained at a bare minimum. Oh, this is due to. Deputy Director Jack Lawson's face turned ashen, cold sweat pouring down his brow as he trembled under Batman's silent gaze. Wiping the perspiration from his forehead with unsteady hands, Li Chungfeng exchanged a knowing glance with Agent Ada Wong. Indeed, something is amiss. From the moment he entered Arkham Asylum, he sensed an abnormality. As a facility housing various high IQ criminals and deranged lunatics, the absence of any visible guards was perplexing. Even the most advanced prison must have contingency plans. One cannot simply adhere to a strategy of confinement without regard for escape. The individual responsible for justifying this as a normal occurrence is none other than the deputy director welcoming Li Chungfeng. However, Li Chungfeng is no naive subordinate to a domineering executive. Buzz, his personal terminal emitted a vibration. He promptly approached Ada Wong and activated the screen. Director Li. Agent Ada Wong, I am Ingrid Hanningen from the Field Support Division. Agent Hanningen, how goes the investigation? In accordance with the director's request, I have scrutinized all information and recent developments regarding the leadership of Arkham Asylum. Notably, Deputy Director Lawson's wife received a wire transfer of $3 million to her overseas account, while his 10-year-old son has been missing for a week without any report to the authorities. Well done, Agent Hannigan. Your intelligence is exceedingly crucial. I can now ascertain that Jack Lawson has been compromised, while his son is being held as a hostage to ensure the flawless execution of the plan, Li Chunfeng stated, glaring at the vice president who was drenched in sweat, and then continued addressing Hannigan. Immediately mobilize the field team and the Gotham Police Department with my authority to rescue Jack Lawson's son. He should be imprisoned somewhere in Gotham City. The specific leads will be entrusted to you. Yes, sir. Hannigan nodded and promptly terminated the video call, clearly a person of decisive action. Fortunately, Li Chunfeng had been prudent enough to request an investigation by the field support team of the Joint Commission, and unsurprisingly, hey, you rotund fool. It is you who must pay the price, not your son. Therefore, the Joint Commission will exert every effort to rescue him, so you need not worry. As he spoke, Li Chunfeng suddenly reached out, his iron-like hands viciously gripping the other man's chubby double chin. What you should be concerned about is yourself. Who has bribed you? And what have they compelled you to do? You may choose to remain silent, but I wouldn't mind turning my back and quietly standing for a while. And once I do turn around, even if 2 grenades are hurled at me from behind, I shall consider it as though nothing has transpired, including whatever that bat is planning to do to you. Li Chunfeng pointed towards the corner where Batman stood. A little guessing game. Would he be a law-abiding citizen? I will tell you everything. Please don't hand me over to the bat. His fear of Batman was palpable, especially since a significant portion of the criminals in the asylum had been sent there by him. Jack Lawson struggled to breathe, and Li Chunfeng, disgusted, shoved his face away and wiped his hands on the nearby sofa. Hey, that is my sofa, Harley Quinn exclaimed, rolling her eyes in displeasure. Once you return to the Joint Commission, someone will assist in thoroughly cleaning the furniture before it is sent over. Interrupting Harley Quinn's complaints, Li Chunfeng continued to gaze intently at Jack Lawson's corpulent face. Now speak. It's the Joker. The Joker? I am hardly surprised. What did he compel you to do? He demanded that I disable the security systems of Arkham Asylum, and then the Joker's gang would storm Arkham, with a single objective, to rescue Harley Quinn. Rescue her? Li Chunfeng rubbed his temples, his expression shifting to one of sardonic amusement. You'd better not tell me it's happening today. And no, it's today. Damn. Li Chunfeng kicked the hefty man to the ground and turned his gaze to the others. Indeed, upon the mention of the Joker, the demeanor and expressions of Harley Quinn and Batman underwent a dramatic transformation, especially Harley Quinn, whose persona as Dr. Quinzel vanished in an instant. She abruptly yanked off her headband, her long hair, dyed in shades of red and blue, cascading down in a wild and fragmented beauty. My pudding, you finally arrived. Ha. Her almost hysterical laughter pierced through the otherwise silent atmosphere, echoing disturbingly. Yet, a sudden sound of footsteps resounded from outside the door. Initially distant and indistinct, it transitioned into clarity in an instant, revealing a leg protruding from around the corner, clad in deep purple trousers and gleaming black shoes. It was followed by the sight of pale skin and a grotesque countenance. That head of ghastly green hair signified his malevolence and madness. The Joker. Batman's expression darkened as he fixated on his lifelong nemesis. Ha. Is this not my favorite bat friend? What brings you here today to visit my most illustrious creation? What do you intend to do? Wow, that aggressive tone is quite nostalgic. I am merely a selfless good Samaritan, here to escort a friend out of this establishment. The Joker paused, and after hearing the distant sounds of chaos and destruction, continued with satisfaction, of course, I also intend to blow this wretched asylum for quacks to smithereens. As he spoke, the Joker sauntered to the doorway, standing face to face with Batman, a king meeting a king. Pudding, MMM. Harley Quinn sprang excitedly from her bed, but was swiftly subdued by Ada Wong, who pinned her down and covered her mouth. Be quiet, or I won't hesitate to dislocate your limbs, chuckled Ada. Harley Quinn, far from being angered, emitted a series of muffled, manic laughs, an expression of delightful insanity. Ada, your task is to keep an eye on her and prevent her from causing trouble. Li Changfeng lowered his gaze to input a sequence of information on his personal terminal. After confirming its accuracy, he let out a long sigh and stowed the device away. So you are the Joker? Who are you? Oh, right, the esteemed agent of the FBI. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. The Joker's words dripped with mockery, as if the FBI were merely a farce. In his eyes, everything was a jest. And he and Batman were the two most absurd characters in that joke. For him, everyone else, especially the FBI, was dreadfully dull. Bang! The deafening shot of a magnum rang out, striking the Joker squarely between the eyes, and his smile instantly froze. Don't look at me with those mad eyes. It truly terrifies me. Chapter 6. The Joker's lip print. Many perceive the Joker merely as an embodiment of madness, failing to grasp the depths of his character, believing him to be an ordinary man beyond the confines of human understanding. Yet, the Joker's prowess in hand-to-hand combat rivals that of Batman, and he has even managed to best Batman in swordplay. However, unlike Batman, who dons a full suit of bulletproof and weapon-resistant armor, the Joker is often enveloped in a chaotic overconfidence, perhaps stemming from his erratic madness, believing that his greatest adversary is a hero who adheres to a no-kill principle. As for others, the Joker regards them as inconsequential, mere jesters to be dismissed at will. Alas, this is a reality where all can falter. And the Joker is no exception. One misstep could lead to his demise. Moreover, Li Changfeng does not perceive himself as part of that misfortune. He simply wishes to avoid engaging in a game of morality and intellect with the Joker. Bats, after all, are more pragmatic than brains. Oh, the Prince of Crime in Gotham has fallen. Li Changfeng approached, keenly observing the Joker's lifeless form, devoid of any discomfort associated with his first act of murder. Tell me, will you preserve his corpse in a display case, Batman? You strike me as the type who might indulge in such dark whims. What have you done? Batman finally snapped back to reality, seizing Li Changfeng by the collar. The Joker deserved the justice of the law, not a bullet from the FBI. Justice of the law? Don't be naive. In the eyes of a Republic man like myself, your American laws are often a laughingstock. Li Changfeng chuckled nonchalantly, pushing aside Batman's grasp with the barrel of his gun. You may adhere to a no-kill principle, but I do not. The most terrifying criminal in Gotham grinned at me in such a menacing manner, clearly threatening my safety. So a shot to his forehead seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Are you suggesting that in America, we should advocate for the human rights of the most deranged supercriminals? How utterly absurd. Li Changfeng's rationale was irrefutable. Merely stating that he was a Republic man left Batman speechless. After all, the no-kill principle is merely his personal conviction, and he has no authority to command a senior agent of the FBI. As Batman gradually regained his composure, Li Changfeng turned to the bedside. At that moment, Harley Quinn's eyes had lost their focus, her expression of helplessness and despair reminiscent of a child who has lost a father. Li Changfeng sighed and said, Ada, let her go. Are you certain? I am quite certain. Upon receiving this affirmation, Ada Wong hesitated not for a moment before releasing her hold on Harley Quinn's hands. Just as Li Changfeng had anticipated, Harley displayed no impulsive reaction. Instead, she gazed with a complex expression at the Joker, who lay smiling with a bullet in his brow. How complex was her emotion? There exists an admiration and reverence inherent in a devotee, a frenzy and melancholy as a disciple of the Joker, alongside the loathing and anguish that accompany Harley Quinn. It is a well-known fact that the Joker never loved Harley. Rather, he detested and even harbored hatred for her. Every action he undertook, from attempting to kill Harley Quinn to lavishly spending resources in a failed rescue, was merely a pastime for the Prince of Crime. A desire to witness how far the once therapist, who endeavored to heal and understand him, would descend into depravity. In truth, he succeeded. Harley Quinn had wholly transformed into Harley Quinn. Yet, he also failed, for even Harley Quinn retained a vestige of morality, subconsciously seeking the light. Thus emerged an unprecedented, entirely new incarnation of Harley Quinn, one who was not entirely mad. Li Changfeng was resolute in his belief that this Harley Quinn, though her feelings for the Joker were extraordinarily complex, harbored no love. If any existed, that distorted admiration had vanished when the Joker deliberately brought her to the brink of death. Even in the original narrative, Harley Quinn gradually distanced herself from the Joker and the ranks of villains, evolving into an anti-hero and even becoming an unofficial member of the Bat family, one of high priority. This demonstrates that even the more deranged and extreme Harley Quinn consistently repelled the Joker from her core. Faced with such circumstances, matters became considerably simpler. Harley Quinn, do you love the Joker? Love? Love a madman who transformed me from a promising agent of the FBI into a patient of Arkham Asylum? Do you despise him? Undoubtedly. At every moment, Harley Quinn's expression gradually turned serene, yet he bestowed upon me a rebirth. In a sense, he even replaced my long-deceased father whom I had never met. Hence, you must understand, the conflict between father and daughter is always as tumultuous and entangled as war. I once thought that the role of father suited Nick Fury far better, but none of that matters now. The Joker is dead. Li Chunfeng knelt, lifting her chin to meet her gaze. Although he would indeed resurrect, he was presently in a state of death. I killed him, vanquished the omnipotent symbol of patriarchy, tore apart the fearsome pale demon, revealing his true essence, a madman fervently devoted to destruction and self-destruction. Resurrection? It was not only Harley Quinn who gasped in astonishment, but also Ada Wong. The Batman, however, remained nonchalant. It seems he had witnessed the pure Dionysian essence that tramples life and death beneath its feet. Thus, it was understandable that Batman did not wish for the Joker to die. Perhaps he believed that a living Joker would be easier to monitor than one whose resurrection was uncertain. Are you suggesting that Mr. J will return? He concealed everything from you, did he not? Li Chunfeng helped Harley Quinn to her feet, taking her hand and leading her to the Joker's lifeless body. Why continue to invest emotions in the one who tormented and sought to destroy you? As Harley Quinn gazed intently at the lifeless form of the Joker, a profound sigh escaped her lips. Why should one sigh when confronted with a favorable resolution? Come, take this magnum, and let your head rest upon her shoulder. Whispering softly in her ear with an intimacy that felt almost flirtatious, akin to a demon's whisper. Now, take your shot. As a former trainee agent, your marksmanship should at the very least meet a satisfactory standard. Ada Wong hesitated, for it was indeed his own magnum that Li Chunfeng was placing into Harley Quinn's hands. Being an elite agent well-versed in psychology herself, she recognized that Li Chunfeng intended to employ a technique of crisis intervention at this critical juncture. But the question lingered, would it truly be effective? Had Li Chunfeng been privy to Ada Wong's inner musings, he would have surely burst into laughter. The notion of crisis intervention was absurd. He merely understood that these comic characters were particularly susceptible to reverse persuasion. As anticipated, upon receiving the firearm, Harley Quinn, after just 2 short breaths, unleashed 7 of the remaining 8 bullets into the Joker's corpse. With each shot fired, her demeanor increasingly mirrored the Harley Quinn that Li Chunfeng envisioned, culminating in a crescendo of hysterical laughter that rose from low to high. Suddenly, Harley Quinn spun around, embracing Li Chunfeng tightly, burying her head deep into the nook of his shoulder. Truth be told, Li Chunfeng found a certain enjoyment in this treatment. If only the last remaining bullet of the magnum had been pressed against the back of his head. Dear Ms. Harley Quinn, how do you feel at this moment? You wouldn't consider sending me on my way as well, would you? Li Chunfeng chuckled awkwardly, thinking, surely, it wouldn't come to that. If you wish to avoid sending me away, then take responsibility. With that, Harley Quinn lifted her head and, without warning, planted a fervent kiss on the corner of Li Chunfeng's mouth, leaving a strikingly vivid red lip mark. You've driven me to greater madness. Far more detestable than the Joker himself. The shift in her address, from pudding to Mr. J, then simply the Joker, signified her transformation. Ultimately, a cascade of wild yet alluring laughter reverberated throughout the confines of the cell. Mission team formation completed, Harley Quinn joins the team. Chapter 7. Is there a crowd? Yet, I have also rallied my forces. Li Chunfeng was taken aback. Was this truly the completion of his task? He had anticipated that he would need to report back to Nick Fury for it to be officially deemed finished. Meanwhile, the system notification continued to chime. Task-associated characters: Ada Wong, Harley Quinn, Batman, Joker. Rewards being randomly selected. Acquired Ada Wong's undercover disguise technique. Acquired Harley Quinn's flexibility. Acquired Batman's willpower. Acquired the Dionysian factor among the characters drawn. Those with abundant skills tended to dilute the reward pool. The first three were rather conventional, yet the commendable one was undoubtedly Batman's willpower, which was sufficient to wield the power of the Green Lantern ring. However, when compared to the Dionysian factor, it appeared rather ordinary. The most formidable ability among these four was likely the Joker's Dionysian factor. Renowned villains such as the Savage Vandal Savage, the Ninja Master Ra's al Ghul, and the Court of Owl's Talons are all infamous figures, yet they merely possess a degraded version of the Dionysian factor. In contrast, the pure version of the Dionysian factor belongs solely to the Joker, transcending the laws of mortality. Yet, irrespective of whether it is a degraded or pure version, the Dionysian factor solely grants self-healing, immortality, and even resurrection, without enhancing physical attributes. Contemplating this, Li Chifeng could not help but break into a satisfied smile. To acquire such a life-preserving, self-healing ability upon completing his first mission was sheer fortune, especially for someone who, prior to his transmigration, had only 1-2 bags of soy sauce as his greatest prize. However, sporting the freshly imprinted lipstick mark of the Joker's girlfriend while wearing such a grin did lend an air of awkwardness. Ahem, Ada, your gaze seems rather unsettling. In this moment, it was already quite a feat for me to suppress the urge to raise an alarm. Do not jest, you report the crime. And I take the call, what can you do? Moreover, we still have matters to resolve. After jesting, Li Chifeng made his way toward the door. This was the Joker. His presence in Arkham Asylum implied that his ever-present entourage had also emerged in full force. The Joker's gang. After a prolonged silence, Batman finally spoke, casting a complex gaze towards Harley Quinn. If all went as expected, the Joker's mission to rescue Harley Quinn was merely a fade. His true intention was likely to seize and conquer the entire Arkham Asylum. Harley Quinn's expression changed, and she once more pulled the trigger on the Joker's lifeless body. The final bullet was dispatched into the corpse. Then, the series of clicks interrupted everyone's thoughts. The magazines. Naturally, Harley Quinn extended her hand toward Li Chifeng, signaling she was out of bullets. Without hesitation, Li Chifeng placed 3 magazines into her grasp. Yet, no one anticipated that, upon receiving the ammunition, she would reverse the grip on the magnum and strike the Joker's already damaged skull with the weapon. Now, the wound was even more extensive. Utilization, yet again, utilization. The Joker, I once held you in the highest regard. Harley Quinn has been a constant reminder of you, yet I have remained willfully blind. Harley gazes calmly at the Joker's tattered head, having heard whispers of your perpetual resurrection. Henceforth, I shall repeatedly create a vast chasm in your mind. Enough with the threats. Sister, let's first address the issues with the Joker's gang, shall we? Li Chifeng exclaimed, revealing an anxious expression, though his heart remained untroubled. As a former accomplice, he was acutely aware of the magnitude of the Joker's organization. A single misstep could spell doom for their mortal souls. Batman, though silent, shared the same sentiment. Today, a careless error could indeed lead to calamity. It is widely acknowledged that while she may triumph in duels, she falters in skirmishes. Should he fail to showcase his financial prowess and strategic acumen, Batman would merely represent the pinnacle of human potential. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat with dozens may be manageable, yet facing hundreds of armed adversaries would exponentially increase the difficulty, leading to severe repercussions. This world has yet to witness the formation of a so-called Justice League, and Batman was still youthful, having not even assembled the Bat family. Otherwise, true to his grandfather's character, he would have rallied allies long ago. Presently, he was likely in a rebellious phase of solitary combat. However, if the Joker's gang were to launch a full-scale assault on Arkham Asylum, the son of that rotund man would likely remain safe. Li Chifeng turned back and pointed at the trembling deputy director, cowering on the sofa. You, carry the Joker's corpse and come with us. Me? The deputy stammered. Who else? If you prefer to confront the Joker's gang head-on, I can carry it for you. No. No. I'll carry it. I'll carry it. The mere thought of the deranged army of the Joker made him quickly change his tune. Carrying the Joker's corpse was certainly preferable to facing certain death. Excellent. Let us proceed. With that, Li Chifeng took the lead, followed closely by Batman. Next in line were the composed Ada and the exuberant Harley Quinn, as the last to follow was the pallid deputy, burdened with the Joker's lifeless body. Loosening his tie, unfastening his shirt cuffs, and flexing his wrists, Li Chengfeng glanced at Batman with a playful grin. So, Batman, do you have confidence in breaking through the encirclement? Have you relaxed too much? Aren't you the least bit concerned? Not really. I can hold my own weight. There are so many of them. Upon reaching the patient activity hall, a place that had previously been empty, they now found an endless stream of individuals adorned with the Joker's makeup and dressed in garments echoing his theme. Passing through this area led directly to the confines of the critically ill, the realm of various notorious supervillains. Arkham Asylum's defense systems had been utterly incapacitated under the full-scale invasion of the Joker's gang. With the keys to the intensive care unit now firmly in the hands of their female leader. Her hair was styled in a high ponytail, with a straightforward Joker makeup emphasizing black and blush tones, complemented by straight brows and blunt bangs. The purple three-quarter sleeves and the tattered purple bodysuit epitomized the quintessential Joker color scheme, a harbinger of chaos, Alexis the Jester, an alternative to the second-generation Harley Quinn. Alexis embodies a stark contrast to Harley's exuberant insanity. She presents as a composed and introspective assassin, particularly with the glinting twin daggers in her grasp. That rotund figure. Leave Mr. J behind. Impossible. Li Chengfeng glanced at the feedback on his personal terminal, then stepped forward, dismissing Alexis's demand. The Joker is the most nefarious criminal in Gotham City and indeed the entire America. Even if he were to be slain, his remains must be surrendered to the Bureau for proper handling. How about this? If you relinquish Mr. J's body, I can assure your safe departure. Alexis's grin bore a chilling undertone. Merely a corpse. A corpse capable of resurrection. What difference does it make to return it to you? Akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild? How could you? Never mind. Alexis twirled the dagger in her hand and commanded, tear them apart. Including that bat. What a lunatic. Always contemplating assaults on public officials. What a flaw. Li Chengfeng shook his head in bewilderment. I can offer you a chance now. Surrender immediately, and the Bureau may grant you a reprieve, but if you persist in resistance, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Batman coldly regarded the Joker's henchmen before him and quietly inquired, do you believe we can dismantle the entire Joker gang with just our numbers? Though there are only a few dozen here, outside lurks at least hundreds, perhaps more. As Gotham City's Dark Guardian, I refuse to believe you lack a contingency. Otherwise, you would not be able to manage even a Joker gang bereft of its mastermind. Li Chengfeng's tone was flippant. Observing the growing hardness in their expressions, he continued, however, save your backup for dealing with Gotham's other criminals. Allow me to resolve this matter this time. Chief, are you intending to confront so many unarmed? Ida stepped forward anxiously, attempting to grasp his sleeve, but was a moment too late. Li Chengfeng approached the increasingly frenzied Joker gang, arms outstretched, then turned his face towards Ida Wong. Ida, do not forget we are agents of the Bureau, legitimate public servants. We have authority. As he spoke, he glanced at his terminal and tapped it a few times. Hello? Hello? Wasn't he? It said the reinforcements had arrived. No sooner had he spoken than the dome of Arkham Asylum was obliterated in an explosion, leaving not even rubble, just a cloud of ash drifting through the air. Then, a red and gold mech descended from the heavens, cutting through the floating ash, illuminated by sunlight. Good afternoon, my friends. I hear someone has entangled with the mad clowns of the circus? Chapter 8. The ancient dominator Stark. Though Li Chengfeng maintained an air of calm, he was internally astonished. How on earth did Iron Man end up here? When he had requested reinforcements from Nick Fury via his personal terminal, he indeed asked for formidable fighters. After all, a mere handful of individuals would be insufficient to manage the chaos. However, was this level of combat prowess a bit excessive? He certainly hadn't intended to demolish Arkham Asylum. Tony Stark, what brings you here? A sense of disbelief washed over Li Chengfeng. The presence of an unprepared Batman was already within the realm of manageability, but now, with the addition of a flamboyant playboy wielding flying mechanized suits, this was troubling. With a glare filled with resentment, Li Chengfeng shot a look at the smug Li Chengfeng. It was evident that Iron Man was the support summoned by this federal agent. Damn it, retreat. Humph. Think you can escape? Do you believe Arkham Asylum is a place that one can enter and exit at will? Or perhaps you think our federal bureau would allow a violent gang of hundreds to simply walk away? Li Chengfeng flashed a smile as radiant as the sun. Mr. Stark, feel free to unleash your abilities. Just ensure that the Joker's outside forces lose their fighting spirit. Rest assured, I shall not hold you accountable for any excessive measures. I am no bloodthirsty maniac. Tony Stark glanced at the young federal agent, muttering to himself as he soared into the air. Since he was here to assist, he would naturally follow orders. A few hundred armed thugs posed no challenge for him. The dynamics of offense and defense shifted dramatically. Without a shred of hesitation, Li Chengfeng and Batman charged into the throng like a tiger among sheep. Hot on their heels was Harley Quinn, who ignored the armed members of the Joker's gang, swinging their weapons. Skillfully evading their attacks, she pursued the fleeing Joker with unwavering determination. Though she had severed ties with the Joker, she harbored a deep disdain for the woman who had usurped her position. 2 shots rang out, striking the doorknob, forcing the Joker to turn and confront her. Harley Quinn, it seems you cannot forget Mr. J. Whether I am infatuated with the Joker is of no consequence. What truly matters is that no one can usurp my place. Harley Quinn flashed an incongruous, charming smile, contrasting sharply with the imposing handgun in her grasp. Just as she prepared to pounce and teach this usurper a lesson, she felt a strong grip yank her back by the collar. Don't hold me back. Isn't it obvious? You leave your handgun aside and rush towards someone wielding a dagger for close combat. What sort of bewildering strategy is that? After pulling her back, Li Chengfeng shoved her aside. In the chaos, over half of the Joker's henchmen in the hall were already sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Ada hadn't even lifted a finger, merely standing guard in the rear, observing Batman's effortless domination. Miss Joker, I highly recommend that you surrender. After all, I'm not Batman. I have no moral qualms about killing. Should you, a criminal burdened with numerous heinous crimes, dare to resist, I would undoubtedly opt to eliminate you on the spot. Trust me, hesitation would not cross my mind. Batman swiftly dispatched the final few adversaries. And amidst the cacophony of explosions and anguished cries outside, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, so profound that it sent shivers down my spine. I surrendered. A smile attempted to form on my lips, yet I found it increasingly difficult to maintain it, especially under the unwavering gaze of that formidable Batman. In mere minutes, we had transformed from a position of overwhelming advantage to complete annihilation. After members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation's field team, alongside officers from the Gotham Police Department, discovered Jack Lawson's kidnapped son within a derelict factory in South Gotham, they hastened to Arkham Asylum. James Gordon, the highest-ranking officer of the Gotham Police Department's field operations, was greeted with an astonishing scene as he led his team through the asylum's entrance. His initial concern morphed into sheer bewilderment. Scattered across the floor were members of the Joker's gang, but the most striking figures were the man clad in an armored suit and Batman himself. Before he could utter a word, a hand rested upon his shoulder, and upon turning, he was presented with an identification badge. Federal Bureau of Investigation Level 7 Agent. Li Chengfeng? Indeed, the joint search and rescue operation undertaken by your Gotham Police Department and our field team was initiated under my directive. So, have you managed to deal with the Joker and his gang? What is the matter? Do you not trust me? Li Chengfeng chuckled, noting that even in a different realm, the relationship between the FBI and local law enforcement remains somewhat tenuous. If you harbor doubts about the Bureau, surely you can place your faith in the Bat. Can't you? He gestured toward Batman, who was engaged in an amiable conversation with the helmetless Tony Stark. Gordon smacked his lips together and regarded the exceedingly youthful Level 7 agent with scrutiny. As a seasoned detective and effectively the head of the Gotham Police Department, it was merely a matter of time before he ascended to the role of chief. Thus, he possessed a clearer understanding of the Bureau's hierarchical structure compared to the average officer. It was entirely permissible for a Level 7 agent to command the Gotham Police Department across organizational lines. He waved his hand, signaling the Gotham officers to commence their duties. Apprehending the incapacitated thugs sprawled upon the ground, there was no need to transport them to the precinct. They could be securely confined within Arkham Asylum, which was far superior to a detention center. And then there was this individual. As Li Chengfeng observed the officers springing into action, he simultaneously seized the quivering informant, Jack Lawson, who was cowering nearby. Members of the Joker's gang could be locked away in Arkham, Yet this man was not quite fit to share a cell with such lunatics. However, his tenure as deputy warden was evidently at an end. Wait, is that Harley Quinn? Gordon's heart sank, and instinctively, he reached for his firearm once more. Harley Quinn was originally a trainee agent of the FBI, and she has since made a full recovery. I have been ordered to facilitate her discharge and reinstatement. Recovered? You certainly have audacity. Casting a glance at the evidently still unhinged Harley, Gordon wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. He then proceeded to restrain the informant's hands behind his back and escorted him to the police vehicle for transport. He felt it would be prudent to leave this place as soon as possible. Prolonged company with this peculiar group made him uneasy. He had no interest in their bizarre form-fitting uniforms. Mr. Stark, what a surprise to see you here. Shouldn't you be in New York? How did you arrive in Arkham so swiftly? It seemed you were indeed the agent Li Chifeng whom Nick Fury frequently mentioned. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Tony Stark displayed no airs, attributing his prompt arrival to the fact that he had been in Metropolis recently. It is well known that Metropolis is merely separated from Gotham by a river. However, how did he end up in Metropolis? Suddenly, a memory of a sensational news snippet flashed in Li Chifeng's mind. You didn't come to Metropolis to pursue Louise Lane, did you? After all, Mississippi Lane was the first woman to treat me with such candor, making her exceptionally unique. Mr. Stark, are you the archetypal CEO sprung from the pages of some antiquated novel? Oh, right, you actually are a CEO. Li Chifeng rubbed his forehead, pondering. Hasn't anyone mentioned that your recent remarks were rather greasy? Indeed, Mississippi Lane remarked on that as well. Tony Stark chuckled heartily, extending his right hand towards Li Chifeng. Just call me Tony from now on. Chapter 9. The proximity of Daughter's existence. After exchanging contact information with Tony Stark, the Iron Man, he promptly soared towards Metropolis. It seems he has not yet relinquished his pursuit, dear Tony. Li Chifeng shook his head, hoping that this man would abandon his quest for Louise Lane before inciting the wrath of some Kansas yokel. Otherwise, his mech suit would hardly suffice to withstand such an adversary. It turns out that Tony Stark had vanished from the public eye for quite some time to craft this contraption. What? As another billionaire whose charm lies in his romantic escapades, does he feel overshadowed? The mech suit is merely a diversion, of no interest to me. Unless Batman did not pick up on Li Chifeng's insinuation. Instead, he sighed and continued. When faced with an opponent I cannot possibly defeat, I shall consider it. Just now, I was subtly indicating that I am aware of your true identity. Is your reaction not overly composed? Did you not hint at it during our initial conversation? Indeed. Li Chifeng and Batman stood side by side, gazing in silence at the chaotic aftermath of the asylum, ravaged by Tony Stark's explosive intervention. However, Ada and Harley, eavesdropping on their exchange, were left utterly flabbergasted. Batman is Bruce Wayne. I have known Bruce Wayne for at least a decade. Yet, I fail to detect any trace of this. I must concede that my experience in the realm of lunacy pales in comparison to his. Noticing that the cleanup was nearing completion, Li Chifeng pointed to the lifeless body of the Joker at Ada's feet. Batman, perhaps you should take this wretched carcass with you. Take it with me? Are you certain? Otherwise, I do not believe the Bureau will show much concern for a mere corpse. Although I understand it will rise again. The Bureau personnel would not buy into that. Thus, I entrust it to you. At the very least, you would exercise utmost vigilance to ensure its eternal confinement. Li Chifeng said with a smile, consider this an act of friendship, dear Mr. Bruce Wayne. Upon disembarking from the Airbus once more, the ground beneath his feet was now the soil of Washington. However, the agents in the hangar were casting furtive glances in his direction. Why are they all staring at you? Could it be that you belong to the category of colleagues who are disliked? Are you enduring some form of American workplace bullying? Dear, do have some self-awareness, will you? They are clearly looking at you. Li Chifeng turned to the confused Harley Quinn. With her skin bleached by chemical agents, and the striking contrast of her red and blue-tipped hair, it was only natural for onlookers to take a second glance, even if they were unaware of her former partnership with the Joker. Do not assume that Bureau agents are accustomed to peculiarities. In fact, those who have not been on field duty constitute the majority of the Bureau. At that moment, a tall woman hurriedly approached the group. Commander, I am Agent Ingrid Hannigan, a Level 4 agent. From today onward, I shall be responsible for the logistical support of the Star Squad. I hope for a pleasant collaboration, Agent Hannigan. Lee Chung-fong shook hands with Hannigan and voiced his confusion. The Star Squad you mentioned, is it referring to us? Indeed. Director Fury just confirmed the squad's code name 10 minutes ago. Oh, such a casual naming. Please follow me. The director is already awaiting you in the strategic analysis room. Under Hannigan's guidance, they made their way to the familiar 31st floor. Nick Fury remained turned away from them, but upon hearing the door open, he swiftly pivoted. Although his expression remained impassive, Lee Chung-fong immediately discerned the urgency and tension within the black-clad figure. Harley Quinn, the trouble you've stirred up recently is rather significant. Yet there remains a chance to clear your name. TSK, 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 you are as strict as ever, Director Fury. Harley appeared to be the most relaxed among them, casually finding a desk to sit at and began bantering with Fury. If I were truly strict, I would not have allowed you to request a transfer to Arkham Asylum to study the most dangerous lunatics. However, I am, in your words, one of the most dangerous lunatics, dear teacher. That is of little concern. Those with overly stable minds cannot thrive in our line of work. Nick Fury waved his hand, terminating that line of discussion, and shifted the focus onto Lee Chung-fong. You performed admirably this time, though perhaps the commotion was a tad excessive. Are you referring to the execution of the Joker or to the exposure of your secret weapon? Lee Chung-fong chuckled. If it's the former, I believe my actions were justified. If the latter, how long do you think Stark can keep a secret? A week? Or perhaps half a month? I mean, why did it attract the Bat's attention? Does the Joint Task Force expect him to remain suspended from the cave's ceiling while operating in his territory? With that remark, even Nick Fury found himself at a loss for words. In any case, you have seamlessly adapted to the tasks I entrusted to you. Once Harley Quinzel has completed her psychological assessment and officially joined, you will commence your work. However, Harley Quinn frowned slightly at this, seemingly unimpressed with the designation. I am simply Harley Quinn. Harley Quinzel is merely a fragment of my being. As long as you are content. Nick Fury nodded and then issued a directive. Agent Ida, please take our Harley Quinn to change into a suitable outfit. This Arkham Asylum patient attire is unfit for an agent. Yes, Director. Ida Wong nodded and, despite Harley's protests against wearing a uniform, guided her out of the tactical analysis room. As they passed by Lee Chung-fong, it appeared as though the two women were in a silent contest. Aida's fingertips brushed against his knuckles, and Harley left him with a statement that sent a shiver down his spine. See you later, my pudding. Damn, not only has her madness not been cured, but she has also developed an emotional attachment. Though he had anticipated this outcome when he had coaxed Harley Quinn into pulling the trigger. After the two departed, Lee Chung-fong wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to see the lamenting Hei Luden, nearly bursting into laughter. What was there to laugh about? Every family has its own struggles. Being a father is no easy task. Instead of jesting about your superior, perhaps you should focus on your work. Speaking of which, I truly need to have a serious discussion with you. With a cheerful demeanor, Lee Chung-fong approached Hei Luden and whispered, regarding someone like Stark. How well do you truly know him? Or rather, how much do you comprehend? Although it may seem somewhat impolite, he understood the necessity of acquiring greater strength. Possessing the god of wine's gene was not an endpoint. Stagnation was not an option. This was not knowledge befitting a level 7 agent. If you genuinely wish for me to execute this task effectively, then cast aside the detached management tactics from our American headquarters. I did not come here merely to follow orders. You do not require a team that rigidly adheres to rules. Otherwise, could the first team member be a patient from Arkham Asylum? I was right about you. You are inherently suited for this role. Hei Luden nodded. I will provide you with my authorization code shortly. You may leave now, Agent. Very well, then you remain here, wallowing in your sorrows. Halfway out, Lee Chung-fong suddenly turned back and inquired, what does Harley Quinn mean to you? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Hei Luden shot him a piercing glare. His solitary eye starkly conveying two words, don't ask. Lee Chung-fong shrugged and exited the strategic analysis room. After a lengthy solitude, Hei Luden muttered to himself, Harley Quinn is the closest I have ever come to the existence of a daughter. Chapter 10. The absurdity of cohabitation. The psychological evaluation of Harley Quinn was not a brief affair, as she was among the distinguished graduates of Arkham. Ultimately, the assessment yielded a conclusion that was entirely normal. The definition of normal in America is indeed all-encompassing. Li Chingfeng held the report issued by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, wearing a sardonic smile as he gazed at Ada Wong. If it weren't for Harley Quinn standing before me, I might have actually believed it. Perhaps, as the director suggested, those who are too normal cannot thrive in our line of work. I truly believed in your absurdity. Li Chingfeng rolled his eyes, though he found it somewhat acceptable. After all, in a world teeming with numerous supernatural and even interdimensional powers, superheroes, supervillains, and all those entangled with these mysterious forces, it is only natural that they possess a hint of abnormality. What? You possess extraordinary abilities yet yearn for a mundane existence? The very notion you entertain indicates your lack of normalcy, does it not? Normal individuals ought to lead lives befitting their status, while those of special circumstances should live in accordance with their unique realities, each existing in their own realm. Only a fool would concern themselves with the ludicrous conclusions inscribed upon a piece of paper. Harley Quinn stretched languidly and then sprang from the plush sofa in the psychiatric consultation room, reminiscing about such places. It was once she who sat across, clad in flesh-toned stockings, crossing her legs seductively to manipulate the thoughts of others. Speaking of flesh-toned stockings, just kidding. The moment you uttered the phrase manipulate thoughts, you ought to have your psychologist's license revoked. Li Chingfeng wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow, glancing at the terminal to find that he had surpassed the end of his workday by 10 minutes. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to leave. Work was over. Ladies, we shall meet again tomorrow. With that, Li Chingfeng hurriedly exited the medical department, swiftly making his way to the elevator. Upon glancing back, he was taken aback to see Harley Quinn and Ada Wong trailing closely behind him. What are you two following me for? Oh, Pudding, you are now my direct superior, and moreover, the temporary guardian appointed by the director. So who else should I follow? Harley Quinn replied with a hint of mischief. Besides, do you perceive the Federal Bureau of Investigation as having accommodations for its employees? And do I, a recently discharged mental health patient, appear to have a place to stay? If you bring me back, you must take responsibility. Harley Quinn's assertion was made with a sense of justification, yet the circumstances were indeed as she described. And what about you? Li Chingfeng turned his attention to Ada Wong, questioning her presence. As a mental health patient lacking societal resources, her situation could be understood. But you are a level 4 agent of the Bureau. After this incident, you should be promoted to level 5, and your compensation should be quite satisfactory, I presume? My dear Captain, Ada Wong replied, her eyes sparkling. Firstly, I too wish to leave work. Naturally, I must take the elevator to exit this building. Furthermore, my home is currently undergoing renovations, and I have been residing in a nearby hotel for the past few days. How could I possibly pass up a free place to stay? The salary of an agent is hardly sufficient for me to indulge in daily luxuries at a hotel. Are you so certain that my abode can accommodate 3 individuals? No matter, the 3 of us can squeeze together. How about you taking the middle spot? Ada Wong jestingly remarked, playfully covering Harley Quinn's mouth to stifle any impending outbursts. Joking aside, everything regarding your stay in America has been arranged by Director Fury. So I am well aware that you reside in a spacious 400-square-meter loft. What a cheek! Are you taking advantage of me? Alas, I simply cannot resist the allure of a multifunctional grappling gun produced by Stark Industries. I must save up. By the way, Captain, weren't you having a delightful conversation with Tony Stark? Could you possibly secure me a discount? Your discourse on salary has undoubtedly lowered the prestige of the Joint Task Force agents to that of mere neighborhood officers. Ultimately, Li Chingfeng conceded, leading 2 distinctly styled women toward home. Along the way, he continually observed the eclectic Washington, D.C. of this mixed universe, and one could only say that America, well, it is rather mundane. Aside from the diverse array of skin tones, it bears no significant difference from the Republic. There are still intoxicated individuals sprawled beside flower beds, and unlicensed vendors hastily fleeing from city inspectors while pushing their food carts. After treating the 2 ladies to an unexpectedly authentic hot pot meal, Li Chingfeng finally felt the essence of having completed his workday. Frankly, just hours earlier, he had been confronting one of the most deranged and perilous villains. Now, He found joy in savoring delicacies while watching Ada Wong, unable to tolerate spicy food, skillfully extend her petite tongue. They even made a detour to a mall to procure a plethora of household items. Speaking of which, whether in this life or the past, he has always been a quintessential bachelor. His 400-square-meter loft contained merely a pair of slippers and a set of utensils. It would be unthinkable to have the two ladies at home dressed in tattered clothing or, heaven forbid, in the nude, even if he were willing. The two of them would certainly object, especially Ada Wong, despite her seemingly flirtatious demeanor, aside from a few deliberate gestures. She consistently maintained a modest neckline and an instinctive social distance. This woman's sense of propriety is maddeningly captivating. That said, what is the nature of your situation, ladies? Li Qingfeng lay on his bed, eyes wide as saucers, hands crossed over his abdomen, resembling a mummy in repose. The joke Ada Wong made a few hundred words ago had materialized. Now, two women with starkly contrasting styles lay on either side of him. Although his bed was sufficiently spacious, some contact was inevitable. Oh, Pudding, I am an individual with mental health issues. Do you truly trust me to remain alone in such an unfamiliar environment? Dear lady, I recall you appearing quite content in your room at Arkham Asylum, devoid of any responsibilities aside from enjoyment. I yearn for such a life. Li Chengfeng quipped, yet he recognized that one cannot reason with someone in an unstable mental state. So he turned his gaze to Ada Wong instead, asking, Sister Wong, what is your situation? Have you caught something from Harley Quinn? No, I have made a miscalculation. The enigmatic and alluring beauty, Ada Wong, revealed an exceptionally rare show of vexation. How could I have mistakenly ordered only one bed when purchasing furniture? Are you suggesting that I should sleep on the sofa? You would have a woman sleep on the sofa? Shall I then take to the sofa myself? The host cannot be relegated to the couch. Well, let us hasten to sleep then, for there is work to attend to tomorrow. Chapter 11. The B.O.W. incident in Winchester County the following morning, at the headquarters of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Ingrid Hannigan awaited the arrival of Li Chifeng and his companions in the lobby. Starting today, the STAR team had acquired a dedicated workspace. Indeed, a workspace. Do not assume that the duties of an FBI agent merely involve traversing the globe to combat crime. The administrative tasks required are no less extensive than those in a standard police department, and quite possibly even more so. The truths behind certain cases are often too sensitive for the general populace, necessitating the creation of multiple task logs, some authentic, others fabricated, and occasionally a mixture of both. Many newly inducted agents have found themselves disillusioned by this aspect of the job, leading to a retention rate of less than 40% over the years, with a significant portion departing for this very reason. At 9 in the morning, Li Chengfeng finally arrived, accompanied by the formidable Ada Wong and Harley Quinn. Ingrid, why are you standing in the lobby? Have you been reassigned to the front desk? Li Chengfeng quipped. Ingrid felt a vain throb in her forehead, a manifestation of her irritation, yet she maintained a composed smile. I am here to welcome you all because the director has arranged a new office for the STAR team. She replied, A new office? Then let us proceed. Li Chifeng nodded, readily following Ingrid into the elevator as she pressed the button for the 32nd floor. Did you all come together? Did you happen to meet on the way? Huh. Ingrid, you have no idea what I endured last night, Li Chifeng scoffed. It seemed the two women had conspired to deprive him of sleep. As soon as he spoke, the two ladies coughed awkwardly, quickly regaining their composure to offer explanations. Don't blame me, Li Chingfeng. You know I am an elite field agent. It's quite natural for me to have some muscle memory for emergency responses. And it's not my fault either, Li Chingfeng. You know I am an elite psycho. It's perfectly normal for both body and mind to spiral out of control. Impressive. Otherwise, how could one aspire to be a villainess? All it takes is a thick skin to act as if nothing has transpired. Sigh. Ingrid, can you please intervene for me? Where on earth can one find such individuals? What are you doing? Writing a complaint to the Internal Affairs Department, reporting that the captain and the team members of the STAR team are engaging in misconduct on their very first day. Harley Quinn swiftly raised her hands to obscure the surveillance camera. Ada Wong quickly covered Ingrid's mouth, preventing the scandalous term from escaping. Meanwhile, Li Chunfeng, quick-witted, seized Ingrid's personal terminal to retract the message. Phew, The three of them exhaled simultaneously. Being reported on the first day of work due to a misunderstanding would have been utterly humiliating. Listen well, Ingrid. Though the verbal skills of those two women are severely lacking, your comprehension skills are equally askew. Last night, I, a benevolent soul, took in two homeless women. With only a single bed in my home, I was coerced into sharing it with them. Consequently, we engaged in a few vigorous exchanges due to our muscle reflexes, resulting in aches that persisted until around 5 in the morning, when I finally managed to doze off for a brief moment. Do you understand? Yes. Let go now? Ada Wong complied, releasing her grip from covering Ingrid's mouth. Your gesture to obscure the surveillance is quite adept. You are not lacking either, as you instinctively covered Ingrid's mouth at the first opportunity. It seems my experience in silencing has come into play. The two ladies exchanged compliments, and a hint of mutual admiration flickered in their eyes. Just then, the elevator came to a stop and the doors opened slowly. We had arrived at the 32nd floor. By special permission from the director, the 32nd floor of the headquarters, except for Director Nick Fury's office, will serve as the exclusive workspace for the STAR team. The moment Ingrid stepped out of the elevator, she regained her professional demeanor as a logistics officer and began introducing the new office space to the three of us. Just as we settled into our seats, the door to the director's office at the far end swung open, revealing a black-eyed individual standing there. The amusement park visit ends here. Let us proceed to the meeting. With that, he walked into the office. The four of us exchanged glances, and we had no choice but to comply with the order and enter the room for the meeting. As public servants, one cannot possess a soul without attending meetings. Fortunately, Nick Fury is not the type to spend 59 minutes of a 1-hour meeting on trivial matters. In fact, he is quite straightforward. Reports have surfaced from Westchester County, New York, regarding the appearance of zombies in BOWS, yet no casualties have been reported. The county police have officially requested our assistance. As Nick Fury spoke, he brought up data on a large 3D projection. Ada, you are our expert in handling BOWS. Please take the lead in explaining this mission. Yes, Director. Ada Wong maintained a serious demeanor at work, expressionless as she reviewed all visual and textual materials related to this incident. Turning back, she began her explanation. The zombie horde consists of ordinary T-virus-infected individuals, yet they have remained confined to a specific area, suggesting that someone is employing special means to control them. The unidentified BOW appears to be a new model of tyrant, seemingly a fusion of the characteristics of the hunter and the Ivan tyrant. The number may pose a problem, as the video alone has already revealed 4 specimens, and the actual count is likely much higher. Ding! The mission Biohazard Maniac has been issued. Mission brief. Young Captain, this is the inaugural battle of the team. Eliminate all zombies and BOWS, and uncover the mastermind behind it. Indeed, after Ada Wong thoroughly detailed the mission particulars, the system duly released the task. However, Li Chingfeng would not be easily swayed by the system. Much like the previous mission, which was ostensibly about persuading Harley Quinn, it ultimately turned out to be an all-out confrontation with the Joker and his entire gang. In this chaotic universe, who knows how many eccentric characters may intrude? The BOW phenomenon should be easily dealt with using conventional weaponry, shouldn't it? Indeed, confronting BOW is relatively straightforward compared to those formidable superheroes or supervillains, provided that the ground troops are sufficiently armed. However, the challenge of this mission lies in locating the perpetrator who wields control over the zombies and BOWs. For BOWs do not manifest out of thin air. Each occurrence is invariably steeped in conspiracy. Are the armaments aboard the aircraft adequate? Absolutely. There is no shortage. If necessary, we could deploy the aircraft's fighter jet for a saturation bombing. Then I have no further concerns. Li Chifeng clapped his hands, rising to stride outside. The STAR team is ready to embark. One must admit, Li Chingfeng found his own silhouette rather dashing. Yet Nick Fury's next remark compelled him to don the mask of despair. There's no rush. I find certain aspects of this mission exceedingly intriguing. Thus I shall temporarily join the STAR team, Captain Li Chifeng. Darn it, executing a mission alongside the leadership is the most irksome. Chapter 12. Has Nick Fury been brainwashed? This mission was initially deemed inconsequential. However, due to the unique nature of the region involved, I felt compelled to undertake the journey myself. As for you, do not feel pressured, nor is there a need to take special measures to protect me. Despite my advancing years, I remain one of the finest agents within the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Life, you seem utterly disinterested in my words. Nick Fury cast a sidelong glance at the exceedingly indifferent Li Chunfeng, sensing his displeasure. Is it that obvious? Li Chunfeng sighed and turned off the comedic performance playing through his earpiece. With all due respect, Director, you are the head of our American Bureau. Have you not heard the ancient proverb from our republic? A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. The entire American Bureau requires your leadership. Listen to me. We have yet to leave the special zone. Allow me to find a place to drop you off. And you can promptly take a cab back to the office, shall we? You truly do not wish to accompany me on this mission? Nick Fury was perplexed. You need not regard me as the director. I am merely a temporary member of the STAR team, and I shall follow your lead in all matters. Do you even believe what you just said? Li Chunfeng rose and approached the bar to pour himself a glass of wicked and decadent soda, which he consumed in one gulp. Indeed, this Airbus features a lounge area with a bar. In the past, these agents truly knew how to indulge themselves. All right, Fury, I shall cease my jesting, but you must enlighten me on what precisely makes this situation so extraordinary. As the saying goes, the plot thickens. After much build-up, Li Chunfeng finally posed the question he was most eager to have answered. What could possibly compel Nick Fury, the director of the American Bureau, to risk his personal safety and come to the front lines? Li Chunfeng was filled with curiosity. But the problem is, I do not know. Nick Fury hesitated for a moment before finally confessing. I possess no recollection of this area. My memory is a complete void. Yet there exists an inexplicable sense of familiarity that envelopes me, as if my memories had been forcibly erased by someone. Is that even possible? Wait, are we headed to Westchester County? Li Chunfeng paused, a thought seeming to dawn upon him as he picked up his terminal to call Ada Wong. Ada, please come to the lounge immediately. Upon hearing Li Chunfeng's call, Ada Wong soon arrived with Harley Quinn in tow from the armory. Ada, you compiled the information on Westchester. Tell me, is there a gifted school located there? Indeed, there is the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Ada Wong did not even need to consult the documents, simply pondering for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Blast, it truly is them. Li Chunfeng tapped his forehead and turned to Nick Fury, stating, I can assure you, Fury, your instincts are correct. You have indeed been brainwashed. What? Nick Fury, Harley Quinn. And Ada Wong exclaimed in unison. This is a shocking revelation. The director of the American Bureau has been brainwashed? This is utterly outrageous. Who could dare attempt to brainwash Nick Fury? After a gasp of surprise, Harley Quinn was the first to react, even displaying the acumen of a psychological expert. It was inconceivable. Putting aside the possibility of capturing Nick Fury without detection, the sheer willpower of an individual like him would render ordinary hypnotic brainwashing ineffective. It would require sophisticated machinery to succeed, and even then, it would consume a considerable amount of time. Moreover, the Bureau conducted remote checks on my physiological indicators and confirmed my location every 8 hours through my dedicated terminal, with no anomalies ever reported. Nick Fury interjected, explaining that the timelines simply did not align. Your analysis is sound, however, there exists a branch of human evolution known as mutants. And you have indeed been brainwashed by a mutant possessing psychic abilities. What? Mutants? Don't tell me you have no recollection of any information regarding mutants. Li Chunfeng was somewhat astonished. The director of the Republic Bureau, after all, was none other than the renowned superhero, the Man of Many Faces, also known as one of the Tao brothers. How could Nick Fury, the head of one of the 5 major bureau headquarters, be unaware of this? Our Republic Bureau's director consists of quintuplets who share a complete and synchronized state of being, a collective of mutant beings. Don't tell me you didn't encounter him at the World Bureau Summit. Damn, it seems you were indeed correct. I have been brainwashed by a mutant, and specifically, the brainwashing was directed towards the concept of mutants. I have grave suspicions that you might have been involved in activities targeting that particular group, prompting them to erase your memories concerning mutants for their own protection. Nick Fury pondered intently. Was it during the development of the airborne aircraft carrier that we had compiled data on all Americans for surveillance and intelligence purposes? Good heavens. You have an audacious mind, monitoring every individual in America? Aren't you afraid that those undiscovered superheroes or supervillains might come after you to safeguard themselves? Oh, right. You have already been brainwashed. Li Changfeng mercilessly mocked Nick Fury, laughing heartily. It seems you've bitten off more than you can chew. What the hell? I'm not planning to take any action against them. If you were in my position, would you willingly hang a sword of Damocles over your neck? The Airbus swiftly arrived in Westchester County. Li Changfeng opted to dock the aircraft near the area where W had been detected. Regardless of whether it was Professor X or other telepaths from Xavier's school who had orchestrated Nick Fury's brainwashing, their stronghold was situated there, no chance of escape. Yet the inexplicably appearing zombies in W posed a tangible threat. The individuals being manipulated from behind were stationed here. But that did not guarantee their permanence. Once the control was lifted, the entirety of Westchester County would be plunged into peril. Thus, when the Star Team, accompanied by the temporarily enlisted Nick Fury, disembarked from the Airbus, they were already fully armed. Li Changfeng admitted that he had indeed underestimated the weaponry reserves of this aircraft. The individual thermal ray rifle, photonic pulse energy gun, sonic grenades. Have the weaponry of your America reached such a fantastical level? What nonsense are you spouting? These are either prototypes from a sandbox research facility or cutting-edge technologies pilfered from Tony Stark, utterly impractical for mass production. Enough with the explanations. Just remember your beloved Star Team next time something remarkable comes along. Li Changfeng disengaged the safety on the photonic pulse energy gun and charged towards the horde of zombies not far away. Star Team, engage. Chapter 13. The era of Weskier the T-virus zombies, when faced with insufficient firepower, indeed pose a significant threat. However, in the presence of ample firepower, they are merely sluggish heaps of decaying flesh. Consequently, the eradication of the outer zombies proceeds with remarkable swiftness, particularly with Harley Quinn wielding her cherished baseball bat. One cannot help but wonder about the material of that bat. How is it that, after striking so many bones, it remains utterly unscathed? Li Changfeng, observing the frenzied yet graceful figure of the madwoman maneuvering through the horde, could not refrain from expressing his thoughts to Nick Fury. Oh, it's made of Edelman alloy. A remnant from a defunct weapons program of the last century, Nick calmly explained. Are you perhaps indulging her a bit too much? Edelman alloy? You truly spare no expense. You black-hearted fellow. Overindulgence in a daughter, especially one with a rather unstable psyche, can lead to complications. Enough of that. Look over there. Nick gestured towards the distance. Despite the commotion we've stirred, the tyrants remained steadfast in their position, unresponsive. Is there not a makeshift structure amidst them? It's not very clear. We shall ascertain the details once the tyrants are dealt with. As the two advanced in a tactical formation within range, they unleashed a torrent of fire upon the tyrants. One could only marvel at the extraordinary power of these limited edition, sci-fi grade weapons. Even the unknown variants of the tyrants could not withstand for long. After the 13th tyrant succumbed to their onslaught, they approached a structure that exuded an aura of futuristic technology. Listen up. The Joint Task Force sent me to convey a message. Surrender your weapons, and the task force will ensure your life of luxury, with riches aplenty. Where on earth did you learn that line? From a classic skit of the Republic's Spring Festival Gala. Stop with the theatrics. Li Changfeng sighed at Nick's exasperated expression and casually shot half the door away, just as he intended to kick the door in while delivering a classic FBI line. The remaining half was suddenly flung aside by an unseen force from within. A figure emerged from the shadows, clad in a black trench coat and sporting sunglasses, with slick-back blonde hair. I can only play with you for 7 minutes, he proclaimed with an air of arrogance. At a glance, Li Changfeng immediately recognized him. Albert Weskier, one of the prominent antagonists of the Biohazard series, known for his rather unfortunate demise. Yet, in this amalgamated universe, he still lived. The current state of his endeavors remained uncertain. Had he developed the Ouroboros virus? Albert Weskier, one of the most notorious bioweapon enthusiasts, had vanished 5 years prior. Yet here he was, re-emerging in America. Biochemical enthusiast? The mundane cannot possibly comprehend my vision, Weskier replied, shaking his head before, in the next instant, seemingly teleporting to stand before Nick Fury. With terrifying swiftness, he struck before Nick Fury could react, disarming him of the heat ray rifle in his grasp. A single punch sent Fury, the seasoned veteran, collapsing to the ground, expelling a mixture of blood and gastric fluid. This was the most formidable incarnation of Weskier. Beads of sweat immediately formed on Li Qingfeng's forehead. Despite his demise in the original narrative at the hands of a rocket launcher and molten lava, Weskier's prowess undeniably transcended the limits of humanity, and not by a trivial margin. The two powerful women were still preoccupied with clearing the area, oblivious to the unfolding events. And even if they arrived, their assistance would likely be ineffectual. The Republic? Was the American Bureau now engaging in such profound communication with the Republic's Bureau? This was a stark contrast to the times when I was still with the Joint Investigation Bureau. Weskier's words sent a chill down Li Qingfeng's spine. How could he also be a product of the Joint Investigation Bureau? Was the American Bureau intentionally crafting adversaries to challenge their own? By the gods, do you revel in flaunting your experiences? Li Qingfeng cast his firearm aside and drew the military dagger from his waist. In a scenario where he could not strike, even the mightiest of firearms were mere sticks. Rather than surrender his weapons, he would rather discard them. With 6 minutes remaining, I offer you a chance to challenge me. With that, Weskier surged into action once more, forcing Li Qingfeng into close-quarters combat. In the instant of their engagement, Li Qingfeng received both good and bad news. The bad news was that for every 10 hits he absorbed from Weskier, he could only retaliate successfully once. The good news was that the regenerative speed granted by the god of wine factor could keep pace with the rate of his injuries. Fortunately, although Weskier was swift, his lethality had not exceeded Li Qingfeng's threshold for endurance. Had he been facing a behemoth like Thor, he would have already been reading his resurrection message. Thus, Li Qingfeng focused, striving to inflict as much damage as possible whenever the opportunity arose, becoming increasingly ferocious with each strike. The Ouroboros virus was fundamentally incomparable to the god of wine factor. The disparity in their levels was vast. 5 minutes later, it was Weskier who was panting, his body marred by wounds, his sunglasses shattered by a punch that had struck him squarely in the face. Even the regenerative abilities of the Ouroboros virus were beginning to falter. You claimed you would entertain us for 7 minutes, and with only 1 minute remaining, I present you with an opportunity, regardless of what you have hidden within. Surrender it. And I can guarantee a secure existence for you within the confines of the Joint Investigation Bureau's prison. Weskier did not respond, his eyes gleaming with a renewed intensity. You possess an even more potent regenerative ability? Are you also a bearer of some bioweapon virus? A virus? How utterly insane. Li Qingfeng shook his head, rendered speechless by Weskier's bioweapon obsession. It matters not. If you refuse to speak, it will suffice to conduct live research on you as a specimen, and the secrets of your body will surely be revealed. As he spoke, black, viscous tendrils began to ooze from Weskier's wounds. It has emerged, the hallmark of the biohazard series, defying the laws of energy conservation to undergo outrageous transformations. The inky, viscous tendrils gradually enveloped Weskier's form, leaving only his face visible, which now bore the grotesque visage of a monster. Li Qingfeng furrowed his brow in concern. This was dire. In this state, Weskier had forfeited his super speed, but in return, his strength had been significantly augmented. Given his current physical condition, even with the god of wine factor, he would likely be reduced to lying on the ground, awaiting self-healing. However, a fleeting glance at his surroundings relaxed his tense brow. Weskier, tell me, why have you chosen to study the Ouroboros virus? You will never comprehend that as a so-called human birth from the Gene Project, I have always sought a higher form of evolution. Ah, it seems you harbor quite a sense of inferiority within. It is your deep-seated denial of your identity as a clone that drives your quest for evolution. Perhaps you are correct, but the victor shall always be Albert Weskier. Nonsense. Our esteemed leader is a battle-hardened veteran. Such a bald old man would surely have tricks up his sleeve. He is merely acting tough. Suddenly, a searing beam of heat descended from above, melting Weskier's entire head away. Chapter 14. The Everlasting Green Light. The X-Men appear. Director Fury, your prowess remains undiminished. But, Marfak, could you refrain from merely standing there and making sarcastic remarks? I feel as though that punch has rearranged my very insides. Conservatively estimating, I might have at least 3 broken ribs. Scars are the glory of a man. Yet, I have had my fill of glory at this moment. I would gladly trade some for relief from this weary old body. Li Chifeng stepped forward and kicked aside Weskier's lifeless body, then moved to assist Nick Fury. Observing the beads of cold sweat on the black egghead's forehead, Li Chifeng couldn't help but sigh. The once legendary agent indeed seemed aged, no longer suited for high-intensity frontline combat. If it weren't for the quest to unravel the secrets of his memory, he likely wouldn't have to endure such hardship. At that moment, Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, who had been busy clearing out zombies, arrived. I don't require much assistance. I just need a moment to rest, Nick Fury said as he settled down with Ada's support. Intent on discovering what Weskier was so eager to research, risking exposure to mobilize such a multitude of new tyrant models in a bid for time. Without hesitation, Li Chifeng kicked open the swaying half-door and entered the makeshift facility. The instant he stepped inside, he was dazzled by a plethora of instruments. It was, astonishingly, a mobile laboratory. At the center of the research table lay an object emanating a gentle green light. Goodness, could it be? Li Chifeng hurried forward, confirming his suspicions. If his eyes and mind were not deceiving him, what lay before him was indeed a Green Lantern power battery. A biochemical fanatic researching the energy source of the cosmic police? Who would believe such a tale? Shaking his head, Li Chifeng intended to take the power battery with him. However, the moment his hand made contact with it, the previously gentle green light flared into a brilliant, blinding glow, illuminating the dark laboratory. Suddenly, Li Chifeng recalled that one of the rewards from his last mission had been the willpower of Batman. His grandfather's willpower could easily wield a Green Lantern ring. As anticipated, a ring shimmering with the same green luminescence gently emerged from the power battery, ultimately hovering before Li Chifeng. Intelligent life has been identified. Li Chifeng from Earth. You possess formidable willpower to overcome fear. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. Fury, why has the interior suddenly illuminated with green light? Could it be that this headless man has set a trap within? Li Chifeng can handle this. Nick Fury chuckled wryly, glancing in another direction. You would do well to worry about our own safety at this moment. Ada Wong also directed her gaze toward the same area, her heat ray rifle raised before her, poised for an onslaught. The commotion you've stirred up is too significant. It would be impossible for us to feign ignorance. A group emerged from the shadows. At the forefront sits a bald Caucasian gentleman clad in a tailored suit, yet he is confined to a wheelchair, pushed by an attendant from behind. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Charles Francis Xavier, though you may refer to me as Professor Charles or Professor X. With a nod towards Nick Fury, Professor X remarked, "It has been quite some time, Director Fury." This peculiar greeting left Nick Fury perplexed. Professor X? I have never heard that title before, and I am certain I have never encountered you. No, you have met me. In fact, 2 decades ago, we briefly collaborated due to the American government. Professor X spoke with calmness, continuing, I erased your memory, all recollections of me and our mutant kind. What? You are the mutants that Li Chifeng spoke of? Li Chifeng? Professor X furrowed his brow, his fingers pressed against his temple, and in an instant, understanding dawned upon him. Ah, you are from the Republic's Joint Investigation Bureau, affiliated with the Tao brothers. In that fleeting moment, you accessed our memories? Nick Fury's eye widened in astonishment. I felt nothing. Are the mutants' abilities truly that formidable? That is merely a gift. Beyond that, we are no different from humans. As soon as Professor X concluded his statement, the mutants behind him began to exhibit their powers, steel claws extended, bodies transformed into iron. One morphed into a blue behemoth, another sprouted angelic wings, while a small tornado formed in their hands. Each individual possessed unique abilities. Nick Fury, Ada Wong, and Harley Quinn stood in awe at the unfolding spectacle. They understood the existence of various supernatural forces in the world, but had not anticipated such a multitude. Therefore, you reveal your identities voluntarily. What is your intent? After a brief moment of shock, Nick Fury quickly regained his composure. Above all, maintaining calm was essential, for these mutants appeared far more formidable than ordinary agents. We are here seeking collaboration, Professor X stated with unexpected composure. Our kind is being targeted. Targeted? Indeed. We are under the scrutiny of an ancient and malevolent organization that you should be quite familiar with, known as Hydra. The research conducted by Weskier over the years, as well as his presence in Westchester County, has been orchestrated and funded by Hydra from behind the scenes. Upon hearing the name Hydra, a chill coursed through Nick Fury's being. Just as he was about to inquire further, a rhythmic oath echoed from behind. By day's light, by night's gloom. Monsters and phantoms, none shall escape. Evil and treachery, fear our divine light. The Green Lantern shines eternal, illuminating all. In the next moment, Weskier's temporary research facility was cleaved in two, as Li Changfeng, adorned in a tight-fitting suit of green and black, held a lantern in his left hand while his right hand emanated a verdant glow, forming a green energy blade. The emblem of the Green Lantern glimmered brightly upon his chest. Ah, good evening, everyone. Li Changfeng observed the additional line of individuals without retracting his emerald-hued transformation. He simply adjusted his hair before approaching Nick Fury's side. Wolverine, Colossus, Beast, Angel, Storm, what brings you mutants out at this hour to witness the Bureau's operations? Professor X, no longer maintaining his usual calm demeanor, was perplexed by the identity of the green-clad figure before him, entirely unaware of the powers he possessed. Consequently, he activated his telepathic abilities once more, attempting to probe into Li Changfeng's mind. However, this time, he miscalculated. Under the combined influence of the God of Wine Factor and the Green Lantern Ring, Professor X's telepathic force collided with an invisible steel wall. Failing to find even the slightest crack, Li Changfeng, fully aware of Professor X's intentions and his impending failure, remarked, "Very well, dear Professor X. You may now continue to articulate your purpose." Chapter 15. Assignment. Upon graduation, the Hydra has set its sights on mutants in the X gene that confers their abilities, leading to the abduction of numerous solitary mutants for in vivo experimentation. We have undertaken multiple rescue missions, yet we often find ourselves retrieving only the remains of our comrades. Furthermore, our numbers capable of combat are alarmingly insufficient. Thus, we find ourselves compelled to collaborate with the Bureau of Interagency Coordination at this critical juncture. Upon hearing Professor X's reasoning, Nick Fury immediately retorted, "Hydra has long been our adversary at the American Bureau. I doubt they possess the capacity for widespread hunts targeting mutants like yourselves." Director Fury, Professor X replied, shaking his head, "Your understanding of our kind has consistently lacked nuance, both before and after the erasure of memories. Among mutants, formidable warriors are exceedingly rare. The X-Men standing behind me are nothing short of exceptional, while the vast majority possess abilities that are feeble and can even disrupt normal life." Li Changfeng interjected to elucidate. "I once believed that integrating into human society and living in seclusion was the optimal path for mutants, yet Hydra's existence has shattered that illusion." With a self-deprecating shake of his head, Professor X lamented, "Those who remain sequestered in the shadows will inevitably be devoured by invaders." After listening, Nick Fury refrained from immediate response and instead turned to Li Changfeng, quietly inquiring, "How credible are his words?" There was no doubt regarding the man's character. A telepath of unparalleled strength, should he desire, he could easily brainwash all of America. However, he refrained from doing so, only erasing memories when it became necessary to protect his kind from threat. Can we truly trust him after such mind manipulation? Fury questioned. "You complain about your weight yet seem out of breath. Reflect on the morally dubious actions taken by your bureau in the past. Erasing memories related to mutants was a mere act of leniency. Otherwise, you could have been reduced to a state of utter idiocy, drooling and calling for your mother while losing control of your bodily functions." A shiver ran through Nick Fury as he envisioned such a hellish scenario. Even as the king of agents, who had never extended sufficient trust to others, he found himself convinced. If the roles were reversed, placing Li Changfeng in Professor X's position, he would undoubtedly become the very caricature just described. "So, what are your thoughts?" he asked. Nick Fury, you can't possibly be losing your wits," Li Changfeng remarked, regarding Fury with the expression of one observing a patient with dementia. "Have you forgotten that our bureau is also severely understaffed? From what I gather, the brothers and sisters at the American Bureau have not had a day off in 4 months, and they are required to work overtime daily. Even personnel from the Department of Internal Affairs have been temporarily dispatched to various departments to assist. Are you implying that instead of absorbing this ready-made team of superpowered individuals into the Bureau, we should wait for them to be brainwashed and divided by Hydra before we act? Nick Fury lightly tapped his dark forehead. In a state of blood loss and injury, his mind indeed felt somewhat sluggish. It was true, the Joint Task Force dispatched agents to address various supernatural occurrences, while the X-Men tackled the threats posed by HYDRA. A cooperative endeavor to mutually resolve each other's dilemmas. Why not? A win-win situation. Upon reaching a consensus, Li Chunfeng stood tall, simultaneously dispelling the transformation into his Green Lantern form. He was quite unaccustomed to the snugness of such a suit. It was rather bothersome. Since discussions of collaboration were on the horizon, it would be prudent to find a more suitable venue. He had no desire to negotiate amidst a horde of zombies. Under the guidance of the X-Men, Li Chunfeng, Ada Wong, and Harley Quinn arrived at the entrance of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. As for Nick Fury, after fully entrusting the negotiations to Li Chunfeng, he retreated to the Airbus's automated medical bay for some much-needed rest. Age had rendered his body frail. Along the way, a few young mutants scurried past them, which Li Chunfeng found rather unremarkable, though Ada Wong and Harley Quinn were filled with curiosity. Especially Harley Quinn. Were it not for Ada Wong's firm grip, she might have dashed over to play soccer with the group of young mutants. After a brief stroll within the school, they ultimately reached the headmaster's office, which also served as the original site of Xavier's estate. To call it an office would be an understatement. It was an entire old manor. The inception of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters began from this very location. However, they did not enter the manor directly, but instead approached an adjacent open space. Beast walked over to the second flower bed on the right and pressed several buttons, causing a passageway to open up, leading underground. Upon entering, they were greeted by an entirely different scene, filled with high-tech facilities. Several other X-Men remained stationed there: Emma Frost, Cyclops, Jean Grey, and Mystique. Professor, what is the situation with these three individuals? Cyclops inquired, stepping forward to speak quietly with Professor X. Can we truly bring them here? If all goes as planned, we shall become colleagues, rendering discretion unnecessary. Professor X's words resonated well with Li Chunfeng. One could only say that Emma Frost was indeed quite astute. Upon hearing this, Cyclops lifted his gaze, shielded by his visor, and guided everyone to a conference table. Please, take a seat, agents, he invited as Professor X gestured for the trio to sit down, marking the official commencement of the negotiations. Professor, I have understood all your requests. Li Chunfeng began. To speak candidly, our interests and needs align remarkably well. We require personnel to address the rapidly increasing supernatural incidents in recent years, safeguarding civilians from engaging with matters they should not touch until adequately prepared. Meanwhile, you seek to neutralize the threat posed by the long-standing adversary, Hydra. For the Joint Task Force, Hydra is also one of our primary targets. Thus, I believe the integration of the X-Men into the Bureau of Investigation represents a mutually beneficial scenario, especially considering that many senior agents have retired in the last decade, resulting in a notable shortage of personnel. The inclusion of the X-Men could aptly fill some of these vacancies left by the senior agents. Li Chunfeng's intention is quite straightforward. By joining the Bureau, they would become one family, potentially elevating members of the X-Men to high-ranking positions within the American headquarters, with Bayadin likely becoming one of the decision-makers. I wholeheartedly concur with this notion. Bayadin nodded, then shifted the conversation to another matter. However, what I prioritize more are the children in the school. They possess great potential and youth, making them prime targets for Hydra. This is quite simple. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chunfeng offered a solution. Since the X-Men and the Bureau are merging, why not also merge Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters with the Bureau's Academy? Graduates would be guaranteed placements, enjoy high salaries, and hold positions as civil servants, thus benefiting from state provisions. Chapter 16. Hydra? Why are you always the one? Li Chunfeng's proposition held no grounds for rejection from the X-Men. To be precise, this condition was even more significant for them. Mutants had always existed in society under a guise of secrecy. Why? Although mutants are essentially humans with unique genetics, the accompanying supernatural abilities evoke a myriad of concerns. This transcends mere differences in skin color. Ordinary individuals genuinely fear that such powers might threaten their very existence. However, even with the official endorsement from the Bureau, mutants would still refrain from ostentatiously revealing their identities in front of civilians. Unlike before, when they acted out of sheer fear, they now merely sought to avoid trouble. Furthermore, the allocation mentioned by Li Changfeng resonated deeply with the sentiments of the mutants. Observing Professor X's warm smile, Li Changfeng suddenly realized. Initially, he thought to gain an advantage and recruit some of the mutant forces, only to discover that they had willingly embraced the opportunity. Thinking they could draw recruits from him? Not at all. Such a meager number was insufficient. I might as well relocate my entire family. From this day forth, I shall make the Bureau my permanent residence. Li Changfeng scratched his head. One could only say that the official status of the Bureau was irresistibly alluring. The Bureau represented not merely the nation, but the entirety of the global federation. Given this, I eagerly await the arrival of all of you at the Bureau's headquarters in Washington, D.C. Upon the return of Li Changfeng and his companions to the Airbus, Nick Fury had already emerged from the medical bay. His ribs had just been repaired, allowing him to move independently, though he was still restricted from making extensive movements. What is the situation? From this point forward, there would no longer be the X-Men or Xavier's school. Only the Bureau and the Bureau Academy would remain. Was Professor Xavier truly this resolute, directly integrating the mutants into the Bureau? Considering the mutants' predicament, joining the Bureau presented them with nothing but benefits. And what they yearned for was utterly commonplace for the Bureau. Li Changfeng and Nick Fury sat in the Airbus's operations conference room, meticulously reporting the details of the negotiations. By the way, regarding Hydra, Nick Fury summoned a report on the large screen, revealing the findings from the recent investigation conducted by headquarters. Hydra had seemingly absorbed the Umbrella Corporation, which had been quite active a few years ago, and its founder, Oswald Spencer, had ascended to a high-ranking position within Hydra. He was the one who dispatched Weskier to Westchester County to investigate matters concerning the mutant population. Mission Biohazard Madman has been completed. Associated individuals, Nick Fury, Weskier, Oswald Spencer. Rewards are being randomly drawn. Acquired Nick Fury's experience. Acquired Weskier's enhanced speed. Acquired knowledge of bioweapons from Oswald Spencer, TSK. Li Changfeng couldn't help but click his tongue. The rewards this time could not be said to be entirely useless. Yet one could only argue they were marginally beneficial at best. Nick Fury's experiences seem somewhat trivial, especially considering he is one of the most outstanding agents of the Joint Investigation Bureau. Weskier's enhanced speed is quite impressive, yet it pales in comparison to those with truly formidable abilities. What he finds most intolerable is the last point. How valuable can knowledge of the bioweapon virus be in this world? Even the mightiest B.O.W. must succumb to conventional firearms. Initially, it was expected that a cadre of X-Men would be involved in this mission, yet astonishingly, they were not included. Upon reflection, however, this makes sense. During the first mission, Ada Wong was one of the team members, thus naturally included. Moreover, the Bat played a significant role in the mission, warranting inclusion as well. However, by the time the X-Men made their appearance, Weskier had already been eliminated, leaving no substantial connection to the mission. One can only lament. This bioweapon assault may merely be the beginning. Hydra is unlikely to limit itself to such a singular exploratory operation. Indeed, I have already contacted the Joint Investigation Bureaus of various nations, urging them to thoroughly investigate any possible Hydra presence within their borders. We should receive consolidated information in a few days. Special attention must be given to smaller nations like Latvia, as Hydra's immense financial resources could easily allow them to manipulate such countries from the shadows. I consider this as well, but we cannot interfere in their domestic affairs. It must be handled by the World Federation. Nick Fury's demeanor was notably grave. Li Changfeng, having reviewed the intelligence, realized that this world's Hydra is far more formidable than its original counterpart, as it must contend not with a singular S-H-I-E-L-D, but with the unified World Federation. Yet, Hydra possesses a duality of desire and trepidation towards mutant powers. Our successful collaboration with the X-Men provides us with a significant advantage to thoroughly dismantle Hydra. In the days following their return to the Joint Investigation Bureau headquarters, Li Changfeng meticulously reported on the entire mutant population and the specific combat capabilities of the X-Men. Consequently, Nick Fury found himself enjoying 6 meals a day, his spirits buoyed by the favorable news. What? Afraid of potential malevolence towards ordinary citizens or the Bureau? According to Li Changfeng's accounts, there are nearly a dozen powerful telepaths among them. If they truly intended to engage in nefarious deeds, they would have done so long ago. Their brainwashing abilities are 1,000 times more terrifying than Hydra's. Moreover, their principles of coexistence clearly reflect a desire for a peaceful existence. The formation of the X-Men primarily serves the purpose of self-preservation. However, Nick Fury is known to be a man who would deceive even himself. In essence, he is both shrewd and suspicious. It is only due to Li Changfeng's high praise for Xavier, the leader of the mutants, that Nick Fury has been so amicable from the outset. Li Changfeng is currently his most significant asset. Although the specifics of Li Changfeng's strength remain unclear, Nick Fury has sensed that he has changed since their first meeting. The self-healing ability displayed during his battle with Weskier provides a glimpse into this transformation. Yet, within Nick Fury's heart, there lingered an inexplicable sensation, a profound sense of trust towards the individual from the Republic before him. Ah, your gaze is rather unsettling. I must confess, I am fond of women, particularly those with long legs and slender waists, the type of alluring older sister. Bah, defaming a leader. I stand for the government and the people. I shall execute you. With what weapon will you execute me? You are aware of my self-healing abilities. A common firearm would merely serve to tickle me. Regardless of your self-healing, I would still shoot you twice for my own satisfaction. Li Changfeng had always regarded Nick Fury in such a manner, never truly considering him a superior. Likewise, Nick Fury had never genuinely viewed Li Changfeng as a subordinate. After all, which subordinate would dare to provoke their leader so freely? Perhaps this was their peculiar method of establishing trust. At that moment, a civilian staff member entered Nick Fury's office. Report. Director Fury, Agent Li Changfeng. The personnel from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters on the visitor list have proceeded to the conference room as per your instructions. Chapter 17. The white duck egg and the black braised egg having understood, we shall proceed at once. Yes, Director. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng promptly rose to his feet and followed Nick Fury to the official conference room located on the 20th floor. As soon as the door swung open, the first sight that greeted them was the gleaming bald head of Professor X. Indeed, the moniker White Duck Egg is hardly unwarranted. Distinguished guests from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Nicholas Joseph Fury, the current director of the World Federal Bureau of Investigation. Charles Francis Xavier, though you may call me Professor X. The juxtaposition of the white duck egg and the black braised egg made for an exceedingly comical encounter. Particularly amusing was the pretense of their handshake negotiations, despite their prior acquaintance, which added yet another layer of humor to the scene, reminiscent of a charming duo. Thus, Li Changfeng found himself stifling laughter from the very beginning. As fate would have it, there was another individual behind Professor X, who was also attempting to suppress his mirth. Though he was ultimately unsuccessful. Haha, this is utterly hilarious. Nick Fury sitting face to face with Charles. This is a moment I shall cherish for a lifetime. Oh. It is indeed you again, Wolverine. I suspected I had seen a familiar face when we met in Westchester County a few days ago. Oh, you must have seen a photograph of the Howling Commandos. You may call me Logan. I had the privilege of working alongside Peggy Carter for a time. She is undoubtedly one of the most formidable women I have ever encountered. Peggy Carter, the inaugural director of the World Federal Bureau of Investigation. Logan's smile faded as he responded with a fa-ade of humility, though it is worth noting that he is, in fact, nearly 2 centuries old. His life story, if laid out in a table, could easily astonish anyone. As a man whose existence spans nearly the entirety of modern Western history, he has dabbled in every significant event. Born into affluence, he has lived among wolves in Canada, fought in both world wars, collaborated with Captain America, Bucky, and Peggy Carter, and remarkably survived the ruins of Hiroshima. In comparison to his involvement in espionage during the Cold War, those earlier exploits seem almost child's play. He is indeed a genuine powerhouse and, moreover, a legitimate elder statesman to Nick Fury. Thus, Fury could not help but feel a sense of camaraderie with a fellow hero. However, Li Chunfeng, ever the provocateur, was still present, adept at disrupting the atmosphere. What is this? Are you two long-lost relatives? Should I call the hotel and arrange a banquet? He quipped, eyeing them with a scrutinizing glance. Li Chunfeng's interjection abruptly shifted the tone, prompting both parties to move past trivialities and delve directly into the matters at hand. Ultimately, the terms discussed between Li Chunfeng and Professor X remained largely unchanged, but they were thoroughly deliberated in detail. Overall, the collaboration between the Bureau Director and the mutant community can be deemed exceptionally successful. The Bureau secured reliable and formidable high-power members, while the mutants gained access to an abundance of societal resources, for the Bureau can accomplish a great deal on their behalf. For instance, the prominent groups and families concealed within the political landscape of America possess an extensive network of intelligence that the Federal Bureau of Investigation can unearth, thereby persuading them to engage in dignified compromises. Should they refuse to act with decorum, the FBI would ensure they maintain a semblance of respectability. It is essential to recognize that mutants represent an entire populace. Without wielding some degree of power, the capitalists and politicians in America, who control societal discourse and economic lifelines, would remain obstinate. Li Chunfeng even posits that, having paved the way for mutants, a similar approach could be employed to incorporate the Inhumans once they emerge in significant numbers. However, there are distinctions between Inhumans and mutants. The latter have long established a legitimate leadership structure and developed a comprehensive social framework. In contrast, while the Inhumans have the presence of the royal family of Adelan, they have already migrated to the dark side of the moon, the Inhumans residing on Earth, although part of a secluded community, lack the capacity to lead their kind effectively. Thus, the Inhumans find themselves in a nascent state akin to that of the mutants in their early days. Professor X, I have a proposal I hope you will consider. After the discussions surrounding the black and white eggs had concluded, Li Chunfeng spoke up. Nick Fury, wary of the potential mischief this gentleman might be concocting, could not interrupt in such a setting and merely blinked vigorously at Li Chunfeng. Regrettably, his single eye was nearly exhausted from blinking, yet Li Chunfeng seemed oblivious. Agent Li, please proceed, Professor Xavier encouraged. The Xavier Institute is exceptionally well managed. Despite the presence of numerous rebellious adolescent mutants, there have been no significant disturbances. To be honest, I'm uncertain. Are you genuinely praising us? Professor X chuckled, admitting, truthfully, even someone as astute as I finds those mischievous adolescents to be a daily challenge. The trials of teenage troublemakers are universal. Indeed, that is commendation. Li Chunfeng believed his sincerity was unmistakable. Now that we have confirmed our collaboration with the FBI, I hope Professor X will consider taking on the role of Dean at the FBI Academy. At this, Nick Fury nearly applauded in approval. The previous Dean of the FBI Academy had been a seasoned Hydra operative. A few years prior, the FBI Academy could have easily been renamed Hydra Academy. Following the resolution of the Hydra infiltration crisis, the FBI Academy faced a severe personnel shortage, with nearly all senior agents returning to headquarters. Currently, only Agent Weaver, who oversees the Academy's daily operations, and a handful of students who have been verified as unassociated with Hydra remain, amounting to merely around 100 individuals. The Dean of the FBI Academy? However, I am not proficient in the skills of agents. This has been thoroughly considered. However, rather than a teacher capable of imparting various skills, the FBI Academy currently requires a dean of unimpeachable integrity who can command respect. As for the faculty, I believe Logan is more than qualified. Furthermore, with the integration of the Xavier Institute into the FBI Academy, having a single individual as head will foster a greater sense of belonging among them. Professor X pondered for a moment. It must be said that he had begun to endorse this proposal. The ultimate aim of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters is to empower these young mutants with the ability to shape their own destinies. While a minority may choose to join the X-Men, a greater number aspire to reintegrate into society. Gaining entry into the Bureau of Mutant Affairs could also present a promising path for other mutants. Given the depth of collaboration within the Bureau, mutants would undoubtedly be free from exclusion or discrimination. Charles, I perceive no issues with this. After a period of silence, Wolverine, Logan, spoke up. Thus, despite his reputation for drinking, brawling, and bullying the younger ones, akin to a rough-and-tumble individual, within the ranks of the X-Men, his words carry considerable weight. Arguably second only to Professor X's. Seeing the usually idle second-in-command as reliable, Professor X ultimately nodded in agreement. In light of this, I shall accept this position. Chapter 18. The Enrollment Ceremony and the Troubled Girl. How foolish I am, truly. Li Chunfeng lifted his head, revealing a pair of somewhat dull and lifeless eyes, and continued. I always knew there were unruly children in Xavier's Academy, but I had no inkling that the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy harbored them as well. I must have been out of my mind 2 days ago to agree to teach at the new Joint Investigation Bureau Academy. Clearly, he had only conducted one class at the beginning of the term and had never returned since. Ada Wong calmly took a sip of her coffee. Of course, because I resigned. Li Chunfeng sprang up from the floor like a carp leaping from the water, exclaiming, if I continue to associate with those little rascals, I fear I might lose my temper and strike them. You have already done so, Ada Wong remarked. Recalling the chaotic enrollment day at the new Joint Investigation Bureau Academy just 2 days prior. On that day, the upper echelons of the Joint Investigation Bureau gathered together. During the enrollment ceremony at the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy, the newly appointed dean, Professor Charles Francis Xavier, delivered an opening address. Good morning, esteemed leaders, teachers, and students. As the spring rain nourishes the earth and summer blossoms adorn the landscape, we gather in this beautiful autumn to celebrate the merger of the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy with Xavier's Academy and the commencement of the new Joint Investigation Bureau Academy. We are on the cusp of a brand new beginning, a fresh future. Firstly, allow me, Charles Francis Xavier, in my capacity as Dean of the new Joint Investigation Bureau Academy, to extend my heartfelt greetings and utmost respect to the dedicated agents and educators laboring on the front lines. Sitting on either side of him, Nick Fury and Li Chunfeng exchanged glances, their teeth grinding in irritation as they felt their brains beginning to boil. Truly, the seasoned principal was worthy of his title, for the length of his speech could rival that of a high school principal in the Republic. The most astonishing aspect was that, after all that time, he had conveyed not one useful piece of information. Next came an array of matters to address. Following the address, he added a single point, which was then subdivided into 20 subpoints. Each subpoint was elaborated upon with 3 to 5 aspects. Ultimately, just before concluding, he reiterated several key points. It was evident that not only Li Chunfeng and Nick Fury, but even Mystique and Wolverine had donned headphones and begun to drift into a reverie. Simultaneously, they came to a realization. These senior agents, adept in intelligence gathering, investigating supernatural cases, and even infiltrating enemy territories, were utterly out of their depth when it came to teaching. Just look at the education professionals. Their expertise was evident. Each word they uttered seemed meticulously crafted, as if they were determined to ensure that no nuance of understanding was left unaddressed. The only potential shortcoming was their propensity for verbosity. Li Chunfeng began to feel nostalgic for his high school days. At long last, Professor X's speech reached its conclusion, prompted by Li Chunfeng's persistent gestures. However, the next sentence plunged the students in the lecture hall into despair. Next, let us welcome Agent Li Chunfeng, the captain of the Stellar Squad and the liaison officer for the new Joint Investigation Bureau Academy, to address us. Everyone, please give a warm welcome. What on earth is happening here? Li Chunfeng was utterly taken aback. He recalled that there was no such step in the procedure. Internally cursing Professor X for getting too carried away, he misinterpreted his gesture as an invitation for Li to share a few words as well. Caught off guard, Li had no choice but to grasp the microphone, enduring the sparse applause and a chorus of sighs from the audience. Finally managing to utter a single phrase, "The enrollment ceremony has concluded. You are dismissed." The students paused for a full second, then erupted in cheers as they fled from this daunting confinement. These unfortunate youths had truly suffered under Professor X's rigorous methods. A few mutant students even resorted to their extraordinary abilities to escape this contentious space. Nonetheless, such details are trivial. Overall, the commencement was remarkably successful. with the addition of over 100 young mutants injecting vibrant energy into the somewhat stagnant training system of the Joint Investigation Bureau. Perhaps it could be said that the energy was a bit too vibrant. However, the source of impending issues did not stem from the young mutants themselves, but rather from the fresh recruits that Nick Fury had scoured from various sectors of society. Peter Parker, Daniel Rand, Ava Ayala, Luke Cage, Sam Alexander, Tyrone Johnson, Tandy Bowen, and Doreen Green. Does the mere mention of these names leave you momentarily stunned? Perhaps a different phrasing would clarify matters. Spider-Man, Iron Fist, White Tiger, Power Man, Nova, Cloak, Dagger, and Squirrel Girl. This assembly represents some of the most familiar figures to Lee Chung-fong. This implies that the new Joint Investigation Bureau Academy is teeming with potential superheroes, including a plethora of future frontline champions. A glimpse into their ranks reveals a broader reality. This world harbors numerous heroes in the nascent stages of their journeys, awaiting discovery. The aforementioned students are all bona fide high schoolers, resembling the characters from the animated series Ultimate Spider-Man, yet fitting seamlessly into this integrated universe. After all, from a public perspective, the concept of superheroes has only recently emerged. Harley Quinn, clad in her tattered femme fatale attire, donned a white lab coat over her ensemble. Though still eccentric, it did not detract from her status as the finest psychologist at the American Bureau. It is well known that adolescents, particularly those endowed with special abilities, require psychological counseling. While it may not always be necessary, it is imperative to have it available. As she perused the roster of students, her finger suddenly pointed to a name. Wait a moment, is this girl named Jessica Jones absent from the attendance list? Lee Chung-fong was taken aback, checking the roll call and discovering that everyone had signed in, except for her. He was also quite familiar with the name Jessica Jones, who stands as a representative figure of Marvel's street-level heroes and troubled youths. Having said that, he activated his personal terminal and initiated a video call with Ingrid. Captain, what are your instructions? Jessica Jones, a freshman at the Federal Bureau of Investigation Academy. I require all her information, including real-time location, to be shared with my terminal within 5 minutes. Consider it done. Ingrid nodded and then ended the call. It's merely a student skipping class. Could we not send 2 internal agents to check on it? Are you mad, or am I the one losing my sanity? Ah, right, you are indeed unhinged. Hey, why the insults? No, can any student being recruited by Nick Fury into the new FBI Academy truly be a decent individual? I seriously doubt that sending 2 agents would end well for them. So, it seems I must undertake the task myself. It appears I am fated to be the one to toil. Chapter 19, Lee Chung-fong, a misunderstanding. It truly is a misunderstanding. A bottle of Tennessee whiskey. And 2 packs of menthol Marlboro, please. Jessica Jones slapped the cash down on the convenience store counter, her impatience palpable. However, the clerk did not hastily fetch her items due to her generous payment. Instead, he extended his hand, requesting something. Excuse me, ma'am, could you please show me your identification? His request was entirely reasonable, as purchasing tobacco and alcohol necessitates proof of age. Although Jessica was 18, being a high school student, she fell short of the 21-year threshold that America mandates for adulthood. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for she had half a dozen fake IDs stowed away in her pocket. She placed her identification on the counter and made her way to the liquor shelf. Ugh, why is it all Irish? Oh, there it is. I found you at last. Jessica located her favorite, Tennessee whiskey, nestled among a plethora of Irish spirits. She twisted off the cap and tilted her head back, taking a generous swig. Ah, delightful. After all, she had already paid, and it was permissible to indulge before the counter. However, just at that moment, an unexpected disturbance arose in the convenience store. Hey, buddy, hand over all the cash if you know what's good for you. I wouldn't want to send you to the hospital or the morgue. A burly white man stood at the counter, a sharp folding knife pressed against the clerk's throat. Jessica, standing before the shelves, merely cast a dispassionate glance, her body pausing momentarily before she took another sip of her drink. She was acutely aware that, with her abilities, she could effortlessly reduce this scoundrel to a bloody pulp that even his mother wouldn't recognize. Yet, she had no desire to intervene. She was self-centered. having never grasped the concept of assistance that people often spoke of, especially that insufferable Peter Parker from school, whose incessant moralizing she found utterly loathsome. Meanwhile, the clerk, oblivious to the fact that the woman enjoying her drink could easily lift and toss a car, trembled as he retrieved all the cash from the register, desperately attempting to signal Jessica with his eyes to make her escape. "Damn it, what are you staring at?" The highly agitated robber sensed the clerk's fearful gaze and turned to see Jessica holding her bottle of whiskey. Realizing there was indeed a woman present in the store filled him with dread and guilt, which swiftly morphed into a violent impulse. Moreover, Jessica, with her striking features and captivating beauty, appeared particularly alluring under the dim lighting, causing the robber to lick his lips unconsciously. The lewd and contemptuous look in his eyes made Jessica frown. A surge of aggression welled up within her. Yet, this thought barely skimmed her mind. Before she could even contemplate dismantling this scoundrel piece by piece, the door of the convenience store chimed once more, announcing the arrival of another customer. The individuals present were momentarily taken aback, when suddenly, the assailant, who had maliciously plotted to rob both wealth and virtue, was swiftly incapacitated by a single, straightforward punch, rendering him unconscious. A man clad in the standard attire of the Republic's Bureau of Investigation shook his hand and then lifted his gaze towards the stunned Jessica Jones. "You skipped the opening ceremony? How rebellious of you, Jessica Jones. How do you know my name? Wait, who are you? I'm here to catch you skipping class, dear lady. Why are you the one asking questions? I have inquiries of my own, Jessica Jones. Have you considered what your current identity entails? None of your business. None of my business." Li Chifeng nearly choked on his words. Engaging in conversation with such a headstrong girl was utterly futile. The moment she spoke, he felt as though he might lose his composure entirely. "Let me reiterate. It's the first day of school, skipping class, at the Bureau of Investigation Academy. Your audacity is remarkable. Do you think this is high school? You are from the Bureau of Investigation? Is that not obvious? I am not only a member of the Bureau, but also your teacher. Otherwise, why would I concern myself with your truancy? For heaven's sake, come with me." Li Changfeng felt an overwhelming weariness in his heart. The notion of being a mentor seemed far more arduous than he had ever imagined. "To the teachers of my past life, I sincerely apologize. You were truly remarkable. Maintaining composure in the face of someone as reckless as I. The Bureau of Investigation Academy? That hero plaything initiative? I'm afraid I have no interest in such matters." Without a moment's hesitation, Jessica Jones brushed past Li Changfeng, snatching 2 packs of Marlboro cigarettes from the counter, and nonchalantly kicked the unconscious robber on the ground, eliciting a muffled groan from him even in his stupor. She then prepared to exit the convenience store. "My goodness, as an underage high school student, you seem quite adept at smoking and drinking. Have you had your hair permed?" Li Changfeng teased, extending his hand to intercept the 2 packs of cigarettes. However, Jessica Jones's audacious demeanor left him utterly astonished. She boldly tucked the 2 packs inside her athletic tank top. While this might be considered her prerogative, Jessica Jones erred in her provocative posture. And then, in the split second before making a mistake, Li Chifeng instinctively raised his hand to evade. Yet, it transformed into an upward jab. "Listen, Jessica Jones, believe me, this is a misunderstanding. It's truly a misunderstanding. Die." The force of that punch was not particularly damaging to Jessica Jones, yet it bore a strong sense of insult. At that moment, she resembled a small wild cat whose precious tail had been inadvertently stepped on by a passerby. Although she attempted to appear fierce, there was an inexplicable charm about her. Admittedly, it was merely a visual allure, as she was indeed quite attractive. However, if Li Chifeng recalled correctly, this seemingly ferocious little cat could theoretically lift over 25 tons. And that was by no means the limit. Regrettably, a full set of cat punches could dismantle in 3 Malawian Quatch's armor. Li Chifeng had no choice but to swiftly dodge, refraining from retaliating, for he knew he was in the wrong. What began as an attempt to catch a student skipping class had escalated into him inadvertently delivering a powerful blow to Jessica Jones. Although Jessica possessed formidable strength, her speed and agility paled in comparison to Li Chifeng's. However, their exaggerated skirmish did not endure for long. A glance at the astonished clerk made Li Chifeng realize that he could not continue this farce in front of an ordinary person. Thus, He executed a swift kick against Jessica's crossed arms. As she busied herself regaining her balance, Li Chunfeng swiftly retrieved a specially designed stun gun from the Joint Investigation Bureau. Given Jessica's exceptional physical resilience and her degree of self-healing, he unhesitatingly cranked the power to its maximum, discharging a shot that would drain the weapon's energy completely. The kick sent Jessica staggering back, and when she lifted her gaze once more, she found Li Chunfeng had already pulled the trigger. In the next instant, the world fell silent. "You, scoundrel, teacher." Jessica managed to curse Li Chunfeng as she struggled, before succumbing to unconsciousness. This left Li Chunfeng utterly astonished. Was that all it took to knock her out? That was absurd. Logically, a shot at full power could incapacitate a fully grown African elephant in an instant. After holstering the stun gun, Li Chunfeng hoisted the now unconscious Jessica Jones onto his shoulder and, meeting the clerk's unwavering gaze, walked out of the convenience store. He then leaned back in, offering a parting admonition. "Dear clerk, please remember that all damage within the store was caused by that robber. Personnel from the Joint Investigation Bureau will arrive shortly to assess the damages for compensation. Furthermore, you have seen nothing." Chapter 20. The Chatterbox Peter Parker. "You despicable teacher. You rogue. If you have the guts, why not confront me head-on? What skill is it to ambush with a stun gun?" Jessica Jones, seated on the sofa in the administrative office of the New Alliance Bureau, unleashed a barrage of verbal attacks upon Li Chunfeng. Li Chunfeng was left utterly flustered. Thankfully, this fiery lass was merely relentless in her words and did not escalate to physical confrontation. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to resort to the power of the Green Lantern ring to subdue her. Meanwhile, Logan, the teacher of combat courses and the head of the department, sat back with a grin, nonchalantly observing his colleague endure the verbal onslaught from a student. "Ha ha ha. Just laughing away. Aren't you supposed to be the hardcore mutant? Your current amiability is utterly nauseating. Come now, we are colleagues. Don't mind the trivialities of persona." He continued, for Logan was indeed over 2 centuries old and had never lost his memory in this universe. As he aged, he occasionally displayed a modicum of affability in his daily life. "Come on, tell the director where you found this fiery little wildcat." "At a convenience store in Midtown." Jessica retorted, "Don't underestimate me. At merely 18, I am already a master of the art of the stun and grab. I have a bright future ahead. I too can stun and grab. Old wolf, I appreciate your faith in me." Logan nodded approvingly and gave Jessica a thumbs up. Li Chunfeng felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. From the earnestness in Logan's eyes, it was clear that he genuinely believed in the potential of this rather unconventional skill. Subsequently, Logan received a sweet yet defiant response from Jessica, a pair of elegantly extended middle fingers. Li Chunfeng shook his head and leaned in closer to Logan, speaking in hushed tones. "When I was a student, I never realized how unbearable such creatures could be. How did my teachers endure me? Oh, she's merely throwing a couple of harmless jabs at you. To me, that already qualifies her as an exemplary student." Logan chuckled as he retrieved a cigar, lighting it and taking a couple of deep puffs while exhaling smoke rings. "I recall when I first joined Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. I certainly had my fair share of tussles with those unruly kids. You wouldn't believe it. I even had students sneaking into my room at night plotting to take me out. I must say, those were truly delightful and amusing memories." "Are you certain your definition of delightful and amusing is somewhat skewed, Logan?" Li Chunfeng rolled his eyes, disdain evident in his tone. "You've managed to provoke your students to the point of plotting your assassination, and you take pride in that, don't you?" "Isn't this merely sharing past experiences as an educator with a new colleague?" Logan shrugged. "They are always different from the average student, so we must use some straightforward principles to guide them." "What straightforward principles?" Li Chunfeng inquired. "That the teacher's fist is mightier, hence you must heed the teacher." "Bloody hell." Li Chunfeng began to retort, but was interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. "Come in." As soon as Li Chunfeng's voice fell, the office door swung open. "Director Logan, Teacher Li, I am Peter Parker, a freshman from the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy. We have come to inquire about Jessica Jones and to accompany her." Upon the office door opening, the first face that caught Li Chunfeng's attention was that of Peter Parker, whose expression exhibited a hint of nervousness. Simultaneously, a group of individuals followed him into the office, greeting the two. "Hello, Director." "Hello, Teacher." Among them were White Tiger, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, Nova, and Squirrel Girl. Familiar faces indeed. Do you all know Jessica Jones? Li Chifeng inquired with some surprise, noting their evident tension, suggesting a close relationship. Well, Teacher Li, we are good friends from the same high school. What is the name of your high school? Midtown High School. Li Chifeng could not help but smack his lips. One must admit, Midtown High School is truly a breeding ground for talent. Superheroes seem to appear in droves, don't they? I wouldn't call you good friends. At this moment, Jessica Jones sat up from the sofa. Although she uttered those words, her body betrayed her, having already moved among her companions. The proud truly have their environments transformed. All right, kiddos, take your friend and leave. Uncle Wolf, seeing this, stood up and promptly ushered the group of still-enrolled high school superheroes out of the academic office. Perhaps due to Uncle Wolf's somewhat intimidating appearance, despite his ever-present smile, none of the high schoolers dared to retort. However, in that brief moment, Li Chifeng keenly perceived one of Peter Parker's most prominent characteristics, aside from his commendable righteousness. He certainly talks a lot. Hey, Teacher Li, Agent Li Chifeng, I have heard of your exploits and know that you are an expert seconded from the Republic Bureau. Currently, Director Nick Fury holds you and the STAR team in the highest regard. Although I have yet to graduate from both high school and the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy, I will strive to join the STAR team in the future. They are so cool. But, is there an additional salary allowance for joining the STAR team? Oh, that's a pertinent question. Perhaps I should hold off on joining. I once infiltrated the Joint Investigation Bureau's action video storage room with Doreen Green, Squirrel Girl, and accessed footage of your operations. My goodness. The lunatic from Gotham was actually dealt with by you. Batman has been unable to handle him for years. And Tony Stark also made an appearance. His mech looked incredibly cool, though it seemed a tad flimsy. And what about this operation? What is that green ring? Do you have to recite a specific line to transform? And his words flowed rapidly, his thoughts bouncing from one topic to another. Most importantly, he had an astonishingly long breath. Finally, with a resounding bang, Uncle Wolf closed the door, allowing Li Chifeng to breathe a sigh of relief. Logan, I feel as though my brain is about to boil over. Has this fellow named Peter Parker never spoken a word in his life? Or does he believe that if he doesn't finish all his words today, he might just perish? This lad is notoriously loquacious. He may appear to be a somewhat reserved social introvert, yet in truth, he embodies the essence of a genuine social terror. Throughout the day, he has managed to rattle Raven to the point of destabilizing her transformation. The Raven to whom Wolverine refers is, of course, the shapeshifter Raven Darkholme. However, in this realm, she is not the same character portrayed in the X-Men films, where she is depicted as a mere foster sister and child bride to a certain White Duck. Rather, she is a mutant of an age comparable to or even surpassing that of Wolverine. After all, claiming to be over 2 centuries old is merely a self-proclamation. Is it not customary for women to downplay their age? Even this venerable matriarch is unable to withstand the incessant chatter, which speaks volumes about Peter Parker's remarkable gift of gab. One could say he is indeed a fitting companion for Deadpool. His penchant for prattling is truly unparalleled. Yet, Emma seems to take quite a liking to this young man. After all, he possesses a certain charm that is rather striking, perfectly situated within Emma's preferred range. Emma, the White Queen? Indeed, as an educator, one ought not to unleash their prowess upon their students, for heaven's sake. Chapter 21. The Raid. Latvia. Returning to the present. Li Chifeng, after enduring the trials posed by a rebellious and haughty child, an obedient yet chatty child, and a teacher with an affinity for youthful boys, found himself utterly exhausted and disillusioned. Despite Professor Bayadan's earnest attempts at persuasion, he resolutely resigned after delivering a thorough reprimand to this unruly cohort. Teaching, he concluded, was not a vocation suited for the faint of heart. Moreover, with Nick Fury preoccupied these past few days with matters concerning the new Joint Investigation Bureau Academy, Li Chifeng decided to grant himself a 2-day respite, opting instead to languish at home. Ada Wong, embodying the essence of a gentle and devoted spouse, accompanied him, though in truth, her presence was more of a torment than solace. With her fiery temperament and reluctance to engage intimately, she proved to be a source of distress for his mind and spirit. The only remedy he found was to brew some green tea to quell the flames of frustration. Most troubling was the presence of Harley Quinn, a psychiatric patient who had developed an unhealthy fixation on the Joker, who constantly clashed with Ada. It was only due to Harley's recent medical checkup that Li Chengfeng found himself alone with Ada. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was gradually becoming an unwitting participant in their peculiar dynamic. "Stop being ridiculous. You are our captain," Ada quipped. "Then why not don a pair of white stockings?" he retorted. "Captain, I trust you don't wish to be reported for workplace harassment against your subordinates, do you? Then perhaps leather pants would suffice? The weather has turned a bit chilly, after all. It's for your own good. Who wears a high-slit cheongsam every day?" I could consider it," Ada mused, stepping into the room to change. Before long, Ada emerged clad in a red shirt, black leather pants, and boots, transforming from the Ada of Resident Evil 4 into the Ada of Resident Evil 6. Li Chifeng felt his throat tighten, a wave of heat washing over him. He would need to drink more tea. At that moment, Ada's personal terminal buzzed. Upon answering, she was greeted by the familiar voice of Nick Fury, whom she hadn't spoken to in several days. "Ada, inform Li Chingfeng that he is to report to headquarters immediately. There is a matter of some seriousness regarding Hydra. We have new developments." "Yes, Director." With that, Ada set aside her playful banter with Li Chingfeng and extended her hands toward him. "Come, my esteemed captain. It appears our brief respite is coming to an end. Goodness, you Americans certainly have your share of troubles. In America, we have our own unique circumstances at play." After receiving Nick Fury's summons, the two did not head directly to headquarters, but instead made a detour to pick up Harley Quinn from her checkup. "Oh, my pudding. What a delightful surprise to see you here to fetch me home." Although Harley had adopted a more conventional makeup style, the hints of mischief in her eyes and the ever-present streaks of red and blue in her hair unmistakably marked her identity. "Nick Fury has called the STAR team to assemble for a meeting. If all goes as planned, we have a new mission on the horizon." "A new mission?" Harley Quinn exclaimed with exuberance, wrapping her arms around Li Chingfeng and playfully biting down, leaving a vivid crimson lip print on his neck. "How delightful. Are we battling zombies again? I didn't quite have my fill last time. Can't you indulge in some serious hobbies? Given that I am now an agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, I can no longer randomly drag a hapless soul into an alley for a few blows as I once did. However, if even my passion for combating zombies is curtailed, what purpose does my existence serve? All right, you can take charge. From now on, let all biochemical incidents be your responsibility within the STAR team," Li Chingfeng retorted, rolling his eyes as he disentangled Harley Quinn from his person. "What is it with the peculiar women I encounter?" With Harley Quinn in tow, the trio proceeded directly to the headquarters of the Joint Investigation Bureau. Upon entering the strategic analysis room, they found a group of individuals already waiting. Among them were Black Egg, White Egg, and a host of renowned mutants. Li Chifeng acknowledged the duo with a nod before joining Ada Wong and Harley Quinn beside Wolverine. The latter leaned in, peering curiously for a moment before nudging Li Chingfeng with his elbow. "Hey, Mr. Li, seems like you've been enjoying yourself lately. Logan, stop calling me Mr. One more time and my PTSD might resurface," Li Chingfeng exclaimed. "Let us not change the subject. You seem to have quite the fortune. I just noticed that aside from you, every member of the STAR team, even in logistics, is a striking femme fatale. Your tastes are rather consistent, aren't they? Look at you, acting so elderly. Do you even comprehend what profound camaraderie means? Do you understand the essence of a refined woman? All right. The vitality of a youthful spirit is undeniable. You speak with such bravado." Logan chuckled mischievously at Li Chingfeng, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, observing that Li Chifeng and the others had arrived, nodded at Ingrid. Upon receiving the command, Ingrid swiftly operated the terminal. Subsequently, all pertinent intelligence was projected onto the large screen in the strategic analysis room. As you can see, following our previous alert to other nations' joint investigation bureaus, several countries have discovered and dismantled numerous Hydra divisions within their borders. However, it comes as no surprise that Hydra primarily deploys intelligence personnel within the territories of major powers, refraining from direct actions. Therefore, extensive investigations were conducted in the smaller, tumultuous nations of the Third World. leading us to uncover a long-established Hydra research base in Eastern Europe's Latvia. What they were studying there was mutants. The gravity of Nick Fury's statement darkened the countenance of all mutants present, excluding White Egg. Even the ever-rebellious Wolverine's expression turned grave. Previously, mutants adhered to a strategy of seclusion to avert such occurrences. Yet, unexpectedly, Hydra had managed to capture numerous compatriots. This realization reinforced their conviction that aligning with the Joint Investigation Bureau was indeed the correct course of action. The official authority and intelligence capabilities were assets that their mutant community could never possess on their own. Then, the White Duck Egg took up the conversation and continued. Thus, our forthcoming mission is to launch an assault on this research facility. Given their focus on mutants, it is improbable that they operate in isolation. They must undoubtedly be connected to other factions of Hydra. This operation must be executed with utmost expediency, prioritizing the rescue of the mutants under examination and preventing Hydra from obliterating the subjects. According to intelligence, the mastermind behind this facility is Baron Strucker, and it is imperative that he be captured alive. This mission will primarily involve the X-Men alongside the Star Squad, and once the confrontation concludes, the Bureau will dispatch regular agents to manage the aftermath. By the end, even the typically refined voice of the White Duck Egg carried a hint of rasp. Is the objective clear to everyone? The meeting is adjourned. Let us proceed to Latvia. Ding. Mission assault on Latvia. Mission brief. Young agents. Hydra is conducting research on the mutant population at their facility in Latvia. Please ensure its complete annihilation. However, is Hydra the sole architect behind this endeavor? Chapter 22. The encounter with Magneto. The Quinjet surged through the clouds at remarkable speed, accompanied by the aircraft of the X-Men. This time, during the assault on Latveria, the X-Men dispatched a roster of familiar faces: Jean Grey, Emma Frost, Cyclops, Iceman, Mystique, Wolverine, Storm, and, surprisingly, Magneto. Indeed, the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Magneto, eternal rival and dear friend of the White Duck Egg, whose relationship with him was marked by a complex blend of camaraderie and conflict. The fact that Magneto had chosen to participate in this mission was utterly unexpected for Li Chifeng. However, he understood that the X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants, despite their differing stances and methods, ultimately shared a common goal: the welfare of their entire mutant kin. It was akin to the existence of both doves and hawks within a political party. They might fiercely oppose each other, yet when a third party intervenes, they would invariably unite against the external threat. Based on the intelligence available to him, Li Chifeng analyzed that the current Brotherhood of Mutants was not an extremist violent organization, and that the X-Men occasionally shared intelligence with them. Nonetheless, the idea of collaboration seemed utterly fantastical. On one hand, the X-Men were perceived as cowardly, while on the other, the Brotherhood was viewed as reckless and impulsive. Therefore, logically, even if Magneto were aware of this situation, his presence would be unlikely. However, that was merely Li Chifeng's analysis and conjecture. In reality, Magneto had indeed arrived, intercepting Li Chifeng's Quinjet mid-flight and joining the fray. Wolverine, perplexed by Magneto's intentions, opted to transition from the X-Men's aircraft to Li Chifeng's Quinjet, purely out of curiosity. Greetings, Magneto. Eric Lenscher. I am curious to know from whom you obtained the intelligence for this operation, Li Chifeng inquired. Agent Li Chifeng, there is no need for you to be overly apprehensive. I bear no ill will, Magneto replied, his demeanor surprisingly amiable for a figure associated with extreme violence, presenting a disconcertingly pleasant countenance that starkly contrasted with his usual aura. At that moment, it appeared as though he was consciously suppressing his fury. I am aware that you harbor no malicious intent. Otherwise, you could have simply attacked us from a distance using your powers, Li Chifeng acknowledged. However, regardless of your intentions, I must ascertain your purpose. The Bureau and the X-Men cannot align with someone whose motives remain unclear. Very well, all of this information was relayed to me by that fellow Xavier. As for the reason behind it, you will understand once you see this, he said, producing 2 documents from the Bureau. Li Chifeng scratched his head as he took the intelligence report. It turned out that after their departure, the Bureau had conducted an in-depth investigation into Latveria. uncovering new intelligence regarding a pair of siblings who had been subjected to experimentation at the Hydra facility. They had confirmed that these two siblings indeed possessed the X gene. Yet, it was not a natural manifestation, but rather an involuntary awakening of their powers induced by some unknown external force. This has resulted in the siblings' abilities remaining largely uncharted and exceedingly unstable, accompanied by numerous side effects. The elder sister, Wanda Maximoff, and her brother, Pietro Maximoff. After perusing the documents brought by the old man, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him. The origin stories of the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are plentiful. Initially, they were indeed the children of the old man. But the latest narrative has shifted to portray them as scions of a gypsy sorcerer lineage, misled into believing that Magneto was their true father. Could it be that in this world, Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch genuinely share blood ties with the old man? It is no wonder that she is so eager. It seems she has come to settle her past debts. Otherwise, how could this mutant rogue find the time to meddle in the X-Men's operations? On another note, it is evident that the White Duck Egg harbors true affection for this old comrade. My instincts whisper that you have not spoken kindly of him. Wolverine leaned in closer to Li Chengfeng's ear, chuckling amiably. What is understood does not need to be spoken. We remain good friends. Li Chengfeng rose and surveyed the entire Quinjet. The old man, striving to perfect a friendly smile that increasingly resembled that of a shark. Beside him, Wolverine, who had inadvertently contorted his own smile while watching the old man practice. Ada Wong, focused intently on piloting the aircraft, and Harley Quinn, humorously inquiring whether Ada's leather pants would bulge if she passed gas. Such an absurdly serene atmosphere. Does this resemble a multinational operation to eradicate the stronghold of an evil organization? The ambience could easily be mistaken for a spring outing. After an extended period of flight, the two aircraft finally entered the airspace of Latvia. As they crossed the border, both jets activated their cloaking mode, rendering themselves invisible to radar. The two teams were fully alert, knowing that while casualness was permissible during the journey, the individuals present were all qualified warriors. Well, perhaps with the exception of Harley Quinn. Nevertheless, everyone understood when it was time to adopt a serious demeanor. Ultimately, they came to a halt 2 kilometers from the Hydra research facility. The two groups disembarked from the jets, and the X-Men exchanged glances with the old man, both sides brimming with dissatisfaction. The X-Men were displeased with the old man's sudden interference in this operation, while he was frustrated by the fact that this group of inept individuals allowed mutants to be so bullied by Hydra. Moreover, it was his long-lost children who were being tormented. Observing this, Li Chengfeng cleared his throat a couple of times, then intervened to break the standoff as a pre-battle command. The Hydra stronghold was an ancient castle, guarded by approximately 1,000 troops, a formidable number, equipped with both light and heavy weaponry, as well as several tanks and armored vehicles. To put it bluntly, this level of armament was sufficient to destabilize this small nation. However, for us, the defensive forces at this level can be deemed rather feeble. Prey, a group of exceptionally powerful mutants as the main force. Bolstered by logistical support from the Bureau of Investigation, what can a mere 1,000-strong Hydra army retaliate with? Therefore, dear agents, bear in mind one crucial point. While annihilating the enemy, please refrain from causing excessive destruction to the terrain, for it is the land of the common folk. As for human lives, there is no need for any burden or pressure. Li Chengfeng gestured with both hands, remarking that they have gone to join the Nazis. It was only to be expected that such a day would arrive, for entities like the Nazis deserve to perish. This is how Li Chengfeng addressed the mutants of the X-Men. His words were indeed quite audacious, but they encapsulated the truth. Iceman and Cyclops exchanged glances, then chuckled and clapped hands in agreement. They appreciated Li Chengfeng's style and were already eager to take action. Observing this scene, Mystique, Emma Frost, Jean Grey, and Storm, a gathering of formidable women, sighed in unison. Alas, men, forever incapable of maturity. Chapter 23. Is your name Strack? Everyone move. Return to your posts immediately. Listen well. This is not a drill. We are under attack. I repeat, we are under attack. In the lower levels of the castle, which serves as the Hydra research facility, a pair of siblings are currently confined within an unknown transparent isolation chamber, their expressions filled with terror as they observed the chaos erupting among the Nazi Hydra operatives. Blast it! Who is attacking the research facility? We had clearly negotiated terms with that individual. We do not know, Baron Strack. All information regarding the enemy is unknown. Currently, only 4 individuals can be identified. Who are they? 3 of them are Level 7 Agent Li Chengfeng, Level 4 Agent Ada Wong, and Trainee Agent Harley Quinn from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The FBI has intervened? Strack's expression darkened instantly. What about the 4th individual? The 4th? The 4th is? Why are you stuttering at a time like this? Do not hesitate. Speak quickly. Yes, the 4th individual is Magneto, the leader of that violent organization, Magneto. Upon hearing this name, Strack's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, threatening to crash onto the floor. Magneto. The being capable of manipulating magnetic fields? Strack's complexion turned ashen as he gazed at the large screen typically used for displaying experimental data. It now showcased real-time battle conditions, an absolute massacre. His regiment of over 1,000 troops was being utterly decimated by this group, unable to mount any effective resistance. And it wasn't long before their defenses were shattered. How could they resemble the siblings who had just awakened their powers through experimentation? Could it be? Strack, in disbelief, turned to look at the twins embracing each other to ward off their fear. Was this power not bestowed by that Asgardian scepter? Rather, did it inherently exist within certain individuals? Was the scepter merely the key to forcibly unlocking these powers? Indeed, the scepter, this world had already experienced Loki's invasion of Earth. However, that event occurred 2 years prior to Li Chengfeng's arrival, and this time, Loki chose not New York, but the nearby metropolis. It was then that humanity first grasped the concept of what constituted a superhero, what defined a superhuman. The Chitauri army was unable to even emerge from the wormhole before being repelled, and Loki vanished shortly after the battle. Yet, Li Chengfeng and the FBI had misjudged the situation. Hydra, specifically the faction led by Strack, merely recognized that some individuals possessed special powers but lacked understanding of the existence of mutants. However, at this moment, Strack should have come to a realization. Strack, after all, was an exceptionally accomplished researcher, likely on par with Bruce Banner and Tony Stark in his field. Otherwise, he would not have possessed the intellect to comprehend Loki's scepter. To recognize that this object is indeed the soul gem, one of the Infinity Stones, is to understand its unparalleled significance. Everything was misguided. The true error lay within the research direction itself. Initially, it was believed that the scepter bestowed them with power, yet it was merely a key to something far greater. As Strack's emotions escalated, his subordinate leaned closer and spoke in hushed tones. Baron Strack, it appears that our defensive forces are on the brink of collapse. We must retreat. Retreat? In such dire circumstances, how could one possibly withdraw from a group endowed with formidable superpowers? Strack forced a grim smile, lamenting their unfortunate timing. If only they had arrived a few days later. No, 30 hours later. And the protective barrier forged from the scepter's energy would have been complete. Then, as if possessed by a chameleon, his expression transformed into one of fervent zeal. And he rallied the unaware Hydra soldiers around him, exclaiming, "Damn the Bureau for sending a band of clowns in tight uniforms to test our faith and loyalty. We shall never surrender. Long live Hydra." The soldiers, incited by Strack's fervor, became inflamed with passion, their eyes bloodshot, eager to charge into battle and launch successive suicide attacks. Strack, satisfied by the fervor he had incited, nodded approvingly before turning to his loyal henchmen and declaring, "Delete the files. I intend to surrender. If the Bureau acquires our research data, they will swiftly realize it in reality." Just as Strack was using the army as a decoy to buy time for his secret surrender, the uppermost level of the castle suddenly erupted, revealing a man and 2 women descending in an elevator constructed from the green light of willpower. The newcomers were none other than Li Chengfeng, transformed into Green Lantern, along with Ada Wong and Harley Quinn. "So, you are Strack, are you? You bald fool. I surrender. I am willing to relinquish everything here. Just spare my life." What? Li Chengfeng was indifferent to the fate that awaited Strack, yet the sight of this bald-headed coward was quite irksome. Was this abject begging not beneath all dignity? To whine and plead for his life while offering up all his resources. Li Chengfeng had no intention of killing him outright. But this display was beginning to sway his resolve. Could he not learn a thing or two about spirit from his Hydra comrades? They faced death with unwavering resolve, shouting for the sacrifice of one head to yield to, or proclaiming long live Hydra, all while bravely accepting their fate. Any observer unaware of Hydra's true nature might mistake them for a revolutionary organization devoted to the nation and its people. Understanding their Nazi and cult-like background reveals the true horror of their existence. Soon, the X-Men had also dealt with the remaining armed forces outside and entered the laboratory. Strack, too, resumed his pitiful cries, pleading once more. Yet, it is the ever-reliable Wolverine who, gripping the collar of the bald man, drags him out. After a prolonged bout of anguished cries, silence eventually descends. The bald man has likely been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Raven, has the military been thoroughly purged? All soldiers have been annihilated. However, all internal personnel, including researchers, have been ensured survival and are in a stable mental state. Mystique, a cunning elder akin in age to Wolverine, is no reckless individual who would charge in heedlessly. The long-lost thrill of battle rekindles the assassin's blood within her. Yet she remains steadfastly rational. She comprehends the immense value these researchers hold, even though the activation of the X gene was facilitated by Loki's scepter. It is predicated on a foundational understanding of the X gene itself. To reach this stage without a substantial grasp of mutant biology is nothing short of extraordinary. Should knowledge pertaining to the X gene be imparted to them, they may well unearth additional controllable means of ability activation, or even methods to enhance powers. Their affiliation with Hydra is irrelevant. In the current Bureau and its academy, there is no scarcity of telepaths. On Mondays, there is the Mind Butterfly. Tuesdays boast the Shadow Cuckoo. Wednesdays feature the White Queen. Thursdays showcase Jean Grey. Fridays highlight Omega Sentinel. And Saturdays are reserved for White Duck Egg. Sundays are dedicated to team-building activities led by White Duck Egg. 7 days a week, 24 hours of intense telepathic indoctrination. Hydra? Even 900 heads of Hydra would be rendered utterly ineffectual. Chapter 24. An unharmonious reunion between father and daughter as the primary force behind the dismantling of heavy weaponry. Magneto arrived last, positioning himself at the rear of the X-Men, refraining from engaging in conversation with anyone, including Mystique, who had once collaborated closely with him. Meanwhile, the now untransformed Li Changfeng and the X-Men descended to the lower levels of the castle, which housed the most crucial section of the Hydra research facility, the laboratory. In the center, 2 transparent containment cells stood, having just separated the siblings who had previously shared the same confinement. Without uttering a word, Magneto accelerated his pace, gliding past the onlookers silently. Though his expressions fluctuated, anger, regret, anticipation, Li Changfeng leaned into converse quietly with Cyclops. Why has Magneto, a fellow mutant, become estranged from you all? Aren't you of the same kind? He looks at you as if you owe him millions. You may not be aware, Cyclops replied. He was once our leader, much like Xavier, and was the most formidable mutant among us. However, due to differing ideologies, we ultimately parted ways, forming the Brotherhood of Mutants and Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Ideology, Li Changfeng nodded, sensing the weight of the term. It seemed to embody an irreconcilable divide, a chasm that could not be easily bridged. Given that the conflict stemmed from such fundamental differences, one might wonder why Magneto, as the leader of the Brotherhood, chose to partake in this endeavor. Was it merely due to a word from the White Duck Egg? Ask me, and I might as well consult a ghost, Cyclops retorted. Magneto is among the most obsessive and daunting figures in the entire mutant community. Yet, his concern for his fellow mutants is genuine. It is merely his methods that are excessively extreme. Cyclops shrugged, acknowledging that Magneto's approach was inherently unpredictable, and in the absence of clarification, speculation was all he could offer. Wait, did you just refer to the White Duck Egg? You can't mean Professor Xavier? Who else could it be? Just consider his bald head. If not a White Duck Egg, what else could it be? Are you not aware of the tales surrounding the 2 leading figures of the Joint Coordination Bureau, White Duck Egg and Black Salted Egg? Li Changfeng burst into laughter at the vividness of the imagery, realizing the levity of the X-Men's camaraderie. It seems you are quite the unconventional X-Men. Truly, White duck egg has been misrepresented. Yet, as he regained his composure, he noticed Magneto preparing to manipulate the nearby metals to violently dismantle the containment cell. Magneto, stop. Are you attempting to frighten those two? Them? Li Qingfeng initially intended to caution against alarming the siblings, for their bewilderment and helplessness mirrored that of children. However, upon reflection, at only 25 years old himself, he found it inappropriate to label the 20-year-olds as children. With that, he gestured for Ada Wong and Harley Quinn to locate the switch to open the cell. He then turned his attention back to the pair of siblings. The younger brother seems ensnared in a whirlpool of erratic speed, unable to extricate himself. At times, his velocity mirrors that of an ordinary person, while at others, he moves so swiftly that he leaves a series of afterimages within the confines of his cage, akin to a technique of duplication. The elder sister exists in a realm seemingly exclusive to her, with the brother occasionally intruding upon her world. She is engrossed, her gaze vacant, as she manipulates a few worn blocks, not with her hands, but through the crimson energy derived from chaotic magic. Indeed, this brother and sister pair are none other than the renowned Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch from the original tale. Yet, at this moment, they are merely two unfinished beings confined within a laboratory. Their X-gene abilities remain improperly developed and ineffectively controlled. In their current state, they are hardly capable of combat, let alone self-sufficiency in daily life. Soon, Ada Wong and Harley Quinn extracted the code to unlock the cage from several core researchers of Hydra. After inputting the sequence into the mainframe, a soft click resonated as the transparent prison was finally released. However, the siblings, aside from firmly grasping each other's hands, dared not step beyond the territory once enveloped by their confinement. This seemed to be a sanctuary uniquely theirs. As long as they remained within its bounds, they would be shielded from further harm. Hey, don't be afraid. I'm an agent of the Joint Task Force, here to rescue you. Li Qingfeng attempted to step into their safe space. Noticing their lack of a hostile reaction, he endeavored to establish rapport with the siblings. Could you share your names with me? I am Wanda Maximoff, came the reply. Pietro Maximoff, he added. Li Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback by how easily he had connected with them. This was primarily due to Scarlet Witch having awakened her chaotic magic. Although she had only just begun to grasp the manipulation of this power, she could still perceive the untainted goodwill emanating from Li Qingfeng. The initial unease swiftly dissipated. Though their prolonged confinement had rendered their nerves somewhat hypersensitive, they were not entirely unhinged. They could still discern basic notions of good and evil. For instance, the Hydra agents conducting experiments on them were undoubtedly malevolent, while the Joint Task Force, which sought to eliminate Hydra, was at least benevolent in that very moment. However, Magneto was suddenly filled with a surge of excitement. Whether it was the nation of Latvia or the visage of Pietro, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his own youth, he was unequivocally convinced this was his lost child. In his earlier years, Magneto had lived incognito in Latvia, enjoying a protracted period of seclusion. He had loved, married, and raised children, relishing a blissful life with his family of 4, which had begun to soften his previously rigid views. However, with the exposure of his identity and the relentless pursuit by anti-mutant organizations, culminating in betrayal by neighbors, Magneto had ultimately lost faith in humanity. The tragic loss of a pair of children has culminated in the emergence of the merciless Magneto, a figure capable of annihilating entire families at a whim. What? Polaris? That is merely another tale of the old man. Upon confirming the identities of the siblings, the old man was overcome with emotion, his trembling hands betraying a hint of frailty. Do you too still remember your father? Father? If we speak of our adoptive parents, they have long since passed away. The mention of their deceased parents brought clarity to Wanda's previously bewildered eyes, revealing a flicker of resentment. The turmoil in Latveria claimed their lives beneath the bombs of Stark Industries. It was in pursuit of vengeance that we became mere lab rats confined in transparent cages. To acquire the power necessary for retribution, did you willingly join the experiments at Hydra's research facility? Li Qingfeng nodded in affirmation. This elucidates why Hydra, despite its ignorance of the mutant population, was nonetheless engaged in the study of the X gene. How curious it is to offer oneself so readily. Chapter 25, The Asgardian Princess in the Dungeon. However, The blame for the demise of her adoptive parents is a burden that Stark cannot evade. After all, he was once an arms dealer. Although he has ceased arms manufacturing now, Stark Industries had, during Obadiah's reign, sold a vast quantity of weaponry, much of which found its way into the black market. Those unscrupulous dealers profited handsomely from reselling Stark's arms. The sins of an arms dealer are indelible stains that Stark shall carry for a lifetime. It is only reasonable for that little mustached man to bear the brunt of their wrath. However, as for vengeance, targeting the seller of bombs instead of the one who actually threw them? Ridiculous. Stark Industries? The often televised Tony Stark? Very well, I shall assist you in eliminating him. Avenge your adoptive parents. Upon hearing this, Old Man Wan's ire surged, compelling him to rise and stride outside. Stark Tower is undoubtedly an iconic edifice in New York. If Old Man Wan truly sought him out, and Tony Stark had not preemptively crafted a suit of non-metallic armor to counter Magneto, he would be beyond salvation. Yet, before Li Chengfeng could intervene, a voice immobilized Magneto in place. Why do you ask me this question? Wanda queried, perplexed. Who exactly are you? Child. I am your biological father. Then are you powerful? Wanda gazed intently at Magneto, an indescribable emotion enveloping her. I am one of the strongest mutants. Then where were you when our birth mother was tormented by illness? Where were you when we, homeless, shivered beneath a bridge? Where were you when our adoptive parents, who saved us and provided us a true home, perished in that explosion? Magneto opened his mouth several times, attempting to articulate a response, yet silence prevailed. There was no justification. A relentless string of inquiries drew a sigh even from Wolverine, who, despite his animosity towards Magneto, offered a rare gesture of consolation by patting him on the shoulder. Neither Pietro nor I have ever needed a father like you. Her resolute tone, combined with a frail voice, coalesced into a metaphorical sword, wielded by Wanda to sever the already fragile ties of lineage. They had envisioned what their biological father might be like. They had longed for him to find them. However, from this day forth, Wanda and Pietro would have no father. He had perished in that cursed explosion. Now, they had only each other. Li Chifeng covered his mouth with his hand, fearing that it would be inappropriate to laugh at this moment, yet he remained eagerly poised to witness the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Wanda's declaration that severed their paternal bond, Magneto seemed to grasp the truth. He was not a worthy father and had no right to seek forgiveness. Consequently, he surged forth, exuding a palpable aura of menace. This was the result of being chastised by his own daughter, igniting his wrath to take out his frustrations on Stark. Li Chengfeng rushed forward and seized Magneto's shoulder. Eric, what do you intend to do? To kill. Don't even think about it. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chengfeng firmly rejected him. The FBI will not allow you to kill Stark. Do not obstruct my path. An FBI agent poses no threat to me. Magneto turned, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Li Chengfeng. Yet, Li Chengfeng remained composed, continuing, Firstly, it is not that I forbid you from killing. It is that the FBI would never consent. While your abilities are indeed formidable, can they surpass the resources of the entire FBI? Can you outmatch the X-Men? And most importantly, why do you assume that I am not a threat to you? Magneto remained silent, merely extending a finger. In an instant, Li Chengfeng was propelled backward, crashing into the wall, dust and debris swirling around him. However, as the saying goes, those who do not drown will rise. Though smoke may obscure, one remains unharmed. In the brightness of day and the vastness of night, malevolent spirits find no refuge. The treacherous and chaotic tremble before my divine light. With the green light of all soaring into the sky, the dust was dispersed. Li Chengfeng had completed his transformation into the Green Lantern, deftly tossing his magnum and terminal to Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, the only two metallic items on his person. Now, let us continue the battle. No sooner had Li Chengfeng spoken than Magneto struck. A man of few words, he did not indulge in needless banter, displaying none of the traits of a typical villain. Yet, at that moment, Li Chengfeng had no mettle for Magneto to exploit. Thus, he turned to the metallic remnants outside the castle. The battlefield was littered with scrap iron. This was molded into colossal steel spikes, hurtling toward Li Chengfeng. With the green light of Will manifesting as two high-velocity chainsaw swords in his hands, he charged forward to meet Magneto's assault, severing the debris with ease. However, Magneto had not anticipated this. Having just dealt with heavy weaponry on the battlefield, he entered the castle only to find that Li Chungfeng had chosen to infiltrate within. By the time Magneto finished with the heavy artillery and entered the castle, Li Chungfeng had reverted from his Green Lantern form. Consequently, Magneto was unaware that Li Chungfeng possessed such an unusual ability. One must admit, the power of the Green Lantern ring effectively counters Magneto. After all, the magnetic field cannot influence the green light of will. Thus, what appeared to be a cosmic clash of titans soon reached its conclusion. The scene of Magneto commanding a storm of metal was indeed terrifying, yet now he was merely an old adversary bound by green restraints. Li Chungfeng observed Magneto. Sensing something was amiss, Harley Quinn approached, gathering some gauze from the laboratory, stuffing it into Magneto's mouth, and finally sealing it with tape. Li Chungfeng then created a barrier of green light to completely sever Magneto's connection to the outside world. Well, how did you know I wanted to silence him as well? In the past, during the days of orchestrating kidnappings, one would inevitably encounter such scenarios, and through repeated exposure, one inevitably becomes adept. The dialogue between Li Chungfeng and Harley Quinn elicited peculiar glances from the surrounding X-Men. Brother, we are agents of the FBI, serving the public. How could one be so proficient in the ways of criminals? Ada Wong chose not to engage in Harley Quinn's playful antics. She found the layout of the castle rather peculiar. The internal and external spaces appeared to be disproportionate, suggesting that there exists a concealed passageway leading downward. Finally, Ada Wong discovered the switch to the hidden passage and continued. Typically, the underground tunnels of such ancient castles serve two primary purposes: escape or concealed dungeons. Li Chungfeng gazed at Ada Wong with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Sister Wong truly is a person of action, silently accomplishing great deeds. Yet, he couldn't help but think that if she would heed her own advice and don a pair of white silk stockings, it would be even better. However, this thought was swiftly cast aside, as the allure of her leather pants and thigh-high boots was undeniably captivating. With the emerald glow of his willpower, he levitated Magneto before him, ensuring both surveillance and illumination in one fell swoop. The passage, though spiraling downward, was not particularly lengthy, and they soon reached the bottom. What came into view was a high-tech cell that seemed utterly out of place in the ancient fortress. Inside stood a strikingly handsome man, exuding an air of subtle malevolence. At that moment, he shrugged his shoulders and, with a bemused expression, remarked, "Well, it seems we've got a new batch of visitors. Do you all wish to seek divine inspiration from the great god of deception?" Chapter 26, 150 years? Price increase, 200 years. Loki in his cell uttered these words, leaving the X-Men utterly astonished. Did you hear that? He just claimed to be a god. Yes, Emma, no need for such astonishment. Having lived for so long, I have encountered many delusional individuals who proclaim themselves as deities. Logan, is your longevity truly remarkable? Can you compare yourself to Raven? I have no desire to compare ages with an old woman, who, like her, despite being terrifyingly old, dares to claim to be merely over 200 years old. Who knows if she seeks to indulge in my youthful essence? Logan, do shut your mouth. You, a tender shoot? Lee is far younger than you. She is a flourishing 25. Do exhibit some decency. You are already at an age to be a forebear. However, as the conversation drifted further off topic, even Loki in his cell rolled his eyes. These earthlings are quite noisy. Meanwhile, Li Chungfeng rubbed his eyes and scrutinized Loki in the cage. Indeed, it was truly Loki himself. While researching the significant events that transpired in this world within the Joint Investigation Bureau's database, he had discovered that this world had also experienced a Loki invasion event. However, the invasion targeted Metropolis, which was decisively thwarted by the colossal Kansas giant at its inception, thereby preventing the Metropolis War. Yet, following the invasion, Loki vanished entirely, and even the Joint Investigation Bureau had no information regarding his whereabouts. Although he had previously seen Loki's scepter in the laboratory, he never anticipated that Loki was indeed confined within the dungeons of this Hydra research facility. How should one describe it? A delightful surprise? Firstly, we, the Republic, do not believe in foreign deities. Li Chungfeng approached and tapped on the window of the cell. Furthermore, I have not heard of any deity being captured by a group engaged in pyramid schemes. Ahem, child, my power derives from that scepter. If you release me and return my scepter, I could bestow the entire world upon you. You Asgardians, could you possibly draft your boasts? Do you believe Earth to be a prehistoric civilization? You should have mentioned your knowledge of my Asgardian heritage sooner. Do you think I feel no embarrassment in concocting such rhetoric? Loki, having had his identity exposed, did not attempt to feign bravado. However, to be frank, for Asgardians, even the present Earth bears little difference from a prehistoric civilization. Li Chinfeng gazed at the awkwardly positioned Loki and genuinely agreed with the fans who had given him the moniker of Second Princess. Indeed, there are only misguided names. Not misguided nicknames. Purely a youthful, overly proud adolescent. Li Chinfeng once again signaled Ada Wong to utilize her expertise in locating the mechanism to unlock the cell. Before proceeding, he needed to inquire about certain matters. Well, now that we have disclosed our identities, I shall pose a few questions. Answer them well, and I may consider releasing you. Answer poorly, and you intend to eliminate me? I truly advise against such an action, lest your Earth faces the wrath of the Asgardian army. Li Chinfeng recognized that Loki spoke a blunt truth. Despite not being the biological son of Odin, Loki is treated with a certain affection by him. As the offspring of the frost giant Laufey, Odin regards him as his own, even going so far as to seal away Loki's frost giant traits, rendering him indistinguishable from the Asgardians. Although the seal temporarily falters when Loki comes into contact with his inherent powers, he merely appears as an Asgardian with blue skin. This demonstrates Odin's willingness to employ godly power to permanently alter Loki's physical characteristics. How curious, dear god of mischief Loki Odinson, mused Li Chinfeng, rubbing his hands together like a cunning merchant ready to deceive a naive heir. How about I represent the Joint Investigation Bureau and offer you a 100? No. A 150-year employment contract? Hiring you as a senior agent? Employment? Are you jesting? Loki retorted, though his eager body language betrayed his intrigue. While he may be scheming and calculating, patience was not among his virtues. Being sent back to Asgard for a reprimand from Odin seemed far less appealing than remaining in this stark, white cell. Choose between confinement and limited freedom, Li Chinfeng urged, turning to signal the X-Men to prepare for departure. Fine, 150 years it is, Loki acquiesced. Too late. Your hesitation has inflated the price to 200 years, Li Chinfeng countered. In Asgard, a merchant like you would be strung up at the tower's pinnacle to dry. Very well. I shall sign for 200 years. Loki appeared to grit his teeth, but inwardly reveled in delight. What did it matter to sign a contract in Midgard? After a bit of amusement, he could simply return to Asgard. Surely the Joint Investigation Bureau wouldn't pursue him there. You see, I've agreed. Now release me. Your female colleague has already located the switch. Hurry and unlock this tedious contraption. Li Chinfeng remained silent, simply waiting. Are we not releasing him now? Ada Wong inquired, but upon seeing Li Chinfeng shake his head, she withdrew her hand from the switch. Everyone was left perplexed by Li Chinfeng's intentions. However, the cunning expression that had marked his face during Loki's persuasion had vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. After exchanging glances among themselves, they chose to encircle the old Magneto, bound by the green light of will. With nothing else to occupy their time, they seized the moment to poke fun at Magneto, particularly Harley Quinn, the audacious and eccentric figure, who insisted that Li Chinfeng lower the barrier and proceeded to embellish the tape sealing Magneto's mouth with an exaggerated red lip drawn in lipstick. Ah, Magneto. Look at you now. A wave of low yet merry laughter erupted from the X-Men. Particularly notable are the audacious figures of the White Queen and Mystique, both of whom once belonged to the Brotherhood of Mutants. They even took Harley Quinn's lipstick and reinterpreted it in a creative manner. As Ada Wong observed this scene, she could not help but marvel at how, since the arrival of Li Chinfeng, the atmosphere at the AmeriCorps had veered into the realms of the absurd and even more absurd. She silently prayed for Old Man Wan, hoping he was spared from cardiovascular ailments. After all, to first be confronted by his own daughter and sever ties, only to be mocked by these unscrupulous individuals. Just a slight immersion into the situation was enough to make her blood pressure rise dramatically. Fortunately, this brief moment of levity was soon to conclude. Li Changfeng suddenly turned his gaze towards the vacant space outside the cell, murmuring a single word. It has arrived. No sooner had the words left his lips than a portal emanating a green glow appeared out of thin air. A figure clad in an iron suit emerged from the portal, the notorious Dr. Doom, Victor Von Doom, who had been waiting for you for quite some time. Chapter 27, Dr. Doom. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. From the moment Li Changfeng first heard the name Latveria, a sense of unease began to stir within him. This world, after all, is a hybrid universe. Who knows what other nefarious beings might be lurking within Hydra or Latveria itself? Even though the system's mission brief explicitly indicated the presence of a significant figure behind this incident, Li Changfeng remained uncertain of their identity. However, upon discovering the dungeon and witnessing Loki within its confines, his suspicions were conclusively confirmed. Hydra, within a nation ruled by a dictator like Latveria, not only harbors research facilities but also maintains a military force comprising thousands of personnel for protection. It was evident that the shadowy ruler of Latveria, Dr. Doom, was in collusion with Hydra. Moreover, although Loki had been bested by the large brute from Kansas, who wouldn't he suffer at the hands of such a giant? Loki, while comparatively weak, still warranted the title of a god, even in the eyes of Hydra. The mere act of capturing a deity from Asgard and confining them within a Castle S dungeon could only be accomplished by another god. Yet, in contrast to the shock displayed by Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, the X-Men appeared rather accustomed to the notion of creating portals. After all, there existed beings like Blink. Nonetheless, the portal before them was evidently far superior to Blink's abilities. Suddenly, the White Queen let out a piercing scream, her body swaying precariously as she pressed her forehead in distress. Emma, what has happened? Mystique immediately steadied the White Queen. Is your telepathic ability experiencing a backlash? The White Queen's alluring visage was drained of color, pale and frail, as she weakly nodded. Upon seeing her acknowledgement, all the X-Men swiftly entered a state of readiness. You foolish and impudent telepaths, always yearning to pry into the innermost secrets of those who pique your interest, Dr. Doom remarked, his tone flat yet laced with disdain. As a formidable figure who had nearly mastered both technological and magical realms, had his armor not been equipped with countermeasures against telepathy, he would have perished long ago. I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiment. A mature telepath should, like Professor Xavier, refrain from intruding upon the thoughts of others unless absolutely necessary. Xavier? The headmaster? This reference seemed to allude to the leader of the mutants, America's own. Indeed, you are aware of the existence of the mutant populace, yet have not fully disclosed this to Hydra, merely informing them that some possess supernatural abilities. As Li Changfeng spoke, he stepped forward and extended his hand. I am Li Changfeng, a level 7 agent of the Joint Task Force. Under normal circumstances, one as proud and ruthless as Dr. Doom would likely refuse to shake hands with someone like Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng himself believed this to be true. His outstretched hand was more an act of probing, for he found the appearance of Dr. Doom before the assembled crowd rather peculiar. It seems a tad too benevolent. Indeed, excessively so. The White Queen merely faced a countermeasure, and there was no further consequence. Had it been the Dr. Doom from the original narrative, she would undoubtedly have received a profound lesson. After all, he is a grand dictator, capable of wielding life and death at will over an entire nation. Dr. Doom glanced down at the hand extended by Li Changfeng and, to his astonishment, grasped it firmly. Li Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that a benevolent version of Dr. Doom emerged from this mixed universe? However, when he attempted to withdraw his hand, Dr. Doom maintained his grip resolutely. Well, I recognize that my charm may evoke a certain cynicism, but must you hold on for so long? Li Changfeng chuckled awkwardly, yet Dr. Doom disregarded him, instead posing another inquiry. That ring upon your finger, did it originate from Westchester County? Li Changfeng frowned. What does that imply? Does Dr. Doom recognize the Green Lantern ring? Wait a moment. Weskier was originally one of your associates? The Umbrella Corporation has only endured due to my protection, so it seems reasonable to enlist Hydra's assistance for certain tasks, does it not? Ah, that clarifies everything. Li Changfeng had long been puzzled as to why Weskier and the Umbrella Corporation were researching the Green Lantern power battery. It seemed entirely unrelated to bioweapons. After all this time, they were merely working for Dr. Doom. It is difficult to fathom that with your expertise in both science and magic, you would regard the Umbrella Corporation, known for its unethical bioweapon experiments, with any esteem. Unfortunately, this was Miranda's request. As a magnanimous ruler, I am always ready to assist my neighbors in need. Miranda, could you possibly be referring to Mother Miranda? Yet, the location aligns perfectly. The village in Resident Evil 8 indeed exists in Eastern Europe. Quite reasonable, exceedingly reasonable. Li Chingfeng manifested a spiral blade upon his hand, compelling the ever-grasping Dr. Doom to release his hold and take a step back. Although Dr. Doom's enigmatic armor could withstand a significant portion of both physical and magical assaults, it fell easily before the manifested attack of willpower. Observing the blood flowing from his hand, Dr. Doom exhibited no sign of anger. Rather, he gazed with fascination at the resplendent green light of willpower. This is truly an extraordinary force previously unseen. For Dr. Doom, the power of the emotional spectrum is indeed unprecedented. Unlike technology or magic, the emotional spectrum is a form of cosmic energy derived from a myriad of emotions. To put it plainly, it is inherently subjective. Take the Green Lantern ring, for instance. One must possess remarkable willpower to wear it and become a Green Lantern. Yet, should one's resolve falter, the power wanes, and the ring may even depart. The essential difference from technology and magic lies in its lack of any fundamental principles. Just as no one can definitively explain the genesis of emotions, Dr. Doom stepped forward once more, not to shake Li Chengfeng's hand, but to lightly touch the Green Lantern ring. In that instant, Li Chengfeng felt a series of pulsations emanating from the ring. In the next moment, the Green Lantern furnace materialized in Li Chengfeng's hands. Upon closer inspection, he discovered something he had overlooked during their initial encounter. Inside the furnace swam a small shark made entirely of green light, frolicking with joyous abandon. An ion shark? Was this not the creature known as the Green Lantern Beast? Shouldn't it be confined within the central energy battery of OA to oversee the guardianship? At that moment, Li Chingfeng recalled that after acquiring the Green Lantern ring, no one had summoned him to OA to formally join the Green Lantern Corps. This implied that, in this amalgamated universe, either the Green Lantern Corps, including OA, had been utterly annihilated or it had just been born anew. As Li Chengfeng pondered this, he noticed the little shark in the lantern furnace suddenly accelerating its movements, and in the next instant, a brand new Green Lantern ring emerged from the furnace, soaring towards the presence of Dr. Doom. Intelligent life form identified, Victor Von Doom from Earth. You possess a formidable will to overcome fear. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. Chapter 28. Alliance? A blood prophet. Li Chengfeng gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, taking a sharp breath. Although he believed that Dr. Doom's persona was more fitting for the yellow lantern than the green, it was not entirely surprising that he was chosen by the Green Lantern ring. After all, theoretically, Dr. Doom could resist telepathy through sheer willpower. Such a level of determination made his selection as a Green Lantern entirely plausible. What truly astounded Li Chengfeng was the Green Lantern power battery in his grasp. Was he really to build a Green Lantern Corps from the ground up? The candidates for the Green Lantern rings were not ones he could select at will. It was entirely a matter of fate. Most importantly, he hoped that the new Green Lantern Corps would not fall victim to the rule of complete annihilation. Is this the unknown power you wield? Given your research on the Green Lantern power battery, you must understand that this force bears no relation to either technology or magic. I have attempted every forbidden spell within my knowledge, yet I could neither destroy it nor awaken it. Dr. Doom did not immediately don the Green Lantern ring, and I experimented with every controllable energy source known to man, including the dubious ones you mentioned, but to no avail. This energy field is ignited by the emotions of all living beings in the universe, a form of energy created inadvertently by the feelings of cosmic entities. There are 7 types: the wrathful red lantern, the greedy orange lantern, the fearful yellow lantern, the willful green lantern, the hopeful blue lantern, the compassionate indigo lantern, and the passionate violet lantern. The willful green lantern occupies the center of the emotional spectrum, representing order and balance. So, this is the emotional spectrum? It is truly marvelous that such idealistic power exists in the world. He was a materialist, a super scientist, and while magical power is also quite materialistic, as it fundamentally involves the exchange of energy, this was indeed the first encounter he had with a force as nearly idealistic as the emotional spectrum. At this moment, Dr. Doom did not exude the aura of a typical boss character. Rather, he resembled an eager student, nodding continuously as he absorbed all knowledge regarding the emotional spectrum, and then prepared to reach for the Green Lantern ring that hung before him. However, the term order did not quite suit him. As the guardian of order, the Green Lantern chose you, which signifies your eligibility to become a member of the Green Lantern Corps. Me? Dr. Doom looked up in surprise, observing Li Chengfeng's unwavering expression. Ultimately, he shifted from pushing it away to grasping it, removing the Green Lantern ring from the air and placing it upon the index finger of his right hand. In the bright daylight and the vast darkness, the spirits of the malevolent cannot hide. The wicked and treacherous fear my divine light. The Green Lantern shines eternally, illuminating all ages, like every warrior who joins the Green Lantern Corps. Dr. Doom instinctively recited the oath of the Green Lantern Corps under the guidance of the willful green light. Then, a Green Lantern power battery materialized in his other hand. However, the transformation into a Green Lantern did not simply envelop Dr. Doom in a foolish universal Green Lantern uniform over his armor. Instead, the emblem of the Green Lantern Corps manifested upon the green cloak of Dr. Doom, transforming the originally monotonous garment into a resplendent spectacle. Dr. Doom closed his eyes, absorbing the essence of the emerald light of willpower, and after a moment of contemplation, he opened his eyes anew, with his palm extended upward. The willful green light instantly coalesced into a tumultuous green storm within his grasp. In that brief moment, he seamlessly fused his innate magical prowess with the energy of the will, which was nothing short of astonishing. This power was not only formidable, but also propelled him further in his pursuit of the arcane and the scientific. Dr. Doom gazed in awe at the tempest of willpower swirling in his hand, almost exaggeratingly proclaiming that he would no longer require any magical circles or laboratories. The energy of will could now be conjured directly by his own hands. Indeed, the emotional spectrum was as potent as the enigmatic forces that roamed the universe, yet distinctively. They possessed their own consciousness. Li Chengfeng timely interjected, reminding him that should one stray from the oaths of the Lantern Corps or let their will falter, the ring would abandon them. Is that within your control? He queried, underscoring that the judgment belonged intrinsically to the will's light. Such beings generally would not instigate chaos unless provoked against the nations they governed. Through his brief interaction, Li Chengfeng discerned that this world's Dr. Doom exhibited a temperament more akin to a scholar. Apart from his penchant for challenging Dr. Strange, he was engrossed in the study of various unknown forces. Li Chengfeng's cryptic remarks were intended to entice Dr. Doom further. While he could not dictate the will light to recruit individuals into the Green Lantern ranks, he could directly strip the control of the Lantern Ring through his progenitor Green Lantern power source, the Ion Shark. Thus, the decision to join lay with the will light. But the choice to depart could also rest with Li Chengfeng. Indeed, Dr. Doom nodded in acknowledgement, adding, I have a comprehensive dossier on Hydra that I shall provide you shortly. Ah, how will you deliver it? Li Chengfeng inquired, suggesting they connect on social media. Leave that to me, Dr. Doom replied, casting a glance at the bewildered X-Men nearby. Initially, he harbored a keen interest in these mutants, being products of advanced genetic modification far beyond Earth's technology. Yet, when juxtaposed with the power of the emotional spectrum, the X gene of the mutants seemed exceedingly mundane, merely a product of artificial enhancement. As long as your bureau does not interfere in Latveria's affairs, I would not mind forming an alliance with you. Li Chengfeng was taken aback. An alliance? He merely sought to cultivate good relations and expand his network, yet here was a proposal for an alliance. Nevertheless, an alliance was indeed the most favorable outcome. Although Dr. Doom was a dictator, after he had overthrown the cruel and selfish monarchy of Latveria through civil strife, the nation had, in essence, become a paradise. Wanda and Pietro, two unfortunate souls eager for vengeance, volunteered to become subjects of superhuman experimentation. Had they merely waited a couple of months initially, they would now be the fortunate citizens of Latvia. One can only say that Dr. Doom truly lives up to his reputation as the ultimate hexagonal warrior. In terms of technology, he stands on par with, if not surpassing, the likes of Bruce Banner and Tony Stark. In the realm of magic, he is nothing short of an uncrowned supreme sorcerer. Furthermore, he is a master of martial arts, capable of physically overpowering Black Panther and Captain America, and even without armor or the aid of technology and magical powers. He could eliminate the Mimic Master with his bare hands. Aside from his arrogance, he possesses no flaws. Is there any justice left? Is there still law? With such an alliance and an emotional spectrum connection, Li Chun-Fong is quite confident in rendering Dr. Doom progressively benign. The main issue is that he is currently unbeatable. Well, the Bureau is pleased to ally with you. Likewise, the World Federation eagerly anticipates the formal return of Latvia. Upon receiving this response, Dr. Doom nodded and reopened the portal. Just as he was about to depart, Li Chun-Fong called out to him. Before you leave, might I trouble you with a small favor? Chapter 29. Loki, the soul-destroying merchant raises prices again? Could you assist me? Dr. Doom turned around, somewhat perplexed. Did you not already eradicate this Hydra research facility? No, that is not what I mean. Li Chun-Fong quickly gestured, indicating that it had nothing to do with Hydra. He then pointed towards Loki, confined within his cage. Ever since Dr. Doom's arrival, Loki had shrunk back, cowering in the corner like a quail. Even his loquacious tongue had been silenced, transforming him into a serene and handsome figure. After all, he had been captured by Dr. Doom himself, enduring an all-encompassing defeat. As one of the most formidable mages in the Nine Realms, he had been thoroughly humiliated. Employing the same tactic, he had feigned weakness only to be ambushed, resulting in yet another brutal beating. Fortunately, being an Asgardian endowed him with exceptional physical resilience. Otherwise, that barrage of punches could have easily proven fatal. He could sense that even should Thor arrive now, he would be no match for Dr. Doom. Moreover, besides Dr. Doom, there loomed a colossal figure capable of sending him flying dozens of kilometers with a mere punch. Was this truly the Midgard that his father spoke of as having been conquered by Asgard? Even if his father himself came, could he best that gigantic brute? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Loki shivered with trepidation. Midgard was indeed terrifying. He found himself thinking of his father, mother, and that brutish brother of his. Indeed, the most effective way to instill reality into a mischievous child is through a thorough and enlightening thrashing. Yet, Loki never anticipated that despite his attempts to appear meek, the agent from the Joint Investigation Bureau would still remember him. Hey, what do you mean by that? Loki exclaimed. Did I not already agree to sign a 200-year employment contract? Oh, fret not, Li Chun-Fong replied with a congenial smile. I merely doubt your adherence to Earth's laws and morals, hence I prepared some practical measures. In Loki's eyes, Li Chun-Feng's annoyance level had soared beyond that of his brutish brother. At least his brother had a semblance of affection for him. Perhaps 200 years? Asgardian? Employment contract? The intellect of someone as astute as Dr. Doom swiftly discerned Li Chun-Feng's intentions from these two phrases alone. Before long, Dr. Doom unfurled his hand, and a scroll of parchment materialized from thin air. I have inscribed a demonic contract upon this parchment. It is currently blank. Simply inscribe the terms of the contract and sign it. Should either party violate the contract, their soul shall belong to Mephisto. Upon hearing this, Loki's face turned a ghastly shade of green. As a mage, he was certainly aware of the malevolence of Mephisto. Should he fall into that fiend's clutches, even Odin's intervention would come at a steep price. Watching Dr. Doom hand the parchment to Li Chun-Fong, with that scheming and triumphant smile plastered across his face, Loki felt utterly defeated. Very well. What is 200 years after all? For an Asgardian's lifespan, 200 years was truly a mere blink of an eye. As the contract concluded, freedom awaited. Meanwhile, Li Chun-Fong wore a broad smile. Dr. Doom's approach was nothing short of ruthless, akin to pulling the rug from under one's feet. It is noteworthy that Mephisto stands as one of the most infamous Hell Lords within the Marvel Universe, renowned not only for his formidable power, but also for his cunning schemes. Countless events bear his ominous influence. Each year, Dr. Doom engages in combat with Mephisto in Hell, seeking to liberate his mother's soul. This represents both an opportunity bestowed upon him by Mephisto and a bait luring him into the abyss of power's pursuit. Despite his awareness, Dr. Doom plunged into this trap without hesitation. His thirst for the unknown forces is evident, as he requires strength to vanquish this insidious yet immensely powerful adversary. However, he has not been idle. After years of entanglement with Mephisto, he has thoroughly researched the magic associated with the demonic dimension, resulting in the acquisition of a particular scroll. This is entrusted to you. A pleasure to collaborate, Li Chengfeng said, extending his hand, his smile now far more sincere than before. Dr. Doom paused momentarily before shaking Li Chengfeng's hand. How long had it been since he had engaged in such normal interactions with someone? Indeed, an intriguing individual from the Republic. Just as Dr. Doom's silhouette vanished through the portal, the system chimed with a notification of task completion. Ding. Task raid on Latveria completed. Associated characters: Wolverine, White Queen, Mystique, Dr. Doom. Loki acquired Wolverine's enhanced senses, acquired White Queen's diamond form, acquired Mystique's aging retardation, acquired Dr. Doom's teleportation magic, acquired Loki's physical attributes. Upon hearing this series of rewards, Li Chengfeng exerted all his willpower to suppress a smile, reflecting on the saddest moments of his life, thrice over to refrain from laughing in front of others. In the previous task, it could only be said that he had relied on a last-minute boost from Batman's indomitable will to procure the ancestral Green Lantern. This time, however, the rewards were exceptional. Wolverine's enhanced senses may not be widely recognized, yet they are akin to a primal instinct, allowing him to intercept even the swiftest Quicksilver through anticipation. The White Queen's diamond form is unparalleled, boasting the hardness of diamond without its fragility, enabling her to withstand extreme temperatures. Although her telepathic prowess is formidable, Li Chengfeng was not particularly enamored with such abilities, disliking the sensation of possessing excessive knowledge. Mystique's aging retardation effectively extends lifespan and prolongs the zenith of physical prowess. Dr. Doom's teleportation magic is beyond compare, elevating the concept of blinking to a superlative degree, capable of traversing dimensions rather than merely spanning the Earth to the moon. Lastly, Loki's physical attributes may seem amusing, yet he is a veritable descendant of frost giants, rivaling even the Asgardians in prowess. He appeared somewhat feeble and mediocre, particularly when juxtaposed with his brother, Sif, and the illustrious trio of Asgardian warriors. According to the official Marvel power metrics, Loki possesses a strength rating of 5, indicating an extraordinary capacity for bearing up to 75 tons. This is precisely what Li Chengfeng finds most essential at this juncture. His previously peak human physicality has proven insufficient. After receiving his reward, Li Chengfeng turned and nodded towards the ready Ada Wong. Please open the door. No sooner had he spoken than the prison door swung open with a resonant hum. Loki did not flee. He found himself unable to do so. Come forth, Loki, the god of mischief from Asgard, and sign this contract. Henceforth, we shall be esteemed colleagues. I have no desire to be your colleague, retorted Loki. Does your bureau not even provide uniforms? It is a metaphor. You uncultured brute, observed Li Chengfeng, gesturing towards the green ring on his finger and the bizarre mutants behind him. With tears in his eyes, Loki reluctantly affixed his signature to the lengthy 250-year employment contract. Cursed mercenary. Why has the price increased again? Chapter 30. Li Chengfeng. Loki, you truly are remarkable. I shall release you, but do refrain from going mad. Having departed from the dungeon, they returned to the surface. Li Chengfeng pointed a finger at Magneto's nose and cautioned him once more before lifting the mental constraint of the green light. With a swift motion, Magneto eagerly tore off the tape and spat the bandage onto the ground. However, his fiery temper diminished somewhat upon seeing his children, losing a third of its intensity. Then, glancing back at Li Chengfeng, he recalled that he appeared unable to overpower this agent of the Bureau. His anger subsided significantly. I have no desire to meddle in the grievances between Hydra and the Asgardians. I merely wish to take my children and leave. Children? What children? Li Chengfeng feigned surprise. Turning to Wanda and Pietro, who had calmed under the influence of the White Queen's telepathy. He claims to be your father. Do you know him well? Not particularly. They replied. Oh, then it seems that's not the case. Li Chengfeng chuckled, turning back to Magneto. You see, even they assert that you are not their father. Isn't it rather futile to persist in this manner? What? Do you intend to abduct them in front of an agent of the Bureau? Magneto had more to say, but caught a glimpse of Wanda's cold, hate-filled gaze, which shattered his heart. For years, he had been ostracized by society and had severed ties with his closest friends. Now, his children were his only vulnerability. Please tell Charles to take good care of them, he said before departing the Hydra research facility. Though I may not fully grasp the intricacies of the situation, it seems this young man has no intention of accompanying us, Loki remarked as he retrieved his scepter from the examination table. The surrounding X-Men regarded this so-called god with perplexed expressions. He calls him young man. Does he not appear to be a youth himself? Look at Logan, over 200 years old, yet resembles a middle-aged drifter. They're all gods. Surely they must be centuries or even millennia old. Calling Magneto a young man is hardly erroneous. They were never meant to walk the same path. If he wishes to depart, so be it, as long as he does not obstruct our way in the future. Li Chifeng turned to Loki. You seem to have acclimated quite rapidly, becoming familiar with my company. What can I do? I am bound by a forced contract of employment for 250 years. I have signed a demonic pact. And as long as I do not wish to accompany that wretched Mephisto, I must obediently follow you as an agent of the Bureau. Trust me, being an agent is far more enjoyable than wreaking havoc across the cosmos. This mission to raid Latveria, in addition to the abilities acquired from the system lottery, had also yielded a trove of undestroyed data on an Eth research into the X gene, coupled with the captive Hydra scientists. The X-Men could delve even deeper into the mysteries of their mutant abilities. On the return journey, Li Chifeng instructed the White Queen to first mentally condition the group of scientists, ensuring their unquestioning obedience. He then requested them to conduct a test on him to ascertain whether he possessed the X gene and whether it was activated. He pondered if his acquisition of the White Queen's diamond form might correspondingly activate the X gene within him. However, the answer was a resounding no. Not only was the X gene not activated, but he was inherently one of those individuals who did not carry it at all. This indicated that the abilities granted by the system essentially stemmed from a higher dimensional power. It was truly astonishing. The bloodline of what you refer to as mutants seemed excessively outrageous. The randomness of a set of genes could reach such an extreme. Some were weaker than ordinary humans, while others possessed the might to obliterate the world. Loki languidly reclined in his seat, perusing materials on mutants, although he was a mage rather than a scientist. His nearly 15 centuries of experience undoubtedly rendered him remarkably knowledgeable, particularly on a cosmic scale. As far as I know, Odin once conquered the 9 realms. You are aware of this, right? Oh, but wait, the Norse mythology of your Midgard seems to be based on us, although the narrative is somewhat exaggerated. I find it amusing that the trickster god Loki is the uncle of the thunder god Thor. Setting mythology aside, I am simply curious, did the earth of your, which you refer to as Midgard, truly fall under the dominion of Asgard? Li Chifeng held a reserved view on the word conquer. This was not the Marvel universe, but rather a mixed universe. Who knows how many great deities were concealed in ancient Earth? A fatherly figure like Odin may not be sufficient. When Odin conquered the 9 realms, both Thor and I had yet to be born. Much of what transpired back then has been erased from Asgard's history. Who knows what truly happened? By the way, speaking of Thor, Lee, there is something I must tell you. Loki crossed his legs but suddenly recalled something important and immediately sat up. Before I was captured by that man in the green cloak, I had sent a distress signal to Asgard using magic. To whom did you send it? To my brother, the thunder god Thor. Loki chuckled awkwardly, referring to him as a big brute. How formidable could he be? No, I've led you astray. How reckless could he be? Li Chifeng furrowed his brow and inquired. He was now uncertain whether the thunder god in this universe resembled the one he had seen in various works. After all, Doctor Doom was a version more inclined toward research, and Thor might also deviate somewhat. However, based on Loki's condition, Thor's strength should remain largely unchanged. He might be slightly stronger or weaker than in the original narrative, but not by much. With the abilities he currently possessed, while they might not suffice against a peak father figure like Odin, he estimated that he could handle a Thor who was just beginning his journey and still reliant on Mjolnir. After all, Thor at this stage possessed power but struggled to harness it effectively. I am uncertain whether, with my own ample and noble integrity, I can wield the Mjolnir. which is bound by the celestial edicts of the Father. It is rather audacious, the kind of recklessness that I cannot dissuade. In the past, I dared to charge into Jotunheim, the ancestral home of the frost giants, and now my boldness has only intensified. Yet, should he receive your distress signal and descend upon Earth, would that not be a rescue for you? You would surely be elated. Indeed, I would be quite pleased. But I hope that if he dares to confront you, he must be subdued. What do you mean? What purpose would there be in subduing him? I have been forced into servitude for 250 years. After 250 years away from home, is it so wrong to seek a misfortunate soul? I mean, a relative to toil alongside me? TSK, TSK, TSK. Loki, you truly show no mercy when it comes to exploiting your own brother. Li Qingfeng gave Loki a thumbs up. His unwavering commitment to the path of sibling exploitation is truly commendable. This lad possesses a remarkable sense of conviction. Chapter 31, Teleportation. And encountering the goddess of death upon returning to the headquarters of the Joint Investigation Bureau and completing his report to Black Egg and White Duck, Li Qingfeng invited the siblings Wanda and Pietro, along with Loki, into the room. The duo, known as the double egg combination, gazed at Li Qingfeng with a hint of confusion. Hadn't he already summarized the main details of this operation? What more was there to do? Indeed, these siblings were none other than Wanda and Pietro, the progeny of Magneto. Li Qingfeng's revelation left White Duck, Charles, utterly bewildered. As for the other, he was the mastermind behind the colossal wormhole incident over Metropolis, the trickster god Loki from Asgard, who had now signed a 250-year labor contract as a new agent with our bureau. Black Egg, Nick Fury, was equally taken aback. Both stared at Li Qingfeng with inquisitive expressions. They had indeed been presented with a significant challenge. Weren't they dispatched with the X-Men to resolve the Hydra issue? How is it that they now had Magneto's offspring and a god from Asgard in their midst? Are you certain they are Eric's children? Absolutely certain. Upon my return, I immediately conducted a paternity test using Magneto's DNA, and the results were conclusive. A paternity test? White Duck hesitated. Without mentioning the siblings, how did you acquire Eric's DNA? Through abduction? Seeing the confusion in White Duck's gaze, Li Qingfeng simply shrugged and replied, in summary, it is a tale of a father and his children that will endure for quite some time. After Li Qingfeng narrated the story with embellishments and personal touches from a third-party perspective, White Duck grasped the entire sequence of events. So, since they are Eric's children, it would be best to have the X-Men look after them. No, let us send them to the Academy of the Joint Investigation Bureau there. They will be among numerous mutants and children with peculiar abilities, and they will not be regarded as outcasts. With that, White Duck turned his gaze toward Wanda and Pietro. Children, do not be afraid. I was once a dear friend of your father. You may call me Professor X or Headmaster, and I will take care of you. His innate kindness and the soothing effect of his telepathic abilities made the siblings feel at ease with the present Professor X. However, I am sorry, Professor X. We wish to stay with him. Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances and simultaneously pointed their fingers at Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng, who had been observing from the sidelines, was momentarily stunned. Me? He pointed at himself in disbelief, wondering how he had become involved in this matter. Yes, Li, we only trust him. The siblings spoke with unwavering certainty, leaving the usually gentle and kind-hearted White Duck somewhat exasperated, and he cast a questioning look at Li Qingfeng. It would be fine for them to follow me as well. Although the composition of students at the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy suits them well. All the students there can at least control their abilities, and any mishaps would not escalate too severely. Li Qingfeng approached Wanda and Pietro, continuing his discourse. Due to various circumstances, their abilities had awakened abnormally, leaving them in an unstable and uncontrollable state. Should any unfortunate incident occur, the consequences would be dire. Nick Fury, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and gestured towards Loki, who was idly examining an ornament on the table. Let it be so. This pair of mutant siblings, along with this so-called god of mischief, shall be directly integrated into the Star Team, under your arrangement and command, and stop fiddling with my ornament. It is an artifact unearthed from the ruins of the Incan civilization, over 600 years old. Only 600 years? I could casually pull out a crystal goblet that's over 1,000. Loki retorted, disdainfully tossing the unsightly ornament back onto the table. Compared to Professor X, Nick Fury knew better how to handle Li Changfeng. Any matters of uncertainty or indecision he readily passed on to Li. After all, it was this fellow who had orchestrated the situation. What was the term? You reap what you sow? Speaking of which, he was indeed feeling a bit peckish. Charles, since this mission has concluded, I invite you to celebrate at that newly opened French restaurant in Washington. Without awaiting a response from the White Duck, he swiftly propelled his wheelchair out of the director's office, leaving Li Changfeng and the others in a state of bewilderment. Come along, my dear captain. Shouldn't you prepare accommodations for us next? Loki remarked, dropping the ornament and raising his hands in a gesture of expectation. I am a formally contracted employee now, with promises of food, lodging, and a handsome salary. Don't try to renege on that. Li Changfeng sighed. What shall we do? Let us take them home. Fortunately, there is enough room. However, Ada Wong's mindset might be somewhat affected by this arrangement. Originally, she only needed to care for Harley Quinn. And now there were 3 more to consider. Would she transform from Sister Wong to Mother Wong entirely? After arranging for their living conditions, Li Changfeng was unexpectedly graced with a brief respite. Initially, there was none to be had, but Loki provided him with a delightful surprise. Although Wanda and Pietro's powers stemmed from their X gene, they had indeed been triggered by Loki's scepter, resulting in an inexplicable connection among the 3. Specifically, Loki could harness the power of his scepter to accelerate their mastery of their abilities. It was not that Loki could wield the Mind Stone itself, but rather that he could tap into a portion of the power it emanated. He remained blissfully unaware of the extraordinary nature contained within his scepter. Loki was undeniably clever. Yet in certain aspects, his lack of subtlety mirrored that of Thor, truly a testament to his lineage as an Odinson. How could they resemble one another so closely despite lacking blood relations? After extricating himself from his caretaking duties, Li Changfeng finally had the opportunity to thoroughly experiment with his newly acquired abilities. There was no need to test his physical prowess. Having witnessed Wolverine's remarkable sensory abilities, Pietro, in a moment of exuberance upon arriving home, experienced a sudden surge in his powers, accelerating to extraordinary speeds. However, in that fleeting instant, Li Changfeng detected him and instinctively intercepted his trajectory. Otherwise, Pietro would have transformed into a veritable aerial acrobat. At that point, only his diamond form and teleportation magic remained. First, he decided to assume his diamond form. As he muttered to himself, he activated his powers. Almost instantaneously, the diamond transformation spread from his heart to the rest of his body, and he was entirely transformed into a being of diamond. He swung his fist, noting a modest increase in strength, perhaps only a ton or 2. However, his physical durability and resistance to temperature extremes were significantly enhanced. Most gratifying, perhaps, was the nearly limitless stamina that this form afforded him. Next, he turned his attention to his teleportation magic. Contemplating his destination, he scratched his head in indecision. To resolve this, he retrieved a globe, spun it, and closed his eyes, randomly pointing at a location. Norway? It would be intriguing to experience the solitude of Norway's forests. With that thought, he activated the teleportation spell. After calculating the coordinates, a portal, identical to that of Dr. Doom, manifested before him. Stepping through, he was instantaneously transported to the other side of the earth. To his astonishment, he found himself not amidst Norway's forests and seas, but within a vast underground cavern. Gazing upwards, he saw only a dark stone ceiling. Who goes there? A raspy yet alluring voice echoed from the shadows ahead. Li Changfeng furrowed his brow. There were indeed other inhabitants here. Were they adventurers who had met with misfortune? Without further contemplation, he instinctively raced towards the source of the voice. Are you trapped here? What is your name? He inquired. The voice hesitated before responding. Indeed, I am confined here. As for my identity, I am Hela, the eldest daughter of Odin, commander of the Asgardian legions, and the rightful heir to the throne, the goddess of death. Chapter 32. Hela, I understand. You wish to be queen. The death goddess Hela is not one of the 5 deities of death in the Marvel Universe. Her stature is somewhat disparate. However, when juxtaposed with those primordial beings, the known superheroes and villains on Earth, aside from the peculiar sight of a large man clad in red and blue undergarments. Only Dr. Doom could potentially match her caliber. In her past, Hela fought alongside Odin across the Nine Realms, truly embodying a divine figure of paternal might. Due to her divine nature, she governs the cycle of life and death among the Asgardian gods. Upon death, while souls typically depart from their earthly vessels, the souls of Asgardians remain within their bodies until the death goddess claims them, guiding them to their final resting place. To draw a parallel, she can be likened to the goddess of the earth for Asgard, somewhat embodying the essence of reincarnation. It is this attribute that allows Hela, when standing upon Asgardian soil, to wield power comparable to that of Odin, the All-Father. At this moment, the death goddess, theoretically the true heir to the Asgardian throne, occupies a throne hewn from rough obsidian. Though her surroundings are stark, the regal demeanor remains undiminished. If one overlooks Hela's somewhat disheveled, yet endearing hairstyle, she could be considered the most strikingly beautiful woman that Li Qingfeng has ever encountered. The term striking is fitting, as Hela towers at an impressive height of 2 meters and 13 centimeters. Who could possibly resist such a presence? I have been sealed away for over 1,000 years and cast out from my homeland. Am I, then, seeking my own demise? I am the heir of Asgard, destined to rule the 9 realms. Now, mortal from Midgard, kneel before your queen. Li Qingfeng scratched his head, although he had a fondness for queens. It was not in this context. He suspected that discussing this matter with the death goddess would yield little understanding. Perhaps it would be wiser to consult with Ida. A ruler may lack insight into the hearts of men, yet a wise sister understands. My dear death goddess, I am merely a mortal who has stumbled into this realm through a teleportation spell. I shall take my leave at once. Teleportation spell? Which spell could breach dimensional seals? Hela's brow furrowed. If what you say is true, it can only mean one thing. What thing? It matters not, since you can transcend dimensional barriers. You must surely be able to help me escape. Hela abruptly rose, her astonishingly perfect silhouette rapidly closing the distance in Li Qingfeng's view. Her powerful hands clasped his shoulders, and a hint of urgency flickered across her otherwise noble visage. That is all well and good, but why should I assist you? Li Qingfeng found himself utterly defenseless against the allure of a mature woman, yet he remained astute. What do you desire as compensation, human? Do I appear to you as an Asgardian deity? A deity? But you are not Asgardian. I could be. Hela momentarily paused, struck by the earnestness in Li Qingfeng's demeanor, which appeared genuine and unfeigned. After closing my eyes to attune my senses, I opened them in mild astonishment. Although I did not detect the aura of the celestial realm, the essence of an Asgardian indeed coursed through me. Could it be that you are a hybrid of an Asgardian and a Midgardian? No, I am truly a mortal from Midgard, yet one could say that I acquired an Asgardian physique through some fortuitous encounter, my physical prowess surpassing that of ordinary Asgardians, rendering me indistinguishable from the so-called gods of the celestial palace. Oh, I see. Hela nodded, quickly grasping and accepting this revelation. After all, she was a woman who had traversed the 9 realms and encountered myriad cosmic mysteries. Such matters would not strike her as mere fantasy. Had it been her brother, the thunder god Thor, he would surely have probed deeper into the matter. Such is the difference in perspective. One could only remark on Odin's lack of discernment. In comparison to his eldest daughter, this son truly pales in significance. Thus, there is no issue in taking you out, but I hope that when you return to Asgard, ascending as the new king of the Asgardian deities, the first figure to your right shall be me. Li Qingfeng smiled innocently. This was the legendary opportunity to gain favor. Surely, one could secure a position as the vice-god king? As he delightfully contemplated this, he adjusted the coordinates of the portal, ensuring he did not forget to include the dimensional coordinates this time. Upon hearing Li Qingfeng's request, Hela suddenly understood. Oh, so you wish to become the queen? What? Just as Li Qingfeng successfully activated the portal, Hela arrived at an absurd conclusion. Before he could even react, Hela, moving with divine swiftness, swept Li Qingfeng into her arms and leapt through the portal, cradling him as a princess would. Despite the 30-centimeter height difference, Li Qingfeng felt a tinge of embarrassment in that fleeting moment, instinctively wrapping his arms around Hela's neck. Heavens! The coordinates for Li Qingfeng's return journey were naturally set to his own room. Upon opening the door a crack and surveying the surroundings, he was astonished to find the house completely empty. Although he was aware that Ada Wong and Harley Quinn had gone to the headquarters for combat training, he expected Loki and the others to be present. Had Loki taken the opportunity to whisk the children away on some escapade? Considering Loki's cunning intellect, combined with Li Changfeng's gentle and nurturing guidance, he should not be leading anyone into trouble. At most, he might be using Li Changfeng's salary card for a little shopping spree. However, after some contemplation, Li Changfeng decided it prudent to activate his personal terminal and contact Ingrid. Hello, dear Ingrid, good day. Captain, you must be aware that today is that accursed holiday, yes? Disturbing a lady's slumber could lead one to have their head caught in a door, only to be subsequently kicked by a donkey. Ingrid replied with a sharp edge to her tone. Li Changfeng instinctively shivered upon witnessing Ingrid's morning grouchiness through the video call, barely taking a moment to appreciate her slightly breezy summer sleepwear before abruptly ending the conversation. The ire of a morning grouch is heavier than that of a ghost. He dared not linger. Subsequently, another number was dialed. Hello, Black Egg. Director Fury, have you had your meal? Were you just about to call me Black Egg? I knew there was no one else who would dare to give me a nickname related to the Republic's cuisine. Indeed, it is you. TSK, don't be so stingy. I have some serious matters to discuss. Li Changfeng observed the Black Egg, who remained seated in the office during the day off, and said, Loki must have taken Wanda and Pietro out to broaden their horizons. You bear the responsibility to monitor them and ensure no trouble arises. I seem to recall this task falls under your purview, doesn't it? Yes, but today I wish to take a break. After all, you're getting on in years, sleep is scarce for you, and with no entertainment options, you might as well work a little harder. What about you? Of course, I am out on a date with the big sister. Unlike his usual grumpy demeanor with Ingrid, Li Changfeng displayed a sense of audacity when addressing Black Egg. He even provocatively revealed Hela behind him. He then swiftly concluded the call and powered down his personal terminal. After completing this series of actions, Li Changfeng turned around to see Hela smiling mischievously, exuding an air of regal elegance laced with a hint of charm. So, is it a date with me, mortal? Chapter 33, A Family Reunion, Trader Version Question. If you were to bring home a striking woman towering 30 centimeters above you, who wishes for you to be her queen, what would you do? Some individuals might impulsively inquire whether she prefers to dine first, bathe, or indulge in other peculiar questions. However, Li Changfeng has always been an extraordinary man, a remarkable husband. He chose to suggest that she first take a bath. After being sealed for over a millennium, despite appearing clean, her hair had certainly accumulated a degree of neglect. At first glance, one might mistake her for someone adorned in an unconventional smoky makeup style. Perhaps due to a fundamental trust in Li Changfeng, the one who liberated her from her dimensional prison, Hela accepted the towel he offered and stepped into the bathroom. During her bathing, time dragged excruciatingly slowly for Li Changfeng. It wasn't that he desired to observe her. He was merely contemplating how to explain this extraordinary situation to the eventual return of the Demon Queen and the psychotic lady. Suddenly, there was a bona fide goddess of Asgard in his home. This was no ordinary being. And what of Loki? How would he introduce her? This is your elder sister. Though not by blood, she is indeed your sister. Moreover, while Loki may appear Asgardian, his true essence stems from the frost giant lineage of Jotunheim. Hela had likely slain her fair share of frost giants in the past. One could only hope their first encounter wouldn't result in Loki's demise. Lost in thought, time flew by, and Hela emerged from the bathroom, her long hair revitalized by water. The garment she wore, crafted in the Celestial Palace, was impervious to filth and could transform into other attire. So, Hela, has your power begun to restore? Perhaps, not even a fifth of its former glory? If she could return to Asgard, she would soon reclaim her pinnacle of strength. However, remaining in Midgard would only allow her to regain half her power. And even that would require time. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng nearly dislocated his jaw in astonishment. By this reckoning, having just emerged from her seal, she could barely muster a fifth of her power while facing two brothers, casually crushing Mjolnir. Her full potential must be akin to that of Odin, a godly peak, albeit constrained to the soil of Asgard. In other realms, she might reach at least the ordinary godly level. Yet even this ordinary divine tier was extraordinarily formidable. The typical Thanos operated at a sub-god level, and even the novice Thor was far from achieving that standard. Hela settled beside Li Chengfeng, embodying the regal essence of a queen. Her commanding presence transformed the ordinary leather sofa into a throne-like seat, leaving an indelible impression on him. Upon emerging, my perception has become more acute. Odin has aged, and his powers have waned considerably. Consequently, the dimensional seals he imposes have also weakened, which may explain your ability to forcibly breach the sealed dimension through interdimensional teleportation magic. Has Odin truly aged? Indeed, if my senses are not deceiving me. This ancient being has a lifespan of less than 1,000 years, drawing ever closer to his demise. Li Chengfeng was initially taken aback by the notion of Odin's aging, but the subsequent revelation that he is less than 1,000 years old left him utterly speechless. What a peculiar notion of aging, and what an impending death. As a mere human, it is evident that one cannot empathize with these long-lived beings. Let us not dwell on that tiresome old man. I have been curious since earlier. In Midgard, a realm predominantly inhabited by ordinary mortals, how is it that you possess a physique rivaling that of the divine, yet reside in such a cramped abode? Cramped abode? Li Chengfeng let out a wry smile. How could one compare with you, the true-born Asgardians? In contrast to your grand celestial palace, this 400 square meter flat is indeed akin to a mere hovel. Li Chengfeng jested. Could you spare me a few more of these hovels? They would be quite useful. First and foremost, this is already a mansion that the vast majority of Midgardians cannot afford. Secondly, although I possess what is deemed a physique akin to that of a divine being, Midgard is teeming with hidden talents. I may not be as impressive, especially when compared to that true god of the mortal realm. A god of the mortal realm? Hela was instantly intrigued. What manner of deity is that? To be precise, he is an extraterrestrial, much like you Asgardians. Yet how shall I articulate this? Li Chengfeng pondered for a moment, then shrugged in resignation. Even if your father were to appear in his prime, after a brief skirmish, he would likely find himself battered and bruised, forced to negotiate with that colossal figure. Li Chengfeng's conclusion was not mere conjecture. This world-S giant possesses the capability to annihilate the Chitauri army in an instant and close wormholes. A far cry from a fledgling superhero merely grasping his powers. He had inquired with Tony Stark and discovered that the world's Louise Lane is already 31 years of age. Thus, it stands to reason that the giant is likely of a similar age, having matured under the sun for many years. For such a seasoned superhero, even a celestial being would pale in comparison. Of course, Li Chengfeng's assessment was based purely on combat prowess. Within the celestial palace resides Frigga, one of the most formidable sorceresses. If she were to employ cunning against the giant, she could achieve her aims. It is well known that the giant lacks magical resistance. Does Midgard truly harbor such a formidable being? Indeed, yet his ultimate aspiration is world peace, alongside a loving wife, children, and a warm hearth. Therefore, provided you refrain from committing crimes in Metropolis or smashing vehicles onto his roof or farm during battles, he is far more endearing than the neighbor's pet cat. It is truly astonishing. Were I to wield such power, I would undoubtedly cast the glory of Asgard into the far reaches of the universe. Li Chengfeng wiped the sweat from his brow. No wonder she is Odin's daughter, for she resembles him most closely, just like Odin in his youth. She is a pure embodiment of the warrior spirit. In a moment of idle speculation regarding the race of the behemoth, the sound of a fingerprint lock resonated through the room. Loki, adorned in a flamboyant emerald suit, made his entrance, accompanied by Wanda and Pietro, both wearing expressions of admiration. Ah, Li, I took these two little rascals for a stroll, and who might you be? Loki's gaze fell upon Li Chengfeng, only to discover a towering woman seated beside him. His instinct, characteristic of the god of mischief, alerted him to the extreme danger she posed. In an instant, he conjured his beloved twin daggers, directing them toward the woman. While he appeared formidable, his feet were discreetly preparing to cast a teleportation spell. This was not the confines of Hydra, where magic could be nullified. Oh, the blood of Odin. No, the blood of the frost giants? How extraordinary. It seems you are a frost giant, whose external features have been permanently altered by Odin's primordial power. Loki's presence captivated Hela's attention, yet she could not help but remark, You bear a striking resemblance to the Odin of yore. Li Changfeng shrugged and stepped between the two, gently pressing down on Loki's dagger-wielding hand. Allow me to introduce you both. This is your father's adopted son, whom we shall call brother. And this is your father's eldest daughter, referred to as sister. We are all family here. So let us make dumplings together. Chapter 34. Obtaining residency is not a matter of life and death after a series of unforeseen events. Li Changfeng ultimately decided to take Loki and Hela to the Bureau of Interdimensional Affairs. After all, living as an undocumented individual in a flourishing and developed nation is exceedingly inconvenient. The Bureau's legitimate fake identification is a well-established service. Recently, several beneficiaries included the renowned members of the X-Men. Thus, Li Changfeng piloted his Quinn jet to the Bureau's headquarters in Washington, D.C. Throughout the journey, Hela's demeanor provided Li Changfeng with a fresh perspective on Asgard, a realm he had only glimpsed in comics and films. Although she exhibited little interest in the advanced technology of the Quinn jet, her gaze was fixated on Li Changfeng's smartphone, unable to divert her attention. It is evident that the technological advancements of Earth are rather peculiar. For instance, Asgard's Bifrost can be perceived as a fusion of a spatial rail gun and a superluminal conduit, complete with an automatic recognition feature. Yet, during combat, the Asgardians relied on melee weapons and magic, reminiscent of the legends chronicled in mythology. Furthermore, having once waged war across the 9 realms, the Asgardians likely had little interest in the true technology of Earth's zenith. Instead, they found the civilian technologies used for entertainment on Earth far more intriguing. As they entered the Bureau, the goddess of death, Hela, exuded an allure befitting a true deity while casually manipulating Li Changfeng's phone. In mere moments, she had mastered the art of navigating various social media platforms, albeit through Li Changfeng's account. Meanwhile, Loki, now the 3rd princess of Asgard, accepted the sudden addition of an elder sister with remarkable enthusiasm. His delight stemmed from Li Changfeng's introduction of Hela as a pioneer in the realm of Asgardian rebellion. The mischief he orchestrated paled in comparison to her formidable legacy. Thus, he was more than willing to assist his formidable sister in causing trouble for their father and brother. Sister, what shall we do next? Shall we storm back to Asgard? Of course, we will consolidate our strength while exerting dominion over Midgard, and then we shall raise an army to reclaim Asgard. Why? Isn't it true that upon returning to Asgard, you will attain your ultimate powers? Firstly, we cannot return to Asgard at present. Hela's eyes remained glued to the phone screen. Secondly, even if we were to return, attaining complete and peak powers would not ensure victory over our father, who, despite his waning strength, remains a formidable celestial being. Can you withstand the wrath of all Asgard during this interim? Indeed, you are correct, sister. Loki displayed an expression akin to that of an infatuated fan meeting their idol, embodying the very essence of a devoted sycophant. A peculiar sense of a queen and a treacherous minister envelopes the atmosphere. So, you have mastered the art of teleportation? Indeed. And you have employed this magic to breach a dimensional seal? Precisely. Ultimately, you return with a goddess of Asgard from a millennium ago? As you can observe, what expression do you think I should wear in response to this revelation? Nick Fury sat behind his desk, gazing at Li Changfeng's somewhat overly handsome visage, his lips twitching in disbelief. So, do you actually believe what I am saying? It is undeniable that you have a penchant for extraordinary escapades, whether it be the Green Lantern ring or forging alliances with mutants. Each event has taken me by surprise. I can't help but wonder if you were this outrageous even before your transfer from the Republic's headquarters. The dark-skinned gentleman rubbed his temples. A look of helplessness etched across his face. Most importantly, from the moment you stepped into the Joint Investigation Bureau, their energy detection devices immediately registered a terrifying energy entity, with readings that nearly went off the charts. It was more blinding than a searchlight in the dead of night. Li Changfeng paused momentarily, then stifled a laugh as he addressed Loki. You see, your sister entering the Joint Investigation Bureau is the harbinger of a terrifying energy entity. Why can't you create such a spectacle? Loki rolled his eyes. At that moment, he truly did not wish to engage with Li Changfeng. Although he was the god of mischief, in comparison to his elder sister, a divine figure of great power, he felt rather insignificant. Of course, Li Changfeng was merely jesting. Loki was indeed formidable as long as he refrained from employing his daggers in a comedic manner and earnestly wielded the array of magic he had mastered. Now, as the hosts of Earth, we ought to do something for our extraterrestrial divine friends who have traveled from afar, shouldn't we? Are you attempting to siphon funds again? If there is any, that would be splendid. However, my primary objective is to secure a residency for our goddess of death and the god of mischief. Would you care to listen to the absurdities you have just uttered? Securing residency for gods? Nick Fury instinctively cast a glance at Hela, only to find her utterly absorbed in her phone, which alleviated his concerns. He genuinely feared Li Changfeng's words. One wrong statement could provoke the wrath of this ancestral matriarch, potentially jeopardizing the entire Joint Investigation Bureau. What? Do you harbor prejudice against aliens or against gods? Li Changfeng slammed his palm on the table, demanding a straightforward answer. Will they be granted residency or not? Surely, this should not pose a challenge in your America, right? If all else fails, I can escort them back to the Republic to arrange it. We have such traditions. Even Mazu possesses an identification card. Is the issue truly whether obtaining residency is feasible? The dark-skinned gentleman felt a tumultuous blend of love and exasperation for Li Changfeng. Rescuing Harley Quinn, merging with the X-Men, and collaborating with them to thwart Hydra. Each endeavor left Nick Fury yearning to kiss this rascal fervently. Yet, in moments like this, he genuinely contemplated giving him a few bullets. Never mind, I shall not quibble with you any longer. I will entrust the matters concerning identity and residency to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Now, this esteemed being, what name do you intend to adopt? Hela Odin's daughter and Loki Odinson. Li Changfeng shrugged. These are indeed the true names of two deities from Asgard. The surnames are quite straightforward, denoting the daughter and son of Odin, respectively. Well, now that your wishes are fulfilled, might you assist me with a small favor? Absolutely not. Do I owe you any courtesy? Alas, must you be so unyielding? What tasks do you have in mind? If feasible, I shall certainly endeavor to accomplish them. If not, I shall exert every effort to find a way. Very well. Nick Fury had little desire to engage with Li Changfeng any further at that moment. He simply extended the documents in his hand, signaling the other to examine them thoroughly. Li Changfeng took the documents and, upon opening them, was immediately met with a photograph. Encased within the eternal ice of the Arctic, a man, whose noble features betrayed his integrity, lay in slumber. Chapter 35, Journey to the Arctic. The arrival of chaos. What do you mean by this, Fury? Your tastes have certainly become rather intense lately, favoring such vividly charismatic gentlemen. I truly feel inclined to reprimand you. Nick Fury squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, then continued to elucidate. You are a citizen of the Republic. Perhaps you are not intimately acquainted with this individual. No, I am quite familiar. It is none other than Captain America, is it not? Li Changfeng interjected, leaning closer to Nick Fury. I have been following the gossip quite thoroughly, yet I remain uncertain of the truth. Do you think Captain America and our inaugural director, Peggy Carter, ever shared a romantic connection? Ahem, what exactly do you mean by that? Nick Fury feigned a cough, earning a disdainful glance from Li Changfeng. The inquiry of whether they ever shared such moments was, of course, a euphemism for whether they ever gazed at the stars together. Oh, so you mean did they watch the stars together? Li Changfeng teased. What did you think? I thought perhaps they went for a leisurely drive. Uft, you old rogue. After a brief moment of derision towards Nick Fury, Li Changfeng finally adopted a serious demeanor and began to discuss matters of importance. So, you showed me this photograph simply to request that I retrieve this individual, correct? Precisely. Since you are already acquainted with Captain Steve Rogers, you should comprehend that a super soldier, enhanced by the serum, does not perish merely from being frozen. It merely induces a state akin to hibernation and the aging process, which is already decelerated, nearly halts. However, to my knowledge, super soldiers created from this serum merely transcend human limits in terms of combat prowess. For our joint agency, which currently possesses both the X-Men and the Star Team as formidable combat divisions, this may not be an immediate priority. I grasp your intent, Nick Fury replied, shaking his head, a glimmer of aspiration even surfacing in his singular eye. Yet, Steve Rogers is emblematic of the American Bureau. He stands as a paragon of our humanity and integrity, reminding us to remain steadfastly close to the light when teetering on the brink of the abyss, lest we truly fall into darkness. Lee Chung-fong nodded in agreement upon hearing Nick Fury's depiction. Captain America epitomizes character and humanity. If people were to choose a superhero as a companion, barring any extraordinary stipulations, selecting either Superman or Captain America would surely be sound judgment. Superman embodies both virtue and strength, while Captain America, albeit not as powerful, is undeniably a loyal friend, particularly in terms of leadership. The Kansas giant cannot compare to the centenarian who has fought against Nazis and Hydra in the World Wars. Of course, Nick Fury's desire for Lee Chung-fong to bring back Captain America was not solely for his symbolic significance. He also hoped that through Captain America's return, the ordinary members of the agency could re-engage in the fight. Recently, the agency has been dominated by mutants and so-called gods. As an organization dedicated to shielding ordinary people from the harsh realities of the world too soon, the proportion of ordinary individuals seems rather insufficient. In addition to assigning this mission to the STAR team, I wish to send someone to accompany you. Will you accompany me? Who is it? Is it the beautiful sister? Lee Chung-fong's interest was instantly piqued. Was it Commander Maria Hill or the Mockingbird? He wasn't picky. You're not picky? That's splendid, Nick Fury exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight. In an instant, Lee Chung-fong discerned a hint of schadenfreude in his single eye. He pressed the communication device on the table and declared, "All right, come in." A minute later, the door to the STAR team and Director Nick Fury's office swung open. Filled with anticipation, Lee Chung-fong turned around. Whether it was Maria Hill or the Mockingbird, both were strikingly attractive women. However, upon seeing the visitor's appearance and her slightly mature receding hairline, "Hello, Agent Lee Chung-fong. I am Phil Coulson, a Level 7 agent from the American Bureau." Sigh. "Hello." Lee Chung-fong's enthusiasm instantly deflated as he slumped into the sofa, weakly leaning against Hella's shoulder while she scrolled through her phone. Hella showed no signs of discomfort, even wrapping an arm around Lee Chung-fong's waist. "Hey, you've become quite skilled, haven't you? Back in the Asgardian army, many had once offered their services to me." Hella lifted her head, addressing the topic with a calm demeanor. Yet with a touch of curiosity, she asked Lee Chung-fong, but for some reason, they were all valiant female warriors, and they eventually became my personal guards. Lee Chung-fong rolled his eyes. What a selection of top-notch beauties. However, he knew he couldn't treat Coulson the same way he did Nick Fury during their first meeting. So he quickly sprang to his feet and approached Coulson. "I've heard much about you, Agent Coulson. I understand when you first entered this field, you served under Nick Fury. That must have been quite a challenge." Nick Fury had once been the most outstanding agent of the American Bureau, and I still am, Fury interjected, clearly unwilling to concede his age. "The top agent now should be you, Lee, even if you're on loan from the Republic Bureau." Coulson maintained a gentle smile, exuding warmth. Lee Chung-fong found it perplexing how a middle-aged man could possess a touch of charm despite a receding hairline, without any hint of greasiness. It's all in the demeanor. Quite fascinating, isn't it? Lee Chung-fong, Phil Coulson, if you two keep teasing the boss, one of you will be sent to Tibet to play games with the llamas, and the other to the Antarctic to play house with penguins. After teasing, jesting with Nick Fury, the system task arrived as expected. Ding. Task The Iceman Cometh has been issued. Task Overview. Dear Captain of the STAR team, you are to follow Nick Fury's orders to rescue Captain America from the Arctic glaciers. But be cautious. The Arctic holds more than just eternal ice. There are other entities. Reading the task overview, Lee Chung-fong lapsed into silence once more. He knew it. Such tasks were bound to present some peculiar challenges. But what could possibly lurk in the Arctic? Surely it wasn't something bizarrely reminiscent of Cthulhu elements. Was it? Whether it be the Cthulhu elements of Marvel or DC, they truly pale in comparison to the divine enchantress standing behind him. Thus, upon reflection, even if there exist unknown hidden elements, the challenge should not be insurmountable. However, it seems that the characters pertinent to this mission are rather scarce. I wonder if bringing Hela along would qualify? As Lee Chung-fong pondered this, he ascended the Airbus alongside Phil Coulson, which had not taken flight for some time. Awaiting them aboard the aircraft were Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, who had previously come to headquarters for combat training. Ever since Hela stepped onto the Airbus, the gaze of the demoness and the psychopathic enchantress had been fixated upon her, occasionally shooting Li Changfeng piercing glances. Li Changfeng sat upright, his gaze unwavering. He was uncertain of the mission's peril. Nonetheless, it could hardly rival the imminent danger posed by the tumultuous atmosphere within this Airbus. Chapter 36, The Coulson Team. Barry Allen, the Airbus of the Star Team, soared through the stratosphere, racing towards the remote Arctic glaciers. However, Li Changfeng found it exceedingly difficult to focus on the mission at hand. The present scene was far from congenial for him. 3 women occupied 3 sofas, each exuding a distinct aura. Queenly Hela remained indifferent, engrossed in fiddling with Li Changfeng's phone, undeterred by the onboard internet connectivity. In contrast, the Demon Queen and the Psychotic Queen exchanged glances, diverting their full attention to Hela. This contradictory dynamic of opposition and collaboration was quite perplexing. Initially, Coulson was blissfully entertained, seemingly oblivious to the tension, until Loki astutely guided him away from the lounge. Li Changfeng couldn't help but reflect on the absurdity of the situation. Thankfully, the universe had avoided a repeat of the New York battle. Otherwise, witnessing this peculiar camaraderie between perpetrator and victim would have been unimaginable. Yet, his amusement swiftly evaporated as Harley Quinn abruptly pressed herself against him, straddling his lap. "My pudding, I didn't realize you were such a fickle heart." Harley's eyes sparkled with mischief, but her words sent a shiver down Li Changfeng's spine. "You lured me into a whimsical notion atop the Joker's head. Should I reciprocate?" "Clearly, you were the one who enticed me first," he stammered. "Ahem. Harley, what are you talking about?" This is merely a legitimate form of therapeutic breakdown. Before he could further clarify, Harley lunged at his neck, delivering a playful bite. To his current physical constitution, it was hardly painful, merely a slight itch, straying far from any violent implications and veering into a more intimate territory. "Not seduction, you say? You irresponsible scoundrel. Neither acknowledging nor rejecting your actions. Defamation. This is an outright slander. I am a paragon of integrity as a federal agent." Li Changfeng's defense felt somewhat feeble. He was acutely aware that his behavior indeed bore the hallmarks of a certain roguish charm. Had this occurred at the Republic's headquarters, he would undoubtedly face repercussions for his impropriety. The matter itself was minor, yet the women he had entangled himself with were formidable. Noticing the flicker of guilt on his face, Sister Wong let out a disdainful huff, her villainous allure unmistakable. Li Changfeng instinctively followed the sound, sighing softly. Alas, they were en route to the Arctic, necessitating full preparation. The attire favored by Ida, Chong Sam's, leather pants, and short skirts adorned with black and white silk, could only lament in the wardrobe, bemoaning the misfortune of timing. But who was Ida Wong after all? Li Changfeng, appearing to be a mere Na'vi player, was utterly transparent to her keen perception. "Just the other day, I purchased a pair of patent leather boots." Ada pulled Harley Quinn aside and urged Li Changfeng to rise, suggesting that if he favored the Queen's style, he could wear it for him upon returning. However, for the moment, it was time to seek out Coulson and Loki for a gathering of men. With that, she and Harley Quinn pushed Li Changfeng out of the lounge. If he truly wished it, neither Ada nor Harley Quinn could have expelled him on their own. Yet, he could not have asked for more. To escape the battlefield of chaos was nothing short of a blessing. "How astonishing it is to emerge alive," Loki remarked, observing Li Changfeng's near-death experience with unabashed mockery. Yet, Li Changfeng had long since developed immunity to such levels of derision. He offered a middle finger in jest and promptly seated himself beside Coulson. Diving straight into the matter at hand. "Nick Fury sent you along with me for this excavation task, and it must surely be more than a mere whim, correct?" Pouring a glass of the green carbonated drink dubbed Evil Energy by Harley Quinn for both Loki and Coulson. He adhered to the principle of abstaining from alcohol during their mission, regardless of his unreliability. "Let me guess. As a level 7 agent with more years of service than I, you don't need my assistance in polishing your credentials. Nor are you looking to join my star team. Perhaps you intend to assemble another specialized squad to handle relatively lightweight supernatural incidents, with the core being none other than Captain America, as designated by Nick Fury?" I have consistently advised Director Fury to convert your temporary assignment into a permanent position, for you possess a broader perspective than he does and would be the most suitable candidate for the next director. Please refrain from such flattery. I might genuinely blush. Coulson replied with a chuckle. Let us not dwell on compliments. Li Changfeng continued. I once faced death a few years back. Allegedly, my heart stopped for over a minute. Thankfully, the doctors of the Bureau revived me. Upon my recovery, Director Fury indeed tasked me with forming a special emergency team. At this, Coulson smiled. Though his left hand instinctively grazed his chest, a remnant of past fears, having traversed the thin line between life and death. The terrors felt during that experience lingered in his mind. Originally, that was not my intention. However, as the members of the STAR team became increasingly unconventional, one cannot consistently deploy heavy artillery to swat flies. Thus, the Special Emergency Team was born, aimed at creating a lower-tier STAR team. Phil Coulson could be considered an open book, expressing trust in his colleague Li Changfeng, a stark contrast to the ever-suspicious Nick Fury. Subsequently, Li Changfeng learned from Coulson that upon receiving the authority to form this Special Emergency Team, he had nearly completed its assembly. Unlike the STAR team, which was purely a combat unit, the Special Emergency Team encompassed a diverse array of talents, from fighters to scientists and hackers, prepared to address any potential situation. Li Changfeng initially believed that this Special Emergency Team resembled the protagonist ensemble from the American television series S.H.I.E.L.D. However, after being introduced by Coulson, he realized he had underestimated the extraordinary capabilities of the hybrid universe. First, there are familiar elements. Grant Ward, a level 6 agent, possesses combat skills second only to those of the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. His hidden identity is that of a Hydra member, and he joined Coulson's team in pursuit of the secret behind Coulson's resurrection, as his true superior, John Garrett, is nearing his end. Then there is Skye, a rookie agent and a prodigious hacker capable of dismantling billions worth of equipment from the FBI with just a broken laptop. Her birth name is Daisy Johnson, an unawakened Quake. Of course, Coulson is only privy to the first half of their information. Additionally, there are Leo Fitz and Gemma Simmons, the scientific duo known as the Science Babies, who remain unchanged. However, the next individual stirred something long dormant within Li Changfeng. Barry Allen, a level 2 agent from the FBI and an expert in forensic science. Chapter 37, The God of Card Draw. Coulson. The sudden spray startled Coulson, who had been handing over the documents. Lee, what's the matter? Are you all right? Honestly, you should be asking me if I'm okay compared to him. Loki, drenched in carbonated beverage, hesitated momentarily before managing a smile and casting a spell to clean himself up. Go away, you nuisance. If you have nothing to do, just stay out of my way, Li Changfeng said dismissively, shooing Loki away. He then turned his attention back to the stack of personnel files that Coulson had provided. He needed to confirm that he hadn't misread anything earlier. Upon examining the detailed information, Li Changfeng was taken aback. Born in Mid-City, his father imprisoned for murder. He had entered the Mid-City Police Department's Forensics Division to investigate his father's wrongful conviction, later being discovered and recruited by the Joint Task Force. Judging by his appearance and background, he resembled the Barry Allen from the television series. However, at this moment, Barry Allen had yet to gain his super speed. He was merely a 22-year-old forensic expert, equipped with slow movements and formidable professional skills. At this point, Li Changfeng couldn't help but glance at Coulson once more. Was this guy's luck simply too good? And the Joint Task Force, truly a far grander organization than the S.H.I.E.L.D. depicted in the comics. Surely they weren't harboring a multitude of unawakened or undisclosed superheroes and supervillains in some obscure corners. With this thought in mind, he opened the next file. The first thing that caught his eye was the face of a charming rogue, Oliver Queen. Damn. The billionaire playboy of Star City had survived a devastating shipwreck alongside his father and his girlfriend's sister, drifting to an island known as Purgatory in the southern seas of the Republic, where he bore witness to a series of malevolent events while growing stronger. 5 years later, he returned to Star City, becoming the renowned vigilante known as Green Arrow. After being approached and recruited by the Joint Task Force, He became a Level 4 agent under the condition that Queen Industries would become a partner of the task force and provide protection for his mother and sister. What more could Li Chifeng say? Just one word: impressive. The previous Barry Allen, while remarkable, had not yet gained his abilities. Yet this individual was already a fully realized Green Arrow. Theoretically, Green Arrow's capabilities were on par with Batman, essentially a long-range variant of the Dark Knight, with the primary differences lying in wealth, strategy, and social connections. Green Arrow's myriad concerns made him all the more relatable, a living, breathing individual rather than a mere character. Where did you find these treasures? I've never seen nor heard of them before. Is Nick Fury really keeping them hidden? Actually, they were all initially shortlisted members of the Star Squad, but Director Fury rejected them. Now that I am tasked with forming another team, I gladly accept them. Coulson's gentle smile finally revealed a hint of pride. His keen perception was indeed accurate. Even Li Chifeng found himself momentarily dazzled by these talents. In my opinion, the most suitable candidate for the position of director is undoubtedly you, Coulson. Li Chifeng spoke with utmost sincerity, based solely on his ability to discern talent. You surpass Nick Fury by leaps and bounds. What can that one-eyed man truly comprehend? However, I was unearthed and promoted by Director Fury, Coulson chuckled, shaking his head, and chose to steer the conversation elsewhere, gesturing for Li Chifeng to continue perusing the documents. Li Chifeng offered no further commentary as he opened the next and final file. Wade Wilson? The face in the photograph bore a striking resemblance to Ryan Reynolds. What were these references to the miraculous healer Kai Lai and Li Baodian? Yet, this Wade Wilson's background was entirely different from that of the Deadpool portrayed in comics and films. At just 18 years of age, he was a distinguished graduate of the Old Bureau of Investigation Academy, having left Midtown High School just prior to its closure, following an assault by Hydra. He infiltrated their ranks and eliminated numerous key figures, ultimately returning with a wealth of intelligence that led to his exceptional promotion to Level 4 agent, bearing the codename Deadpool. He lacked the signature regenerative abilities, yet his other combat skills were far more advanced than those of the original Deadpool. However, his mental acuity was undeniably befitting of his alias, eccentric and nonsensical. He deliberately abstained from participating in various examinations within the Bureau, even going so far as to intentionally score low. Otherwise, given Grant Ward's capabilities, it would be impossible for him to surpass Wilson and become the second-in-command under Black Widow. Moreover, it is worth noting that the documentation indicated Wade Wilson had actively expressed a desire to serve under Coulson's command. After reviewing the file on Deadpool, Li Chifeng gained a fresh perspective on Coulson's team. Grant Ward, Green Arrow Oliver Queen, and Deadpool Wade Wilson, combined with the veteran Steve Rogers, soon to be unearthed from the ice, formed a formidable force that should not be underestimated. As long as they were not up against Thor or Hela, leveraging various technological weapons to subdue Loki should pose little challenge. Phil Coulson, whom Li Chifeng was inclined to refer to as the god of card drawing. However, with the backing of these formidable individuals, the presence of Grant Ward, the Hydra infiltrator, seemed increasingly unnecessary within Coulson's team. Though he might not stir up much trouble, he remained a residual threat of moderate significance. Is that all? Li Chifeng inquired, placing the documents down. Indeed, once we extract Captain America, Steve Rogers, and await his awakening, my team will be fully assembled. Do you require any advice? I am all ears, he replied. Your team possesses an abundance of mavericks. It lacks an individual of both strength and experience to maintain order. Li Chifeng gestured towards the information regarding Sky, Oliver, and Wade, continuing, you cannot manage this alone. Although you possess the qualifications and capabilities, you lack the fearsome reputation that commands respect. By the way, I've heard that there is a senior investigator from the Ministry of Internal Affairs who has recently retired from the front lines and shares my hometown roots. You're referring to, indeed, Melinda May, the woman known as the Cavalry. Li Chifeng presented the final piece of the puzzle for assembling the team to Coulson. I have reviewed her file. Melinda May was originally your partner in the field, and given this connection, it should be feasible to bring her back into action. The rationale for recommending Melinda May extends beyond her being the ideal fit for Coulson's team. It also serves to fill the void left by Grant Ward. Indeed, Li Chifeng had already resolved to facilitate Grant Ward's dignified exit following the completion of this mission, ensuring that he would not jeopardize Li Qingfeng's vision for the Inhuman faction. Chapter 38. Arrival at the Arctic. The calm after the storm. Having gained a comprehensive understanding of the reasons behind the formation of Coulson's team and its members, Li Qingfeng increasingly felt that his freedom was perhaps a bit excessive. Could this be the legendary treatment reserved for top performers? The kind where even the boss, under whom one has toiled, must smile and commend your efforts. Li Chifeng was uncertain whether Nick Fury shared this sentiment. All he knew was that after such a lengthy period, the once boisterous lounge had finally fallen silent. Had the storm subsided? Could it be that Hela had dealt with Ada Wong and Harley Quinn? While the fate of Harley Quinn remained uncertain, Ada Wong, renowned for her keen understanding of human nature, surely could not be so easily overwhelmed. Thus, Li Chifeng stealthily approached the door of the lounge, peering through the crack. There, he beheld Hela placing Li Qingfeng's phone down, her arms encircling a somewhat smaller woman beside her, exuding an air of dominance reminiscent of a bandit queen who had captured two consorts. The initial animosity that Sister Wong and Harley Quinn harbored towards Hela had long since dissipated. Li Chifeng could discern a singular message in their gazes. The goddess of death was formidable. Alas, it seemed that even the fierce woman desired intimacy with another of her kind. Li Chifeng felt compelled to intervene. Such displays of affection were utterly inappropriate. How he envied them. Jealousy truly can rend the heart asunder. Cough, cough. Ada, please reconfirm the landing site and surrounding conditions. Harley, what are you doing with that hand? Who keeps their hand on another's chest so brazenly? I noticed Hela's shirt was a bit dirty, so I thought I'd help her clean it, Harley Quinn shamelessly replied, her demeanor reminiscent of Li Qingfeng's youthful exuberance. Then, alongside Ada Wong, she squeezed past him. The audacious woman giving his backside a playful squeeze, shamelessly taking advantage of him. Did she not realize he only sold his artistry, not his body? This was an entirely different price. My dear Pudding, you've been rather childish lately. Might you learn a thing or two from Hela? At worst, after the mission, I'll let you squeeze it back. With a flirtatious wink, Harley Quinn departed, her laughter lingering in the air. Huh, I trust you like I trust a ghost. After voicing his grievances, Li Chifeng cast a resentful glance at the death goddess, questioning how she had managed to win over both women. Women love me, Hela asserted. Devoid of any boastfulness, her tone almost clinical, as if stating an undeniable theorem. The most subtle displays of superiority can be the most lethal. After a prolonged flight, the Star Team's Airbus finally arrived at their intended destination. Li Chifeng soon realized that this was not a desolate wasteland. The scientific expedition team involved in the excavation had already established their camp here, assembling the large machinery required for their tasks. To be honest, Coulson, if you had sent me here, we could have been playing mahjong on the return flight in no more than 10 minutes. I had quite the winning hand last time. A complete flush with a grand slam. A truly remarkable hand. Although I find the latter part of your statement somewhat perplexing, Coulson shrugged. One must ensure that we, the ordinary agents and temporarily assigned external units, have tasks to undertake. You truly need to acclimate yourself to your position as a formidable force within the Joint Investigation Bureau. Coulson's words were grounded in reality. With great power comes great responsibility, yet it does not imply that one must shoulder every task single-handedly. For instance, while excavating the ice layer, undoubtedly one would not match the speed of one transformed into a Green Lantern. Entrusting the endeavor to a specialized team would certainly yield no mishaps. However, should a being like Thanos or General Zod appear at this juncture, Li Chingfeng, as one of the Bureau's most elite operatives, would undoubtedly be the first to charge forth. Each has their designated role. Yet Li Chingfeng was not concerned about the excavation taking too long, fearing that after a slow simmer, whatever lay beneath would emerge to put on a grand display. While that sentiment holds merit, we are here now, since a more efficient method of excavation exists. Standing by while they set up equipment would be akin to pulling down one's trousers to fart. A classic adage of the Republic. Since we are here, we might as well make the most of it. Coulson likely had not visited the Republic himself, perhaps only being familiar with Melinda May, whose ancestry traces back to it. Given May's character, she would likely refrain from uttering such sentiments of since we are here. Your reasoning is sound, If resources and time can be conserved, why not embrace that opportunity? Coulson was naturally pleased with Li Changfeng's words. After all, any method of excavating Captain America would suffice. This mission was merely a collaborative effort for him, not one he needed to spearhead. Moreover, he was eager to witness his childhood idol, whom he had long admired. Coulson's journey to becoming an agent in the Joint Investigation Bureau was profoundly influenced by Captain America's historical deeds. And he still carried a childhood Captain America trading card tucked within his suit pocket. Very well, Harley broadcast instructions to the scientific task force, directing them to cease the deployment of large machinery and merely maintain vigilance around the designated area. Upon concluding his statement, Li Chifeng turned to Coulson and said, "Shall we? You surely wish to witness this most iconic superhero in the history of the American Bureau emerge once more, do you not? May I accompany you inside?" Coulson understood that Li Chifeng intended to utilize his abilities for the excavation, so he was prepared to await Li Chingfeng's return with Captain America. However, he did not anticipate that his powers could also bring him down alongside. What you're suggesting is merely bringing someone along. If I cannot take you down, how could I retrieve that ancient ice popsicle from below? Li Chingfeng remarked, before leading Coulson down from the aircraft, followed closely by Hela and Loki. Their descent immediately captured the attention of all nearby, not due to their striking appearances or formidable presences, but simply because they were dressed rather scantily. Loki was somewhat acceptable, donning a dark green suit, but Hela was another matter entirely, as her battle attire exposed her bare shoulders. Fortunately, it is the goddess of death and the god of trickery. Otherwise, a mere mortal clad in such attire would scarcely survive a few minutes in the Arctic. Ahem. Your outfits are rather conspicuous, aren't they? Li Chifeng also noticed this situation and promptly whispered a reminder. Although the Joint Investigation Bureau has numerous empowered individuals, this scientific expedition team still includes personnel seconded from other departments. One must not be overly ostentatious. Loki, being the most adeptest guardian at adapting to Earth's environment, immediately grasped the situation. A vibrant emerald magical energy enveloped everyone in the outer circle. Upon returning, he conjured 2 exquisitely fantastical fur cloaks upon himself and Hela. In 10 seconds, they would revert to their normal state, erasing the memory of our disembarkation from the plane. As a mage, you have finally come to understand the merit of employing magic to resolve dilemmas. Chapter 39. The True Fan. Meeting Loki cast a haughty glance at Li Changfeng, fully aware of the rationale, yet feeling conflicted. Magic was his profession, but wielding his beloved daggers in close combat was his way of life. Li Changfeng remained oblivious to Loki's inner musings, and even if he were to hear them, he would remain indifferent. After enduring a few more misfortunes, Loki would soon comprehend the absurdity of a mage brandishing 2 small daggers. They arrived at the designated area marked by the research expedition team. Previously, Captain America had encountered a situation where a team member accidentally slipped into a crevice, seemingly facing certain doom. However, to their astonishment, that very fissure twisted and turned, leading directly to the icy prison of Captain America himself. Upon their rescue, they promptly reported to the Bureau, which was how America received the news. Li Chingfeng's task was to delve deeper along the extension of this ice crevice. By the way, Coulson, you have yet to witness my abilities, have you? Indeed. All information regarding you within the American Bureau now requires a level 10 agent's clearance to access. I have merely heard Director Fury recount your power, which seems to involve some form of green light. Level 10 clearance? Li Changfeng scoffed, thinking that Nick Fury's caution was somewhat excessive. Was he concerned that I might be targeted by ill-intentioned individuals? After all, the Bureau is merely the Bureau and cannot dictate the government's stance. The American government has always had a contentious relationship with the Bureau, consistently reducing its budget year after year, for politicians think differently than ordinary folk. Coulson expressed his own exasperation, advising that, as a citizen of the Republic, it would be prudent to keep one's identity as discreet as possible. Politicians, huh? Understood. Li Changfeng feigned nonchalance with a smile. However, those familiar with him knew his mind to be rather shrewd. Yet, after absorbing Coulson's words, Li Changfeng had a new resolve regarding Grant Ward's fate. Initially contemplating expulsion or neutralization, he He now envisioned a method to eliminate two nuisances simultaneously. As they approached the crevice, Li Chifeng conceded he had underestimated the vastness of nature. This was no mere fissure. If it were any larger, it would become a chasm. Coulson, tell me, just how careless must that expedition member have been to fall in? Were their eyes not meant for sight, but merely for breathing? You have misunderstood them, Coulson replied, still wearing that gentle smile. Yet, one could discern his increasing excitement through his more frequent gestures. What had once been a barely discernible ice crack, sufficient for a person to vanish on this Arctic expanse, had transformed due to recent seismic activity. Just 2 days prior, while the research team had yet to arrive, the Arctic experienced 2 minor earthquakes, causing the ice sheet to crack and shift, resulting in the current state of affairs. Li Chifeng furrowed his brow. It was neither early nor late for tremors, yet they chose to occur in these very days. However, he did not dwell on it for long and promptly activated his transformation. After reciting his oath, the Green Lantern emerged, drawing upon the imaginative prowess characteristic of a traverser. Li Chifeng conjured a glacier traverser capable of navigating freely beneath the ice using the green light of willpower. Once Ada Wong and Harley Quinn arrived after receiving his commands, Li Chifeng enveloped everyone in a cocoon of green light, materializing seats and safety belts for each individual. Those who had previously encountered the Green Lantern and the green light of will were not particularly astonished. Yet, Coulson and Hela were utterly astounded. Coulson marveled broadly at the wonders of supernatural abilities, while Hela delved deeper. The manifestation and malleability of energy were nearly inconceivable to Asgardian's understanding of power. Furthermore, the energy known as the green light of will was remarkably stable, exhibiting no risk of losing control whatsoever. Though this force may not yet rival the strength of a celestial being, it seemed inevitable that it would soon reach such heights. What power is this? Are you referring to this? Li Chifeng inquired, shaking his hand adorned with the Green Lantern ring. This artifact is called the Green Lantern ring. Birthed from the green of the emotional spectrum, drawing its energy from willpower. The stronger the will, the more potent the ring becomes. The Green Lantern ring? The emotional spectrum? Willpower? Hela nodded thoughtfully. While I have not witnessed such a novel force before, I can discern the stability and malleability of this energy. It appears to be the most orderly power within the emotional spectrum. Li Chifeng could not help but regard Hela with renewed interest. Indeed, the green of will resides at the center of the emotional spectrum and can also be termed the light of order. Truly, she is a contender at the pinnacle of celestial might. Even with her current power at less than 1/5, her perception and insight are remarkably profound. However, he found it hard to believe that Hela had encountered his Green Lantern ring numerous times over the past few days. Dr. Doom had been chosen by the ring the moment he came into contact with the green light of will. As a being of celestial stature, sealed for millennia yet able to engage in banter and flirtation, Hela appeared to possess an unwavering will. Yet, the Green Lantern's power showed no reaction. Could it be that she was better suited to the powers of other emotional spectra, thus being rejected by the green light? Nevertheless, considering Hela's life experiences, it seemed the powers of the red and yellow lights were indeed more fitting for her. With these thoughts, Li Chifeng ceased to dwell on the matter. Having an excess of Green Lanterns might not be beneficial. What if it triggered a total annihilation debuff? All right, everyone, fasten your seatbelts. I, Li Chifeng, am about to hit the road, he shouted, and immediately propelled the glacier traverser, materialized by the green light of will, into the ice. Although the fissures widened significantly, the basic patterns remained largely unchanged. Li Chifeng effortlessly computed a rough route in his mind, discovering it to be quite convoluted, and then charged straight ahead. Naturally, having harnessed the power of the Green Lantern, why should I adhere to the conventional path? Such a waste of precious time. As long as I reach my destination, that is all that matters. Those ancient permafrost layers, which have withstood the test of countless years, appear remarkably fragile under the luminous green light of determination. In a mere minute or so, Li Chifeng led a group through the ice layer, entering a vast natural ice cavern. Upon reaching the ground, he dispelled the manifestation of the shuttle, transforming it into several bright green lights that illuminated the surrounding darkness. Soon, they discovered, not far away within the ice, a figure clad in a blue and white uniform, wielding a 5-pointed shield, encased within. The temperature here was considerably colder than outside. Even Wang Jie, Harley Quinn, and Coulson, three ordinary individuals dressed in heavy winter attire, could not suppress a slight shiver. Yet, the cold could not dampen Coulson's fervor for meeting his idol. Some fans don wedding dresses to attend concerts, while others shout, "Shy brother, I am your fan," before engaging in chaotic brawls. And Captain America's fans are willing to traverse the Arctic's eternal glaciers, solely to bring their hero back to the realm of the living. Chapter 40. The deeper sea star in the frigid confines of the ice cavern. Coulson's expression suddenly flushed with warmth. Li Chengfeng instinctively glanced at him, realizing that the man was completely caught up in his fervor. "Coulson, calm yourself. Your idol is still an icicle. Even if you are Captain America's dream man, you ought to restrain your enthusiasm until we return to headquarters." "Ahem. You are the dream man. Your entire family is comprised of dream men." Coulson coughed a few times to mask his embarrassment, retorting back at Li Chengfeng. It is truly hard to fathom how the most emblematic hero of America has remained encased in ice for nearly a century. Even more astonishing is the fact that, after being frozen for so long, he is still alive. It is not that I doubt the prowess of American scientists, but after all, this is technology from over 100 years ago. If this were a purely Marvel universe, Li Chengfeng would not have questioned it. Yet, given that this is a mixed universe, encountering strange anomalies seems entirely normal. There is no need for concern during the development of the super soldier serum. Considerations for survival in extreme environments were paramount, thus endowing it with remarkable resilience to both high and low temperatures. Coulson seemed to be attempting to impart some scientific knowledge to Li Chengfeng, but his latter statements quickly betrayed him. Moreover, the fallen member of the research team had detection equipment that confirmed Captain America still exhibited vital signs. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. "You should have mentioned that you had already confirmed Cap's survival." However, he could not hold Coulson accountable. After all, it was commendable that he could recall such details amidst his overwhelming excitement. In any case, the priority was to extract the individual from the ice. Thus, Li Chengfeng unleashed more of his will's green light, manifesting an entire set of ice-breaking tools that hovered in midair. Under his guidance, the tools began to chip away at the unyielding ice surrounding Captain America. After a cacophony of clinking sounds, they successfully freed him along with the thick layer of ice encasing him. Is that all there is to it?" Harley Quinn exclaimed in disappointment. "I was hoping to see the old popsicle revive right here." "Revive? While he is indeed alive, fully restoring his bodily functions from this hibernation state will require some time." Li Chengfeng wiped away the non-existent sweat on his forehead. The tools manifested by his will were exceedingly sharp. The reason he chose to leave the substantial layer of ice intact was not only for the sake of his earlier claim, but also out of concern for inadvertently causing harm to the man. After all, they would soon be colleagues, and it would be quite detrimental to their future rapport. Although Li Chengfeng was certain that, given Captain America's moral integrity, even if he were to sustain an injury during the excavation, he would not hold it against him. Ada informed the research task force that the operation has concluded. They may begin packing up the equipment and prepare to head back. "You are late." Prior to our descent, I had already utilized the jurisdiction of the Joint Commission to repatriate the research team. They are likely already loading their equipment onto the vehicle, preparing to depart. Ada Wong had long anticipated Li Chengfeng's command. In fact, she had realized that when Li Chengfeng decided to excavate personally, it was best that the scientific expedition team remained oblivious to the ensuing events. It is no wonder that Ada possesses a keen understanding of human nature. Although her combat prowess does not particularly stand out among the star team, as Li Chengfeng's aide, she serves as an external brain of sorts. After all, Li Chengfeng's imagination often runs wild, and it is Ada who meticulously refines most of the details. Seeing that Ada had arranged everything, Li Chengfeng nodded and promptly activated the portal leading into the aircraft. "What sort of power is this?" Coulson's eyes widened. This ability was not documented in the files. This is merely a teleportation spell, just a trivial trick. Surely it was not recorded in the data? After all, it is a newly acquired ability, and this is the first time it has been displayed in your presence. As Li Chengfeng tossed what appeared to be an irregular ice coffin into the portal, he beckoned Coulson and the others to enter. Thus, Coulson, Ada Wong, and Harley Quinn stepped in ahead of the others. Coulson and Ada quickly proceeded to the equipment room to search for tools capable of initiating the thawing process. The massive block of ice proved cumbersome to transport. Perhaps due to the frigid temperature, Harley Quinn's usually frenetic mind was momentarily frozen, instead of her typical antics. She prepared to head to the medical area to retrieve a set of diagnostic equipment to reconfirm Captain America's vital signs and condition. Witnessing this scene, Li Chifeng felt a surge of emotion welling up within him. Harley Quinn was actually engaging in serious tasks. His selfless devotion to becoming her emotional anchor was not in vain. Each time he saw her, she would leave marks on his neck from her affectionate bites, leaving him with no semblance of innocence. After the three agents, whose physical capabilities had yet to surpass those of ordinary humans, returned to the aircraft, Li Chifeng turned to call for the beloved goddess of death and his mischievous brother, the god of trickery, to rejoin them. However, he found the siblings standing at the spot where Captain America had once been, now reduced to a gaping hole. The two stood with their heads bowed, gazing into the abyss. Hela, Loki, we must depart. No, my goddess, come here. Hela did not lift her head but beckoned Li Chifeng over, sensing that something was amiss. I have already stated that I do not desire the position of a goddess. Sighing, he approached, curious about what the Asgardian siblings had discovered. While Loki could be disregarded, Hela, as a being worthy of the title of a god, possessed heightened perception and reflexes that surpassed his own. Wait. Hela raised her hand, and a sword forged from the night sky materialized from the void. This technique bore a resemblance to Li Chifeng's own ability to materialize through the green light of will. He shaped the green light through his imagination. In contrast, Hela utilized her night sky sword as a mold, compressing her divine power while manipulating the surrounding elements to form a replica. Though it may sound somewhat intricate in reality, it is but a fleeting moment. What has been discovered? How is it that even a sword has manifested? Li Chifeng felt a shiver run down his spine, his expression growing more serious. He still recalled the various elements mentioned in the system task briefing. Could it be that Hela's superior perceptive abilities have sensed something? Hela did not respond to Li Chifeng's inquiry. Instead, she summoned divine power, commanding the night sky sword to pierce straight down into the center of the deep pit, relentlessly penetrating further below. She then instructed Li Chifeng to direct the will's green light to follow the night sky sword and intensify its frequency to illuminate the depths below. Without hesitation, Li Chifeng adjusted the brightness of the will's green light to its maximum, extending it down the tunnel created by the sword. After descending approximately 10 meters, he sensed that the green light had made contact with the seawater beneath the ice. Subsequently, the green light illuminated the glacier and the sea beneath. In the dazzling green glow, a massive eye, nearly the size of the ice surface beneath his feet, suddenly opened wide. Li Chifeng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly activated his communicator, shouting furiously, "Prepare for immediate takeoff. Hurry! By all that is holy, there's a giant starfish down here." Chapter 41. Hela, a cosmic monster? Is that all? Upon sounding the alarm, Li Chifeng immediately activated the portal, delivering a swift kick to Loki, propelling him inside. Seizing the opportunity while Hela was distracted, he grasped her hand and dashed through the portal. On the other side of the portal lay an open area before the airship. As Li Chifeng emerged, he began to assess his surroundings with keen vigilance. Li Chifeng, how could you expect me not to enter the portal after you let me in? Was it necessary to kick me in the rear? Silence, you insufferable brat. If you keep babbling, I'll incite your sister to give you a proper thrashing. Though Loki's face remained a mask of indignation, he obediently sealed his lips. There was little he could do. Despite the lack of familial affection between him and his sister, Li Chifeng was undoubtedly a savior to her. The manner in which Hela referred to Li Chifeng as my god clearly indicated her growing attachment to him. Furthermore, the most pressing matter was that he could not contend with either of them, and further conversation might provoke a formidable confrontation. Having dealt with Loki, Li Chifeng exhaled deeply. Thankfully, Ida had ordered the scientific expedition team to retreat before the ice fissure incident, and now their vehicles were a considerable distance away. At least there was no immediate need for a rescue operation. Indeed, it was a colossal life form. From the moment I had entered that icy cavern, I could sense a faint pulsation. Initially, I suspected the frozen human might be the source of this anomaly, but soon realized it emanated from directly beneath him. Hela, in stark contrast to the gravity of the situation, appeared exhilarated by her accurate perception. She turned to Li Chengfeng and remarked, "To think such a massive creature exists in the Arctic of Midgard. How many more surprises await the future king of Asgard?" "Dear Hela, this is not a creature from Earth," Li Chengfeng replied with a shrug, beginning to elucidate the origin of the immense starfish below. "This being is known as Starro, a sentient cosmic entity that wanders the cosmos in search of the most suitable parasitic environment." Parasitic? Indeed, it is a parasitic organism. Upon finding a suitable habitat, it can reproduce asexually by splitting itself into countless spores to dominate and enslave the indigenous species of the area. Its destructive potential is significant, regardless of which planet in the universe it inhabits. What sets Starro apart from other cosmic monsters is that these creatures act purely on instinct to forage and destroy. A solitary monster can only wreak limited havoc. However, Starro specifically targets the apex indigenous populations, directly usurping their ecological niches and thereby exploiting and devastating the planet's ecology and resources. To put it simply, the former breaks and departs, while the latter resides in your home, siphoning off your monthly earnings. It champions a sustainable form of exploitation. After all, a regular person infected by Starro's spores, if not treated promptly, will not survive for long. Just as this thought concluded, a voice crackled through the communicator, Aida's voice. "I have instructed the airship to take off and hover at a distance." "What on earth is happening? What is this starfish you were speaking of?" Although Ada often indulges in teasing and flirtation with Li Chengfeng, she remains undeniably his most reliable companion during missions. The moment she heeds his seemingly disjointed command to take off is nothing short of perfection. Just as Li Chengfeng was about to respond, a thunderous roar erupted beneath them, accompanied by a violent tremor. In the next instant, a colossal sea star, adorned in hues of purple and blue, burst forth from the ice. Li Chengfeng immediately enveloped himself in a protective green light, his agile form dancing upon the shattered ice blocks as he swiftly distanced himself. While Loki may be inexperienced, he pales in comparison to Li Chengfeng and his formidable sister. Though Starro is fearsome, evading its clumsy and heavy assaults is a trivial task for him. Meanwhile, Hela, unfazed, floated in midair, conjuring hundreds of identical blades forged from the night sky. Under the glint of those sharp swords, the colossal ice blocks disintegrated into a flurry of icy powder upon contact. Li Chengfeng's eyes sparkled with delight as he observed Hela. Indeed, the goddess of death, Hela, serves as the commander of the Asgardian army, leading campaigns across the 9 realms. A true warrior, one could even label her a war fanatic. Having been sealed away in a dimensional prison for over a millennium, her innate combativeness must have been simmering beneath the surface, yearning for release. This enormous sea star presented itself as the perfect outlet for her pent-up aggression. This is precisely why Li Chengfeng was more concerned about ordinary people falling prey to Starro's parasitic spores than the threat posed by the nearly 100-meter-tall creature itself. It was merely a cosmic beast. Even Hela, a being of godly caliber, posed no threat. Even Loki, if he forsook his ridiculously futile melee with those diminutive daggers and instead employed his mastery of magic from the various realms, could easily vanquish it. After all, in the film, even the Suicide Squad managed to take it down, though the cinematic version is undoubtedly weaker than Starro before them. The Suicide Squad is also inferior to Loki. The notion of a cosmic monster succumbing to a swarm of rats is preposterous for both parties involved. "You're all slaves." At that moment, a piercing voice erupted within their minds. Li Chengfeng exchanged a glance with Loki. This entity was indeed stronger than its cinematic counterpart and possessed a hint of innate telepathic ability. Yet, judging by its labored speech, it could at most relay a message. Perhaps had it arrived a millennium earlier, it would have been revered as a deity in the Western world, with Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos drawing inspiration from it. But now, it could only be sliced into fragments by a genuine goddess. Li Chengfeng refrained from intervening, standing alongside Loki as they watched Hela methodically dismantle the massive sea star. Hundreds of night sky blades soared and danced, wielded with the precision of an arm. their sharpened edges infused with Asgardian power, proving insurmountable for a mere sea star. Thus, the colossal creature met its demise. Apart from its somewhat imposing entrance, the creature exudes no sense of the overwhelming power characteristic of monsters. After all, this is a battle between beasts and deities. Nevertheless, Li Changfeng cannot help but marvel at the formidable strength of the Celestial Father. Even in the depths of despair, the divine still possesses such remarkable combat prowess. Li Changfeng feels that, despite exerting his utmost effort, he might struggle to overcome Hela, who remains in a state of minimal battle damage. His most potent assets at present are the Green Lantern Ring, the Diamond Form, and the physical prowess of Loki. However, aside from these celestial beings, he has no difficulty in confronting Thor, Loki, or Tony Stark. Soon, the starfish creature Starro scattered and descended within a radius of 100 meters. Hela continues to stand proudly in midair, her thousand-year frustration dissipating with her queenly laughter. Ha ha ha. Is this truly the extent of a cosmic monster? Chapter 42. The Emergence of the Kansas Behemoth. Has it truly met its demise? Li Changfeng gazed at the motionless fragments of Starro, his gaze lifting to inquire of Hela. Have I completely slain it? As the goddess of death, I assure you, I have utterly dismembered even its twisted soul, Hela replied as she descended from the heavens, deftly sweeping her hands to evaporate the ice powder that had clung to her hair during the battle. Though the confrontation had not posed a significant challenge for her, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This so-called Starro had bestowed upon her a long-lost exhilaration, rekindling her sense of combat after a millennium. Completely dead? Li Changfeng scratched his head, a look of perplexity crossing his features. That can't be right, can it? If it were truly dead, my mission would be accomplished. I freed Captain America, and Hela has dealt with the so-called other entity, Starro. Yet the system remains unresponsive. Do I need to thaw the ice encasing Captain America? Furrowing his brow, he reopened the communicator. Li Changfeng, are you all right? What just transpired with that sea star? Can it be consumed? Harley Quinn's enthusiastic voice crackled through the device. Li Changfeng felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Harley was predictably unreliable. Harley, calm down. It was merely a cosmic creature. Huh, a cosmic creature? I thought it was some kind of risco monster. How dull. By the way, do you have any news? What nonsense is occupying your mind? Never mind that. Has Captain America's life signs been assessed? Li Changfeng redirected the conversation. It was completed before we took off. His bodily functions are nearly at a standstill, but he is undeniably alive. We can begin thawing the ice now. Ada and the former bald fellow already cleared away all the ice encasing Old Popsicle. Harley's response left Li Changfeng momentarily speechless. Captain America was effectively liberated, and Starro was assuredly dead. Yet the mission was unfulfilled, leaving only one possibility. The so-called other entity was not Starro. The realization struck him, and he felt momentarily stunned. Damn system, why must you conceal task details? Now, where was he to find this other entity? However, remaining here served no purpose. So Li Changfeng activated a portal and returned aboard the aircraft with Hela and Loki. Upon entering the aircraft, he was met with a rather chaotic scene. Coulson was taking selfies with Captain America, who lay in the medical bay, snapping photos while brandishing a Captain America trading card from his inner pocket. Li Changfeng turned to Harley Quinn, who was in the lab brewing coffee, and asked with a mix of amusement and exasperation, how long has he been exhibiting these symptoms? As I pondered, the moment that great sea star emerged, it had already begun. He had even become engrossed without noticing its presence. Regardless of age or gender. The frenzy of stardom seems to engulf everyone, including even a middle-aged agent like Coulson. Coulson, do not lose your composure. Li Changfeng could no longer bear to watch and rushed forward to deliver a friendly slap, bringing Coulson back to his senses. Hiss. Li, did you just strike me? No one touched you. Are you so excited by Captain America that you've lost your mind? Such behavior is unbecoming of an agent. My apologies, I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. It seems Coulson was indeed a bit dazed. Believing Li Changfeng's claim of innocence, he rubbed his cheek and continued, saying, now that we have successfully rescued Captain America, let us return. Return? Return to what? You, old man, have achieved your stardom, while my mission remains unfinished. Just as Li Chengfeng contemplated concocting an excuse to linger in the Arctic a little longer, the voice of Ada Wong suddenly resonated through the Airbus's intercom system. Everyone, assemble in the operations conference room. Ada's tone carried a hint of disbelief. Upon hearing this, everyone promptly made their way to the conference room. Without uttering a word of small talk, Ada immediately activated the electronic projection. This was discovered after the Airbus ascended to this altitude. The projection revealed a pyramid-like structure composed of what appeared to be ice crystals. Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow, sensing a flicker of familiarity. We did not detect this structure upon our arrival, as it could only be observed from this height. From lower altitudes, one would merely see an expanse of ice. Moreover, the radars from various nations had never managed to uncover this edifice. Perhaps it is some sort of extraterrestrial relic, surrounded by shielding technology of superior sophistication. This spot is merely a coincidental vulnerability. As Ada analyzed the situation, Li Chengfeng felt a jolt of realization coursing through him. Goodness! The Arctic. A pyramid structure built of crystal. Isn't this the lonely fortress of the colossal being from Kansas? If Li Chengfeng were not so reluctant, he would certainly slap himself for forgetting such a crucial detail. How could he have overlooked the fact that the Arctic is the domain of that giant? Wait, the lonely fortress is equipped with an automatic sensing system. If anyone trespasses or interferes with it, an alarm will be triggered for the giant. While Hela's destruction of Starro was not particularly loud, the emergence of that cosmic sea star certainly caused a significant disturbance. This must have activated the automatic sensing system of the lonely fortress. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the giant will be alerted to the presence of two formidable life forms engaged in combat near the lonely fortress. And most crucially, today is a holiday. The giant is likely at home. He can arrive at any moment. The colossal figure possesses a flight speed that can astonishingly reach beyond the speed of light. Although he would not utilize such extreme velocity within the atmosphere, he is undoubtedly swifter than any aircraft. Fortunately, his solitary fortress remains unscathed. Otherwise, one would indeed have to confront a fully matured giant. Li Chengfeng lamented, I am but a child. I cannot bear the sight of the giant. By the way, I have dispatched 3 drones to capture photographs and collect samples of this structure. What? 3 drones? Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng was momentarily rendered speechless. Ada Wong, startled by his unexpected outburst, hesitantly inquired, is 3 drones insufficient? Li Chengfeng offered a wry smile, choosing not to elaborate. Well, I find that rather inadequate. With that, he summoned the real-time monitoring feed from the drones, observing them drawing ever closer to the solitary fortress. Suddenly, all 3 camera feeds flashed a shadow, and then the signal was lost. Li Chengfeng smacked his forehead in dismay. This is disastrous. While the others puzzled over the sudden loss of signal, Hela abruptly turned her gaze towards the Airbus's hatch. The hatch was wrenched open by sheer force, revealing a colossal figure clad in a tight blue suit, who nonchalantly entered while hoisting the 3 drones, promptly securing the hatch behind him. He embodied a curious blend of brute strength and politeness. Greetings, comrades. Are these buzzing little toys flitting around my abode yours? Chapter 43. Embarking on romance consultation above the Arctic. Is the Arctic land under your name? Well, no, but that's acceptable. Is there any issue with us deploying drones in the unclaimed Arctic for exploration? It seems not. Shouldn't you offer us an apology then, and compensate us for the drones? Do I appear to be a fool to you? You resemble Clark Kent, hailing from Kansas, a native of Krypton. When Li Chengfeng saw the giant's true form materialize, he felt no fear. He was part of the FBI's star team, conducting himself with integrity. The giant would not dare to intimidate him. The most that could happen was an unexpected earthquake near his residence, leading him to inquire about the drone capturing images of his home. Thus, it was merely a casual inquiry. Upon hearing the giant's true name, Li Chengfeng merely widened his eyes slightly, displaying no extraordinary reaction. Could it even be said to be within his expectations? You are utterly unperturbed? Bruce Wayne has been mentioning you frequently, Agent Li Chengfeng. Clark Kent casually placed the remnants of the drone aside and comfortably settled onto a sofa. Apart from Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn, everyone else appeared visibly tense. Li Chengfeng looked at Harley Quinn in astonishment. His composure stemmed from his knowledge of Clark Kent. When had Harley become so audacious? As he pondered this, Harley Quinn took action. She boldly approached and tugged at the tuft of hair on Clark's forehead. Clark? Clark Kent. When did you develop a penchant for wearing tight outfits? Harley Quinzel, it has been quite some time. Quite some time. When I was confined in Arkham Asylum. Weren't you the one who visited me alongside Bruce Wayne? TSK, do you really think I wouldn't recognize you just because you wear glasses? Ahem. For us, concealing our identities is essential. Li Chengfeng observed the interaction between Harley Quinn and Clark Kent, suddenly experiencing a sharp pang in his head. Good grief. Can Harley Quinn's connections in this world be any more intimidating? The favored child of the DC universe and its progenitor are both her friends? Is there any justice in this world? Agent Lee, you may not fully grasp the nature of our relationship. Clark Kent nodded toward Li Chengfeng, ignoring Harley Quinn's search for scissors. Louise, Harley Quinzel, and I are all alumni of the same university. When I was a freshman, Louise and Harley were already in their junior year. Li Chengfeng blinked in disbelief. Invincible. Truly invincible. The implications of those two statements were staggering. Knowing the giant and his wife from college, graduating to meet the Batman, and now attempting to consume him entirely. Wait, aren't you the protagonist here? Furthermore, knowing that Louise Lane is 31, Clark Kent, being a couple of years their junior, must be around 28 or 29. Yet, a Superman under 30 can approach maturity? That raises suspicions of some unfair advantage. So, are you and Louise Lane involved in a sibling-like romance? Well, how should I put it? I prefer not to associate our relationship with age, as it may evoke certain stereotypes. Do not heed his ramblings. Harley Quinn, upon failing to locate her scissors, returned to sit beside Li Chengfeng, and upon hearing Clark Kent's words, she immediately began to mock him. Clark Kent tends to ramble when Louise Lane is mentioned. One might mistakenly believe they are already a couple, when in reality, they have yet to share a single proper confession since their college days. Harley Quinn's disdainful gaze caused this nearly 30-year-old giant to blush, akin to a child caught in a lie. However, Li Chengfeng was far from composed. What? You and Louise Lane are not together? Are you quite familiar with Agent Lee and Louise Lane? Why the inquiry? Ahem. I am certainly aware of the esteemed reputation of journalist Louise Lane, but my interest in this matter stems from my belief that you and she are a perfect match. Li Chengfeng leaned closer to the giant, feigning mystery as he spoke. Since you have long admired Louise Lane, you must be aware of the existence of Tony Stark, correct? The giant paused, taken aback by Li Chengfeng's surprising gossip and amiable demeanor as a senior agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. As a reporter for the Daily Planet, he often engaged with various public institutions, and aside from the FBI, nearly all agencies regard the media with a certain disdain and wariness. Yet, the few FBI agents he encountered were entirely different, approachable and grounded. Was this the prevailing atmosphere within the FBI? However, upon the mention of Tony Stark's name, Clark Kent's expression shifted. Though devoid of malice, it certainly lacked warmth. Of course, I am aware of Tony Stark. Louise and I conducted an interview with him once. And since then, he has been quite persistent in pursuing her, even investing in the Daily Planet to be closer to her. You see, if you do not seize the opportunity to confess, the individuals surrounding Louise will only multiply, for she is an exceptionally charming woman. Tony Stark is neither the first, nor will he be the last. So, what should I do? Have you seen Harleen Quinzel? Have you noticed that Asian goddess beside her? Have you caught sight of the elder sister who has been glaring at you with a dangerous gaze? I navigate effortlessly among them. With my guidance, you need not worry. Loki, observing Li Chengfeng's confidence, patted Clark Kent on the shoulder, feeling a pang of annoyance. These two embody a dynamic of one who dares to teach and another who dares to believe. Meanwhile, while Li Chengfeng engaged in hushed conversation with Clark Kent, the celestial beings and agents finally exhaled in relief. It appears that this man known as Clark Kent truly harbors no ill will. Sister, is this man named Clark Kent genuinely formidable? Loki whispered to Hela beside him. Although he was sent flying by a punch from the man adorned with an emblem on his chest, he remained somewhat intrigued by his power. Impressive, Hela replied succinctly to Loki. Furrowing her brow, after a moment's contemplation, she added, I can sense that if he were to unleash his full strength, I would scarcely stand a chance. Loki's breath caught in his throat. Scarcely stand a chance? Even if their father were to grace the battlefield, surely his sister would not be left utterly defenseless, would she? What if they were on the soil of Asgard, standing upon Asgardian ground, summoning my legion of the deceased with the eternal flames, wielding Mjolnir and Gungnir? Perhaps I could endure for a time, yet the inevitable outcome would remain unchanged. The Asgardians possess a rather commendable trait. They may be stubborn, yet their words are seldom brash. Chapter 44. The task concluded through deception above the Arctic. Within the hovering Airbus, the atmosphere in the lounge had escalated to a palpable tension. Every individual was flushed with emotion, embroiled in a cacophony of voices, with the exception of Hela and Clark Kent. Hela, initially taken aback by Clark's presence, now found herself ennui-driven, perusing Li Qingfeng's phone for updates on the Republic's social media. Although Clark Kent remained composed, he was visibly at a loss. Casting a pleading glance toward Hela, "Young demigod of the mortal realm, you must acclimate to these inexplicable disputes. How can one possibly grow accustomed to such chaos?" Clark Kent lamented. Before them, Coulson had shed his suave demeanor. He removed his suit jacket, loosened his tie, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and stowed away his watch. He began pounding the table, poised to confront Li Qingfeng. Why can't Clark Kent simply confess his feelings for Lois Lane? Must he wait until death separates them, rendering any reconciliation impossible? Coulson shouted, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Memories of his late girlfriend, Audrey, a gentle and insightful cellist, flooded his mind, illuminating his entire career as an agent. Yet, his previous demise had sealed his fate, preventing him from ever appearing before her again. Under normal circumstances, he would have suppressed such emotions. However, today had brought an overwhelming surge of feelings, especially as Li Qingfeng inexplicably began discussing the relationship between Clark Kent and Lois Lane, inquiring how an elder like him perceived it. "How do I perceive it? I see it with my eyes," Coulson retorted. Thus, a heated debate ensued between Coulson and Li Qingfeng regarding Clark Kent's romantic entanglements. Even Ada Wong and Loki eventually joined the fray, caught in the crossfire of their argument. Only Harley Quinn, entirely in it for amusement, interjected with her playful remarks, exclaiming, "Brother is right. Me too. I, Harley Quinn, wholeheartedly support this." While Lois Lane had many admirers, Clark Kent undoubtedly stood out as the most exceptional. Moreover, given Lois's reputation as a formidable career-driven woman, a patient approach was warranted. Rushing things would be unwise. Li Qingfeng, smirking with a hint of mischief, declared, "In warfare, deception is paramount. You are playing with emotions. You deceitful cad." Upon hearing this, Ada, with an elegant twist of her waist, launched a fierce spinning kick at Li Qingfeng. "Aren't we discussing others' affairs? This feels rather intentional. Do not take your frustrations out on me, Ada." It is you short-lived mortals who are shallow. Matters of love and romance are trivial. The dominion of the universe is the true destiny of us Asgardian gods. After a collective scornful glance at Loki, the situation intensified, reaching a fever pitch. Clark Kent gazed at the crowd in a state of perplexity, uncertain whose counsel to heed. Hela lifted her head, exuding an aura of formidable authority. "O divine being from beyond the 9 realms, Clark Kent, although your might is unparalleled, your intellect, for the moment, does not match your strength." Hela set aside her mobile device and continued, "Having lived for millennia, I offer you this counsel. Please, Lady Hela, share your wisdom. Do not be swayed by others. Follow your heart. Follow my heart. I understand now, Lady Hela." Clark Kent's furrowed brow finally relaxed as he nodded gratefully towards Hela, then departed through the hatch in the same manner. He retained his unique blend of ferocity and politeness. "What did you comprehend?" "I am still at a loss," Hela remarked, rolling her eyes. "Millennia of wisdom is not solely reserved for matters of combat and war. Enough of the theatrics." The moment Clark Kent exited, he sped away in haste. As Hela's words fell, everyone paused. Coulson adjusted his suit, while Li Qingfeng stretched. Ada Wong approached to inspect the drone storage devices for potential recovery, and Loki stepped aside to pour himself a martini, the reward for the mission's completion. Only Harley Quinn remained oblivious. "Hey, why is everyone silent? Keep going. I was just beginning to feel the vibe. Goodness. Li Chifeng rolled his eyes at Harley Quinn. The reputation of the eccentric yet charming woman was indeed well-deserved. Oh, my pudding. That glance you just gave me was utterly irresistible. Oh, pardon me, everyone. I must check if I have brought spare shorts. Harley Quinn, amidst the audience's gaze, unleashed a torrent of cheeky remarks before hastily retreating to her quarters aboard the aircraft. Well done, Coulson. Your acting is quite commendable. I truly believed you were smitten. Ah, yes, indeed. It was all part of my performance. Could it be that you were genuinely revealing your feelings? Li Changfeng turned to Coulson, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Which woman has captured your thoughts? Not at all. I am a cold-hearted senior agent of the Bureau. Observing Coulson's forced smile, Li Changfeng's lips twitched slightly. Gentlemen, should we put on an impromptu show to deceive the big guy? Why are you taking this seriously? It seems Nick Fury ought to take a closer interest in the mental state of his agents. Lee, the memory of these 3 drones has been utterly destroyed. As anticipated, Clark Kent was simply a tad more innocent than others. He was no fool. Li Changfeng had lost interest in the Fortress of Solitude. Having already met the big guy face to face, it seemed inevitable they would have to interact further. Perhaps the Avengers and the Justice League could begin to form. Or perhaps a Justice Avengers League could be established. Of course, this was merely a notion. There was yet to be a cosmic crisis that would compel these typically solitary superheroes to collaborate. Very well, Ida, set the course. It is indeed time for our return. As the automated navigation was established, the Airbus finally released its hovering state. The model is somewhat antiquated, and maintaining a hover consumes an exorbitant amount of fuel. For this journey back, Li Chifeng has already devised a plan to extract additional funds from Nick Fury. As the Airbus ascended into the skies, leaving the Arctic behind, the system notification finally chimed. Ding! The task the Frozen Paragon has been accomplished. Associated characters: Coulson, Captain America, Loki, Hela, Superman. Acquired Coulson's Kree blood. Acquired Captain America's super soldier serum. Acquired Loki's astral projection. Acquired Hela's necromantic magic. Acquired Superman's heat vision. Chapter 45, Greetings. Grant Ward. How might one describe Li Changfeng's state of mind? Comforting. Though he remains perplexed by the system's method of selecting task-related individuals. This instance at least demonstrates that the same character can be chosen again. Furthermore, the reward pool includes a formidable contender, ensuring that one would never be paired with an individual of meager abilities. The results have even surpassed Li Changfeng's expectations. First, there is Coulson. While undoubtedly charismatic, Li Changfeng initially presumed that Coulson would contribute little in terms of combat prowess. Yet, to his astonishment, he acquired Kree blood, a veritable key to unlocking inhuman capabilities. This implies that with Kree blood in his possession, he merely needs to find a Terrigen crystal to awaken his own inhuman abilities, though not necessarily overwhelming. This enhancement certainly surpasses the relatively modest skills of Coulson's operatives, qualifying as an SSR-level augmentation. As for Captain America's super soldier serum, its merits are self-evident, providing a comprehensive enhancement to physical capabilities, simple yet effective in its fortification. Furthermore, there are Loki's astral projection and Hela's necromancy. The term astral projection may sound obscure, yet its essence, an out-of-body experience preserving one's power, becomes more intuitive upon translation. Hela's necromancy, being the magic of the goddess of death, is undeniably potent, though its aesthetic may not align well with the image of a federal agency. In densely populated areas, Li Changfeng would certainly refrain from employing such powers, as the fear evoked by necromancy could surpass that of a supervillain. Lastly, there is heat vision. While it may not stand out among Superman's myriad of abilities, it is one of his most frequently utilized powers. It not only boasts output exceeding that of laser vision, but also allows for delicate manipulations by adjusting energy levels, such as debridement and suturing wounds. For Li Changfeng himself, this ability effectively compensates for his lack of dedicated ranged attack options, aside from his Green Lantern ring. Marvelous. So, you are suggesting that this being known as Superman possesses an extraterrestrial fortress resembling a pyramid in the Arctic? Nick Fury widened his single eye, incredulous as he inquired of Li Changfeng. While the statement holds true, do not entertain any foolish notions. Li Qingfeng is not inclined to indulge Nick Fury's dubious instincts. Let me be clear, there is no one in the world who dares to provoke this gentleman. My advice is to erase this memory from your mind, lest you recklessly endanger us all. Surely not, that goddess of death by your side. Nick Fury appeared somewhat unconvinced. It is an alien fortress. Just imagine the advanced technologies within that surpass our world's scientific understanding. Even if we could seize just a couple of items, it would elevate humanity's technological advancement to unprecedented heights. Nick Fury, I must warn you once more. Do not jeopardize the safety of us all. Li Qingfeng's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. A Superman, he was the deity bestowed upon Earth by the heavens. As long as one refrained from attempting to exploit him or those around him, he would undeniably prove to be a benevolent individual, generously using his abilities to aid any who encountered suffering. However, should one cause this earthly god to become utterly disillusioned, he would no longer exhibit mercy. Li Qingfeng was not merely speaking idly. His experiences with injustice were evident. If such a situation were to arise, Li Qingfeng would undoubtedly take his friends and family to the Republic with him. Fury, Agent Li is correct, such a nearly invincible being, as long as we do not infringe upon his boundaries, will remain a completely harmless good person. White Duck nodded in agreement. Possessing telepathic abilities and having witnessed the depths of human malice, White Duck naturally understood human nature better than Black Egg. Very well. Black Egg rubbed his bald head. Li Qingfeng knew he had not entirely given up. However, before having an excellent opportunity, Nick Fury would likely refrain from any further thoughts. That concludes the report. I shall take my leave. You reported nothing of substance. Didn't you just tell me about that Superman? Isn't that the most crucial point? Where is Captain America? The medical department is lying in wait. What about Coulson? He is in the restroom, emo with a picture of his ex-girlfriend. Fine, you may go. Black Egg waved dismissively, eager to see Li Qingfeng depart, fearing that if he lingered longer, he might need to take a couple of heart-saving pills imported from the Republic. This time, Li Qingfeng did not head straight home. Instead, he entrusted Hela to Sister Wong and Harley Quinn, allowing these three formidable women to entertain themselves. After dragging Coulson out of the restroom on the 31st floor with Loki in tow, he swiftly made his way to the airborne command center of Coulson's team. Although Nick Fury had assigned the Airbus to Li Qingfeng, there were still numerous airborne mobile command centers within S.H.I.E.L.D. You've reviewed their files, so I want to introduce them one by one. Li Qingfeng observed the faces before him, some excited, others composed, quickly matching them to their identities. Greetings, Agent Li Qingfeng. Your name alongside the STAR team has recently become legendary within the entire joint agency. Fitz. Now is truly not the time to stutter. Agent Li, I've heard you possess remarkable self-healing abilities. Might I be fortunate enough to extract some of your biological tissue for research? Naturally, the first to approach were the scientific duo. Li Qingfeng smiled. These two exuded the distinct aura of internal agents, particularly Gemma Simmons, whose statement held the potential of a mad scientist. Fitz, please take Gemma away to calm down. Coulson chuckled wryly. These two scientific prodigies are delightful, but they tend to become excessively enthusiastic. That's all right, Coulson, Li Qingfeng replied with a smile. Your team isn't complete yet. What about Grant Ward? Reporting, Agent Li. Sky took a step forward, feigning calmness as she replied that Agent Grant Ward was in the lounge, contemplating whether to join the team. Oh, is that so? Then I shall pay him a visit. Coulson, Captain America has been in the medical department for quite some time. He should be awakening soon. It would be prudent for you to take the team along, for that old ice cube has been frozen for nearly a century and will undoubtedly react with surprise upon his return. Li Qingfeng waved his hand at the others and made his way to the lounge. Halfway there, he turned back to Sky and said, Little sister, if you wish to observe, do so openly. There is no need to hide. Without waiting for Sky's instant blush to fade, he proceeded straight to the lounge of this airborne command center, casually disabling all surveillance devices along the way. Hello, Grant Ward. As a member of Hydra, do you not feel the slightest pressure sitting here? Chapter 46, A Chance to Survive. What are you talking about? Agent Li Qingfeng? I am merely here, enjoying a solitary drink. Grant Ward's performance was nothing short of impeccable. Even when confronted with an unexpected attack, he displayed no sign of vulnerability. Li Qingfeng had to concede that had he not been a time traveler, he would have undoubtedly fallen for this scoundrel's ruse. Enough of the pretense. Be cautious, lest you begin to believe your own act. Li Qingfeng settled beside Grant Ward and whispered into his ear, assassination, infiltration, concealment. You are among the finest agents of the Bureau and one of the most exceptional Hydra operatives. At this, Grant Ward smiled slightly, yet his hand had already drawn the silver Glock from his waist. However, Li Qingfeng was far quicker. In the split second, he drew his weapon. Li Qingfeng had already extended his hand, pressing the gun back into its holster and deftly disengaging the safety. Grant Ward stood in shock, his mind processing the events. But his body was utterly incapable of keeping pace with Li Qingfeng's movements. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to release his grip on the gun, his expression vividly portraying that of a valiant hero rising to resist, even in dire circumstances. Who are you truly? Are you the Hydra infiltrator within the Bureau? Damn it. I will not allow the events of years past to unfold anew. As Li Qingfeng observed Grant Ward's performance, he couldn't help but applaud. Why strive to be a Hydra agent? With such extraordinary acting skills and striking looks, you could easily transition into the entertainment industry and leave these fleeting stars in the dust. If you so desire, I would gladly assist you in debuting in the Republic. Of course, this was merely a jest in Li Qingfeng's mind. Heavens, your acting is nothing short of divine, is it not? I even suspect you might possess a degree of dissociative identity disorder, one persona being the Bureau agent Grant Ward, and the other being the Hydra operative Grant Ward. This could also elucidate the fact that you have not been brainwashed by Hydra, as the majority of mental illnesses confer immunity against such manipulation or mental interference. Much like Harley Quinn, unless you were to physically alter her brain structure, it would be impossible for Hydra to brainwash her. Li Qingfeng's tone conveyed admiration, his expression one of mock astonishment, as he casually took a bottle of beer from in front of Grant Ward. Ward maintained his wary demeanor, though beads of sweat were visibly forming on his brow. His earlier inquiry had been voiced quite loudly, yet it had drawn no attention from others, indicating that not only was there no one in the airborne command center, but all surveillance devices had either been disabled or destroyed. Grant Ward realized he was now utterly isolated. This environment was undoubtedly crafted by the Republic individual before him. Most critically, he recognized that he was certainly no match for this superpowered anomaly sipping beer. Oh, by the way, I recall that your former supervisor was none other than John Garrett. Correct? I have nothing to divulge. You, the Hydra, shall not extract any information from my lips. I truly wish to refrain from further extolling your acting prowess. Your conviction is indeed formidable. Li Qingfeng gave Grant Ward a thumbs up, yet the sharpness in his gaze intensified beyond prior levels. John Garrett, a leader of Hydra, and you, are merely his most loyal sycophant. Upon hearing Li Qingfeng's words, a shiver ran down Grant Ward's spine, and cold sweat instantly soaked his collar. The second greatest secret of his heart had been laid bare, and amidst the terror, disbelief prevailed. Agent Li Qingfeng, I am aware that you are a talent personally seconded by Director Nick Fury from the Republic headquarters, nominally a Level 7 agent. Yet your actual authority is arguably second only to that of the Director. With such a high-ranking undercover agent in your midst, how is it that Hydra has set its sights on me? Oh, still unwilling to speak the truth? Li Qingfeng's demeanor soured. While your acting is commendable, since the truth has been revealed, it would be prudent to simply confess. His time is precious. He had heard that Sister Wong recently purchased new garments, and he was eager to return to offer style advice. Do you truly believe I have said so much merely to deceive you? You fail to understand. The most genuine deceivers are often the most suspicious. Li Qingfeng hurled a beer bottle onto the table, watching as the liquid cascaded down the bar and pooled on the floor. You were once a protector, safeguarding your brother from the hands of your father and sibling. Yet ultimately, it was you who pushed him into the abyss, leaving him maimed. Is this not the truth of your concealed past? Regardless of how adeptly you portray your memories, you remain the same deceiver, the ultimate perpetrator. Upon hearing this, Grant Ward's breath caught sharply. The defiance and grievance that had once illuminated his eyes morphed into a cruel glare. As a time traveler, Li Qingfeng perceived that in Grant Ward's mind, What were Hydra and John Garrett compared to the facade crafted through subconscious alteration? A childhood guardian of brothers? How absurd. Who exactly are you? How do you know these things? Do you know my brother? My past has been utterly erased by Garrett. The barrage of questions signified that Grant Ward's inner defenses had finally crumbled. Li Chengfeng secretly smiled. Breaking through defenses was precisely the goal. I am but an agent of the Joint Task Force. You need not know the reasons, only that I am fully informed. In comparison, John Garrett's self-proclaimed title of all-seeing eye is nothing short of a farce. His abilities are merely those of a level 8 agent in the Joint Task Force. That just is uproariously amusing. I could laugh for another decade. As Li Chengfeng unveiled every detail about Grant Ward and John Garrett, including Grant Ward's preference for older women, leaving nothing unexposed, Grant Ward surprisingly regained his composure. What do you wish for me to do? Oh, you did not resort to suicide in rage? That is rather uncharacteristic of Hydra. At present, the entire aerial command is in a state of utter despair, where neither the heavens nor the earth respond to our pleas. My chances of escape are effectively non-existent, yet you have yet to take action. Thus, it is evident that you desire me to undertake some task. Grant Ward, filled with resignation, finds himself in a situation where, unable to prevail, all his secrets are laid bare to the adversary. Apart from surrendering, what other recourse remains? He can only clean himself up and await to see which aspect the other party finds preferable. Moreover, his allegiance to Hydra and Garrett is not as steadfast as one might presume. Indeed, quite astute. Now, I wish to extend an opportunity to you, a chance to survive. I wonder if this is something you desire? Chapter 47. The regulator Li Chengfeng Grant Ward was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that? Do not ponder too deeply. It is merely a literal interpretation. You must assist me in certain matters, and only then can your life be preserved. And your secrets remain concealed. Li Chengfeng offered Grant Ward no opportunity for rebuttal, nor would he. Grant Ward appeared to contemplate the implications, his expression gradually becoming obscure and inscrutable. So, what benefits shall I receive? What? You still seek benefits? Li Chengfeng was astonished. How much do you value your life, brother? I am granting you the chance to survive. What more do you desire? Is this not a monumental advantage? Very well. I understand. He sighed, echoing the sentiment. Life is precious. Love is more valuable. For the sake of freedom, both may be forsaken. Yet, why abandon all caution merely to survive? Is this truly all there is? The promised land, the land of freedom. This is it? Li Chengfeng harbored a certain disdain for the American and Western ideals. Yet such derision held no sway over Grant Ward. He was neither loyal to America nor to Hydra, and certainly not to John Garrett. Grant Ward was loyal solely to himself. Survival transcended all. Hence, he uttered not a single word. Finally, Li Chengfeng tempered his mocking demeanor and continued, It appears you have come to a realization. Your first task is to assist me in committing murder. Whom shall I kill? The list of targets is extensive, starting with one of the higher-ups in the FBI, Agent Sitwell. Most of the Hydra operatives within the Bureau were recruited by him. Moreover, his ties to political interests are extensive. He has courted numerous high officials under Hydra's banner. Thus, you must eliminate him. Li Chengfeng paused before continuing. Oh, and while you're at it, send all those politicians complicit with Hydra to their demise. The number may be considerable, but I trust that for your own sake. You will accomplish this task, will you not? Your methods are even more ruthless than Hydra's. Even someone as callous as Grant Ward gasped upon hearing the initial task assigned to him by Li Chengfeng. He was not averse to killing, rather. He was astonished that this assignment came from an agent of the Republic, an entity renowned for its civility and decorum. Grant Ward, for heaven's sake, wake up. Do you think I would employ humane methods against a group of individuals who are essentially Nazis? As for those corpulent American politicians, the more that perish, the better for the American populace. After speaking, Li Chengfeng extended his hands, partially transforming them into a diamond-like state, gradually grinding the beer bottle before him into a fine glass powder. This display caused Grant Ward's eyes to widen in shock. You possess other superpowers aside from your healing abilities? Li Chengfeng smirked, reverting to his normal state. Who told you I possess only one ability? Even if I possess but a single ability, I could transform you into an unrecognizable mass of flesh. Now be gone, Grant Ward. And do not forget to inform Coulson of your departure from the team. Grant Ward rose, fear and a sense of fortunate survival hidden within his eyes, and hastily departed. Between the choice of eliminating others or himself, he decisively opted for the former. Lee Chifeng cast a cold smile as he observed Grant Ward's retreating figure. While he remembered those significant figures, he was not privy to the intricate web of connections that Hydra wove within the political sphere. Yet, Grant Ward was well aware of it. The most efficient method of eliminating threats is to turn allies against each other. As for the bald individual, Sitwell, Lee Chifeng had not anticipated that this man had managed to remain under Maria Hill's command during the previous purge of Hydra remnants. The internal cleansing of the Federal Bureau of Investigation was still necessary. No Hydra member must be spared. However, for the current FBI, accomplishing this task was exceedingly simple. The X-Men possessed at least a dozen telepaths. This ability was remarkably effective for apprehending infiltrators. No matter how adept an actor or how deep a hypnotist, they would inevitably be detected by a telepath. With this thought, Lee Chifeng slapped his forehead and swiftly opened a portal. Ah yes, Ada's new outfit requires my attention. I cannot miss out on those legendary patent leather boots and glossy stockings. 3 days later, Phil Coulson stood in the open space outside the Aerial Command Center. Addressing his team members, "It is with regret that I inform you that Agent Grant Ward has withdrawn from this special emergency team due to personal reasons. However, we are also welcoming a new colleague, Level 7 Agent Melinda May from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, personally recruited by the original director of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, Peggy Carter, and she has previously been my partner." Amidst the cheers of the younger members, Melinda May approached, offering a cool nod before casting a pointed glance at Coulson. "You initially told me there were only 2 science prodigies and 1 forensic expert. How has another hacker emerged?" Melinda May remarked, glancing at the somewhat flustered Sky. The team already contained 2 non-combatants, and now there was yet another? Ahem. Although Sky was not originally part of the Special Emergency Team as planned, it has proven that a top-tier hacker is invaluable. Coulson coughed lightly under Melinda May's scrutinizing gaze, continuing, "However, Sky has expressed her desire to undergo training and evaluation as a field agent, and for this purpose, I have specially selected a supervisor for her." "A supervisor? Who?" Melinda May inquired, her gaze shifting to the team members, Green Arrow Oliver Queen and Deadpool Wade Wilson. In her estimation, these 2 would be the most suitable choices. At that moment, a portal materialized beside her, and Lee Chifeng, clad in a tailored suit jacket, emerged, standing shoulder to shoulder with Melinda May. "Greetings, fellow countrymen. It is a pleasure to meet you," he said. "Lee Chifeng, your reputation precedes you. You have already garnered considerable acclaim at the Republic's headquarters." Melinda May and Lee Chifeng exchanged a handshake, conversing in the language of the Republic. Among those present, it was likely that only Oliver Queen could comprehend their dialogue. "So, you are the overseer of the hacker prodigy?" "Indeed. I shall be residing here with Coulson for a while." "Oh, and what of Team Star?" "Team Star is undergoing a month-long intensive training for warfare." Lee Chifeng shuddered slightly, recalling the experience with trepidation. "It is under the supervision of our family's very own goddess of death, a divine training regimen." While Ida and Harley were faring well, the pitiable expressions of Wanda and Pietro were truly disheartening to Lee Chifeng. It was nothing short of tragic. Chapter 48. The infatuated undercover Sky. What are Agents Lee and May discussing? Wade Wilson, the Deadpool, nudged Barry Allen with his elbow and whispered, "Do you expect me to know? I don't understand the Republic's language." Barry replied, shifting his gaze toward Oliver Queen. "Oliver, you must be able to comprehend, right?" The conversation seemed devoid of substance, mentioning that Sky's supervisor was none other than Agent Lee Chifeng, the leader of the Star Team, who had taken the team away for advanced training under the Death Goddess. After Oliver translated, the surrounding team members collectively gasped. The Death Goddess. Just days ago, when Agent Lee escorted this formidable figure from Asgard to headquarters, the entire building's energy detection instruments nearly malfunctioned from the sheer intensity. Was being trained by such a terrifying individual a blessing or a curse? However, you are indeed fortunate. Agent Lee is personally overseeing you, Wade Wilson remarked enviously to Sky. Even without his superpowers, he was a figure of comparable stature to Natasha Romanoff. Sky, infatuated, barely registered Wade's mutterings, her eyes glued to Li Chengfeng. Though not a hulking mass of muscle, his lithe and athletic frame resembled that of a languid leopard. He appeared non-threatening. Yet one could sense he was always ready to pounce, potentially taking a life in an instant. She regretted her decision to infiltrate the Bureau for the Rising Tide organization. Why not simply remain a hacker, rather than expose some government conspiracy? Was the conspiracy merely the concealment of such exquisite Republic gentlemen? After meeting the entire Coulson team, Li Chengfeng finally approached Sky. "Hello, Sky. I am your supervisor, Li Chengfeng. If that is too cumbersome, feel free to call me Li." "Hello, Li." Sky politely extended her hand, only to be unexpectedly drawn into his embrace after their handshake. She instinctively wanted to protest, but at that moment, her shoulder strap was inadvertently flipped up. In that instant, her thoughts shifted from indignation to dread. She had concealed a memory card within her strap, meant for storing sensitive information obtained from the Bureau, which she intended to hand over to the Rising Tide organization at the opportune moment. "Coulson, continue." Li Chengfeng casually tossed the memory card to Coulson. "Didn't you say someone has been bypassing permissions to download internal intelligence?" That was the hacker baby's doing. Li Chengfeng did not possess X-ray vision, but merely had an understanding of Sky. However, the timeline of events in this world had diverged somewhat. For instance, Sky joined the Bureau first, rather than being drawn in by a series of coincidences following the explosion in New York the previous day. Nonetheless, it seemed that Coulson and his team remained unaware of Sky's true identity. Under the scrutiny of her teammates, even Sky felt a sense of reckless abandon. "How do you intend to keep me silent? How could you possibly achieve such a feat? The harsh truth is known to all, evident everywhere. You are destined to be unable to thwart the Tide organization. We are like the relentless tide. You will never find us, nor behold our true visage. We shall forever rise in rebellion against those shadowy figures who conceal the truth of the world from us." Sky shouted at Li Chengfeng, who had restrained her hands, as though she had transformed into a clandestine agent captured behind enemy lines, anticipating a scene unsuitable for youthful eyes. Li Chengfeng shook his head, thinking he ought to watch fewer simplistic films that could be wrapped up with just a couple of characters. With that thought, he broke into a smile. Radiant and gentle as a deity descended to the mortal realm, leaving Sky momentarily speechless. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her as Li Chengfeng placed a black hood over her head. "Damn it, what are you planning to do to me?" The Joint Investigation Bureau is a monster that devours the truth. The Tide organization, however, is the guardian of truth, resisting the Bureau's tyranny that obliterates the public's right to know. Chattering incessantly, how annoying. Li Chengfeng casually delivered a swift blow to Sky's forehead, questioning how the hacker organization had managed to present itself as a paragon of justice. Their rhetoric sounded appealing. Yet do you comprehend that the Tide organization profits exorbitantly from selling information to the Bureau? Who has the Bureau wronged? Putting their lives on the line to protect you while simultaneously solving the troubles you create? That is slander. The Tide organization is the embodiment of justice. All right, so you are all champions of justice, is that it? Now, kindly maintain your silence. If you speak again, I might just have to spank you. Be careful, for I am a single man. Who knows what inhumane acts I might resort to? So you mean to say you don't have a girlfriend? Sky remarked, her infatuation levels truly unparalleled in my experience. Li Chengfeng and Coulson, in front of all the team members, tossed Sky into the interrogation room of the mobile command center. "Li, we have just confirmed that although the information is rather insignificant, it is indeed classified and should not be accessible to a trainee agent." Coulson nodded, adding that according to the latest intelligence, Sky had been present at the scene of yesterday's explosion in New York and had posted a video using the Tide organization's account, depicting a hooded figure climbing 5 floors unassisted and jumping down without any protective gear after rescuing someone. Li Chengfeng nodded, removing the black hood. Sky regained her sight, realizing she was in a completely monochromatic metallic room, devoid of any decor apart from simple furniture. "Next, are you going to interrogate me?" "Well, to be honest, with this trivial commotion, it hardly constitutes an interrogation," Li Chengfeng scoffed, picking up the dossier on Sky. "However, you possess information that piques our interest. How much do you know about yesterday's explosion in New York?" Although Li Chifeng is familiar with the general storyline, it has diverged from the original text. So a gradual approach would be prudent. Most importantly, how can one explain to Coulson why the leader of the Star Squad shows interest in a seemingly ordinary explosion case and investigates the underlying issues? Sky. We need a name. Li Chifeng sat across from Sky, his expression grave. He was a hero, yet due to the video you released, his situation has become precarious. What makes you think I know anything? You are an undercover agent in the FBI. You appeared at the explosion scene yesterday, leading us to believe you recorded everything and then had the Tide organization publish it. True. But you just discovered that you cannot breach the data encryption on my phone and laptop, meaning you actually have nothing. As you know, cases handled by the FBI do not require the same procedural justice as those by the NYPD. In any case, you released the video, and we have reason to suspect you orchestrated the explosion solely to lure out this superpowered individual. Upon hearing Li Chifeng's assertion, Sky, who prides herself on righteousness, slammed her hand down. How could it possibly be me? It's clearly you. ISNT, the ultimate method of concealment, a bomb? You're not doing this for the first time. This time, the Centipede Project. Centipede? What Centipede Project? Coulson furrowed his brow while Sky suddenly connected the dots. Wait, you actually don't know about this. At that moment, Sky could hardly contain her laughter. Ha ha ha, with billions of advanced equipment in your hands. It's practically useless. I bet I could dismantle your communications department using just my laptop. Chapter 49, A Man Unintoxicated. Yet still brings you to tears. Li Chifeng listened to Sky's laughter and couldn't help but glance at Coulson. Sky had a point. The communication department of the FBI indeed had its shortcomings. In the realm of hacking, they were like a dog on a leash, despite possessing a formidable technological advantage. This matter could subsequently be entrusted to the FBI Academy. It was high time to cultivate a cadre of prodigious hackers akin to Sky. However, one must consider the implications for that individual. We acknowledge our desire to recruit him, but merely to enlist him in our ranks, not to exploit him. Li Chifeng pressed his hands against the table, leaning forward, their faces mere inches apart, both able to feel the warmth of each other's breath. But what of the others? Those organizations eager to plunge the existing order into chaos would seek to exploit him. And what would come after? They might even dissect him. Li Chifeng stared intently into Sky's eyes, pondering the fate that might await her. The more benevolent of those would merely slice him for research, while the more depraved might even sample him to discern his flavor. The Centipede Project had briefly surfaced in the online labor market before vanishing once it had gathered enough participants. Later, through reverse tracking, I discovered the MAC access point, located in the very building where the explosion occurred. A flicker of struggle passed through Sky's eyes, yet she ultimately chose to reveal the information she had acquired. Sky was not an obstinate person. On the contrary, she was exceptionally astute, capable of commanding respect in the hacking community. Upon hearing Li Chifeng's words, she quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Though the government organization led by the FBI was, in her eyes, a monstrous entity consuming the truth of the world, its aim was to maintain order. In contrast, the malevolent organizations lurking in the shadows sought pure destruction. Li Chifeng regarded the tender-hearted hacker girl with interest and quipped, "Let me see, hacking into the FBI, even going undercover, while tracking those with superpowers, you wouldn't be loitering beneath Tony Stark's little mustachioed tower, hoping for a romantic encounter with Iron Man, would you?" At this point, a mischievous smile crept across Li Chifeng's face. "You can't possibly be a stalker of superhumans, can you? How could you unjustly tarnish my reputation?" Sky retorted, her eyes widening. "I merely acted out of curiosity. How can one label a hacker girl as a stalker?" She then launched into a series of convoluted remarks, asserting her disinterest in Iron Man, questioning the veracity of his earlier claim of being single, and filling the interrogation room with a buoyant atmosphere. Yet, after the laughter subsided, Coulson recognized that prolonging the banter with Sky would yield no fruitful results. It was imperative that the Special Emergency Team's inaugural mission proceed without incident. With this thought, a spark of cunning flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. Coulson extracted a firearm from his suit pocket, though it was merely a syringe resembling a gun. He placed it before Sky, his tone flat yet unsettling as he introduced it. "This is a QNB T-16. You may not recognize the designation, but it is the latest development from the Bureau. A potent coercive agent. Even the most resolute individual would find themselves divulging secrets, even the most embarrassing ones from their childhood. However, its effects are fleeting, lasting only an hour, neither particularly long nor short. Upon seeing this, Li Chengfeng immediately discerned that the seemingly amiable yet malevolent middle-aged man intended to compel his cooperation. Originally, this task had fallen to Grant Ward, but it appeared it would now rest upon his shoulders. If this coercive agent were genuine, Li Chengfeng would rather defy Coulson than comply. Yet, he suspected that Coulson had fabricated the entire premise solely to deceive the infatuated Sky. You need not worry. Once we acquire all the information we seek, you will be released immediately. As he feigned reassurance beside Sky, Li Chengfeng subtly raised his right hand, signaling Coulson to proceed. The cunning Coulson, understanding the cue, unhesitatingly plunged the syringe into Sky. He patted Li Chengfeng's triceps and lowered his voice. It's merely saline solution. Seeing Li Chengfeng's almost imperceptible nod, he raised his voice again. Agent Li Chengfeng, does it hurt? Of course, it did not. Yet the suddenness of the act was sufficiently startling. Mid-complaint, Li Chengfeng smoothly altered his stance. All right, it does sting a bit, but I swear it's just a tad. I usually feign indifference to pain in front of beautiful women, you know, to appear more rugged. Goodness, he thought, Coulson, this ploy seems to work remarkably fast. His final remark was, in fact, a subtle indication for Coulson to exit, allowing him to take center stage. A man can perform without intoxication, making you weep all the same. Do you not distrust the Bureau, believing us to be monstrous entities devouring the truths of the world? Now, you may inquire of him anything, and I mean anything. With that, Coulson exited the interrogation room, casting Sky a knowing glance before departing. At that moment, Sky appeared to take the bait, approaching Li Chengfeng with a smile, her eyes shimmering with a hint of mischief. No longer the self-proclaimed warrior for the free world. She now resembled a young girl delighted by a new toy. Sky did not speak immediately, but slowly removed her light jacket, revealing only a light gray sports tank top beneath. She then sat closely beside Li Chengfeng, deliberately tilting her body slightly, thereby increasing their contact. Agent Li, are you feeling nervous? Nervous? How amusing. You are indeed stunning, but as a man who navigates the affections of 3 women with ease, how could I possibly feel anxious in the presence of a young girl like you? My heart belongs solely to the mature and sophisticated. Fond of the mature and sophisticated? Truly? Am I not embodying that essence? Sky gently ran his fingers through his hair. If I were not anxious, why do I sense a slight tremor in you? Oh, I was merely imagining that if this scene were to be witnessed by those 3 women, specifically 2 women and a goddess, I might have to endure a temporary death lasting about a month before I could resurrect. What? Resurrection? Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's words, Sky instantly became exhilarated. Unlike the forced seductive demeanor he had previously attempted, this was genuine enthusiasm. So, aside from your ability to open portals, you can resurrect as well? My goodness, does that not make you a superhero? A superhero? I am merely an agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau endowed with special abilities, Li Chengfeng scoffed. While I hold great respect for heroic deeds, I simply cannot comprehend the choice to don tight-fitting battle attire. It is one thing that I cannot alter my own Green Lantern transformation. But what could those who create their own battle suits possibly be thinking? This was undoubtedly Li Chengfeng seizing the opportunity to indulge in some lighthearted critique. So, apart from creating portals and possessing the power of resurrection, do you have any other abilities? Speaking of superpowers, Sky immediately launched into a discussion. I have studied many individuals claiming to possess superhuman abilities, yet the vast majority have only one power. To encounter someone like you with multiple abilities is truly rare. Other abilities? Li Chengfeng first transformed into his diamond form, then activated his Green Lantern transformation, subsequently etching Sky's name onto the table with his heat vision, and finally conjured a formidable skeletal warrior through necromancy. As Sky witnessed the plethora of abilities demonstrated by Li Chengfeng, his gaze grew increasingly covetous. If this were a comic book, one could imagine his pupils morphing into hearts. And yet, he claims not to be an aficionado of superpowers. A woman of contradictions. Meanwhile, May and Carlson stood before the monitor, observing the interaction between Li Chengfeng and Sky. It is hard to fathom that a young agent like Li Chengfeng could so swiftly reach a consensus with someone as cunning as you, devoid of any moral boundaries. Observing Carlson's smiling demeanor, Melinda May remarked, "I now understand why Nick Fury entrusted you both with the formation of a nearly autonomous team. It appears you three are indeed of the same ilk. In response to your compliment, I neither affirm nor deny it." Carlson maintained his demeanor of a kind-hearted middle-aged man. "But I must record this segment. I am certain agents Ada Wong and Harley Quinn would find it immensely intriguing." Carlson clearly harbored a grudge regarding Li Chengfeng's revelation of his prior relationship with an ex-girlfriend during their Arctic mission. "Come now, Phil." The entire Joint Investigation Bureau is aware that Agent Li Chengfeng's relationship with agents Ada Wong and Harley Quinn is delicately balanced. You wouldn't wish to disrupt that balance, would you? Balance is meant to be disrupted, is it not? Carlson smiled broadly before returning to a serious demeanor. "What have Fitz and Simmons uncovered amidst the debris left at the scene?" Melinda May raised an eyebrow at Carlson, who turned around just in time to see Fitz and Simmons emerging from the laboratory. "We have some unfortunate news," they announced. The explosion was triggered by a centipede-like Venus filter. Upon analyzing its contents, we discovered it contained every known form of supernatural energy, including but not limited to the extremist virus, gamma radiation, super soldier serum, and various extraterrestrial substances. Carlson's expression turned solemn. He had initially believed this was merely a targeted attack involving the Rising Tide organization and an unknown superpowered individual. However, he soon realized that what had been obliterated by the explosion was the true crux of the matter. From the displayed state, it appeared to be a mixture predominantly based on the extremist virus, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of the virus itself. The group turned their attention to the source of the sound, which was none other than Li Chengfeng, who had just completed his elaborate performance, accompanied by Sky. Her cheeks flushed with the belief that she had uncovered numerous secrets of the Joint Task Force. Chapter 50, Technical Support from Tony Stark. Is it possible to recover the surveillance footage? If so, how much information does it contain? Fitz? Li Chengfeng swiftly pushed aside Sky, who was eager to stay close, and immersed himself in work. Fitz, somewhat taken aback, glanced at the recently celebrated agent at the American Bureau and nodded vigorously. "In theory, recovery is possible, but the data is severely compromised. Even the time codes cannot be synchronized. So we can only conduct a rough analysis or even a profile of the scene, which remains insufficiently precise." Time codes can't be synchronized? What if I provide you with the audio files from that moment? I was nearby, utilizing a homemade long-range microphone to capture sounds from the laboratory. But the noise was overwhelming. I thought it was worthless. However, for scientists like you, separating the noise should be a breeze, right? A composed Sky stepped forward and addressed the two scientific minds. "The digital audio files are in my van." Fitz and Simmons quickly delved into their unique scientific realm, their conversation laden with an array of technical jargon incomprehensible to those around them, until they exchanged a knowing smile after reaching a feasible conclusion. "Thank you so much. If we could have the audio, that would be ideal," Carlson remarked, observing his team members with a sense of satisfaction. Individuals like Sky are often recruited by the Bureau each year, akin to how major tech companies are eager to extend lucrative offers to hackers who successfully breach their firewalls. Among such individuals, the remarkable Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, remains a figure only known by name, never seen. As long as one is not affiliated with Hydra, the Bureau is more than willing to collaborate with anyone. However, Carlson's attention was drawn when Sky mentioned her van. "All your equipment is stored in that dilapidated van of yours." "You were right. We have been unable to decrypt the security measures on your devices." "I reiterate, it's a van, not a dilapidated van." Sky seemed particularly protective of her vehicle. "It is normal that you cannot break the encryption. Now that we are preparing to work together, I will share this with you. The encryption system I set up is coupled with the global positioning system. This means that only by driving my van to the designated location can we begin the unlocking process." Sky took pride in her clever trick, especially since even a world-class organization like the Bureau was at a loss with her encryption. Li Chengfeng activated his personal terminal, tapping a few times before placing it before Sky. The Bureau agents have returned your van to the alley where it was initially discovered. Oh. And they even conducted a thorough interior and exterior vehicle detailing. Of course, at no charge. What? No. Sky exclaimed, staring at the screen displaying her now pristine, reflective old van. Letting out a wail. You've ruined my weathered yet alluring vehicle. I intentionally aged it. Observing the somewhat exasperated Sky, Li Chengfeng scratched his head. What is it? Apart from being an enthusiast for superpowers, are you also keen on inventorying vehicles? Are we merely polishing your package? Li Chengfeng appraised Sky's physique, pondering the considerable effort involved in disassembling an entire vehicle. Is your petite frame up to the task? Ultimately, it was Li Chengfeng who accompanied Sky to retrieve the audio files from the truck. Originally, it was supposed to be Coulson and Wade Wilson. But Li Chengfeng volunteered for the duty. Although Wade Wilson was one of the most exceptional agents in the entire Bureau, he paled in comparison to the formidable Deadpool, Mike Peterson, who had been implanted with centipedes. In Li Chengfeng's view, Mike Peterson's abilities were of a caliber sufficient to warrant entry into the Avengers. So, how long are you going to keep your gaze fixed on me? Sky shot a glance at Li Chengfeng, her earlier fascination with his superpower identity finally waning. With a resounding clang, the door to the dilapidated truck swung open, revealing an interior that was nothing short of a hidden marvel. A multitude of screens and devices flickered with lights of varying ages, exuding a distinct post-apocalyptic punk aesthetic. You are an undercover agent for the Tide organization. We have yet to fully forgive you. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. I really shouldn't be part of this team. Primarily because Captain America has regained his physiological metrics after being thawed, yet he remains in a state of slumber. Otherwise, it would be Coulson and Captain America keeping an eye on you. What? Captain America? The legendary figure who punches Nazis and kicks Hydra? Sky's excitement surged, though her fingers on the keyboard remained steadfast. Captain America is actually joining this special emergency team. Theoretically, yes. But as you know, after nearly a century of slumber, he will require time to readjust to society and may not be able to rejoin the team swiftly, Li Chengfeng sighed. From Captain America's perspective, awakening from the ice must be akin to enduring a hellish torment. He had traversed nearly a century, emerging into an utterly alien world. The only remnants of his past, aside from the flag, were a weary, confused elderly woman, his long-lost love, and the embodiment of the cause for which he had sacrificed everything. As the aged Peggy Carter grasped Captain America's hand, she imparted, sometimes, the best choice is to start anew. We have been apart for far too long. Love does not succumb to time, yet it can become an everlasting regret. Li Chengfeng wiped his face. At times, an overwhelming surge of emotions is not a virtue. I understand. It's akin to my upbringing in the orphanage run by nuns, where one of them named me Mary Sue Bobo. After I left, I had to adapt to society like a newborn, only to discover that the name was indeed quite detestable. Sky closed her computer and removed the storage card, turning back to Li Chengfeng with a shrug. Yet life must carry on, mustn't it? Have you managed to sort everything out? All the necessary information you require is contained within. Sky lifted the storage card in her hand, and I also sent a message to Mike Peterson. You can handle him, can't you? You mean in that way? Of course. I mean in the way that prevents him from exploding. Sky gazed earnestly into Li Chengfeng's eyes. He was a father with a child. Though Sky may have been a somewhat unscrupulous hacker, her inherent goodness prevailed. Having grown up as an orphan, she yearned to spare another innocent child from such experiences. Thus, she initially assisted Mike Peterson. So, you have indeed chosen the only path. That's good. Watch your back. The moment Sky looked up, she was startled to see Mike Peterson, hand raised, behind Li Chengfeng. Yet, before the words were fully uttered, as if foreseeing the future, Li Chengfeng swiftly turned, preemptively gripping Mike Peterson by the throat and slamming him against the wall, creating a dent in the surface. Who are you? Humph. Now that's an interesting question. Li Chengfeng chuckled heartily, shaking his head as he proclaimed, I am the one who traverses the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, with no grievances against heaven and no rings against earth. I oversee the American Bureau and the surrounding counties of Washington. Truly a great hero, Li Chengfeng. Upon finishing, Li Chengfeng felt invigorated. He had long desired to use that quip. However, Mike Peterson did not find this just amusing. He now felt akin to Wu Zetian's deceased husband, bereft of Li Ji. Though he could not comprehend the series of humorous exchanges, he grasped the gravity of the situation with the Bureau of Investigation. Sky, you have betrayed us. Did you not say you were here to help me? Did you not warn that those clad in black suits would harm us? After enduring a series of calamities, unemployment, homelessness, and violence, combined with the extreme instability of this creature dubbed the centipede virus, Mike Peterson's fragile sanity teetered on the brink of collapse. The betrayal by Sky, who had professed to aid him, became the final straw. Consequently, a surge of adrenaline coursed through him, transforming his veins into a luminous orange-red hue. Even those unfamiliar with superpowers recognized this as a dire omen. Indeed, Mike Peterson had become a human-shaped thermobaric bomb on the verge of detonation. In that moment, a child's voice, filled with fear and concern, rang out from the rear of a nearby truck, echoing in everyone's ears. Daddy? Just those few words momentarily calmed the explosive Mike Peterson. Li Chingfeng sighed and issued a command to Sky. Take the child away immediately. Hurry. He then turned to Mike Peterson and shouted, Listen to me. Mike Peterson, your child is still here. Do you wish to harm him as well? Calm yourself now. Only then can I assist you. The struggle of Mike Peterson was intense, yet Li Chingfeng remained resolute, maintaining a firm grip on him. It was not until the final words were uttered that the resistance ceased. As the commotion subsided, tears of anguish welled forth. The collapse of an adult often stems from a mere moment. Li Chingfeng had subdued Mike Peterson, but a new dilemma presented itself. His abilities could essentially dissipate Mike Peterson's explosive tendencies into oblivion, but only under the condition of taking his life. However, he had just glimpsed the bright-eyed child. Li Chingfeng could not bring himself to slay a father in the presence of his son. At that moment, the communicator beeped. Hello. Are you there, Li? It's me, Tony. Coulson informed me that his team encountered a rather tricky problem, and since I find myself with time on my hands, I thought I might offer some technical support. So, when did you start teaming up with Coulson? Chapter 51. The innate monster Li Chingfeng initially intended to reach out to the scientific duo for assistance. However, to his surprise, Coulson, in a bid for absolute security, contacted none other than Tony Stark. Wasn't he busy in Metropolis with Louise Lane? It was unexpected for Coulson to summon this notorious playboy. One must admit, calling in reinforcements at times of crisis has become a commendable habit of the Bureau. After all, the greatest asset of the Bureau at present is its manpower. Aren't you also mingling with Coulson? He merely had to make a call to summon you. I simply believe that conversing with a balding man is preferable to dealing with a completely bald one. Tony Stark jested briefly before his tone turned serious. The young hacker had sent the audio file during her escape, and I am currently collaborating with Coulson's scientific duo to devise a means to neutralize the centipede. Adrenaline. Unstable emotions lead to a surge in adrenaline, which can trigger a violent reaction from the hybrid virus contained within the centipede. As Li Chingfeng spoke, he glanced at Mike Peterson, whose orange-red veins were once again aglow, realizing that hesitation was no longer an option. He promptly activated the portal and stepped through with Mike Peterson. Li. What the hell? Tony Stark, who had just been conversing with Li Chingfeng through the communicator, was startled into an expletive as Li Chingfeng suddenly appeared before him. You've got to be kidding. You've brought this human-shaped explosive right into the aerial command center. Are you planning to send your entire team to their demise? The portal led to the laboratory situated above Coulson's team command center, where only Fitz, Gemma, and the external aide, Tony Stark, were present. As Li Chingfeng activated his green light transformation, he managed to squeeze in a retort to Tony Stark. Spare me the chatter. I could take him to a deserted location, but even if you devise a countermeasure, can you reach in time? Then, a barrier formed from the willpower of the green light, enveloped Mike Peterson layer upon layer. He would never jeopardize the lives of his team. Under the protection of the green light barrier, he was utterly confident that not even a trace of the explosion could escape. From the outset, the challenge had always been to preserve Mike Peterson's life. Fitz, Gemma, this is your moment. My heavens. Listen, his emotions are linked to radiation metabolism. All methods to calm him will merely delay the detonation. Fitz felt somewhat at a loss, as it was his first encounter with such a crisis. Do not reiterate what I already know. Li Chingfeng exhaled deeply, then, with a calm voice, guided the two visibly panicking scientists. Fear not. I assure you that even in the event of an explosion, it will not endanger anyone present, since it is connected to emotions and adrenaline. Let us induce a state of suspended animation. Did you not design a goodnight gun? Yes. Gemma promptly retrieved the prototype of the goodnight gun from the side, though its power had yet to be properly calibrated. Such a brilliant design. Allow me to take it from here. Tony Stark took possession of the weapon, and with the assistance of Jarvis's scanning capabilities, intricate schematics of the goodnight gun and a detailed composition of the ammunition materialized before him. To achieve the perfect state of faux death, your bullets require a reduction in paralysis and an increase in rigor mortis. Incorporating a slightly less toxic dose of sea snake venom should yield the desired results. There are ready supplies of sea snake venom in the laboratory. Gemma quickly retrieved a sample from her biological research area, but the venom was far too potent and required dilution. Dilute it by 50 times. The bullets you previously created are already remarkably close to the desired effect. Only minor adjustments are necessary. Tony Stark decisively made his choice. Lee Chung-fong observed the scene, nodding subtly. Coulson truly has a knack for this. Although, according to the original narrative of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, the scientific duo could devise the perfect faux death serum within 2 hours. The intertwining of this mixed universe has altered both Sky's storyline and the characters of the team. Lee Chung-fong was uncertain if, despite his own insights, Fitz and Gemma would succeed in their research in this universe. After all, the original plot merely indicated that the serum derived from the bullets of the goodnight gun, without detailing the adjustments and research that led to its success. Furthermore, he was unsure if Mike Peterson could endure as long as he did in the original storyline. Fortunately, with Tony Stark, a scientist who stands nearly at the pinnacle of humanity at this stage, assisting them, the development time was significantly reduced. Fitz and Gemma immediately set to work as instructed. Gemma Simmons was responsible for diluting the venom and preparing the serum. Meanwhile, Fitz considered Mike Peterson's physical enhancements due to the centipede's influence, thus opting to modify the bullets to a firing mechanism that would release and dissolve upon contact with the skin, allowing it to enter the circulatory system through the dermis. Lee Chung-fong initially contemplated suggesting that he could directly administer the serum to Mike Peterson, given the vast difference in their strengths. He could simply insert the serum into the man's mouth. However, it was best not to undermine the confidence and autonomy of the younger ones at this juncture. Tony Stark evidently had the same thought, as he refrained from making any suggestions. After the initial forceful suppression by Lee Chung-fong, Mike Peterson's emotions remained unstable. Yet encased within layers of will-empowering green light, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as events unfolded around him. After a few minutes of silence, Mike Peterson finally spoke. They call you Lee? Are you the one in charge? Indeed, in this critical moment, I possess the authority to decide on all matters at hand and bear full responsibility. Is that so? Then can you ensure that the Joint Task Force takes good care of my son? If I may suggest, it would be best for a father to personally oversee the care of his child, wouldn't it? Furthermore, there is no need for you to instill fear within yourself. Our team comprises the most distinguished experts from the Joint Investigation Bureau, and we are certain to resolve the matter at hand. Before we proceed, however, I would like to pose a question. Michael Peterson clenched his jaw, striving to suppress his agitation. After a moment of effortful nodding, he signaled his consent. Consequently, Lee Chung-fong pulled a chair from the laboratory and seated himself, adopting the demeanor of an interviewer as he initiated a conversation with Michael Peterson. A certain individual named Ben Parker once stated, "With great power comes great responsibility." Now that you possess this strength, are you prepared to shoulder the responsibilities that accompany such power and its consequences? Although you have acquired abilities that transcend human limitations, does your son share in this? Can you guarantee that you will be by your son's side at all times? What if someone were to kidnap your son to manipulate you into committing malevolent acts? I am aware of a notorious supercriminal known as the All-Seeing Eye, who specializes in such tactics. Do you comprehend how he would extract your value? He would first implant an electronic eye within the target, monitoring their actions while issuing commands to control their behavior. After you have completed several tasks for him, leaving you physically shattered, He would make you a subject for experimentation with those mechanical augmentations. Each of Li Chengfeng's words sent Michael Peterson into a cold sweat, his breathing growing increasingly erratic. I know nothing of what you speak. All I am aware of is that with the centipede, I can become strong. I can even match 10 men in the factory. This would enable me to provide a better life for my family. Thus, would you risk your son's safety without hesitation? Li Chengfeng's final retort plunged Michael Peterson into confusion and silence. I understand that making choices is invariably challenging. Li Chengfeng patted the barrier formed by the green glow of willpower, asserting that one must make a choice in order to take the next step. I need to ensure my family's livelihood. You need not worry. Even if the centipede is successfully removed, the enhancements to your physique will remain a fixed outcome, though they will gradually degrade to approximately 30% of their current state over time. Few among ordinary humans could even compare to you. Furthermore, you are considered a victim of this malevolent organization, and the Joint Investigation Bureau has corresponding compensatory measures in place. Finally, Michael Peterson extricated himself from the extremes of overwhelming excitement and despair, having decided to relinquish the power of the centipede. It felt as though he had laid down the heaviest burden from his heart. As Li Chengfeng had remarked, one must make a choice to advance to the next step. Li, your power is truly formidable. How can you remain so tranquil? Perhaps it is because... Li Chengfeng contemplated for a moment, ultimately spreading his hands in resignation. I am destined to be a creature that wields power. Under the pressure of time, the duo known as the Scientific Marvels, though initially appearing somewhat flustered, maintained an unwavering steadiness, flawlessly accelerating without a single misstep. 10 minutes later, Carlson arrived at the laboratory with the other members of the team, including Sky and Mike Peterson's son. Li, Tony, how's it going? We're at the final step, Li Chengfeng replied. Observing as Fitz trembled while loading the syringe bullets into the chamber, raising the gun unsteadily to aim at Mike Peterson behind the barrier. Agent Li, please lower the barrier. Li Chengfeng smiled gently, taking the tranquilizer gun from Fitz's hands. You've done exceptionally well. Your hands are shaking like you have Parkinson's. I can't let you take this shot. A miss could provoke Mike Peterson into an explosive reaction, rendering their efforts futile. All right, fine. Fitz nodded, finally exhaling in relief, though a hint of disappointment lingered on his face. Carlson noticed this subtlety. He was aware that Fitz and Gemma were not merely the type to bury themselves in research. Such individuals belonged in a sandbox, a top-secret research facility. Both of them aspired to become exceptional field agents, which was precisely why Carlson had chosen them. He patted Fitz and Gemma on the shoulders, smiling as he said, "You still have a long way to go to become competent field agents. Let's work together with Sky. The three of you can do this." Chapter 52. John Garrett's descent into despair. The ensuing events unfolded with remarkable simplicity. Li Chengfeng dismantled the barrier of wool emanating a verdant glow, subsequently delivering a precise shot to the neck of Mike Peterson, striking true upon the vein. In due course, the injection took effect, rendering Mike Peterson rigid as he collapsed onto the ground. Correspondingly, the orange-red fluid coursing through his veins, imbued with destructive energy and extreme instability, gradually faded, replaced by the violet-blue hue of the serum. Li Chengfeng, with an air of nonchalance, holstered his goodnight gun and ambled out of the aerial command center with Tony Stark, their shoulders casually linked. What remained was merely the neutralization of the amalgamation within the centipede, followed by its complete dismantlement. Fitz and Gemma promptly commenced this endeavor, while Sky, somewhat sycophantic, trailed behind. Li, you have succeeded. Of course, I would succeed. But is this truly the moment to shower me with flattery? If you require it, I wouldn't mind giving you a pat on the back. That would undoubtedly be to my liking. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, a testament to his upbringing as an orphan navigating the harsh realities of society. You must be Sky, the hacker who transmitted the information, Tony Stark remarked, nodding slightly toward her. I've heard commendable things about your skills, adept at orchestrating the entire communications division of the FBI. Stark Industries is in dire need of exceptional talents like you. Would you consider it? Before Sky could respond, a voice interrupted, quelling Tony Stark's intentions. Tony, could you refrain from poaching talent in my presence? Though Sky exhibited some controversial behavior, It was acknowledged that at least one-fifth of the agents within the FBI had shared similar experiences. Therefore, after resolving these minor issues, she remained a provisional agent of the Bureau. Coulson emerged, holding the hand of Mike Peterson's son, inadvertently exposing Stark's clandestine recruitment attempt. They then took their seats in a strikingly red antique Chevrolet, which Coulson had affectionately named Laura. Sky, let us escort Mr. Mike Peterson's son to his aunt's residence. Coulson initiated the drive, adding, I can share more about Lee on our way. Absolutely. Sky eagerly settled into the car. As they watched Laura turn and disappear down a nearby fork in the road, Tony Stark turned to Lee Chung-fong, suggesting they go for a drink. Initially, Lee Chung-fong contemplated seeking out a bar, but Stark led him directly back to Stark Tower in New York. Notably, their mode of transport was a Quinn jet, the activation codes for which had been acquired through JARVISS clever hacking. Trust me, in a moment, Nick Fury is going to call and berate you mercilessly. Lee Chung-fong reclined on the expansive sofa, stretching languidly. The office, perched atop Stark Tower, was undeniably spacious, with the Quinjet proudly stationed on the vast terrace. Who could blame me for wanting to procure one when that miserly Nick Fury refuses to sell me a single aircraft? I offered him double the price, yet he remained obstinately unyielding. I merely wished to use it. Is that too much to ask? Who knows? Nick Fury has been extremely frugal lately. Whenever I seek funding from him, he always concocts various excuses, ultimately granting me a mere pittance. If I were you, I would consider switching jobs and join me. I can offer you a salary of $10 million a year along with a 2% equity stake as the head of security at Stark Industries. In a matter of moments, Tony Stark has shifted his sights from Sky to Lee Chung-fong, aiming to poach him. Lee Chung-fong, however, chose to disregard Tony Stark and instead approach Pepper Potts, who entered with a bottle of red wine. He extended his hand, bent slightly, and executed a flawless and gentlemanly kiss on her hand. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Miss Potts. Rising, Lee Chung-fong engaged in light-hearted banter with Pepper, saying, Tony, this fellow is truly a complicated man. Isn't. You clever gentlemen are all such capricious creatures. Ah, with such praise, I feel rather bashful, he replied. Who praised you? Stark observed the hand-kissing with an inexplicable discomfort. It was their first encounter with Pepper, and he wished Lee would not act so familiar. Lee Chung-fong chuckled inwardly, recognizing the chemistry between Tony Stark and Pepper Potts seemed promising. Let us not discuss me. Haven't you been residing in Metropolis recently? I heard you even acquired shares in the Daily Planet to pursue that renowned reporter, Lois Lane. Ah, let us not speak of that matter. I have given up on pursuing Lois Lane. Tony Stark lamented, his expression sorrowful, his mustache drooping. After 12 consecutive rejections, it seemed Lois Lane was genuinely disinterested in the dashing Tony Stark. Could you be any more narcissistic? Lee Chung-fong scoffed, acknowledging the truth in Tony's predicament. After a period of chasing without reciprocation, one must learn to relinquish the pursuit. Otherwise, one might find themselves at the receiving end of a hefty blow from that Kansas brute. However, his time in Metropolis was not without merit. Investing in the Daily Planet had yielded a remarkable 10% increase in such a short span, amounting to over $50 million. In this information age, investing in media is undeniably a lucrative venture. Lee Chung-fong felt a pang of admiration. Indeed, the old fellow knew how to make money. Why not try your hand at a secret oil scheme? After engaging in casual conversation and sharing a few drinks with Tony Stark and Pepper, they finally transitioned to the main topic. Lee, the reason I rushed over after receiving the call from Coulson, aside from our acquaintance, is that he mentioned this incident is related to the extinction virus. Oh, are you interested in this matter? It is not my interest, rather. It is the Federal Bureau's concern. Tony Stark drained his glass and continued, during my recent stay in Metropolis, a senior agent from the Bureau frequently visited me, seeking a partnership with Stark Industries and even proposing to invest heavily in Stark Group. Lee Chung-fong furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. Given the intricate relationships between Tony Stark, Nick Fury, and Coulson, it would only be reasonable for the FBI to pursue further collaboration with Stark Industries through an authorized dialogue led by either Fury or Coulson himself. In Fury's eyes, Stark holds unparalleled significance. On several occasions, Fury has subtly inquired about the extinction virus, even offering confidential information and undisclosed technologies from the FBI, with hopes of ameliorating the virus's adverse effects. As Li Chengfeng listened to Stark's account, a face began to materialize in his mind. During this time, individuals with an inclination towards various forms of physical enhancement. Could it be him? Tony, I must inquire. Speak candidly. The senior agent from the FBI you mentioned. Wouldn't his name happen to be John Garrett, would it? Yes, that's the name, Stark exclaimed, slapping the table emphatically. This individual clearly concealed his true intentions, shrouded in ambiguity, not someone genuinely interested in conducting business. Thus, I have kept him at bay, deflecting by claiming I am not directly involved in company management and need to confer with the board. But truth be told, I have no board. Stark Industries is entirely under Pepper's guidance. You seem rather pleased with yourself. Enjoying the life of a hands-off manager, are we? Pepper scoffed, wishing she could deliver a superheroic punch to this mustachioed man. Li Chifeng chose not to engage in their playful banter, but instead contemplated the matter seriously. John Garrett, an 8th-level agent of the FBI, was also one of the leaders of Hydra, a seasoned double agent. His public persona was that of the all-seeing eye, wielding the authority of an 8th-level agent in the intelligence network of Hydra. Each time Lee thought of this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Nevertheless, Garrett had thrived, trading information globally and amassing a fortune through the disparities in intelligence. He even garnered a following of devotees who revered the all-seeing eye. Regrettably, for these followers, the omniscient figure they idolized was now facing imminent demise. In a matter of months, or at most a year, he would succumb to multiple organ failures. This was due to his status as the original test subject of the Death Soldier program. Decades ago, he had sustained severe injuries, necessitating mechanical replacements for many of his organs. Currently, he was merely prolonging his life through the extinction virus. Furthermore, he was the mastermind behind the Centipede project, aiming to significantly enhance human capabilities and extend lifespan. However, the experiment had failed. The centipede was exceedingly unstable, prompting him to destroy the evidence through a catastrophic explosion. Little did he anticipate that Li Chengfeng and Coulson's team would rescue the last holder of the centipede. With his clearance, Garrett must have comprehended the sequence of events. The only remaining possibility was to leverage Coulson to uncover the means of his revival. However, Grant Ward, whom Garrett had initially assigned to Coulson's team, had been forcibly persuaded by Li Chengfeng, transforming him into a sharp blade for rooting out internal threats. The enigma of Coulson's resurrection remains elusive, even to those possessing his level 8 clearance. Thus, Garrett now finds himself at a true impasse. Well done, Tony. In this manner, you shall continue to dangle him, employing various excuses to prolong the situation, yet be sure to convey the goodwill of collaboration. Has he wronged you? The Centipede project is orchestrated by him from the shadows. Upon hearing this revelation, Tony Stark grasped the gravity of the situation. After all the commotion, it appears there is a mole within the FBI. Initially, he contemplated mocking Li Chengfeng and the Bureau, but reflecting upon it, Stark Industries too had birthed a monster like Obadiah. Alas, discussing it further only brings tears. Stark patted Li Chengfeng's shoulder, wearing a mask of shared sorrow. Li Chengfeng forcefully shrugged off Stark's hand. That comes at a different price. If you seek drunken antics, find Pepper, not me. I shall return to headquarters. It is best to discuss Garrett's matter with that dubious Nick Fury first. Chapter 53. Escape. My brother Sky. This is Fitz. Respond if you hear me. Sky here. Gemma has been out of contact for 3 minutes. I fear she has fallen victim to that monster. Damn it. We must avenge Gemma. But can the two of us truly manage it? Alas, if we cannot, then neither could Oliver and Wade, who have also succumbed to him. Defeating the boss seems impossible. We must focus on completing our mission. Sky crouched behind a towering tree, her appearance disheveled and soiled, yet miraculously she bore few wounds. After her recent communication with Fitz, the grim news of Gemma's sacrifice struck her with a chilling reality of their adversary's terror. Every conceivable method, be it one-on-one combat, ambush, traps, or poisons, had been employed. Yet none proved effective. I have gathered 3 stars. What about you, Fitz? I have acquired 2. We need 10 in total to succeed. Just as Sky was absorbing Fitz's words, a piercing scream erupted from the communicator, followed by a suffocating silence. Unable to contain herself, Sky drew a cross over her chest in prayer for fits. The enemy was formidable, but she would not yield. She was an agent of the Joint Task Force, and she would never abandon her mission, regardless of the adversary's strength. Sky, you can do this. Bolstered by her resolve, she stepped forward with determination, only to find herself suspended upside down from a tree. A wave of frustration washed over her. How many times had this happened? Initially, she would scream. But now her thoughts turned to why such a trap lay in wait. At that moment, a vibrantly colored snake slithered along the rope towards her. Oh no, this cannot be happening. Li Chifeng, you devil, help! Just as the foul creature was about to brush against her foot, a swift whoosh sounded as a green arrow severed both the snake and the rope that held Sky aloft. A figure clad in Joint Task Force combat attire leaped forth, catching the unfortunate Sky in his arms. As Sky gazed at Li Chifeng, who had cradled her, she felt a flush of embarrassment, only for him to release her. Let go of me. Li Chifeng chuckled at the sight of Sky, who was lamenting her misfortune while clutching her rear. The trap you triggered was left behind by Fitz and Gemma during your last training session. As Sky's supervisor, Li Chifeng felt obliged to take responsibility, honing her field skills while simultaneously providing the newly inducted members of Coulson's team with some practical experience. Although he had departed from the Joint Task Force Academy prematurely, it was only to escape a horde of rowdy adolescents. Those youngsters were a force to be reckoned with, rivaling the likes of Harley Quinn. As for the new agents who had just joined Coulson's team, regardless of their strength or discipline, they were all expected to adhere to the rules. Except for Wade Wilson, who seemed to have developed a penchant for slacking off. This fishing escapade is indeed a genuine retreat. In this desolate tropical rainforest, he has been training for nearly a month, spending most of his time struggling against the river. Lee, you know me well. I hold a grudge with fervor. On my very first day here, I chose to conceal myself within the river, only to be taken aback when those wretched piranhas dared to bite my lychee. Thus, I must show them a thing or two, Wade Wilson remarked. However, apart from this minor flaw, Wade Wilson's performance has been nearly impeccable. As for Oliver Queen, one could almost omit his name entirely. In such an environment, he appears utterly at home, relaxed and unrestrained. Prior to Captain America's awakening and formal induction into the team, these two were the formidable forces of this group. As for the remaining four, one can only say they have a long journey ahead. Among them, Sky is in the best condition. Having emerged from an orphan background and previously engaged in a prolonged game of cat and mouse with the FBI. As for Fitz and Gemma, one could merely remark on their lack of innate talent, yet with persistent effort, they should reach a satisfactory level of competence. But, Barry Allen, your athletic prowess is truly, astonishingly subpar. Li Chifeng cannot fathom how, as the future Flash, Barry Allen's motor skills could be so woefully inadequate, both slow and uncoordinated. Is it perhaps to create a contrast with the future? Agent Lee, I am aware of my shortcomings. I will strive to improve. Upon hearing this, Li Chifeng could only cover his face in silence. Yet this child possesses a commendable character, truly deserving of being the conscience of the Justice League. Tears well up, dear friends. After a moment of reflection, Li Chifeng activated the portal leading to the FBI headquarters. Though you have never truly defeated me, nor completed a mission of gathering stars and delivering them to their destination, I declare, this tropical rainforest training camp has concluded successfully. With that, he kicked each of them through the portal. Upon arriving at the long-awaited 31st floor, seeing the diligent faces of the black and white duo hard at work, Li Chifeng could not resist inquiring, "Hey, you two old-timers keeping busy? Spill the beans." "I find your respect for me dwindling," Nick Fury replied, casting a mournful glance at Li Chifeng with his solitary eye. "That look. I have no interest in either men or African Americans. Do you know how frantically busy the FBI has been lately? While you all are conducting armed drills with the Star Squad and jungle combat training with Coulson's team. If I had to promptly dispatch Maria and Natasha to temporarily assist Coulson, Melinda's fiery temper would certainly have sought me out for retribution." Li Chifeng took a seat on Fury's luxurious leather sofa, regarding the black and white duo with a look of bemusement. "Although I have not made an appearance recently, I have been attentively monitoring personal terminals. There have been no significant events, merely a few minor biochemical zombie incursions, which did not even necessitate the deployment of bioorganic weapons. Instead, they were effortlessly cleared away by the rascally children from the academy. Have you ever considered assigning them some tasks? They are still rather immature. Speaking of the academy's children, the white duckling has finally lifted its head, with noticeable dark circles under its eyes. I can only imagine that the black egg also bears similar signs, albeit concealed by its complexion. Immaturity does not equate to weakness. In fact, there exists a method to hasten their maturation. Li Chifeng chuckled, suggesting that by rewarding them with credits for completing sufficient tasks, they would undoubtedly become the most exemplary agents. Li Chifeng indeed possesses a mischievous streak, not even sparing child laborers. But what a splendid idea! The black egg and the white duckling exchanged a glance, reaching an unspoken agreement in just a fraction of a second. After all, the children have boundless energy. Why should they not expend it on our seasoned agents? At worst, we could assign an external agent to oversee the process for each group. Tremble, children. The tides have turned. Now it is your turn to be put through the ringer. Is there anything else, old dong? If not, I shall take my leave. As the leader, being away from my team for so long has made me desperate to return. Desperate for what? I have a task to assign to you. It was only at this moment that Nick Fury recalled he had a mission to delegate to Li Chifeng. His memory. It seems the past few days have indeed worn him out. A task? Must I accomplish it myself? That is up to you. The task is not particularly difficult, but it does have some connections to the American government, Nick Fury stated, tapping a few times on his personal terminal to send out the details. Li Chifeng immediately received the particulars of the mission. Upon glancing at it, his brow furrowed. After being privatized, the public prisons of the American government have experienced supernatural occurrences? Old dong, are you jesting with me? Why on earth would I play games with you? Do I seem like someone with such leisure? I am so busy I could wish for a single eye to be split into two. Nick Fury finally cracked under the barrage of old dong, but only for a fleeting moment before regaining his composure. While it did not appear to be a grave matter, the issue lay in the fact that 4 agents had been dispatched to investigate, yet they all returned in a daze, with no recollection of the prison whatsoever. Memory loss. Upon hearing Nick Fury's description, Li Chifeng immediately turned to the white duckling. The white duckling gracefully shook its head. These 4 agents, who collectively possess all our telepathic abilities, conducted a thorough consultation and concluded that it was not the work of telepaths, nor were there any traces of drugs or hypnosis. To speak solely of the realm of telepathy, the Joint Investigation Bureau dares to claim second place in the world, and no one would dare to assert they are first. If amnesia were indeed caused by telepathy, it would certainly have been detected by the mutants. However, the interplay of drugs and hypnosis remains ambiguous. A definitive conclusion can only be reached after he conducts an on-site investigation. Upon encountering the name of this prison, the system finally, after a long interval, issued a task. Ding! Task breakout. Brothers has been released. Task overview. A seasoned agent from the Bureau of Investigation has inexplicably returned empty-handed. What secrets lie hidden within the confines of Fox River Prison? Eccentric criminals and escape plans, a warden who never leaves the building. Everything is shrouded in mystery. Moreover, in the prison's darkest depths, it is said that traces of the divine can be found. What is this? Fox River Prison? Is this not reminiscent of Prison Break? Goodness, when did prison breaks become entwined with supernatural events? And can anything be more bizarre than the name Teabag? I entrust this mission to you. I trust there will be no issues. Given that the reason for the erased memories remains unclear, it is preferable to minimize the number of individuals entering the prison for the mission, though we can certainly enhance logistical support, Li Chifeng stated. Proceeding to name a few individuals, he suggested that Fitz, Gemma, and Barry stand by at the Aerial Command Center, as they may be needed for some research. Additionally, he instructed Sky to find Ingrid, as I require a false identity and informational support. Chapter 54. The Question of Identity. Is this jailbreak for real? Fox River. A literal translation of Fox River is a prison located in the city of Joliet, Illinois, which has been operational since the last century. The local government sold it to a sole proprietorship at a price that seems almost absurdly high. Thus, the prison transformed from public to private. with the original inmates continuing to serve their sentences within its walls. It is well known that in the wondrous land of America, functional institutions such as hospitals and schools are often better operated privately. Prisons are no exception. After all, one only needs to recall Arkham Asylum and Dreamland Prison to understand this. The former serves as a talent hub in Gotham City, while the latter is the headquarters for Amanda Waller and the Suicide Squad. It seems that private prisons cannot survive without some sort of spectacle. Fox River Prison has successfully rendered 4 federal agents powerless and robbed them of all their memories during their time there. Lee Chung-fong has inquired once more with these agents, and from their current recollections, it appears that upon stepping into Fox River Prison, the next instant found them stepping out again. This disorientation of time and space has prevented these 4 agents from returning to the front lines of their work. As he gazed up at the Victorian-style edifice of the prison, aside from the slight air of decay that accompanies aged structures, there seemed to be nothing amiss at first glance. But that was all he could afford to observe, for shortly thereafter, Lee Chung-fong, clad in prison garb, was escorted into Fox River Prison by the guards. Turning back to glance at the closing prison gates, he nodded slightly. There was no sense of strangeness, allowing him to preliminarily conclude that this was not a place imbued with the ability to warp reality. Traversing a path covered with yellow earth, Lee Chung-fong peered inside. Just beyond 2 towering steel bars lay the inmates' recreational area. With his keen eyesight, he quickly identified 2 familiar faces: Wentworth Miller and Dominic Purcell. In other words, his brother Michael Schofield and his sibling Lincoln Burrows. Goodness, that face of Michael's is indeed striking, Lee Chung-fong muttered to himself, considering that once inside, he could approach these key figures and observe for any peculiarities. After all, he had come to realize that this universe is indeed somewhat unwell. The creator of this universe seems to be afflicted as well. After passing through the corridor, he arrived at the entrance of the prison block to register. Name of inmate: Lee Chung-fong. Nationality: a citizen of the Republic, indeed. What crime has been committed? Isn't it already documented? Humph. How audacious to be so brazen as a convict. Answer my questions. What crime? I shot a green-haired man with a face full of white makeup, hitting him squarely between the eyes, and also made off with his female subordinate. Lee Chung-fong extended his hand, counting on his fingers, and added, yes. Later, I also killed a pretentious inmate who wore sunglasses, smashing his entire head. As he spoke, Lee Chung-fong couldn't help but silently curse within himself. One cannot help but mention his heroic deeds. Ingrid was undoubtedly seeking revenge due to her morning irritability. This woman truly harbors a grudge. Such identity deception could pose significant complications for others and is likely to be easily uncovered. Yet for Lee Chung-fong, it is all authentic. The murders indeed were committed by him, and the documents are genuine. The fabricated evidence by the Joint Investigative Bureau must be accepted as truth by the American government. A sharp intake of breath escaped the prison staff member registering at the gate, who straightened his posture. After all, this was a serious criminal. How could he possibly receive a mere 5-year sentence? Assigned to cell number 40 in the ordinary inmates section? After casting a few more wary glances at Lee Chung-fong, he felt a twinge of apprehension. How could someone who had killed 2 individuals receive such a light sentence? Had his family truly lavished substantial sums on the prison hierarchy? Despite his astonishment, he maintained a poker face and continued, very well. Your identification number is 114514. From today, you will commence your sentence at Fox River Prison. Should you exhibit good behavior, you may be eligible for a reduction of your sentence under applicable federal laws. With that, he opened the door to the cell block, and Lee Chung-fong finally stepped into the destination of his current mission. At this moment, the genuine criminals had already been let out for their recreational time, and all he could see along the way were empty cells. To be fair, the conditions in the ordinary inmates area of this prison were rather commendable. It was far more spacious than the 8 or 12-person dormitories of high school. However, aside from that, nothing particularly unusual caught his attention. Arriving at cell number 40, he was instructed to enter. As the door swung open, Lee Chung-fong felt a forceful shove from behind, clearly an attempt to push him inside. This rough treatment finally reminded him that he was indeed in a prison and not a prison-themed hotel. Ironically, the guard ended up stumbling back as a result of his own aggression, while he sat on the ground, looking bewildered. Li Chengfeng had already entered the cell and shut the door behind him. Inside the cell were 2 beds, and Li Chengfeng sat on the one that evidently had not been occupied by anyone before, curiously surveying his surroundings. Having lived 2 lives, he had never even received a parking ticket, let alone been imprisoned. The roll call occurs 3 times a day, with specific times dictated by the loudspeaker. Generally at 6 in the morning, noon, and 7 in the evening. Following roll call, meals are served, with work commencing at 7 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, returning to the cells after 9 in the evening. The guard, now standing with a somewhat rotund figure, seemed a bit sluggish. Lights out at 10. After lights out, any noise or movement should be disregarded, he stated. Leaning against the cell door, Li Chengfeng inquired with keen interest, "So, are you suggesting that something peculiar occurs here after 10? Coughing awkwardly, the guard quickly realized he had divulged too much, adopting a cryptic demeanor. After adjusting his cap, he departed with his rubber baton in hand. From the guard's reaction, it appeared they were indeed privy to some underlying secrets. Li Chengfeng could not help but feel a fleeting moment of concern for the 2 brothers who were preparing to execute their escape plan. Would they manage to flee successfully? After waiting for a while and seeing that the guard had moved far enough away, Li Chengfeng finally reached up to touch his ear. Activating the miniature communicator provided by the Joint Investigation Bureau, discreetly placed in the conchus, virtually undetectable to the naked eye. "Hello, Ingrid. Sky. I am in position." "Received, Ingrid." "Received, Sky. How's the fabricated charge coming along?" Hearing Sky's somewhat smug tone, Li Chengfeng finally understood. "So it's you rascal. All right, I have entered cell 40. Approaching the solitary table within the cell, he opened a few books and upon seeing the annotations, he remarked, "I just confirmed the handwriting. It indeed belongs to Michael Schofield." Li Chengfeng entered the ordinary inmate block A's cell 40 with the sole purpose of investigating Michael Schofield, the protagonist of the escape. During earlier investigations, it had been revealed that rumors of supernatural occurrences at Fox River Prison truly began circulating only after he and his brother were incarcerated. Thus, Li Chengfeng's keen interest in them stemmed not only from their status as the protagonists of Prison Break, but more so from their extreme suspicion in the scant information available, suggesting they could be a significant breakthrough. Meanwhile, Sky had also entered hacker mode, and after a flurry of keystrokes, she turned to Li Chengfeng with a puzzled expression, stating, "Li, these brothers, they have some serious issues." "What do you mean?" "Lincoln Burrows and Michael Schofield. Despite having their real information intact in the federal database with no signs of alteration or concealment, lack any personal digital footprint online. Isn't that peculiar? What if they simply don't use the internet?" Li Chengfeng scratched his head, noting that while he was well acquainted with matters of biochemical viruses, having absorbed all of Spencer's knowledge, he was less versed in the realm of the internet. He only knew that in America, films depicting scenes that could be performed with 2 to 6 participants were rather convenient. How could that be possible? In this day and age, unless one has lived a primitive life deep in the mountains, they would undoubtedly leave traces online. Therefore, the absence of such traces can only mean they have been deliberately erased. Those who do such things are typically either preparing to smuggle themselves away or are hiding from some trouble. Sky declared with unwavering conviction. "How can you be so certain?" "Because during my time with the Rising Tide organization, I often engaged in such activities. I'm quite skilled at it. I detect a hint of pride in your analysis." Li Chengfeng leaned against the table and continued, "So, what do you think the situation is with these brothers?" "Replacement. Identity replacement," Ingrid interjected. "Although the rumors of supernatural events began only after they entered Fox River Prison, I have conducted the most thorough investigation of local information. It was discovered that a year prior, rumors had circulated locally regarding a divine revelation accompanying the celestial vessel descending upon Fox River Penitentiary. Coincidentally, a week later, the Rogues Group acquired this public prison in its entirety from the Illinois state government. Li Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. The timing was indeed rather fortuitous. However, what piqued his interest more was the tale of the celestial vessel's descent. Were this in another universe, if law enforcement were to regard such a rumor as a lead? Li Chengfeng would certainly voice his disdain. Yet here, this was arguably the most significant piece of information, even more so than the identities of the 2 brothers. Li Chifeng sensed that all events transpiring within Fox River Penitentiary were intrinsically linked to this so-called celestial vessel. Let us not forget. The mission brief had alluded to traces of the divine in the innermost depths of the prison. It seemed imperative for him to investigate the entirety of Fox River Penitentiary tonight. He had already infiltrated the internal surveillance system of the prison, poised to take control at any moment. However, the surveillance only extended to the maximum security area, with the death row section devoid of monitoring. Wait, the inmates' outdoor time has concluded. Very well, communication shall temporarily cease. Li Chifeng reached out to deactivate the communicator, then picked up the book on the table and resumed his perusal. After perusing 3 pages, a figure halted outside the cell. Who are you? I am your new roommate. Li Chifeng. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Michael Schofield. Li Chifeng set the book down and nodded toward the individual. The interpretation of dreams is indeed an excellent tome. I did not anticipate that a structural engineer would harbor such an interest in psychological literature. Chapter 55. Confront him. Are you my new cellmate? Michael Schofield gently furrowed his melancholic brow. To be candid, despite Li Chifeng's apparent straightness, one could not help but marvel at his visage. The beauty crafted from a blend of 10 nationalities is indeed no mere exaggeration. Greetings, I haven't introduced myself yet. Li Chifeng stepped forward, grasping Schofield's hand firmly. I am Li Chifeng, sentenced for taking 2 lives. A murderer. Schofield regarded the sunny, affable young man before him, his eyes filled with skepticism. This demeanor hardly aligns with that of a killer, unless this individual perceives murder as anything but a grievous transgression. It's implausible. A murderer who has taken 2 lives should at least be confined to a maximum security unit. I feel quite ashamed. My inability to land in a more severe facility is my own fault. Li Chifeng displayed a visage of remorse, attributing it to his financial means that led to a mere 5-year sentence. You still feel shame. Even a person as contemplative as Schofield could not suppress the urge to voice a retort, yet ultimately swallowed his words. He had already keenly discerned that this individual appeared to be in an unstable mental state. Let us hope he does not disrupt my plans. In this peculiar prison, even the slightest resistance could demand an exorbitant price to overcome. Then let us coexist harmoniously. Schofield donned a rather perfunctory smile. Yet, Li Chifeng seemed entirely oblivious to the atmosphere, leaning closer to Schofield and whispering, I already know the truth. No, are you out of your mind? Schofield forcibly stifled the impulse to strike his new roommate. What do you even know? Have you been left behind in the waves of the internet? What tired cliches are you spouting? The official admission into the prison occurs during the designated recreation time, specifically between noon and 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Throughout the following half-day, Li Chifeng shadowed Schofield like a spirit. Though he did not sit directly beside him, he was never more than 5 steps away. Throughout, Li Chifeng maintained a polite and gentle smile, which would make an ordinary person feel as if basking in a warm spring breeze. However, to Schofield and Lincoln, it was merely unsettling. Damn, what does this lunatic mean? Should I just eliminate him? Perhaps incinerate him to ashes? Listen to what you just said. Lincoln Burrows. Schofield cast a soothing glance at Lincoln. Yet his words bore the weight of authority, reminiscent of a superior reprimanding a subordinate. Notably, he emphasized Lincoln's name. Hearing his brother address him directly calmed Lincoln, though the fury and brutality in his eyes remained unmistakable. He longed to reduce this so-called Li Chifeng to mere cinders. However, reflecting on the reasons that led them to this prison, they could only endure the situation with forced patience. This scene not only unfolded before Li Chifeng's eyes, but also illuminated the grand screen of the Airborne Command Center. Ingrid Hannigan and Sky, having completely taken control of all electronic devices within the Fox River prison, operated the onboard terminal, meticulously documenting every occurrence captured by the surveillance cameras. At that moment, Coulson's entire team sat before the screen, observing the entirety of Li Chifeng's mission. Even for an agent of Li Chifeng's caliber, playing the role of a disguised identity in an entirely unfamiliar environment was of paramount importance. Coulson's gaze remained fixed on the screen, yet he imparted earnest guidance to his team behind him. Remember, you are not reckless soldiers, nor solitary peacekeepers. and certainly not superheroes clad in tight suits. You are agents of the Bureau. Accomplishing the mission and neutralizing threats is our foremost priority. The team members remained silent. Yet a resolute voice echoed from behind them. Indeed, children, harness your strength wisely, but do not become overly reliant on it. They turned to see a young man in a leather jacket, his blonde hair catching the light, striding towards them. Who is he? Coulson's team exchanged glances, feeling a hint of familiarity, yet unable to place him. However, Phil Coulson straightened, leaping from his chair, his right hand oscillating between raising and extending forward, unsure whether to shake hands or salute. Idle. Oh no, sir, welcome back to duty. I am not a sir. I am merely a Na'vi youth awakened from the ice. Call me Steve. Captain America, Steve Rogers, was not adorned in his iconic uniform, nor did he carry his vibranium shield. He approached Coulson and took a seat beside him, turning to shake hands solemnly with Melinda May. I hear you were personally recruited into the Bureau by Peggy Carter? Yes, sir. I was recruited by Director Carter at the age of 7. In a few days. Would you accompany me to visit Peggy Carter? As you wish. Even the typically aloof Melinda May displayed considerable respect towards Steve Rogers, an honor that Nick Fury and Coulson themselves had not received. Yet, upon merely glancing at him, one would hardly recognize that Captain America was once the greatest hero of all America. One might mistake him for a celebrity who had just emerged from obscurity. Well then, Steve, you've just awakened and have yet to fully acclimate to the present society, I presume? After Steve took his seat, Coulson hurriedly settled beside him. When Steve awoke, Coulson's team was not present. Confronted with the reality of Captain America, who had returned to peak physical condition, Coulson had to lead dozens of field agents in both pursuit and persuasion to convince the captain that what lay before him was not a Hydra-induced illusion. He had also witnessed the true grit of a man who had fought through the chaos of the battlefield. It was indeed something to behold. They have also witnessed the cold and unrestrained banter of Wolverine, yet compared to him, Captain America exhibits a more fervent intensity. Cursing Hydra and vanquishing them has become an instinct ingrained deep within Captain America's very being. If my conjecture is correct, the man depicted on the screen is indeed the individual Nick Fury has persistently mentioned, Li Chifeng. Am I right? Indeed. He is the one who extricated you from the icy grasp of the Arctic glaciers. Coulson introduced Li Chifeng to Captain America, noting that he is 25 years old and has been specially seconded from the Republic's headquarters by Director Fury. He is currently the finest agent within the entire Joint Task Force, without exception. Is he engaged in an undercover operation? The prior agent's amnesia remains shrouded in mystery, prompting the decision to proceed with infiltration. A wise choice. At times, employing intellect to resolve issues can be swifter than resorting to sheer brute force. Wait, what is he doing? In the midst of their conversation, Li Chifeng feigned passing by to approach Lincoln Barrows from behind, and reached out to pat his bald head, as if cradling an egg. Dry and unremarkable. Pet him. Chapter 56. The Rogue Gang Motherfucker. What the hell do you want? Lincoln Burrows finally could no longer restrain himself. Ignoring Schofield's warning gaze, he pushed away Li Chifeng's hand that was caressing his bald head. He instinctively checked his waist, and suddenly, as if recalling something, he reacted by throwing a powerful punch, only to be met by Li Chifeng's swift counter, landing a blow squarely on his jaw. The force was perfectly measured, instantly rendering Lincoln unconscious with a slight concussion. The guards, who had been idly observing, finally moved in when one of their own collapsed, slowly surrounding to assess Lincoln Burrows' condition. Is he still alive? If so, send both of these troublemakers to solitary confinement. The head guard, who had previously processed Li Chifeng's incarceration, scrutinized him. Considering Li's identity as a murderer, he felt a twinge of concern that this Republic man might inadvertently kill Lincoln Burrows in the confinement cell. Though a resident of death row, he could not perish within these prison walls. And make sure to separate them. Li Chifeng showed no signs of resistance, and the guards were somewhat apprehensive of his potential to lash out violently under provocation. Thus, what should have been a mere escort turned into a protective detail. Li gestured towards his own eyes, and then lightly tapped twice in Schofield's direction. Schofield understood perfectly. This deranged man was reminding him, I am watching you. However, For Schofield, these matters were trivial. The crux was that Lincoln Burrows was now confined, ensuring he would not be released for at least 3 days. What would happen to their plans for tonight? If no action was taken, the consequences for him would be dire. Time was running out. Just as he had anticipated, every unforeseen obstacle would require exorbitant efforts to overcome in order to achieve their set goals. Therefore, tonight, he had to take a risk. The solitary confinement cell at Fox River Penitentiary was an utterly dark chamber, featuring only a small window that could be opened from the outside. Li Chingfeng could assure that any classic domineering character confined here would be driven to the brink of despair, given their collective ailments of stomach issues and claustrophobia. Yet, Li sat on the floor, entirely at ease. The profound silence and darkness allowed him to think more freely. When he had deliberately taunted Lincoln Burrows earlier, it seemed he made a gesture as if drawing a firearm from his waist. In the original narrative, Lincoln Burrows was supposed to be a brawler. And then there was Schofield. He did not come across as a genius architect who had entered the prison to rescue his brother. Rather, he resembled a truly shrewd criminal. Cunning criminals. Who might you be? Certainly, you cannot be the brothers Schofield and Lincoln. Ingrid calling the captain. Ingrid calling the captain. Please respond. I'm listening. Captain, we have thoroughly investigated the Rogues Group's acquisition of the entire Fox River prison. Every company and department within their organization is managed by professional executives, and even the legal entities and shareholders are merely figureheads. So, is it accurate to say that the Rogues Group is a puppet company, thrust into the limelight? Indeed. Sky concurred with Li Chengfeng's assessment, and with newfound confidence, she continued. Initially, I thought the clues had run dry, but Carlson and Steve believe we shouldn't overthink it. Sometimes the riddle lies within the riddle itself. The riddle lies within the riddle itself. Wait, who is Steve? Has the captain fully awakened? Now is my moment to shine. You uncouth man. Sky playfully chided, promptly launching into her explanation. Consider the term rogues. What else might it signify? Rogues, the band of scoundrels. Li Chengfeng exclaimed, finally grasping the crux of the matter. Sky, you truly are my brilliant mind. Sky turned, casting a perplexed glance at Carlson. Brilliant mind, is he complimenting me? It should be so. Time swiftly progressed to 10 o'clock in the evening. Once inside the isolation chamber, everything outside became irrelevant to Lincoln Burrows and Li Chengfeng, confined within. In the persistent darkness, even time seemed elusive, measured only by pulse or silent counting in one's mind. Li Chengfeng could manage this, but he felt no need to. In his earpiece, Sky and Ingrid were consistently providing him with the time. Captain, it is now 10 o'clock. Sky's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, swiftly gaining control over every camera within the prison. Meanwhile, the guards adhered to their principle of remaining in the guard lounge after 10, thus vacating the area. Has the mouse emerged from its hole? Not yet. It appears he is extracting something from the mattress. A gun? No. 2 guns. Indeed, as anticipated, Sky maintained communication. Understood. After a moment of silence on the other end, Li Chengfeng closed his eyes, his formidable physical prowess granting him sensory capabilities beyond human limits. Even though the isolation chamber was a distance from the ordinary A block, he could still detect the light, almost silent footsteps approaching. The footsteps drew nearer, halting just outside Li Chengfeng's adjoining door. At that moment, he opened his eyes, reaching out to caress the chamber's door as though touching the skin of a lover. Then, with hands hardened like diamonds, he tore apart the metallic door as if it were mere paper. Ah, quite exhilarating. Li Chengfeng paid homage to the Kansas behemoth. Indeed, this sensation was profoundly relieving. He cracked his neck and stepped out of the isolation chamber. Turning his face, he beheld Michael Schofield, who had shattered the door of the confinement chamber with a freeze gun, alongside Lincoln Burrows, who emerged from the chamber grasping a heat gun. To be precise, it was Captain Leonard Snart, the Cold Commander, and Heat Wave, Mick Rory, renowned members of the Rogues, the perennial adversaries of the Flash, and fervent enthusiasts. As Sky remarked, the identities of Michael Schofield and Lincoln Burrows were indeed authentic, yet they were supplanted by 2 supervillains who bore an uncanny resemblance to them. Oh, esteemed members of the Rogues, what a delightful coincidence. Are you planning an escape as well? Li Chengfeng greeted them with a friendly wave. However, what awaited him were 2 beams, one red and one blue. Flames and frost cascaded upon Li Qingfeng. Are you two assisting me with a bath? I really should have smuggled in a bottle of shower gel. Chapter 57. The scoundrel Constantine as Li Qingfeng emerged from the clash of ice and fire. He had transformed into a diamond-like form. It was evident, merely by his exterior, that the rudimentary frozen and heated weaponry could not conjure flames of sufficient intensity or absolute zero to pose a threat to his diamond state. The sole lament was that the prison outfit he donned upon entering Fox River Penitentiary had disintegrated into ash under the onslaught of Captain Cold and Heat Wave. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and activated his Green Lantern transformation. Although the form-fitting attire post-transformation was somewhat provocative, it was far superior to running about in the nude, especially in the presence of two imposing men who could gaze upon the Republic's pert backside. Who are you? Are you from Gotham, Star City, or perhaps Hell's Kitchen? Snart was oblivious to Li Qingfeng's true identity, left to speculate that he might be affiliated with one of the unscrupulous factions vying for business against them. He hoped he wasn't one of Gotham's own. Even though the Joker and his gang had recently vanished, the remaining denizens of Gotham were sufficiently terrifying when driven to madness. Most critically, Gotham's lunatic villains never entertained negotiations. Well, to be precise, I represent Washington, Li Qingfeng replied, feigning depth. Having finally encountered a villain or hero less informed, he hoped to conceal this identity until the last moment. Washington? That's the district, aside from Hydra. Which villain would dare tread there? Shoo, don't ask. I'm doing this for your own good. With a swift motion, Li Qingfeng disarmed both Captain Cold and Heat Wave. Snart regarded him with a resigned sigh and raised his hands in surrender, a gesture executed with remarkable proficiency and grace. What business do you scoundrels have in Illinois? Abandoning your turf in the Midtown, even going so far as to purchase the entire prison at great expense? We know nothing, Mike O'Leary replied in a gruff voice. Though he did not raise his hands, the lack of weaponry made it abundantly clear that he stood no chance against the formidable figure before him. Who could withstand the transformation into diamond? No, you must know. Li Qingfeng wasted no time, manifesting a sword of Damocles from his Will-S green light, poised above Mike O'Leary's head. Snart and Mike O'Leary clearly wagered that Li Qingfeng was unfamiliar with the locale. In truth, he was not well acquainted, yet as long as these two, who possessed greater knowledge, were gripped by fear, everything would fall into place. I give you 5 seconds to disclose your purpose for being here and the identity of your employer. We truly. 5. What explanation could you possibly offer? Regardless of your explanation, time is ticking for. Our employer is a gold-haired Brit in a trench coat, perpetually smoking. He inscribed a magical circle upon my back to contain the legendary artifact that recently fell here. Schnat finally abandoned his long-standing rhythmic tone, hastily selling out his employer at an unprecedented speed. However, the golden-haired Brit in the trench coat. So, you are employed by that scoundrel, Constantine? Indeed. Constantine has taken a keen interest in this miraculous artifact that has fallen from the heavens. Li Qingfeng did not hasten to reclaim the Damocles sword, which had manifested as a green light of will, but instead gestured to Schnat with his gaze. Remove your upper garment. What do you mean? The momentary defensiveness and strange look in Schnat's eyes nearly caused Li Qingfeng to choke. I am not a homosexual, you closeted individual. I merely wish to see the magical tattoos left by Constantine upon your body. Schnat felt a fleeting sense of embarrassment, realizing how his thoughts had strayed. Under the eaves. One must bow their head. Very well, I shall comply. For the sake of Mike O'Leary's life, he was willing to sacrifice his innocence. As he removed his upper garment, a complex and intricate magical array came into view before Li Qingfeng. Since acquiring the teleportation magic of Dr. Doom, the astral projection of Loki, and the necromancy of Hela, Li Qingfeng had assimilated a wealth of knowledge regarding magic. Though he may not reach the caliber of Doctor Strange or Dr. Doom, he had officially entered the upper echelons of magic. Even so, he could only surmise that this magical array indeed possessed a function of containment. Given that you have been lurking here for such an extended period, could you answer a few questions? We can respond, but could we first stow away that object? Mike O'Leary pointed at the Damocles sword, which had transformed his bald head into a green glow, swallowing hard and realizing that conceding was not such a bad option. Li Qingfeng shook his head but lifted the Damocles sword slightly higher. since rumors of artifacts and supernatural occurrences began circulating about this prison, for federal agents have come here. Do you know what they experienced? Agents? Schnat and Microlori exchanged glances. Are you referring to those few individuals who were summoned to the warden's office in black suits? They merely entered and then exited. Nothing occurred. Nothing occurred? In truth, even if something had transpired, we are unaware, for that warden has never left his tower-like office. Li Changfeng furrowed his brow. Indeed, the mission brief mentioned this peculiar warden. It seems that to resolve the agent's amnesia, one must pay a visit to this warden. And what, pray tell, is this so-called vessel of the gods? Li Changfeng pondered briefly, deciding to address the purported artifact first. After all, that warden was a reclusive hermit who would never step outside. It could wait until later. Hush! Just as Li Changfeng was about to speak, Schnat immediately raised a finger to his lips. The instant the hush fell, a powerful pulsing sound emanated from the deepest part of the prison block. Thud, thud. The sound was heavy, akin to an immensely colossal heart beating, reverberating through the air. Moreover, upon careful listening, Li Changfeng discerned that these were not two consecutive pulses emanating from the same direction, but rather pulses from two distinct locations, seemingly engaging in a form of communication. Behind the death row, there existed another area, one that had never been visited by the guards, as if they deliberately chose to ignore its existence. Microlori gestured towards the dimly lit passageway, which seemed less an entrance to another section of the prison and more akin to the esophagus of a colossal beast. The notion of ignoring any disturbances post-10 o'clock referred specifically to the punctual emergence of these two sounds. Very well, let us proceed. Thus, Snart and Microlori took the lead on their uncertain journey ahead. The previously unopened gate to the prison district was effortlessly yanked open by Li Changfeng. While the high-security area retained a semblance of activity, this place was utterly desolate. Yet, the pulsating sounds grew increasingly distinct. Eventually, they traversed the corridor, and before them lay an expansive circular hall, at the center of which was a deep meteorite crater. Suddenly, Snart appeared stricken by a sudden ailment. Sliding down into the depths of the crater, the nearer he approached the center, the more radiant the magical array on his back became. Ultimately, as Snart, exhausted, knelt before the artifact, the magical array activated completely. It was at this moment that Li Changfeng realized he had misinterpreted the direction. This was not a magic absorption array, but rather a reverse absorption array, in essence, a release. In a magnificent burst of light, a figure emerged from the magical array on Snart's back. With a click, a Marlboro cigarette was ignited. After taking a deep drag, he lethargically raised his head. Good evening. I am John Constantine. This enigmatic individual, a wielder of unknown powers, lamentably claimed, regrettably, this artifact now belongs to me. Chapter 58. The True Form of the Divine Artifact. MJ Ulner, what? You don't recognize me? Li Changfeng was somewhat taken aback, yet he posed this rather untimely question. Are you a third-rate opera performer from the Republic? Why would I need to know you? I don't even possess a coin to toss into your hat. Although the scoundrel, Constantine, laced his words with sarcasm towards Li Changfeng, at this moment, he appeared surprisingly endearing in Li's eyes. Once more, he lamented the fortune of encountering two opponents who seemed so out of touch with current events. The sensation of being unrecognized wasn't particularly pleasant. Yes, not knowing me is for the best. Li Changfeng could hardly suppress his desire to applaud Constantine. In truth, given Constantine's level of magical prowess, discerning his identity would pose no challenge. Yet, he had become utterly blinded by the so-called divine artifact. Captain Snart of the Cold Brigade was panting heavily on the ground. Considering his physical condition, it was improbable that he would be exhausted after such a short distance. Thus, it must be due to the burden of this so-called magic array. So what exactly am I? A taxi? Ha ha ha, Mr. Snart, do try to lighten that grim expression. Constantine remarked with a smile. How could you possibly be a taxi? You are undoubtedly a luxury hotel. It's just that the opening of your pocket dimension absorbs a significant portion of your energy. No need to worry, you'll only need to rest at home for a few months. Li Changfeng raised an eyebrow from this exchange. He surmised the truth. It seemed that the scoundrel Constantine had been concealed within Snart's pocket dimension for at least 6 months. though not entirely cut off from the world. He had only exchanged information with those in the magical realm, unaware that Li Chengfeng appeared rather normal. However, Constantine's presence here was of little consequence. Li Chengfeng was merely astonished at how this scoundrel always seemed to be at the forefront of acquiring others' gear. No matter how many divine artifacts he amassed, they were no match for the demon Nero. Moreover, confidence was the seventh piece of equipment for an ADC, while shamelessness was Constantine's remedy for all ailments. Even without divine artifacts, those infernal beings could do little to him. Just then, McClory, who had been left behind by Snart and Li Chengfeng, stumbled over. Calling out to Snart, "Snart, are you still alive? Damn it, have you ever seen a corpse that still breathes? Isn't there a wizard next to you? Who knows if he is allowing the dead you to continue speaking? I've seen it in novels and animations. Don't take artistic creations as reality. Our current situation is far more absurd than any artistic creation. Isn't it? Here we have a fellow wielding green light and a wizard, although they possess some abilities. They still belong to the realm of ordinary people. So what are they doing here? Playing with their lives?" McCrowley wished to continue conversing with Snart to buy some time, hoping to restore Snart's strength for a hasty escape. However, he was unceremoniously kicked aside by Li Chengfeng, clutching his waist and rolling on the ground. Ah, the irony. Li Chengfeng's decision to bully McCrowley stemmed from his realization of the true nature of that artifact. "Greetings, everyone. It is a pleasure to meet you here. Now, Constantine intends to reclaim his artifact and activate a dimensional portal for his escape," he proclaimed, with a flamboyant bow directed at Li Chengfeng. Constantine strode purposefully toward the artifact situated at the very center of the pit. Bending down, extending his hand with vigor, a triumphant smile adorned his face, until he overexerted himself and lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. "Ha! Who do you think you are, playing the big bad wolf? It seems you've bitten off more than you can chew." Li Chengfeng mocked Constantine without hesitation. What a joke! With his dubious character, how did he dare to attempt seizing Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor? While mere mortals would struggle to lift it, Constantine should have been subjected to a series of trials. A fall akin to a dog eating dirt would be a fitting consequence. Yet, a question lingered. Why was Mjolnir located in such a place? It seemed amiss. Li Chengfeng scratched his head, reasoning that Thor, the Great Oaf, ought to still be in Asgard. Although Loki had once claimed to have sent a distress signal to Thor, it was improbable that reinforcements would arrive immediately after a call for aid. Moreover, given Thor's brutish demeanor and the Asgardians' insensitivity to the passage of time, timely arrival would be a rarity. Originally, this was Li Chengfeng's line of thought. However, Mjolnir lay just within reach, and Constantine's futile struggle to budge it suggested it was likely the genuine artifact. Constantine was not foolish enough to attempt to seize the artifact unarmed. Thus, if the hammer was present, could the god of thunder be far behind? As the saying goes, where there is a potent poison, a natural enemy is sure to be found within 5 steps. Where a hidden dragon resides, a phoenix chick is surely nearby. Within 5 steps of Mjolnir, a golden-haired giant must be lurking. Li Chengfeng cast a glance toward the closed door at the end of the room. There he was. "Loki, I never imagined you were indeed the favored child of Odin's family." Achoo, achoo, achoo. Suddenly, without warning, Loki, who was resting on the ground, sneezed 3 times. Are you catching a cold?" Pietro, seated to Loki's left, inquired, though he was breathless himself. "Foolish child, you speak nonsense. I am the god of mischief from Asgard. I am not a mere earthling. I merely resemble humans on the outside, but my internal structure is entirely different. If the cold viruses from Earth could affect me, the planet would be on the brink of another great extinction. Someone is indeed speaking of you." Seated to Loki's right, Wanda, though fatigued, continued to manipulate the crimson magical energy, twisting a Rubik's Cube. This was a method imparted by Loki, a renowned assassin and master sorcerer of the 9 realms, designed to enhance her control over energy. "Huh, are you talking about me? Where did you learn that?" "I saw it on Hella's phone. The Chinese internet is truly astonishing. Magic and divination can be found online. A single sneeze means someone is cursing you. 2 sneezes means someone is thinking of you, and 3 sneezes means someone is mentioning you. Do you believe the internet or trust that I, Loki, am the one who holds authority in the Starlight Squad. Loki rolled his eyes. Ever since Li Changfeng brought these two troublesome kids back, he had not been able to escape their antics. In truth, it was he who was shouldering the burden of caring for these superpowered brats. If Li Changfeng was akin to a negligent father who scooped up children only to abandon them at home, then Loki was the bewildered older brother who had unwittingly taken on the responsibility of looking after his younger siblings. This past month had been exhausting. He could finally understand the feeling of Thor and Odin trailing behind him to clean up after his escapades. Can you really assert authority in the Starlight Squad? Can you make Hela refrain from hitting me today? You know how brutal she can be. My small frame simply cannot endure it. Pietro lamented with a woeful expression. Loki rolled his eyes in silent exasperation. This foolish boy truly could neither comprehend human language nor read the atmosphere. If he could indeed command, the first order of business would be to put an end to this relentless training, which consisted solely of enduring beatings. One could not help but marvel at Hela. Once the commander of the Asgardian army, she possessed remarkable insights into military training. Each individual's torment was meticulously tailored. For instance, Loki himself was required to conjure Li Changfeng's visage while evading the onslaught of 10 Night Sky, swords in succession. During this period, he had nearly developed a reflexive reaction at the mere sight of Li Changfeng's face. The pain from the wounds inflicted by the night sky swords seemed to resurface. Yet, thanks to Hela's almost inhumane training methods, Loki felt his magical prowess ascending to new heights. Most importantly, in moments of urgency, he no longer instinctively reached for his beloved daggers, but instead wielded magic. Of course, his heart still belonged to those exquisite daggers. A mage who does not aspire to be an assassin is no true deity. Meanwhile, not far ahead, Hela was locked in a staring contest with Harley Quinn. As a mere mortal, and one devoid of any particular talents. Who says I have no talents? Harley exclaimed, adjusting her torn fishnet stockings. I have long legs. I meant in combat. Indeed, that proves quite useful in battle. Every time I show Li Changfeng my fishnets, I manage to capture his attention perfectly. And I always succeed in my surprise attacks. You. Godly gold. After being immersed in the internet for over a month, Hela's once regal and archaic manner of speaking has transformed into a more approachable demeanor. However, when confronted with Harley Quinn, a psychologist grappling with severe mental illness, she finds herself utterly at a loss. Although her physical prowess is slightly superior to that of the mutant siblings, she possesses no superhuman abilities. It is one thing for a battle-hardened elite agent like Ada Wong to excel, but how could this individual, who only possesses mediocre combat skills, consistently outshine the mutants, and at times even surpass Loki's practical performance? This defies all logic. Even if a mentally unstable individual's thoughts are wildly imaginative, such absurdity is beyond comprehension. For someone who has waged cosmic wars for millennia, this is utterly baffling. Just as Hela contemplates a different approach to thoroughly examine Harley Quinn, a portal suddenly opens behind her. Li Changfeng, clad in a Green Lantern uniform, calls out from the other side of the portal. Hey, you two from Asgard. Come over here. Take a look and see if this golden-haired fool belongs to your family. Chapter 59. Is that Thor? Clearly, it is the golden-haired Jinjian. 10 minutes earlier. What in the world is this ridiculous artifact? I might as well have summoned a demon from the depths of hell. Why won't he budge? Constantine, in a fit of frustration, kicked the Mjolnir on the ground with great force while smoking a cigarette. Absurd. Utterly outrageous. He had never encountered such a bewildering artifact. No matter how much he struck or kicked, it neither retaliated nor reacted. It remained as motionless as an ordinary hammer. Were it not for the overwhelming divine power he sensed, akin to a tempestuous storm, he would have believed it to be a counterfeit. Ah, you seem rather relaxed. Is this the demeanor of your magical circle? Another male mage I know delights in wielding 2 daggers to engage in close combat with warriors. Is there something amiss with his intellect? Constantine instinctively responded to this thought, but he quickly realized that the speaker was very close to him. In fact, standing directly behind him. Therefore, in the instant he turned around, Constantine began to chant a spell. Yet, the first obscure and bizarre syllable barely escaped his throat when a hand abruptly forced all his incantations, along with a mouthful of smoke, back into his lungs, resulting in a violent and deep cough. The hand that silenced Constantine belonged to Li Chifeng. One could hardly expect the two fellows lying on the ground, recovering from their injuries, to suddenly rise and become the protagonists, could one? Hush, you despicable sorcerer, do not utter the incantation to summon hellfire, Li Chifeng admonished, shaking a finger in front of Constantine. Playing with fire too much can lead to unfortunate accidents. Surely, a renowned mage like you wouldn't want to indulge in such embarrassing antics in front of an audience, would you? Constantine had neither the time nor the inclination to entertain Li Qingfeng's banter. He could only feel the hand on his face gripping him like a vice. In a state where ventriloquism was not an option, his only means of escape was to resort to his life-saving trump cards. However, the superhuman before him offered him no opportunity. Instead, he conjured a straitjacket formed from a green light unlike anything Constantine had ever seen or understood. If the unknown mutant leader known by the moniker Old One Head could witness this scene, he would be moved to tears. Yes, that is precisely the sensation. This is exhilarating. Pain must be shared to gradually fade. Constantine was utterly confounded by the bizarre spectacle before him. What an enigmatic ability! This green energy belonged neither to the realm of technology nor to any form of magic. Even the renowned Constantine, who had manipulated the kings of hell with ease, found himself unable to decipher this energy in a short span of time or devise a countermeasure. For the first time in many years, he felt a tinge of despair. Especially after his hands were completely restrained, he could not even cast spells that required no incantation. Constantine, the infamous mage, whose betrayals could rival his infidelities, was rendered utterly helpless. Li Qingfeng released his grip on the other man's mouth. So, how did you come to know that this place harbors a divine artifact? If I answer you, will you let me go? I have an 80-year-old mother and a recently weaned child. Do you truly believe I would trust you? You? Constantine? An 80-year-old mother and a recently weaned child? That could work the other way around too. Even though Li Qingfeng had Constantine under his control, the latter still managed to exchange a few barbs. I have a recently weaned mother and an 80-year-old child. Li Qingfeng harbored no fondness for such a morally bankrupt individual. Although he once admired Constantine as a character in comics, it was difficult to maintain that admiration when faced with the man in the flesh. However, he was undeniably a formidable sorcerer capable of resolving numerous significant events. And there might come a time when Li Qingfeng would require his assistance. This rascal certainly had his own connections. While he had no intention of killing him, delivering a couple of punches seemed reasonable. Surely, even Constantine's extensive interest would not be satiated by such matters. As Li Qingfeng's gaze grew increasingly menacing, the ever-pragmatic Constantine chose to concede. Dear brother, we bear no grudges from the past nor present. Why not consider me a mere passing wind and let me go? This artifact is yours. Consider it a parting gift. Li Qingfeng was somewhat taken aback. Constantine had spoken in remarkably fluent Republican language. You can speak Republican? Not at all. I merely spend a considerable amount of time on an island called Purgatory in the southern seas of the Republic. Constantine seemed to smile shyly. On Purgatory, I befriended an elite agent from the Joint Investigation Bureau. We share a close bond, and should I go missing, he would undoubtedly turn America upside down in search of me. What a masterful display of rhetoric, lowering defenses while simultaneously pleading for mercy and issuing a veiled threat. If Li Qingfeng were an ordinary superpowered individual with no connections, he might have felt intimidated. Yet, what a twist of fate. Your friend wouldn't happen to be an archer named Oliver Queen, would he? You've heard of my brother's reputation? In that case, let us negotiate. After you release me, the artifact shall still belong to you. What are you doing? Li Qingfeng chose not to indulge Constantine's banter any longer. Instead, he removed his communicator and switched it to speaker mode. Sky, is Oliver there? Yes, yes. On the other end, Sky's voice came through. Not just Oliver. Our entire team is observing your mission. Unfortunately, there are no cameras where you are. What a pity. Let us not dwell on that. Have Oliver say a few words. Li Qingfeng urged. 2 seconds later, a magnetic male voice resonated from the communicator. Agent Lee, is there something you need from me? Before me stands a British sorcerer clad in a yellow trench coat, claiming to share a bond of life and death with you, forged in the depths of Purgatory. Purgatory? A Briton? A sorcerer? Could he be that scoundrel, Constantine? Oliver's voice immediately escalated, brimming with indignation. That rascal had often enlisted my aid to absorb damage. I am a long-range archer, for heaven's sake. He alleges a particularly close relationship with you. Nonsense. It was merely a matter of assisting each other on occasion. He further asserted that you would scour the entirety of America to find him. Setting aside whether I possess such capability, even if I did, it would be only if he had wronged me to such a degree that I could not let it rest. As Oliver Queen's voice resonated through the communicator, Constantine's expression darkened ominously. With the revelation of deceit, his mind raced furiously. The identity of the individual before him became clear, an agent of the Bureau of Investigation, and undoubtedly a senior one, as even proud Oliver exhibited a semblance of deference towards him. Coughing, Constantine suddenly exclaimed in a tone of regret and earnestness, "Ah, so you are an agent of the Bureau. The flood has swept the Dragon King's temple. I too am an agent of the Bureau." "You're talking nonsense," Li Chengfeng retorted, unable to trust a word from this blathering fool. Yet Constantine, shifting his posture with an ingratiating demeanor, replied, "Please, ease up a bit. My Bureau credentials are in my trouser pocket. Just be careful while you retrieve them, lest you touch something inappropriate." Noticing the expression on his interlocutor's face, Li Chengfeng remained skeptical of his claims, but nonetheless released a portion of the green light to procure the credentials he mentioned. Upon examining the cover, it indeed appeared to be Bureau credentials, albeit not from the American headquarters. While the Bureau operates as a unified entity, each major nation maintains its own headquarters, and thus the credentials differ. The American headquarters credentials bear the image of a bald eagle, while those of the British headquarters feature a lion and shield. However, the emblem on Constantine's credentials was none other than the familiar dragon. Indeed, this scoundrel Constantine possesses a set of credentials from the Republic's headquarters. Who does he think he is fooling? Falsifying credentials from the Republic's headquarters? Li Chengfeng remained silent, a smirk playing on his lips as he produced his own credentials. The identical design caused Constantine's smile to freeze in place. How could he be from the Republic's headquarters? The Republic's agents apprehending a Briton? What audacity! To dare forge credentials from the Bureau? Even if I wished to let you off the hook, it would be impossible now. Once this matter is resolved, I shall ensure you are imprisoned for many years." Having spoken, Li Chengfeng denied Constantine any further opportunity for mischief, skillfully sealing his mouth with the green light of his will. He then cast him aside. At that moment, Michael had recovered from Li Chengfeng's debilitating strike and descended into the pit. He intended to assist Schnat, only to find a Constantine bound by green light thrown before him. Li Chengfeng also caught sight of Mike Leary and shrugged at him. "You and Snart are not allowed to escape. Your matters have not yet been thoroughly resolved." First, Li Chengfeng issued a threat to the two, then pointed at Constantine on the ground. "But you may vent your frustration on him. Consider it a preliminary acclimatization to prison life." Snart exclaimed, "Quick, don't help me. Punch him. First, distort that obnoxious British nose of his." Li Chengfeng disregarded the furious shouts of Mike Leary, the encouragement from Snart, and the faintly delighted cries of Constantine. Stepping forward to attempt to lift Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, only to fail. This hammer's recognition system must be flawed. My character is so steadfast. Yet it doesn't work? Humph. Though I enjoy admiring the legs of Sister Wong and Harley, my virtue is unparalleled. Yes, it's all the hammer's fault. Li Chengfeng muttered in dissatisfaction, but did not dwell on it. Instead, he approached the end of the cell. The door was an ordinary iron gate, yet it was adorned with a multitude of intricate magical arrays. Upon attempting to dismantle them, Li Chengfeng discovered they were all designed to counter divine beings. They bore no effect on ordinary mortals, but for Loki, an extraterrestrial with divine attributes, entering would leave him powerless, his divine powers suppressed to an almost non-existent state. To illustrate, it was akin to a devil fruit user being controlled by Seastone. This indicated there was indeed a god imprisoned within. Coupled with Mjolnir lying in the pit, the identity of this god became apparent. Thor. Without hesitation, Li Chengfeng forcefully tore open the iron door and stepped inside. As expected, at the very center of the magical array stood a tall figure resembling a celestial being, his golden hair reminiscent of Su Jinjian. "Damn, In his frail and weakened condition, Thor resembled Su Jinjian even more. After erasing the magical array, Li Chengfeng promptly activated the portal, intending to deliver Thor to his team while simultaneously summoning the entire group. He sensed that at the very moment the magical array was wiped away, a strange red streak crossed the sky in the direction of the warden's office. Chapter 60. Are the Asgardians lacking in intelligence? Upon opening the portal, it was not the goddess of death, Hela, nor the god of mischief, Loki, who first rushed through to the interior of the Fox River prison. It was, in fact, Ada Wong. She even utilized a grappling hook to make her entrance. What a surprise. One can actually hook into a portal? It appears to possess a physical form. Is your teleportation magic inquiring about me? Ada executed a graceful backflip, landing with poise. I am merely taken aback. What astonishes me further is that you seem rather eager to see me. Honestly, I do wish to see you. Ada's eyes sparkled with a tender light, and then she stepped on Li Chengfeng's foot, even grinding it down with a bit of force. Although it was hardly painful for Li Chengfeng, more like a tickle, one must clarify matters. Why the sudden kick? Thankfully, he was not wearing shoes at that moment, as the attire and footwear provided by the prison had long been reduced to ashes by the icy Captain Cold and the fiery heat wave. Had he been adorned in the signature sneakers he purchased last month, he would have surely been in agony. Even though he did not quite understand football, the collaborative sneakers were indeed quite aesthetically pleasing. Truly, the only merit of inexpensive items is their affordability, while the sole demerit of expensive items lies in their cost. Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's long-lost banter, Ada's anger inexplicably diminished. However, a reduction in fury does not equate to its absence. She pointed angrily towards the other side of the portal. How can you even say that? I, a mentally stable mortal, have been trained for an entire month by a cosmic war maniac who has conquered numerous planets. Do you comprehend what it means to be immortal? Living in the home of an ambiguous colleague, casually changing outfits to drop hints, yet he remains utterly oblivious. Then, I must manage a team that he hardly considers, all while tackling the tedious and copious paperwork. Damn it, there isn't a single person in this team capable of helping me with the paperwork. Even in such dire straits, I still have to endure training, and it's from a genuine Asgardian goddess, no less, earning a 5-figure salary monthly, engaging in world-saving endeavors. And yet I find myself investing in this. With such meager earnings, it takes ages to save up for a grappling hook. What am I risking my life for? Ada Wong's fervent tirade finally snapped Li Chengfeng into realization. Indeed, that was the situation. When Hela proposed training a formidable army from Midgard, he had hastily agreed without a second thought. He had been under the impression that training this group of superhumans would be beneficial, completely forgetting about Ada, who was, relatively speaking, an ordinary individual. He had never regarded Harley Quinn as an ordinary person, considering her physical limitations seemed to have been entirely lifted due to her mental issues. While one may not truly surpass the limits of human capability, the displayed attributes of strength, speed, and flexibility far exceed those of ordinary agents. Furthermore, this woman is undoubtedly a harbinger of fortune within this universe. Were this universe to be the creation of a whimsical fanfic author, Harley Quinn would undoubtedly be one of the principal protagonists. The supreme authority of the American Bureau regards her as the closest semblance to a daughter in his life, a rare, genuine female friend certified by Bruce Wayne, the Batman himself. She is also an alumna of Kansas' esteemed figure, Lois Lane, and it appears that during their conversations, Harley may have even played matchmaker for the two. After such revelations, who wouldn't be compelled to express admiration? Even the seasoned veterans, Black Egg and White Duck, were taken aback upon receiving the latest dossier on Harley Quinn from Li Chengfeng. To put it bluntly, Harley Quinn possesses the capacity to rally people and conquer the world, with a high likelihood of success. I must admit my oversight. Placing you among these extraordinary individuals does seem somewhat unreasonable. Nonetheless, I have emerged as the warrior with the highest assessment points acquired from that Asgardian goddess over the past month. Ada rolled her eyes, and I lamented that my complaints did not reflect any inadequacy on my part. After sharing my grievances with Li Chengfeng, her mental equilibrium was notably restored. She then surveyed her surroundings and, upon noticing the golden-haired figure of Su Jinjian with closed eyes, inquired with curiosity, "Who is this? Where exactly are we? Oh dear. Amidst your complaints, I completely forgot the matter at hand. Ada, this is a significant professional lapse on your part. How could you engage in casual banter with the superior and cause them to forget their duties?" Li Chengfeng feigned a fierce demeanor, casting a stern glance at Ada. "Your infraction is severe. Upon returning home, perhaps you should change into some white stockings and have a serious discussion with your superior. And remember to address your title during work." With that, this rather shameless man turned and dove into the portal, neglecting to converse with the teammates lined up on the ground, recuperating their stamina. Instead, he called out to the siblings, the goddess of death, Hela, and the god of mischief, Loki. "You two from Asgard, come here. Come see if this golden-haired fool belongs to your family." Goodness, clad only in his undergarments. He appears as if he has been sleeping with his backside exposed in the deepest cell of Fox River Prison. Had he worn even one more or one less article of clothing, I might have considered him a normal individual. "So, are you implying that Asgardians possess somewhat eccentric minds?" Loki grumbled as he rose and approached the portal, "though I must admit I somewhat concur with your perspective. Asgardians, including myself, are rather eccentric in thought." Li Chengfeng cast a surprised glance at Loki. Remarkably, Loki seemed capable of rational thought at this moment. Such emotional stability was somewhat unsettling. It appears that the formidable figure from Kansas truly succeeded in delivering a profound shock to the soul and worldview through sheer physicality. My goodness, what do your recent utterances imply? At this moment, Hela is clad in an intricately patterned battle attire, reminiscent of the one she wore upon her emergence from confinement. Yet it is evident that this garment is far from ordinary. She strides directly towards Li Chengfeng, her dual identity as both queen and goddess radiating an aura of sovereign authority intertwined with a celestial compassion. The visual impact of her presence leaves Li Chengfeng feeling utterly overwhelmed. What a foolish golden-haired giant. Have you once again exercised your peculiar ability to collect at least one person wherever you go? Is that what you call a talent? Li Chengfeng chuckled ruefully, pressing his forehead, as if I wished for such complications. Did I not merely stumble upon it? I have just confirmed that this is indeed an Asgardian. And while I have my suspicions regarding their specific identity, it is essential to have Loki verify it. After speaking, Li Chengfeng turned and walked back to the other side of the portal. Hela, upon hearing Li Chengfeng's words, found them intriguing. "Dear brother, is it not rather astonishing how wondrous Midgard seems? Another Asgardian, indeed? Do not inquire. Midgard possesses an air of the arcane," Loki replied with a familiar expression. "Let us not forget that even you, dear sister, were inexplicably sealed within Midgard by our father. True enough, upon reflection, we too appear to be part of this irregularity. Nay, my decision was made after deep contemplation, and I negotiated with that mad titan named Thanos with my silver tongue, orchestrating an invasion of Midgard in exchange for a battalion of interstellar mercenaries. Yet, were you not ultimately vanquished with ease by that earthly deity known as Clark Kent?" Hela retorted mercilessly as she stepped through the portal. "Dear sister, please do not be so harsh on me, a mere child, yet not even 1,500 years old." Loki followed closely through the portal. "It was merely a miscalculation on my part regarding the chosen location for the invasion. Had I selected Washington? Oh, no. That would not do with Li Chengfeng present. I should have chosen New York. Yes, how I should have opted for New York. What nonsense you speak." Li Chengfeng shot a fierce glare at Loki. This was not the playful gaze one might cast at a sister, but rather the genuine intent to deliver a thrashing. Had Loki indeed chosen New York, even the combined forces of Stark and the FBI would be incapable of withstanding the Chitauri army. However, should such an event have transpired, Li Chengfeng could assure one thing. He would personally deliver Loki's head to Odin. "You have narrowly escaped death," Li Chengfeng remarked, patting Loki on the shoulder. "Come, take a look at this individual. Do you recognize him? Does he not resemble your brother, who shares no blood relation yet possesses a similar thought process?" Loki paused at the mention of this, hastening to the forefront to examine. Upon recognizing the visage of the golden-haired Su Jinjian, he initially stood astonished, then began playfully patting his brother's head while erupting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Thor, Indeed, it is you. I never anticipated you would find yourself in such a predicament. My dear brother, what on earth has transpired? Why are you so poorly clad and in such a compromising position? I have heard that within the confines of this prison, the most favored among the inmates are strikingly handsome men. Hela, however, is far more straightforward. Without a hint of mercy, she stepped on Thor's backside and proceeded to the other side, examining the intricate magical array on the ground. To be candid, Hela held little interest in this blood relative she had never met, and she felt an innate aversion towards the brother who bore such a striking resemblance to Odin in his youth. In contrast, she preferred Loki, this somewhat rebellious frost giant. As a sibling, even though Loki's essence mirrored Odin's in many respects, unexpectedly, with that single kick, Thor let out a muffled groan and slowly began to regain consciousness. The first sight that met his eyes was Loki. "You scoundrel, Loki! How dare you deceive me with a false cry for help?" Chapter 61. Hela, oh, foolish Loki. Who deceived you? I was genuinely captured by a terrifying individual. I spent an entire year confined within that prison, where magic was suppressed. Upon hearing his brother's words, Loki felt a surge of anger. Although he had often played pranks on Thor using sheep, and would likely continue to do so, the one time he sent a distress signal was out of sincere desperation. That was a communication that transcended the cosmos. Who would go to the trouble of crafting such a trivial thing just to deceive their own dim-witted brother? Moreover, you didn't even come to rescue me. Look, in the end, we ended up saving you. Li Chungfeng, despite his shamelessness, found Loki's demeanor this time to be rather unsightly. Since Thor was currently in Midgard, it meant that upon receiving his brother's distress signal, even if he harbored doubts about whether this was yet another of Loki's cunning tricks, he could only entertain such thoughts internally. His body, however, was undeniably honest. He rushed from Asgard to Earth, fearing that his brother might truly be in peril. Oh, indeed. What a caring older brother he is. I find myself somewhat enamored by the two of you. Thor, oblivious to Li Chungfeng's teasing gaze, turned to Loki, continuing in indignation. You were imprisoned for an entire year? In a magic-suppressing cell? Look at me. I have also been confined in this place for a year. Observe these magical arrays designed specifically for deities. 50 of them stacked together. I can only gather a modicum of power at precisely 10 o'clock each evening, resonating with Mjolnir, barely managing to shift even a fraction outside of this magical array. And you, my brother, one of the finest sorcerers in all 9 realms. How can I believe that this array and prison were not crafted by your hand? At this point, Li Chungfeng began to comprehend the situation. It was quite simple. Thor had rushed from Asgard to rescue him, only to find himself ensnared, laboring under the impression for an entire year that it was his brother's doing. Now, upon seeing Loki, he realized he had misjudged. Loki had indeed sought his help. Thus, while still expressing grievances towards his brother, his heart felt remarkably light, even joyful. At last, his brother had not deceived him. Having acquired the Green Lantern ring of the first ancestor, Li Chungfeng could manipulate the will of green light, but his sensitivity to other emotions had also heightened significantly. He could sense Thor's elation at this moment, even momentarily disregarding his state of undress. Truly, aside from their differing appearances, the stubbornness of these two brothers was strikingly alike. With this thought, Li Chungfeng shifted his attention to Hela. If stubbornness was a familial trait, could this tall and imposing goddess possess a similar captivating charm? Though pride may retreat in the face of adversity, it never falters in combat. At this moment, the Asgardian goddess was intently examining the magical array that Li Chungfeng had disrupted. Divine countermeasures, magical suppression, corporeal weakening, and the cycle of nightmares. What do you perceive, Hela? Aside from the magic circle designed for divine counteraction, the others are merely standard magical formations, devoid of any peculiarities. The crux lies within this circle that counters divinity. Without it, even this feeble golden-haired individual could swiftly extricate himself from peril. Although the origins of this divine counteraction remain unknown, I am certain it is not the work of a mere mage, but rather the creation of some higher entity. Hela turned, her brow furrowed, approaching Li Chungfeng, once again stepping over Thor's rear. This time, however, Thor had already regained consciousness. Hey, you uncouth woman. I am Thor Odinson, the firstborn of Odin, the All-Father, the god of thunder in Asgard, and the future king of Asgard. Hela gazed at her oblivious golden-haired brother, her brow knitting in irritation. Firstborn? Future king of Asgard? You think you are the first to hear such a promise? What do you mean by that? Who exactly are you? Oh, foolish Odinson, you are utterly ignorant. Upon hearing those words, Li Qingfeng felt an unsettling tension within his chest, unable to express it. Ultimately, he found the perfect outlet for his frustration. Even though Loki had sensed something amiss when he noticed Li Qingfeng glancing around, he was still a moment too slow. And the goddess, designated by his elder sister, seized his shoulder. My dear goddess, might I inquire what service I can provide you? Loki attempted to wriggle free while diverting the topic. Ah, Wanda and Pietro are still waiting for me. And Harley, we have all gathered by the portal. Are you not concerned she might lead them astray? At that moment, was evasion truly effective? Hela had already warned you multiple times when she proposed training you. The grip on Loki's shoulder intensified, and even his Asgardian resilience began to falter. Do not allow Hela to become further engrossed in her phone and social media. Have you heard her recent musings? References to Naruto and Game of Thrones, all jumbled together. My goddess, please listen to my explanation. You are well aware of my elder sister's temperament. As the unequivocal heir to the Asgardian throne and commander of the armies, if I possessed the ability and courage to manage her, would I have been coerced into signing a 250-year employment contract under your duress? Loki felt unjustly accused. Despite his usual demeanor, in Hela's eyes, he was but a triviality. When he obeyed, he was the devoted brother who followed his elder sister's lead. Should he harbor any dissent, he was merely a half-blood frost giant. Thus, to assign him the task of supervising Hela, he would prefer to attend the psychological counseling sessions conducted by that lunatic Harley Quinn at the FBI. As the god of deception, his physical constitution and mastery over human nature render him almost immune to insanity. Otherwise, he would have to devise a means to experience madness in order to regain a semblance of sanity. While Loki endured the repercussions of Li Qingfeng, on the other side, Thor was becoming increasingly agitated. What? Are you implying that you are my elder sister? The firstborn of Odin, the All-Father in the truest sense? The commander of the Asgardian army and heir to the throne of Asgard? No, you vile and aberrant goddess. Do not attempt to deceive me. Humph. It seems that peace has dulled the senses. Odin, that old fool, has somehow managed to raise such a naive and foolish heir as you. Clearly, he has grown old. Hela had been observing Thor repeatedly, pondering for quite some time how this individual could possibly ascend to the position she once held as heir to the throne. Yet, in spite of his character, she found herself rather fond of this blood-related brother of hers. Many of her former warriors had possessed similar purity and valiant spirit as Thor. Even she could never harbor disdain for such individuals. However, if a person with such a disposition were to become the king of Asgard, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the realm. In Hela's eyes, Thor, at least the Thor of the present, lacked the gravitas to rule. Silence. Even if you truly are my elder sister, I shall not permit you to insult the All-Father, Odin, Thor declared, straining to lift a hand with all his remaining strength, despite his still recovering frail body. Upon witnessing Thor's gesture, Li Qingfeng discreetly shifted to the side. Damn it. This man summons his hammer without regard for any obstacles in his path. He certainly did not wish to be inadvertently struck. Moreover, this matter did not require his intervention. The previous wielder of Mjolnir was standing right there. What was there to fear? It was only when Thor called upon the mighty hammer Mjolnir that Li Qingfeng recalled the three individuals awaiting their fate in the Joint Investigation Bureau's dungeon. Although no one was monitoring them, given their state and Li Qingfeng's threats, they were likely still obediently waiting in place. It was not out of the realm of possibility that Mike Lurie was still pummeling Constantine. This time, the scoundrel had truly found himself in deep trouble. Go. Bring everyone over for assembly. This armed training exercise has come to an end. Li Qingfeng gestured to Loki, instructing him to bring the three criminals under control. Huh. What criminals? Do you still have time to catch thieves? As an agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, combating crime is my solemn duty. Furthermore, this thief was plotting to steal your family's ancestral hammer. As the aggrieved party, a nod of gratitude from you would suffice as a token of appreciation. For the love of the gods. Loki rolled his eyes and turned back to the other side of the portal, retrieving the still unconscious Wanda siblings and Harley Quinn. As the portal closed, everyone caught sight of a hammer forged from the core of a deceased star soaring through the air, aimed directly at a muscular blonde man clad only in his undergarments. Thor is on the verge of grasping the mighty Mjolnir. Much like the goddess of death, Hela, standing upon the sacred soil of Asgard, he would reclaim the glory of his prime. Should Thor seize the hammer, the latent power sealed within it by Odin would instantaneously flow back into him. This is the reason why, in the earlier days, Thor was mockingly referred to as the god of hammers. His immense abilities were formidable, yet he struggled to wield them with finesse. Thus, Mjolnir serves not only as a weapon but also as a constraint, and a potent source of rejuvenation akin to a phoenix's healing embrace. However, a slender and bony hand swiftly and firmly clasped the head of Mjolnir before Thor could react. The corners of Thor's mouth, once raised in anticipation, became utterly frozen. Years later, the father of gods, Thor Odinson, would reminisce about that fateful day, often burying his face in his hands and lamenting to the heavens. Just 2 inches. He was a mere 2 inches away. Chapter 62, The Dual Assault of Asgard Loki. If given the chance now, would you truly strike Thor down? Lee Chung-fong sighed, his eyes filled with melancholy. In the past, I might have considered it, but now, perhaps it is best to refrain. Why? You still inquire why? Loki, exasperated, pointed at Thor, who was being mercilessly pummeled by Hela. Just look at him. He is so thoroughly beaten that even my mother would fail to recognize him without consulting his soul. At this remark, Lee Chung-fong turned to observe Thor's once chiseled, quintessentially handsome features, now transformed to the point where it seemed he belonged to a different species altogether. There was no remedy for the situation. His sister had struck with such ferocity. She wielded a hammer, aiming directly at his face. Fortunately, Thor possessed an extraordinary constitution, and Hela, despite her prowess as the goddess of death, had refrained from deploying her full powers, opting instead to rely solely on her physical strength. This could certainly be deemed merciful. Lee Chung-fong noted that, beyond being a war fanatic, Hela did not harbor the expected disdain for her family, not even for her father, the ruler of all Asgard, who had subsequently imprisoned her on Earth. Her animosity stemmed from her father's complete repudiation of her past. Yet, Lee Chung-fong comprehended her sentiments well and believed Hela had shown considerable restraint. You raised me amidst bloodshed and territorial conquests. You taught me how to slay and to fight. And now, when I feel ready to inherit your legacy, you demand a peaceful reign, claiming I am too bloodthirsty to succeed? What difference does that make from a sickly prince being admonished? It is absurd. Is the world truly devoid of such woeful heirs? Therefore, to vent her frustrations on her younger brother serves as a means to reclaim a semblance of retribution against Odin. Seeing the spectacle, Lee Chung-fong and Loki naturally opted to remain as mere onlookers, savoring the sibling rivalry, which was, after all, quite endearing. Initially, Thor remained resolute, gritting his teeth even as he endured the blows, attempting to retaliate. However, once his face had been thoroughly battered into a grotesque visage, even the dim-witted Thor began to realize that his elder sister was not merely aiming to punish him, but rather to deliver a slap to someone else's face through him. And striking the prince was tantamount to striking the king. This was indeed an undeserved calamity. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of grievance washed over Thor. Oh, my elder sister, I concede my faults. Upon uttering this plea, Loki's previously stern demeanor crumbled at last. Ha ha ha, how utterly delightful. This golden-haired giant has finally encountered a moment of humility. Alas, I surmised that had he faced a true mortal enemy, Thor would never plead for mercy, even at the cost of his life. Lee Chung-fong sighed once more, yet now, the one administering the blows was his own blood, his sister. Is it not entirely reasonable to beseech mercy from one's sister? Humph. I shall not grant him that opportunity. Enduring punishment is inevitable, yet how can one seek mercy? Just wait, I shall sow discord. Loki's eyes glinted with mischief as he devised a plan, grinning as he approached the domestic turmoil in Asgard. Lee Chung-fong extended his hand. But alas, it was too late. He could not restrain Loki. He had no intention of letting Loki slip away. He was not merely seeking greater amusement. Sister, do not let him escape. He is undoubtedly in cahoots with father. Only you and I are truly united. We are the greatest of all. Meanwhile, Hela, who was educating her younger brother with a hammer, instinctively turned upon hearing Loki's voice. Upon seeing him, the fire of indignation within her blazed ever brighter. Indeed, Thor bore a striking resemblance to the youthful All-Father Odin in both appearance and demeanor, yet Loki, the adopted son, mirrored Odin's essence far more closely. Sister, what do you mean by looking at me like that? Loki keenly sensed the disquieting gaze Hela directed at him. The next blow landed squarely upon him. Leech of foam. Help. Apologies, I cannot assist in the slightest. You old fool. If I could make you the goddess, I would take your surname. When did I ever claim I wanted to be a goddess? I distinctly wish to be the executive vice-king. Li Qingfeng exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. Hela, consider your father allowing these two fools to wreak havoc across the 9 realms while imprisoning you, who seeks to strengthen Asgard, on Earth. Are you not angry? Are you not saddened? Then unleash your fury upon them. A brother must be disciplined. While Hela's confrontation with her 2 brothers was indeed a sight to behold, Li Qingfeng, being the most dedicated agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, chose to exit the cell with his team, granting the siblings some privacy. After all, too many spectators might hinder Hela's effectiveness. By now, the Sword of Night Sky was likely summoned. Li Qingfeng cast a final glance into the cell, then traced a cross over his chest with one hand, gesturing a sign of the Taoist gate, and shouted at Ba, before striding out. Harley Quinn remarked, "It seems he just accomplished a great deal. Careful with religious references, you might get reported," replied King Ida. Upon leaving the cell, Li Qingfeng found no inclination for jest. The previous antics were merely a means of relaxation before proceeding with the next phase of his work. Below, 3 individuals awaited. 2 were notorious criminals, the kind primarily driven by greed, posing little threat. As for the third, Li Qingfeng turned to Wanda, standing behind him. She was a sorceress, an exceptionally talented one, yet presently completely under my control, unable to cast spells or form seals. However, during their transport, one must exercise caution. He is a scoundrel with no moral boundaries. Understood, Captain. Wanda hurriedly nodded. She was still unaccustomed to Li Qingfeng's demeanor while on a mission. With a hint of timidity, she spoke, "Sister Hela has taught me over the past month how to wield my own magical energy. If I encounter a powerless sorcerer, I should be able to temporarily seal her powers." "Excellent. Then you shall handle Constantine," he replied, as several individuals descended from the pit. Microlori continued his relentless assault on Constantine. Li Qingfeng rubbed his eyes, pondering, Didn't I just witness this scene in the prison? They are turning him into a pig's head. Is this the so-called DJVU? However, the contrast between Microlori's backside and the Asgardian goddess is simply too vast. Why must we focus on Microlori's rear when Hellas is so alluring? Enough, Microlori, cease this at once. I believe turning him into a pig's head suffices as retribution. Yet, Microlori, being the brute he was, had become oblivious to any words spoken. Li Qingfeng, feeling a sense of irritation, rubbed his temples. "Pietro, help him regain his senses." "Understood." "Captain." Pietro flashed a brilliant smile, one that would have been unthinkable just a month prior, and then vanished in an instant. To the ordinary eye, it merely appeared as though Quicksilver had transformed into a streak of lightning, but Li Qingfeng could clearly perceive every movement of Pietro. Since the stabilization of Pietro's mutant abilities, his maximum speed had been steadily increasing. However, as he had only recently awakened, there were limits. He was currently capable of speeds around 600 miles per hour, still quite some distance from achieving the speed of sound. Nevertheless, it was sufficient. In a blink, Pietro subdued Microlori. While Quicksilver's signature ability lay in his speed, his body had also been altered by the X gene to adapt to this power. His cardiovascular and respiratory systems operated at several times the efficiency of a normal human, and his muscle tissues did not produce fatigue toxins, although he could not match the strength of those monstrous beings. Moving several hundred kilograms was akin to child's play for him. As his speed increased, so too did the evolution of his physique. Contemplating this, Li Chingfeng suddenly recalled Barry Allen. If all went as expected, given Barry's character and life experiences, he would likely become a good running companion for Pietro. After all, they both shared the burden of having fathers who were as good as dead and mothers who truly were. How tragic. Of course, this comparison varied. It was indeed a lamentable situation when juxtaposed against families with both parents, yet when compared to a grandfather, it seemed rather fortunate. Meanwhile, far away in Gotham, Bruce Wayne was engaged in his daily training. Suddenly, he sneezed, leaving him somewhat perplexed. "Master Bruce, have you been overexerting yourself lately?" Alfred, who was tidying up the Batcave, glanced back at Bruce Wayne. "You haven't sneezed like that in many years." "It was merely a sneeze, Alfred," Bruce Wayne replied, returning his focus to the training at hand. Yet, in the depths of his intuition, he sensed a lurking presence. Someone was covertly scheming against him. After just finishing a mental exercise on Batman, Li Changfeng observed Mike Leary, who had been thoroughly subdued by Pietro, and approached, crouching beside Constantine. "Can you still speak, Constantine?" Woe is me. Woe is me. Let me go? I absolutely want to flee. Have you lost your wits? Do you think I am that simple-minded duck egg capable of reading your thoughts?" Li Chingfeng rolled his eyes. "I will release you, but you must not attempt to escape. Should you dare to flee, I shall wield the full might of the entire Joint Investigation Bureau to locate you, even if you hide in the deepest recesses of the magical realm. I will find you. You should know I possess such capability." Hearing this, Constantine ceased his lamentations and nodded eagerly. Flee? What nonsense. He could now feel several potent energies converging. Among them, aside from Li Chingfeng himself, two were particularly prominent. One had just materialized in the cell, while the other appeared outside the prison in the warden's office. Constantine's brow furrowed ever deeper. This time, even if he wished to escape, it seemed unlikely he would manage to do so. Chapter 63, The Crimson Sovereign, Setarak Li Chingfeng, unburdened by any psychological weight, released Constantine. Although this fellow might betray and flee, he possessed a keen intellect. He would never resort to an overt escape, for the odds of success were too low. The greatest merit of Constantine lay in his profound self-awareness. Cough, cough, cough. How ruthless of you to transform this peculiar green light into a cylindrical form and thrust it into my mouth. The sensation it evoked reminded me of my former boyfriend. Alas, my release of you was not to indulge in your lewd banter. Li Chingfeng held no interest in Constantine's promiscuous escapades. Instead, he was far more intrigued by the identity of the entity within the warden's office, or rather, what it was. Yet, Li Chingfeng was acutely aware that its prestige could not be trifled with. Otherwise, it would not have felled Thor. Moreover, Hela had previously mentioned that the creation of divine countermagic formations was undoubtedly the work of a superior being. For Hela to make such a statement indicated that this entity was at least on par with Mephisto, if not a being transcending even the Father of Heaven. In more familiar locales, he could gauge the identity of such a deity through experience. Yet here, within the confines of Fox River Prison, the most nefarious entity was Teabag. I merely wished to lighten the atmosphere. Even with a pig's head atop him, Constantine lit a cigarette, and after exhaling a cloud of smoke, he uttered the latter part of his sentence, for if there were no unforeseen circumstances, they were about to meet their demise. Li Chingfeng furrowed his brow. Meeting their demise? If a scoundrel like Constantine spoke in such despair, who could possibly reside within the warden's building? Since you have sensed the presence within the warden's office, you must have also perceived the one in the cell, correct? Indeed, is the one in the cell one of your own? After finishing his question, Constantine slapped his forehead, cursing himself for the heavy-handedness he had just displayed. He was undoubtedly experiencing some degree of concussion. He should have deduced that since they had emerged, it signified that the entity in the cell was indeed one of theirs. With her included, do we stand a chance? Do you truly believe that when facing an entire universe, merely having an additional deity would alter the outcome? Li Chingfeng was not particularly satisfied with Constantine's response. According to his reasoning, the completion of this mission was unlikely in the short term. Although the system's tasks bore no time constraints and lacked penalties for failure, Li Chingfeng recognized that the optimal course of action was to retreat for now. There would be ample time ahead. However, Li Chingfeng felt a pang of frustration. In that moment, he even considered summoning the mighty Kansas giant. That human mage, do not spread alarmist tales. Just as Li Qingfeng grappled with the dilemma of retreating or remaining, a voice imbued with regal authority resonated from behind him. It was none other than the goddess of death, Hela, invigorated after besting her brother. Following her were her two unfortunate brothers, supporting each other as they stumbled along. Li Qingfeng never anticipated that Hela's beating would sever the bond of brotherhood between the two. Fists, indeed, are remarkable instruments. Constantine instinctively sought to counter Hela's claims, only to swiftly realize that she was another being worthy of divine recognition. Noble goddess, though I am unaware of your true identity, I assure you I am not exaggerating. I can sense an existence beyond our universe. Such dimensional overlords are omniscient and omnipotent within their dominions. Constantine elucidated, devoid of any pretense or deception. The moment agently captured me, I felt that presence had transcended the boundaries of our universe, its power seeping into ours. At this very moment, at least within this prison, we are overshadowed by another universe. Merely a trickle of energy escaping through a fissure. Hela scoffed, well acquainted with dimensional lords. They can manipulate time and reality at will, reshaping their universe in the blink of an eye. However, this is only within the confines of their native realms. Once they depart, they are at most akin to celestial patriarchs. To speak of others, Mephisto had engaged in numerous conflicts with Asgard after leaving the hellish dimension, facing off against both Odin and herself. They are formidable, yet conquerable. This human sorcerer is still too young. Hela, what you just mentioned, are you certain? Li Qingfeng inquired softly, stepping forward. Hela's response would determine the success of his mission. At most, they are celestial patriarchs, Hela affirmed with unwavering certainty. No matter how powerful a dimensional lord or planar deity may be, they must pay a price for their omnipotence in their homeland. Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Hela's thoughts aligned with his own, given Hela's restored strength and Li Qingfeng's current capabilities. Confronting a typical celestial patriarch should pose no significant challenge. How can you be so certain it is merely an escaping force? Constantine furrowed his brow, directing a question at the goddess of death. Even he, a man known for his lack of limits, found himself compelled to debate when challenged in his most esteemed domain. For if the dimensional lord had indeed employed some means to overlap and cover this area, we would have had no opportunity to converse before being rendered to nothingness by the ruler of this dimension, as if we had never existed. At this moment, Hela had approached Li Qingfeng, asserting her dominance as she drew in closer. My divine consort, you need not worry. Beyond my theoretical assertions, the most evident proof lies in your ability to initiate teleportation magic just moments ago. Li Qingfeng paused, realizing the validity of her reasoning. He was no longer the novice who had just grasped the art of teleportation, unable to distinguish between dimensional and ordinary travel. Ordinary portals can only connect two locations within the same dimension. This indicates that this prison undeniably belongs to the current dimension. However, do not rejoice too soon. Although this human sorcerer has misjudged, there are reasons for this. Hela lowered her head and whispered to Li Qingfeng that someone within this prison has been collecting artifacts or items associated with the lord of this dimension. Through the power of their common origin, it may enhance the strength of the impending dimension lord. Why do you always seem to gasp when you speak? Li Qingfeng remarked, bemused. This implies that the enemy may not merely be of the ordinary celestial father level, but possibly a pinnacle celestial father. After a moment of hesitation, he heard Coulson's voice once more through the communicator. Li, are you all okay? Just now, Sky and Ingrid discovered a rapidly expanding energy entity at Fox River Prison. Did you detect it as well? Li Qingfeng paused. What is its intensity? It's too distant. Our monitoring equipment cannot provide detailed calculations. But all indices are higher than when the goddess of death, Hela, entered the Joint Bureau headquarters. Coulson's timely information confirmed that within the current prison, there exists a celestial father-level entity stronger than Hela herself. Glancing at his team behind him, Li Qingfeng sighed. Well, I can't drag my still-developing teammates into such a battle prematurely. Just as he was about to issue the retreat command, the Green Lantern power battery suddenly appeared in his hand, causing him to swallow his words. I did not summon the Green Lantern battery to charge the ring? Guardian, there. is something related to the powers of the emotional spectrum. A youthful voice emanated from the Green Lantern battery. Li Chifeng was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? How can my Green Lantern battery speak? Has it attained sentience? And in a juvenile voice, no less. He tightened his grip on the Green Lantern battery, which showed no signs of transforming to repay him. Please refrain from imagining those sordid images in your mind. I am still a child. What do you mean? Do they share a mutual understanding? Li Chifeng glanced at the small window of the Green Lantern battery and indeed saw the petite ion shark spinning around excitedly. That small, delicate head bore remarkably human expressions. If Li Chifeng was not mistaken, this expression could only be described as speechless. You are the ion shark? Yes, dear guardian, it is I. You just mentioned that this so-called Dimension Lord is connected to the emotional spectrum? Indeed. Then I absolutely cannot go. A pinnacle celestial father with the power of the emotional spectrum. And I am sending my teammates to deliver vegetables to them? I can provide you with assistance, but I am currently too young. I can only merge with you for a minute at most. Merge? Merge with the ion shark? Li Chifeng suddenly slapped his forehead. Of course. He possessed the trump card of the Lantern Beast, even if only for a minute. Without hesitation, Li Chifeng made his decision. Ada, along with Harley and Wanda, escort these 3 criminals back to the Bureau and remain on standby. Hela, Loki, accompany me to confront that insufferable lord. Upon finishing his words, Li Chifeng activated the portal. Although Ada and Harley Quinn exchanged glances filled with concern, they understood that such a level of combat was beyond their mortal capabilities. Thus, they chose to comply with Li Chifeng's orders. After dispatching the team, Li Chifeng turned to Thor and inquired, "Do you not wish to confront the one who imprisoned you here? Upon seeing him, may I strike him?" "Certainly. Then let us proceed." After witnessing her brother endure a beating, Hela appeared somewhat reassured and handed Mjolnir back to Thor. Instantly revitalized, Thor unleashed a thunderous blow, creating a gaping hole in the prison's outer wall. What lay before them was the imposing structure of the prison warden's building. Yet, at this moment, the once Victorian edifice had been entirely transformed into a deep crimson hue. A colossal figure stood at the entrance, equally draped in blood red. "I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, insects. You shall despair and cry out my true name in death. I am the Crimson Sovereign, Ceterak." Chapter 64, The Crimson Cosmos and the Wrathful Red Ceterak? The very Ceterak responsible for the creation of the Red Hulk? Li Chifeng furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the towering figure before him, clad in armor and skin, both enveloped in a vibrant crimson energy. Among the renowned lords of the dimensions and the deities of various realms, Ceterak stands as the most formidable of them all, possessing dominion over the crimson cosmos that arguably surpasses that of all dimension lords. However, unlike the licentious Mephisto, who revels in descending to earth to meddle in grand affairs, whether it be sowing discord among the celestials, tempting Adam and Eve with the forbidden fruit, or orchestrating the emergence of Ghost Rider, Ceterak embodies an opposing extreme. While he exhibits a modicum of curiosity towards matters beyond the crimson cosmos, such intrigue does not compel him to abandon his crimson throne. Thus, his influence over the reality of the universe manifests through the materialization of his power into artifacts, which he then casts into existence. For instance, the illustrious Red Hulk, aka Cain Marco, is a product of Ceterak. As an unrelated brother to the White Duck Egg, he acquired immense strength through his contact with Ceterak's Crimson Gem. Theoretically, the Red Hulk possesses the might to contend with the Savage Hulk, with some asserting he could even stand against the Green Goliath in his normal state. Yet, in practicality, the Red Hulk seldom ranks among the foremost villains. This is attributed not only to the efforts of the editors, but also to the fact that Ceterak's power diminishes significantly once it departs from the Crimson Cosmos. It must be noted that this pertains solely to the Red Hulk and the singular Crimson Gem of Ceterak. Legends suggest that Ceterak has cast 8 such gems into the reality of the universe. Perhaps, it is the convergence of all 8 that constitutes the true strength of the Red Hulk, or even the avatar of Ceterak himself. Before Li Chifeng stood a figure exceeding 4 meters in height, bearing a resemblance to the Red Hulk, yet distinctly different. He was certain that this crimson behemoth possessed power that undoubtedly surpassed that of the current goddess of death, Hela. Yet, This was exceedingly illogical, just as illogical as his self-identification as Ceterak. Li Chengfeng could not fathom why the sovereign of the Crimson Cosmos would deign to intervene due to the presence of an Asgardian deity. Dear Guardian, can you not perceive the terrifying crimson energy emanating from that figure in the distance? How could one not sense it? This formidable power shone like a searchlight in the darkness of the night. It belonged to the emotional spectrum, the red hue symbolizing wrath and hatred. The voice of Ion Shark echoed within Li Chengfeng's mind. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng finally calmed his mind to earnestly perceive the situation. Indeed, the crimson energy emanating around him exhibited a peculiar reaction with the uncontrolled will of the green light, which unequivocally validated that this was the furious red light belonging to the emotional spectrum. However, the Ion Shark, aside from the power of the emotional spectrum, likely harbored forces from other dimensions or even other universes within that red light. Yes, amongst the deep crimson energy, there existed another equally profound force that constituted a significant portion of it. The nature of this energy resonated so harmoniously with the furious red light that it allowed for the manipulation of the latter even before the creation of the red lamp furnace. Although the Ion Shark within Li Chengfeng's lamp was in its nascent state, as a being born of celestial essence, it possessed an intrinsic knowledge imprinted in its consciousness by the cosmos. The affinity between the deep crimson cosmic power and the furious red light was anticipated by Li Chengfeng. Those transformed into crimson tanks invariably succumbed to the abyss of fury and destruction, and even the most resolute could only suppress such desires temporarily before ultimately succumbing. The power of the deep crimson universe is not easily tamed. Through the confirmation from the Ion Shark, Li Chengfeng had deduced the nature of the creature before him. The power of the deep crimson universe was likely derived from the deep crimson gemstone of Ceterak, and there was probably more than one. Furthermore, it seemed that some means had been employed to discover and manipulate portions of the furious red light, culminating in a fusion that caught the attention of the demon lord seated upon a throne in the distant deep crimson universe. Thus, the deep crimson universe temporarily invaded the realm of reality. And this amalgamation of deep crimson power and furious red light became a vessel bearing a fragment of the consciousness of the demon lord Ceterak. Therefore, it was entirely accurate for him to refer to himself as Ceterak, for his consciousness indeed aligned with that of Ceterak. However, he was certainly not Ceterak. The extraordinary power he wielded was primarily due to Ceterak's interest in him, likely to observe what further marvels he could conjure. Otherwise, he would merely be on par with the current Hela. If initially he believed he could contend with such a dimensional demon god solely by relying on the Ion Shark, he now felt a profound sense of assurance. Possessing two forms of hybrid energy typically renders one exceedingly powerful, yet such individuals invariably share a common vulnerability, instability. The Ion Shark had mentioned that the furious red light was manageable not only due to the attraction of similarly aligned energy, but also because the primordial red lamp had yet to be created. Unclaimed energy is naturally easier to control, but what if it were claimed? Creating the lamp ring in the original narrative might have required esoteric knowledge and magic for Adishitas. Yet Li Chengfeng had devised a solution. Since the deep crimson gemstone could attract and control the furious red light, how splendid it would be to forge a red lamp furnace using the deep crimson gemstone as a medium. Li Chengfeng suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. After all, such an action could arguably be considered a form of NTR. Hela, with the addition of your brothers, what are our chances against that fellow? The outcome hangs by a mere thread. The sheer magnitude of power does not necessarily translate into combat prowess. Yet, it is certain that this battle will endure for an extensive period. As Hela spoke, she strode purposefully through the gaping hole created by Thor. With each step she took, a sword of night materialized in the air. Sister, allow me to lend you my aid, Thor exclaimed, eagerly pursuing Hela, Mjolnir whirling rapidly in his grasp. The crackling thunder resonating around him as blue arcs of electricity danced across his eyes. Compared to the earlier encounter with that golden-haired brute, Thor now truly embodied the visage of the god of thunder, in stark contrast to the fierce battle spirit of the sibling duo. Loki preferred to employ a more cunning approach. Lee, is that self-proclaimed Ceterak truly the legendary dimensional demon incarnate? What do you think? Judging solely by his inherent strength, he is formidable, Even our eldest sister has been overpowered by him. Yet, if this is indeed the true form of the dimensional demon, it seems rather feeble. Does it not? Indeed, he is merely an impostor, a vessel carrying a mere fragment of Setarak's gaze. Li Chengfeng patted his shoulder, stating, as your sister has remarked, immense energy does not guarantee corresponding combat capability. You three as guardians should be able to contend with him. So, go forth. Pokemon. You are the Pokemon. Your entire family is Pokemon. Loki instinctively retorted, then suddenly realized, what did you just imply? What do you mean by saying we as guardian siblings can handle him? What about you? I am a senior agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, your leader, and naturally, I must engage in matters befitting a leader. Loki, brimming with unspoken expletives, was interrupted as a golden-haired giant collided near him. In the name of Odinson, what a formidable adversary! Thor exclaimed, rising to his feet and stretching his limbs. Li Chengfeng silently marveled. Indeed, he was a golden-haired giant with the potential to surpass Odin in the future. His physique was impressive. Though not yet of the level of a celestial father, he exhibited remarkable resilience, sustaining no significant injuries despite being hurled away by a celestial father-level foe. Loki, what are you still lingering for? Thor queried as he spotted Loki, promptly seizing him by the collar and soaring into the air. Thor, you. Observing his brothers take flight, Li Chengfeng feigned wiping away non-existent tears from his eyes. Ah, how enviable is the bond of brotherhood. He then exited through the great opening. However, Li Chengfeng did not head towards the battlefield confronting Setarak. Instead, he circumvented it and entered the adjacent crimson-stained building from the side. Battle? Li Chengfeng smiled. Dear friends, our esteemed agent is no mere gladiator. Must he personally engage in every battle? Moreover, our beloved team has recently undergone a rigorous training session under the watchful eye of the goddess of death. Surely, a test of their skills is warranted. It is certainly not a matter of exploiting the laborers of Asgard, I assure you. For an agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, the resolution of issues and the completion of missions take precedence, with efficiency being paramount. At this moment, Li Chengfeng intends to infiltrate the Crimson Stronghold while the Asgardian siblings are entangled with Surtur. He firmly believes that the building behind Surtur is the key to fundamentally resolving the situation. Indeed, the instant Li Chengfeng steps into the red edifice from another direction, Surtur diverts his focus towards him, charging recklessly forward. However, he is thwarted just in time by Hela. Hela, he is undoubtedly guarding something. Keep him occupied. And I shall handle everything within. Despite the cataclysmic battle unfolding, Hela's voice reaches Li Chengfeng's ears. Be cautious, my goddess. As it should be, my king. Chapter 65. Dr. Liang Yang. Upon officially entering the building, Dr. Liang Yang was greeted by an overwhelming expanse of crimson. Goodness, one could hardly fathom who orchestrated such a spectacle. It was clear that this individual's aesthetic sensibilities were utterly bereft of merit. Apart from the glaring shades of scarlet and deep red, there seemed to be no consideration for other hues. Just look at those scarlet walls. Which well-meaning soul would opt for such decor? As Li Chengfeng spoke, he manifested an exquisitely fantastical greatsword with the essence of willpower. With a swift motion, the sword penetrated the wall as effortlessly as if it were tofu. He then deftly carved a circle, excising a section of the wall. Observing the crimson energy in his grasp, he noted that a portion reacted vigorously upon contact with the essence of will, as if it were boiling. The ion shark, in stark contrast to the furious red energy, should have resonated with the hope of blue, yet it displayed such intense opposition when interacting with the most neutral essence of will. This was merely a summation of opposing attributes drawn from the nature of emotional spectra, fundamentally. The furious red energy exhibited antagonism upon contact with any other form of emotional spectrum energy. The extremity of emotional spectrum power only intensified at the edges. Li Chengfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the behaviors exhibited by the various light factions in the original narrative were telling. The Red Lantern Corps was purely mad, while the Star Bluestone Corps, essentially the Purple Lantern Corps, was absorbed in romantic folly. Anger and love are the emotions most prone to extremes. Is this truly an emotional spectrum, or merely a philosophical textbook? Muttering to himself, he carelessly discarded the severed wall section and pressed deeper into the building. The structure was lofty, yet consisted of only 4 floors, each adorned with impressively high ceilings. Contrary to expectations, the first 3 floors harbored no internal guards. It was merely an eerily vacant crimson edifice, exuding an unsettling quietude. The only sounds echoing throughout the building were the sporadic exchanges of greetings between Thor and Loki during their battles, punctuated by the rhythmic cadence of Li Chengfeng's footsteps. With each floor he ascended, he conducted meticulous searches, yet invariably, apart from the crimson energy, he found nothing amiss. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he repeated his search with the same fruitless outcome. Frustrated, he sank into an office chair, his gaze fixated on the staircase ahead, leading to the door of the 4th floor. A dense concentration of crimson energy obstructed the passage, exhibiting a potency that rivaled that of the entity claiming to be Sadarak outside. Such formidable defenses indicated that the true mastermind lay concealed behind this layer of energy. Taking a deep breath, Li Chengfeng activated his communicator in an attempt to reach Sky and Ingrid, only to discover that the device had malfunctioned, even when powered on. It emitted only static. This was, after all, the most advanced communicator of the Joint Commission, capable of maintaining long, clear communications with the space station from the ground. The sounds of the battle between the 3 siblings of Asgard and Sadarak could still be heard moments ago. Now, it seems as though that event has vanished entirely. This implies that the reality here has, in a certain sense, been distorted. Strictly speaking, the realm in which Li Chengfeng resides is no longer part of the original universe. Yet, this is merely a wall, a barrier. It pales in comparison to the true conscious entity beyond it. Li Chengfeng twisted his neck, and with a series of cracking sounds, he finally rose from his chair. Engaging in such perilous tasks daily, the role of a high-ranking agent is certainly not suited for the faint-hearted. Upon returning, he must demand a substantial reward of gold coins from the duo known as the Black and White Twins. Murmuring to himself, he unleashed his full abilities. In terms of sheer power, the primeval Green Lantern is not fundamentally different from a celestial-level entity. It merely lacks the esoteric abilities. Even under the relentless bombardment of the primeval Green Lantern, the Crimson Barrier did not diminish swiftly. However, at that moment, there was no better alternative. Thus, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an entire half-hour passed, and Li Chengfeng finally excavated a hole in the barrier just large enough for him to squeeze through. This material was remarkably resilient, truly deserving of its reputation as infused with the essence of the Crimson Universe. No wonder the Red Tank's abilities manifest in indomitable physical strength and eternal endurance. Li Chengfeng muttered to himself as he slowly squeezed through the aperture. At last, he arrived at the 4th layer, which had long been concealed behind the energy barrier. Initially, the staircase appeared unchanged, retaining its same crimson hue, eerie and lifeless. However, upon ascending the staircase and entering the space of the 4th layer, he was greeted by a broad expanse. It was a vast office, bright and warm. Most importantly, the walls were not the overfamiliar crimson, but rather adorned with ordinary beige wallpaper. Li Chengfeng gazed towards the depths of the room where a white male figure, bearing a fierce and sinister countenance, sat behind the desk. Yet, he was not clad in the authoritative uniform typical of a warden. Instead, he wore a lab coat over his shirt. His bulging muscles seemed almost too much to contain. A figure that could easily fit into the world of a work like Berserk was inexplicably dressed as a researcher. At this moment, Li Chengfeng understood the truth of water margin, what it truly means to be dressed like a scholar. However, when the man lifted his head and allowed Li Chengfeng to meet his gaze, Li Chengfeng overturned all previous conclusions. Within those eyes flickered intelligence, madness, and self-destruction, prompting Li Chengfeng to silently nod in agreement. Indeed, those eyes possessed the essence of a mad scientist. Yet, they seemed incongruous with this physique. You are quite intriguing, capable of defeating my subordinates and breaching the barrier I established to stand before me. I hope you can provide me with ample amusement. Li Chengfeng's eyelid twitched. Stepping forward, I delivered a swift slap that sent the man, who was uttering villainous lines, crashing to the ground. Ouch! How can you be so lacking in martial ethics? He exclaimed. Nonsense. I am not a participant in your bizarre game. So what need do I have for such ethics? And with your pretentious, Melodramatic, villainous dialogue. How old are you, my friend? Coughing, he added, a man remains a boy until death. Strangely, the muscular figure in the lab coat did not seem the least bit angry. He merely covered his face and sat up from the floor. At that moment, I noticed several faintly glowing red objects on a nearby desk. My attention had been entirely captured by this so-called warden, causing me to overlook them. I bypassed the warden and approached the desk. There, I beheld 4 red gemstones perfectly arranged on a tray. Lying atop the 4 gems was a small, blood-red creature that appeared to be sound asleep. These gemstones were unmistakably the fabled deep red jewels of Ceterak, legendary for having 8 of them sent into the real universe. And now, astonishingly, 4 had been gathered together. As for the slumbering creature atop Ceterak's deep red gems, if I am not mistaken, this should be a luminescent beast. Specifically a blood butcher bull. Indeed, this was the creature born from the wrathful red light, the blood butcher bull. The voice of Ion Shark echoed once more, expressing surprise that the primordial red lamp furnace had not yet formed, yet it had emerged from the wrathful red light. It seemed that, in a certain sense, these 4 deep red jewels could serve as vessels for luminescent beasts, much like the primordial red lamp furnace. With this thought, my heart leapt with joy. This meant I could utilize these existing materials to complete the final step, truly constructing the red lamp furnace, capable of containing and controlling the blood butcher bull and the surging wrathful red light, rather than primitively wielding this power as I did now. However, as I pondered this, I turned back to the man who remained seated on the ground, refusing to rise, and inquired, "Who exactly are you? Why did you not succumb like the fallen to the power of the deep red jewels after coming into contact with them, but instead gathered them, creating a sanctuary for the wrathful red light and the blood butcher bull?" I am merely a wretched soul who can never die," the warden replied, rising to stand beside me. I scrutinized this man once more and noticed the peculiar red gemstone pendant around his neck, which appeared entirely out of place with his attire. "I have no interest in whether you can die or how pitiable you are. What I wish to know is how you can resist the power within these red jewels," I asserted, extending my hand and manifesting a great sword of green light poised upon his shoulder. Yet, the warden showed no concern for the threat of the weapon. Instead, he turned and seated himself across the desk. "Did you mention the voice that once promised to grant me eternal and indomitable power, allowing me to become the Red Tank? Have you heard the voice of Ceterak and yet remained uncorrupted? Is it possible that his words still possess such an effect?" The warden scratched his head in astonishment. After all, I merely rejected him. To be frank, his rhetoric is rather rudimentary, far inferior to that of seasoned deceivers. Is it the words that matter? His power will not relent simply because you dismiss him. "Oh, is that what you meant?" It seems the warden suddenly recalled something, pointing towards the door with a goofy smile. "The entity outside is the previous version of myself." What on earth? Li Qingfeng was utterly bewildered by this statement. What does it mean, the previous version of myself? I must say, the amusements in your universe exceed my expectations. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? It has been quite some time since I engaged in such ordinary human interaction, so I find myself a bit out of practice. My name is Jacob Bright. If that does not please you, someone from another universe once gave me a nickname, calling me Dr. Shiny. Chapter 66. You shall become the Red Tank. Doctor. Yak Liang? Li Qingfeng felt a surge of blood rush to his throat. Good heavens, how can this universe also be plagued by such troublemakers? You are Dr. Bright? One of the so-called 4 horsemen of the Foundation? Oh, you actually know about the Foundation? It seems you are also a traveler from another universe. Another universe? So, this world does not possess the Foundation? That depends on what time frame you consider. Dr. Liang, hands clasped behind his back, appeared enigmatic as he spoke. In the past, there was no Foundation. Naturally, there is none now, but in the future there will certainly be one. Without hesitation, Li Qingfeng slapped Dr. Liang squarely on the forehead. Speak plainly. Do not speak in riddles. Those who speak in riddles must perish. This slap caused Dr. Liang's forehead to collide with the table, blood immediately oozing forth. Cough, cough, cough. What a tempestuous fellow. Yet, Dr. Liang seemed unfazed, indifferent to whether this body was harmed. Indeed, he was akin to a lich from a Western fantasy world. As long as the SCP-963 The container of his essence remained intact. He was an immortal being. But can such a state truly be considered living? Li Qingfeng had never envisioned such a sensation, nor did he dare to contemplate it. After all, the greater the profit from anything related to the Foundation, the greater the cost. A being who smuggles across various universes should not complain about the brutality of others. Who knows if your original universe might trace your movements and summon those damned anomalies. Li Qingfeng gazed at Dr. Liang. While most of the entities of the SCP Foundation are not particularly formidable, those of the highest divinity possess some degree of significance. Of course, the shame of the highest divinity is somewhat mediocre. One cannot say they are weak, but their performance is essentially at a level akin to that of a celestial father. Yet, there are also those of the highest divinity who exhibit exceptional prowess, capable of contending with true monstrosities. Given the current developmental stage of this universe, should one encounter a high-performing entity of the highest divinity, it might indeed be insurmountable. Unless a superhuman suddenly attains enlightenment and reaches a level of power nearly metaphysical, it would be troublesome. After all, those of the highest divinity often resort to manipulating time and rewriting reality. Anomalies? No. I have studied the universe we inhabit. There exists no so-called anomaly, or rather, you all are anomalies. Dr. Liang spread his hands, aware of Li Qingfeng's apprehensions. You see, those so-called dimensional lords and dimensional deities are not entirely unlike the highest divinities recorded by the Foundation, are they? And what distinguishes you so-called superhumans from anomalies? It is merely that the vast majority of you can accept universal values. This is also why I assert that an organization akin to the Foundation will inevitably emerge in the future, as human society progresses. No one can guarantee that every superhuman will uphold a sound moral compass. Li Qingfeng remained silent. In a certain sense, Dr. Liang's assessment of this universe holds no flaws. The strength of those frontline heroes and villains is far beyond that of the anomalies capable of being exploited within the Foundation. Only the oft-discussed classic anomalous entities can be trifled with. Yet, it remains merely a trifling matter. Can one truly expect the bashful or the indomitable lizard to eliminate characters like the Kansas giant? What do you intend to do about it? I find your universe immensely intriguing. It is far more captivating than confronting those bizarre anomalies. How should we express our gratitude towards you? If you wish to thank me, it is not out of the question. Well, perhaps not. You seem to enjoy targeting my intellect. Li Qingfeng rolled his eyes, having already lost interest in this ostensibly deranged scientist. Very well, I do not wish to engage in further discourse with you. If you do not want to be relegated to a pendant, cast into the depths of an abyssal chamber for eternity, you would do well to cooperate with me. Are you jesting? Dr. Liang's expression finally began to betray discomfort. He feared not the death of the body, but the thought of such eternal, dark confinement was utterly unacceptable. With this in mind, he frantically raked his hands through his hair, transforming what had been a reasonably neat hairstyle into a chaotic mess. Very well. I concede defeat to you, agents of the Bureau with dark hearts. How dare the Foundation's personnel accuse others of possessing dark hearts? After Li Qingfeng countered Dr. Liang, he gestured towards the 4 deep red gemstones of Sadarak on the table and the slumbering bloodthirsty bull lying atop them, stating, "If all goes well, do you not intend to use these 4 deep red gemstones as the foundation for creating a device to manipulate the wrathful red light?" Wrathful red light. Is that your collective term for this red energy? No, it merely represents a fraction. The other portion derives from the dimensional demon of the Crimson Universe. So that is the case. Indeed, if my research is not mistaken, these 2 forces, possessing extremely similar natures, can coexist harmoniously. However, what? I have yet to discover a means to alter the form of these gemstones. They are indeed divine creations, far too resilient. It seems that even a high IQ individual like Dr. Liang has conceived of a device capable of bearing and manipulating these 2 energies, yet lacks the appropriate means to realize his vision. Li Qingfeng glanced at the deep red gemstones on the table, pondered for a moment, and then reached for one. Dr. Liang attempted to intervene, but alas, Li Qingfeng's hand moved with such swiftness that the bloodthirsty bull remained oblivious, continuing to slumber atop the other 3 gemstones. Though one of its drooping hooves appeared rather comical. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You cannot simply exchange a pendant for a new body like I can. You need not concern yourself with that. Rather, ponder what contributions you can make upon returning with me. Contributions? What contributions? When did I ever agree to return to the Joint Commission with you? The Joint Commission or the black box at the bottom of the trench? Choose one. For heaven's sake, is there really a choice to be made? Dr. Liang Yang raised his hand, declaring, of course, I choose the illustrious Joint Commission. Li Chengfeng let out a hum of acknowledgement, noticing the crimson glow emanating from the gemstone in his hand intensifying. He ceased to challenge Dr. Liang Liang and instead resolved firmly. Since the nature of power possessed by Sadarak in the deep crimson cosmos is nearly identical to the wrathful red light, it follows that the willful green light must have a restraining effect on Sadarak's power. Excellent mortal, I am Sadarak. You shall become my disciple, my earthly emissary. You shall become the Crimson Tank. Chapter 67. The Ion Knight of a minute upon hearing that voice. Even with the will of the Green Lantern coursing through him, Li Chengfeng found himself momentarily taken aback. When he regained his composure, he realized he was enveloped by a profound crimson temple. Unlike the forcibly stained red energy of the prison building, the deep scarlet hues here appeared entirely organic, as if they were inherently meant to be this color. Li Chengfeng's gaze drifted towards the shadowed depths of the Crimson Temple. It seemed imperative that he venture further inside. Yes, he must proceed. An inexplicable thought surfaced in his mind, and he promptly recognized its origin. Despite possessing the formidable willpower akin to Batman's, capable of awakening and commanding the Green Lantern ring, he still felt the influence of Sidarak's consciousness. Truly, the mightiest of dimensional demons lives up to its reputation. An invisible pressure began to creep down Li Chengfeng's spine, yet he resolutely stepped forward. Merely a bit of wind and frost, he mused with a hint of amusement. As he took his first step into the darkness of the temple, a radiant light enveloped him, illuminating his surroundings. The source of this light remained a mystery, yet the path ahead glimmered brightly. The elongated crimson corridor stretched infinitely before him, and Li Chengfeng walked for an indeterminate duration, seemingly losing all sense of time. It became evident that the temporal flow and physical properties of the Crimson Universe governed by Sidarak differed starkly from those of the real universe. After traversing 200 steps, the seemingly endless corridor abruptly reached its terminus. With a single step forward, the view before him expanded into clarity. The interior of the temple appeared to float at the center of the cosmos, with no crimson walls enclosing him. Instead, he gazed into the boundless expanse of space. Yet, even this cosmic void was suffused with scarlet light. As he raised his gaze, an immense figure materialized upon the deep crimson throne. Human, you are exceedingly intriguing. Sidarak's voice resonated, a familiar phrase often uttered by such enigmatic beings. You are very interesting. Li Chengfeng smirked, his expression one of bemusement. No. The entity known as Li Chengfeng, I genuinely find you fascinating. Sidarak leaned forward slightly, his colossal form fully revealing itself to Li Chengfeng. The armor he donned bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Red Tanks, further affirming that these constructs served as vessels for Sidarak to manifest in the real universe when necessary. The previous avatar of Dr. Luminous, now embroiled in battle with the 3 siblings of Asgard, was essentially another Red Tank, a fusion of the furious crimson light and a fragment of Sidarak's consciousness, thus becoming a true avatar of Sidarak. If unforeseen circumstances do not arise, this is the price for those who possess the eternal and indomitable power of the Red Tank. One day in the future, they will become the vessel of Sidarak, and their original consciousness and soul will dissolve into nothingness at the moment of Sadarak's descent. It is truly a tragic irony that, despite being eternal and indestructible, they are fated to be annihilated. As a demon belonging entirely to another dimension, I am uncertain whether you possess what is referred to as a heart. The structure of both body and soul is entirely beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Haha. How intriguing that you can still ponder so deeply. Sadarak, in a manner both vague and profound, remarked that all beings who have become the Red Tank in the past have succumbed to the allure of power and destruction upon glimpsing the temple, yet you have managed to approach me, engage in conversation, and even meet my gaze. This is because I understand that this is merely a projection brought forth by the deep crimson gem into the deep crimson universe. Li Chengfeng was equally astonished. Apart from the whispers belonging to Sadarak, the power of Sadarak had not adversely affected him. The will of the green light, the essence of the wine god, and a part of Kryptonian traits. You surpass any previous red tank. No, you are superior to all red tanks combined. Sadarak did not dispute Li Chengfeng's assertion, as he could see through Li Chengfeng's capabilities with a mere glance, even detecting the essence of the wine god. It is worth noting that even Batman, the revered patriarch of DC Comics, could not discern the presence of the wine god's essence within the Joker's blood, yet it exists. Sadarak, however, could perceive it. It is truly befitting of the most powerful dimensional demon. I have never claimed that I wish to become a red tank. That decision is not yours to make. As Sadarak spoke, a flicker of red light illuminated the entire deep crimson universe. A single thought can influence one's native universe. Li Chengfeng was still in awe when he was abruptly met with the anxious voice of Ion Shark beside him. Guardian, quickly, merge with me at once. Otherwise, you will truly be pulled into the deep crimson universe. Upon hearing Ion Shark's words, Li Chengfeng was momentarily stunned. Why could Dr. Liang escape with such firm refusal, while he himself was to be dragged into the deep crimson universe? He could not believe that Dr. Liang could evade capture. It was simply that Sadarak held insufficient interest in him to pursue such an action. Was he truly so tantalizing? Soon, Li Chengfeng began to sense something amiss as everything around him gradually became more vivid. He was departing from the realm of reality. Damn, this guy is serious. Li Chengfeng instantly summoned the primordial Green Lantern power battery. Ion Shark no longer remained within the battery, but leaped forth and dove into Li Chengfeng's lantern ring. Guardian, as I am merely a newly birthed lantern creature, our merged state cannot endure for long. As I previously mentioned, it will last only 1 minute. Is 1 minute sufficient? It will suffice. In the next moment, Li Chengfeng's Green Lantern attire underwent a subtle transformation, as a mask of emerald light enveloped his strikingly handsome visage. For the following minute, Li Chengfeng would ascend to the pinnacle of the Green Lantern's power, Ion. The might of Ion Shark was wholly bestowed upon him, and in an instant, he completely harnessed this formidable energy. Although Ion Shark was merely newly awakened and faced temporal limitations, he was not yet at the zenith of his capabilities and could not directly manipulate time or alter reality. Nonetheless, he possessed sufficient strength to withstand the encroaching will and power of Sadarak from the Crimson Cosmos. In just 30 seconds, Li Chengfeng severed all connections with Sadarak. In the blink of an eye, the space around him transformed into the towering edifice of the prison warden. I underestimated you. Even a newly born lantern beast has emerged from your lantern forge. I am curious to witness the tempest you will unleash in the realm of reality. I shall keep a vigilant watch over you. Sadarak's voice dwindled, ultimately dissipating into the void. Chapter 68. The eternal fury deep within the soul. Have you been watching me all along? Goodness. Just reading that phrase makes one think of a deranged stalker emerging from some dark corner. The kind that tracks you from the internet all the way to the CAF around the corner of your apartment. Ugh, the thought is rather unsettling. TSK. These dimensional demon gods certainly have their share of eccentricities. Li Chengfeng muttered softly when suddenly, the feeble voice of Ion Shark pierced his ears. Damn it, you insufferable guardian. Are you still pondering aimlessly? Have you forgotten that my delicate body can only endure for a minute? Hurry up and make use of the remaining time to process those gems. Upon hearing the almost comically frail voice of Ion Shark, Li Chengfeng nearly burst into laughter. The petite form of the childhood lamp beast was indeed quite lacking in strength, yet it was undeniably adorable. He chuckled inwardly, and then reached for the 4 deep red gems and the bloodthirsty cow. Come on, little shark, be more mindful. Just as the bloodthirsty cow, which had been sleeping like a log, sensed the unique energy of Ion Shark approaching, it startled awake, half-dazed and confused. To his surprise, the voice that emerged was a soft, girlish tone, albeit with lines that contrasted sharply with its sweetness. Moo? Snacks? What snacks are you talking about? Are there any snacks that I, as a lamp beast, can eat? Wait, Ion Shark. Calm down, little cow. Li Chengfeng grinned, projecting an aura of innocence. Of course, this was just his self-assured demeanor, but to the bloodthirsty cow, It appeared as though Ion Shark had enlisted a ruthless human to capture their carefree kind. Ion Shark, I haven't provoked your willful green light. Why am I the one getting hurt first? Help! I'm being slaughtered. Enough with the wailing. Li Chengfeng flicked the bloodthirsty cow's forehead, and in his Ion hero state, the action rendered the cow momentarily dazed. The innate power of the lamp beast was formidable, but it could only be fully realized through fusion with the lamp ring's bearer. Li Chengfeng was in the process of shaping the primordial red lamp, though he had yet to complete it. Thus, the bloodthirsty cow was merely an imposing, yet ultimately inconsequential figurine at this moment. 15 seconds left. Time is of the essence. All right, no need to rush. If you keep this up, I might as well rename you the Grim Reaper Shark. Agreeing. Li Chengfeng began to mold the primordial red lamp using the deep red gems as a foundation, drawing upon the limits of the capabilities he could harness as Ion Hero. He analyzed the 4 deep red gems and began to coalesce them into the shape of a lamp furnace. As the form transformed, he also leveraged his ability to influence reality to modify the properties of the deep red gems. May I inquire, how many steps are required to create the primordial red lamp? Answer: 3 steps. Step 1. Erase its connection to the deep red cosmos. Step 2. Rewrite the energy filtration mechanism, transforming it into a vessel for both deep red energy and furious crimson light. Step 3. Toss in the little figurine, the bloodthirsty cow. And thus, the task was complete. Although it was Li Chengfeng's inaugural encounter with the power of the Ion Knight, he wielded it with remarkable finesse, completing the shaping of the primordial red lantern furnace just in the nick of time. He even managed to gather the entire crimson mixed energy enveloping the Fox River prison, effortlessly packing it into the furnace. Outside the prison wardeness building, the Asgardian siblings were embroiled in a tug-of-war with Surtur. Despite possessing an energy level surpassing that of the current Hela, and having gained a semblance of awareness from a mere gaze of Surtur, they were ultimately confronted with the reality that an imposter is still an imposter. Initially, the trio of Hela, Loki, and Thor approached the battle with due caution, as they sought to decipher Surtur's capabilities. However, as the skirmish progressed, they recognized that although this towering red giant wielded immense power, he was also exceedingly cumbersome. Had Li Chengfeng been present, he would have discerned the underlying truth at a glance. The so-called Surtur was fundamentally based on a red tank. And while his energy levels had indeed risen, his combat style and the essence of his strength remained unchanged. The only notable difference was the incorporation of the furious red light, enabling him to spew forth terrifying blood flames akin to a vile parasite. Yet, the wind-up to such an attack was excessively prolonged. Among the Asgardian siblings, Hela and Loki were not only versed in magic, but were also nimble in form. Even Thor, the brawny one, possessed sufficient speed and agility to cope. However, the opponent's significant flaw was compensated for by an extraordinarily thick defense and an ample health pool. By the battle's conclusion, Hela began to doubt whether, even at her peak, she could effectively vanquish this superlative punching bag. Nevertheless, upon faintly hearing the delicate and sharp voice of a young girl, the once dreaded crimson energy began to recede like a tide from Surtur, surging into the wardeness building. Surtur clenched his fists, seemingly unsatisfied. I must say, dearest guardian deities, I find this massage quite pleasing. I shall keep a watchful eye on you. Yet, as the power ebbed away, Surtur's fleeting consciousness acknowledged that this bout of entertainment had come to a close. The 15th second, the Ion Knight's state concluded, and the frail shark, utterly depleted, emerged from Li Chengfeng's heart. The red lantern furnace appeared as if ignited by divine fire, radiating a fierce crimson glow, distinctly different from its original portrayal. Crafted from 4 deep red rubies of Surtur, the furnace was entirely composed of a blood red, semi-transparent material. Without hesitation, Li Chengfeng grasped the red lantern furnace in one hand. Inside, the blood butcher whirled about in a frenzy. Well, I awakened to find a grand estate instead of a communal sleeping area. You, human, have quite the keen insight. Are you aware of your brother's prowess? Li Chengfeng lifted the furnace before his eyes. Shouldn't you promptly present the primordial red lantern ring to me as a token of gratitude? Although your willpower is unparalleled, it seems to fall short of the standards required by the red lantern. Have another think, will you? As Bloodslaughter Ox wished to utter further words, He was taken aback to find the crimson lamp suddenly stirred with fervor. He could only scurry to the corner, kicking his small hooves. Watching as the energy within the lamp surged and swirled, ultimately coalescing into a semi-transparent ring of the same material as the lamp. This ring then burst forth as a beam of red light, circling around Li Qinfeng for a considerable time before finally coming to rest. The sentient being had been identified, Li Qinfeng from Earth. A tempest of fury surged within you. You belong to the Red Lantern Legion. This spectacle compelled Bloodslaughter, a fellow nascent lamp beast, to exclaim in a delicate, youthful voice. What in the world? How can one who is ostensibly a paragon of tranquility, a Green Lantern bearer, harbor such overwhelming wrath and hatred? Is this some kind of jest? Little ox, allow me to impart a lesson, Li Qinfeng responded, unfazed. He extended his finger to gently poke the little one. For every citizen who has studied modern history carries within them a ceaseless, roaring fire of indignation. As he spoke, he reached out with his hand adorned with the Green Lantern ring. The Red Lantern ring, as if endowed with an innate navigational instinct, deftly avoided the index finger bearing the green ring and instead slipped onto the middle finger. The searing, sanguine fury, drawn from the cold remains of the fallen. Birth deep-seated enmity that forges your path to the underworld. Chapter 69. Emotional Spectrum, the Six Paths of the Sage Blood Butcher, the newly awakened Light Beast. Gazed at the man from the Republic who had successfully roused the ancestor Red Lantern. The realization left her utterly stunned. Indeed, she was a nascent light beast. Yet she remained merely that, a light beast, existing in a symbiotic state with the ancestor lantern. She could thrive within the ancestor lantern, drawing strength from it and even temporarily possessing its wielder. However, she was utterly powerless to influence the selection of candidates for the Legion, born from the furious Crimson Light. Blood Butcher possessed an extensive reservoir of innate knowledge and understanding. In her memory, the apostles of the furious Crimson Light were invariably consumed by extreme rage and hatred. Even if they could initially maintain control over their bodies and minds, their limited humanity would inevitably be obliterated in the face of eternal fury, leaving behind only a vessel manipulated by wrath. Their demeanor was expected to reflect that of individuals who would strike ruthlessly without hesitation, wasn't it? Yet, after donning the ancestor Red Lantern, Li Qinfeng not only resisted the domination of rage, but also revealed a gentle smile. Initially, Blood Butcher assumed this was due to the resistance provided by the will green light against the furious red light. However, she soon realized that Ion Shark's forced fusion during its juvenile stage, which temporarily transformed it into Ion Hero, had drained the energy of both the ancestor Green Lantern and the Lantern Ring, thereby nullifying the transformation into Green Lantern. This meant that it was entirely reliant on his own willpower. No wonder the memories of the light beasts advised against provoking solitary Green Lanterns. The advantages of will green light when facing the other colors of the emotional spectrum were indeed substantial. What are you mumbling about, little cow? Blood Butcher pondered. Her curious bovine eyes fixated on the man who had just transformed from Ion Hero into the Red Lantern Demon, possessing both Green and Red Lantern rings. How should I describe this? A contradiction in unity? Li Qinfeng looked at the seemingly naive and innocent little Blood Butcher and suddenly felt as if fate was guiding him to collect all the nascent light beasts. Damn. What an emotional spectrum version of the Six Paths Sage. Speaking of light beasts, after shedding the state of Ion Hero, the fragile shark returned to the Green Lantern's furnace to begin its slumber. Li Qinfeng understood that invoking the absurd powers of Ion Hero was an overwhelming burden for both the nascent fragile shark and the ancestor lantern. It appeared that he would have to bid a temporary farewell to the power of Green Lantern. It seemed that the abilities of Ion Hero could only serve as a trump card in emergencies henceforth. After all, one could not constantly exploit the youth of that delicate little shark. Just thinking about it made him feel phantom pains in his lower back. However, the ancestor Red Lantern could undoubtedly fill the current void. In fact, in terms of destructive power and aggression, the Red Lantern excelled even further. Moreover, the ancestor Red Lantern that Li Qinfeng had constructed through the powers of Ion Hero bore far fewer negative effects than those depicted in the original narrative. Although fury, hatred, and defiance against injustice may plunge the bearer of the Red Lantern into an eternal blaze of rage, the inherent powers of Ion and the green light will have shaped this anger into something manageable. Upon transformation, the crimson energy still surges through the veins. Yet the phenomenon of a ring substituting for a heart, where removing the ring would lead to death, is utterly impossible. In a certain sense, the malevolent attributes originally associated with the red light have been thoroughly cleansed. Li Chingfeng is quite pleased with this outcome. He genuinely fears that the Red Lantern Corps might one day unleash a horde of mindless destroyers upon his reputation. Meanwhile, Dr. Liang, who has witnessed the entire spectacle, remains in a state of shock, his eyes bulging and mouth agape. Such a cartoonish expression. How could he possibly achieve it with an ordinary human face? Surely, it cannot be a unique skill of their Foundation universe? Hey, Dr. Liang, what are you daydreaming about? This remark jolts Dr. Liang back to reality. What had he just witnessed? A dimensional demon or perhaps a supreme divinity, residing in that deep crimson cosmos, crossing the boundaries of the universe to confront a mere human. Then, this human suddenly undergoes a fleeting transformation into another supreme divinity. No, it should be termed a fragmented supreme divinity, seemingly not reaching its pinnacle state. What manner of being is this federal agent before him? A temporary shapeshifter still anchored in the three-dimensional world, akin to a Zhongshan Mary? He had always believed the Foundation universe to be the most peculiar among all universes. However, he must now concede that there are indeed many oddities. The Foundation can no longer claim the title of the most, and must settle for merely being one of many. Did you, just a moment ago, rewrite reality? Whether severing the connection between the supreme divinity and the realm of reality or altering the nature of the deep crimson gem, these changes are evidently permanent. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of mere reality distorters. Furthermore, since his soul entered SCP-963, he has been recognized as one of the constants in any universe he inhabits. This implies that any degree of reality alteration occurring in his vicinity will be sensed by him. Well, perhaps. Li Chingfeng scratched his head. As one of the apex entities within the Lantern Corps, Ion's performance is indeed remarkable. Manipulating time, rewriting reality, even clashing with the infamous glitch character, the Supreme Superboy, to the point of annihilating multiple universes. In terms of sheer performance, Blood Butcher Bull, while still lagging behind the two apex lantern beasts, Ion Shark and Inspector Monster, certainly outshines the rest by a considerable margin. She embodied an ordinary father whose daughter was brutally raped and murdered, exacting a ruthless vengeance upon the perpetrator before delivering a severe thrashing to the arriving specter. The fury fueled by paternal love is potent enough to scorch the very spirit of divine retribution. However, all these displays are predicated upon the long-standing existence and growth of the Lantern Corps and their respective beasts. In the hands of Li Chingfeng, these two kindergarten-level light beasts have become so feeble after merely merging for a short time. Goodness, rather than calling themselves the Green Light Legion or the Red Light Legion, they should rebrand as the Ion Shark Daycare and the Blood Butcher Nursery. What distinguishes you from a deity now? Have you ever encountered such a diminutive divine being? Dr. Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Nonsense. Who knows if you're merely putting on a show? Now that the issue has been resolved, have you reached a decision? Li Chingfeng manifested a blazing teaching rod from his fury, lifting the ruby pendant around Dr. Liang's neck. Will you obediently return with me to the Joint Investigation Bureau? Or will you futilely resist and find yourself buried in an abyss, hidden from the light of day? Chapter 70. Only Thor truly escaped. As Li Chingfeng and Dr. Liang emerged from the prison warden's building. They encountered no signs of battle. Instead, they beheld the three siblings from Asgard examining the colossal figure sprawled on the ground. Odin above, is this creature truly human? I have never heard of Midgardians reaching such heights, exclaimed one. Dear brother, if you lack experience, refrain from exhibiting your ignorance. Truly. Thor's arrival in New York reveals your naivety. Both of you, be silent. Have you forgotten what I just taught you? Hela, at that moment, embodied neither a goddess nor an elder sister, but rather a stern commander, instructing her young soldiers on how to confront the myriad foes encountered in cosmic warfare. When faced with adversaries possessing formidable defenses and endurance, one must either amass sufficient strength to unleash a singular Overwhelming attack that surpasses the opponent's defenses or exploits speed and magical advantages to target their vulnerabilities. Once on the battlefield, do not presume yourself to be a god. Hela's teachings were both rigorous and effective. Loki had endured her relentless training for nearly a month and had grown accustomed to it. However, Thor, newly reunited with his lineage and clearly unaccustomed to the harshness, defiantly retorted, "Sister, your words are misguided. When you strike me, do you not refer to yourself as the goddess of death?" Yet, this query was swiftly intercepted by Li Chifeng. Of course, when your sister is thrashing you, she does not consider it a battlefield. That is domestic violence. Naturally, she must invoke the title of goddess of death to assert her dominance over you. Thor, stung by Li Qingfeng's remark, opened his mouth several times to respond but ultimately relented. Odin above, it is one thing to be unable to defeat my elder sister, but it seems this so-called agent from Midgard is no match for me either. Moreover, I have been imprisoned by a powerful dimensional sorcerer for so long. The machinations of Midgard run too deep. I yearn to return to Asgard. It is not fear but a longing for my mother, Frigga. Loki chuckled to himself, recognizing Thor's expression all too well. Thor's worldview had been shattered and was now in the process of reconstruction amidst the ruins of his former beliefs. Reminiscent of Loki's own experience when he had faced similar beatings, there was a secret regarding this matter that Loki harbored, one even Li Chifeng was unaware of. Li Chifeng only knew that he had been sent flying by the giant from Kansas, ultimately being subdued by the green-clad Doctor of Destruction. What he did not realize was that Loki had endured more than just those two encounters. The giant's punch had propelled him from Metropolis to New York. If that blow was a physical iron fist, then the subsequent experience in New York was a magical annihilation. After plummeting for an hour, he was finally cast into Latveria. Reflecting on this, Loki felt every hair on his body stand on end. He knew he must grow stronger, even if it were merely to survive on this planet. He must alter his passive state of being perpetually beaten. However, considering Soul's intellect, it may take some time for him to comprehend this. Thus, is this the body you previously discarded? Li Chifeng inquired of Dr. Liang Yang. Indeed, it was originally a slender man of modest height. Yet who could have anticipated that the power of the so-called red tank could transform one into a figure of such formidable strength? Had I known, I would have gladly experienced it. I have never known a body of such power. Li Chifeng furrowed his brow, not out of discontent with Dr. Liang Liang, but rather because the visage beneath the red tank helmet seemed somewhat familiar. But wait, how could the red tank possibly be in a state of exhaustion? Lying on the ground? Hela, what has transpired? How could he lose his combat ability and end up here? It appears you have resolved the source of that bizarre crimson power and have managed to manipulate it as well? Hela gazed in astonishment at the transformed Li Chifeng. I felt it in that fleeting moment. The distortion of this space vanished, and then this entity calling itself Sidorak lost its godlike power. Leaving behind the phrase entertainment time is over before becoming this current form. Li Chifeng nodded. The original soul of the red tank was overtaken and obliterated by a fragment of Sidorak's consciousness, ultimately becoming a mere husk upon its departure. The only reason it has not reverted to its original state is due to the fact that it still dons Sidorak's armor. Therefore, dear divine consort, you have yet to answer my query. Did your Green Lantern ring undergo a transformation? Or have you discovered another ring of a different hue? My God King, allow me to introduce to you the red lantern that commands the fury of rage. Li Chifeng dramatically raised the lantern before him, only for nothing to occur. Li Chifeng was momentarily taken aback. Had he misjudged all along? The red lantern, placed before Hela, elicited no response whatsoever. That shouldn't be the case. Generally, being regarded as a crown prince by one's father, a marshal, and even a comrade for millennia, only to be betrayed and sealed away by that very father for 1,000 years. Surely one could be forgiven for harboring immense resentment? After all, in a certain universe, there exists a character with a similar role, whose father has remained seated on a golden throne for eternity, merely passing the time with a broken communication device. Yet, before Hela, it seemed to elicit no reaction whatsoever. However, Li Chifeng was not one to become obstinate merely due to misunderstanding. He firmly believed in the adage, nothing in this world is insurmountable, provided one is willing to relinquish it. Hence, He redirected his attention to the husk of the red tank lying on the ground. Even though it had swelled to over 4 meters in height and its features were somewhat distorted, it bore an inexplicable familiarity. Li Chengfeng reached out to remove the red tank's distinctive half-moon helmet, only to find that the last vestige of red light emanating from the husk was absorbed by the red lantern ring. Subsequently, the armor disintegrated into dust, and the contorted flesh reverted to its original form. Li Chengfeng wiped his face. Good gracious. Is this not the teabag we have been discussing repeatedly since before the commencement of the mission? What is this nonsense about the convergence of timelines? From the moment we began to critique teabag until the very end, did any of this bear even the slightest relation to the prison break? Oh, indeed it does. That towering oaf, Thor, truly did escape from prison. Ding! Mission breakout. Brother has been completed. Associated characters: Captain Cold, Heatwave, Constantine, Thor. Red Tank, Teabag. Acquired genius-level mechanical engineering expertise from Captain Cold. Acquired literary prowess from Heatwave. Acquired traditional black magic from Constantine. Acquired control over lightning from Thor. Acquire the unstoppable embodiment of strength from Red Tank. Chapter 71. The Troublemaker King. Dr. Liang joins the fray. MD, the canine system truly astounds. If this canine system possessed a physical form, Li Chengfeng would undoubtedly make it acquainted with the essence of suffering. Engaging in such a pungent and fragrant charade daily, one cannot discern whether his misfortune is merely a stroke of bad luck or if the creation of this system stems from a rather wicked sense of humor. Captain Hanling's extraordinary prowess in mechanical engineering is indeed impressive. He is not merely a wealthy individual relying on technology. Rather, he embodies the spirit of manual craftsmanship infused with cutting-edge innovations. There is an inexplicable semblance to goblin technology. As for Heatwave, he may lack substance. Yet is his literary prowess not a tad too abstract? Certainly, if we measure by the standards of Heatwave from Legends of Tomorrow, he could be deemed a genius-level romantic novelist, penning under the pseudonym Rebecca Silver, achieving fame to the extent of returning to the main timeline for book signings. But what purpose does Li Chengfeng have for such a thing? This is a comic book universe, not a literary plagiarist's domain. Regarding Constantine's dark magic, its potency does not strike one as particularly formidable. However, upon Li Chengfeng's initial grasp, its true advantage revealed itself: versatility. Theoretically, no matter what endeavor Li Chengfeng undertakes, he can employ dark magic for assistance. The caveat, of course, is that Li Chengfeng must endure those grotesquely bizarre spellcasting mediums. The mere thought of the show's grotesque imagery, eyes and severed limbs, makes one want to retch. Only someone like Constantine could endure such horrors. Next, we delve into the fragrant aspect of this pungent and fragrant dichotomy: Thor's control over lightning. This does not refer to his inherent divine powers associated with thunder, but rather his dominion over the natural forces of lightning. Although this ability is derived from Thor, its manifestation bears a closer resemblance to Storm's powers. Regardless of the source, it is undeniably impressive. Abilities related to thunder and lightning possess an inherent coolness. Coolness is a lifelong endeavor. Finally, we arrive at the most valuable ability this time: an unstoppable embodiment of strength. This power, originating from the red tank, does not enhance raw strength or energy. It is described as an unstoppable force, once set in motion, nearly impossible to halt. Does it sound abstract? Let us clarify. Once it begins to move, it is essentially uncontrollable. Familiar with BKB? When this ability manifests in the red tank, it means that once he charges forward, he cannot be obstructed. Li, are you listening? Li, Captain, please respond if you can hear me. At that moment, amidst the static of the communicator, the voices of Sky and Ingrid emerged once more. With Li Chengfeng having entirely severed the connection between the deep crimson ruby and the Sadarak, the energy was wholly absorbed by the crimson furnace, and the spatial distortions in the vicinity returned to normal. Naturally, the communicator resumed its function. Li Chengfeng acknowledged that the mission had been completely resolved. That is reassuring. Just moments ago, all electronic devices within the Fox River prison had malfunctioned, and it was only now that the communicator had returned to normal. Sky elucidated the recent events to Li Chengfeng, noting that the items within Fox River prison were merely civilian goods that had deteriorated beyond repair. The circumstances surrounding this situation were rather intricate. A mission report would soon be dispatched. After Li Chengfeng spoke, he activated a portal and reminded, "Do inform Carlson and his team to come and assist with the cleanup." He gazed at the gaping hole in the prison wall and the uneven ground before the warden's building, contemplating that the most pressing matter at hand was to assemble a scientific task force dedicated to the cleanup and to mislead those who should remain uninformed. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Joint Investigation Bureau, the waiting agents approached him. The reliable Ada Wong had temporarily detained Captain Cold, Heatwave, and Constantine in the Bureau's specially designed containment facility for superpowered individuals. Each was provided with a private cell, enjoying considerable comfort. After listening to Ada's report, Li Chengfeng nodded and gently urged Dr. Liang, who had been standing at his right, forward. "This is Jack Bright. You may refer to him as Dr. Liang. From today onward, he will officially join the Joint Investigation Bureau as a member of the Internal Affairs team. By the way, Ada," Li Chengfeng gestured with his chin, "please send a top priority message across all frequencies using my terminal within the Bureau's system." "Certainly. What shall the message contain?" Ada inquired as she retrieved Li Chengfeng's personal terminal. Indeed, apart from himself, most of his belongings were in the possession of several women. His phone had become a toy for Hella, the launch key for the Quinn jet was with Harley Quinn, and all his office supplies were in Ada's hands. His elevated authority within the Bureau seemed almost tailored for Ada. Under no circumstances should anyone be permitted to approach the pendant belonging to Dr. Liang, a.k.a. Jack Bright, Li Chengfeng stated, casting another glance at Dr. Liang. "And you, do refrain from being so conspicuous. Conceal the pendant within your clothing. It's rather uncomfortable to keep it hidden in my clothes." Dr. Liang responded, "Will you conceal it, or are you seeking another seat in the trench?" "All right. You win," he conceded, feeling the weight of Li Chengfeng's intense gaze. "So, am I considered one of your own now?" "One of our own, not entirely." Li Chengfeng replied, still uncertain of Dr. Liang's true intentions for arriving in this universe. Was there another purpose behind it, or was it merely a matter of self-preservation? Keeping him close was the most prudent course of action. Furthermore, aside from his motives and personality, Dr. Liang was an unparalleled expert in bioengineering and anomalous genetics. The X-Men had captured and brainwashed a group of Hydra scientists specializing in X-gene research, who were currently stymied in their efforts to catalyze and enhance the X-gene's powers. Should Dr. Liang join their ranks, he might very well become the key to unlocking new possibilities. "Well, I shall endeavor to become one of your own. So, when shall I commence my duties? What is the compensation like?" Dr. Liang, with his remarkably flexible boundaries and somewhat quirky demeanor, adapts to his role with remarkable swiftness. "Most importantly, is your cafeteria truly delectable? I must confess, I have developed an aversion to the dining facilities at the Foundation. The fare is utterly dreadful, to the extent that the entire site has relied on SCP-458's infinite pizza boxes to remedy our lunch situation. As for the salary, you need not worry. The Bureau is never stingy when it comes to attracting top-tier talent, although securing additional funds can be rather challenging. I mean, acquiring approval is quite a task. Regarding the cafeteria, just be cautious and avoid the Chinese food counter. Damn it, the Chinese cuisine in America is nothing short of a scam." Chapter 72. The legendary team emerges. Affiliated with the Joint Investigation Bureau, after determining the fate of Dr. Liang and implementing strict surveillance and containment measures, Li Chengfeng dismissed the team members. Although Wanda and Pietro had joined the Joint Investigation Bureau a month prior, their poor condition at the time necessitated their immediate stay at Li Chengfeng's residence. Ada Wong, on the other hand, took the two inquisitive souls and Dr. Liang for a tour of the Bureau's headquarters. Even under the cover of night, the various departments of the Bureau continued to operate normally. Thor, having little exposure to the world, was taken by Hela and Loki to experience the unique culinary delights of Midgard, naturally funded by Li Chengfeng's credit card. As the crowd dispersed, only the exceptionally calm Harley Quinn remained by Li Chengfeng's side. "What's wrong, Harley?" Li Chengfeng inquired as he stepped into the elevator, noticing her unusual silence, a stark contrast to her typical exuberance. "Oh, my pudding, Even a brilliant madwoman like myself experiences moments of weariness amidst the relentless chaos of life, yearning instead for the mundane. Li Changfeng mentally translated this revelation. Oh, it was that time of the month. He pressed the button for the basement floor, designated as the prison for superpowered criminals. Standing side by side in the elevator, just as the doors were about to close, Harley suddenly lunged at Li Changfeng, playfully nipping at him. The elevator descended from the first floor down to -5. Ding! The elevator doors opened once more. And Li Changfeng feigned calmness as he wiped the lipstick marks from his right cheek, simultaneously detaching Harley from his person. He resigned himself to the fact that his neck would bear no marks, as his physical resilience proved sufficient. Otherwise, it would have been covered in strawberries. It turned out that Harley's earlier mood was not due to her time of the month, but rather a culmination of pent-up frustration. Since Harley had shifted her affections from the Joker to Li Changfeng, this marked the first time they had been apart for more than 24 hours. The recent flurry of passionate kisses had taken Li Changfeng by surprise, though he certainly found it exhilarating. Despite Harley's less-than-stellar mental state, her beauty remained striking. She had become significantly more agile, and in the moment she lunged at him, Li Changfeng was acutely aware of her remarkable elasticity. Thankfully, the elevator was under surveillance. Otherwise, he would seriously question the preservation of his virtue. Few energy replenished my pudding. You may be replenished. But tomorrow the Department of Internal Affairs will be delivering a complaint regarding my conduct straight to that black egg's desk. Are you afraid? Afraid of the Internal Affairs or Nick Fury? You're mad. Oh right, you are indeed mad. Then, while no one is watching, let us share one last kiss. Li Changfeng finally succumbed to the temptation of the little lunatic, pressing her against the wall. Their lips met. Though he was indeed a virgin, he was no fool. When the opportunity presented itself, he would not hesitate to indulge. Besides, it had been nearly a month since he last saw this little madwoman. And to be honest, he missed her. However, bloody hell, who knew that your bureau could indulge in such frivolity? Is it too late for me to join? Please, spare me your nonsense, you British wizard. Would they allow someone like you into the bureau? Unless, of course, the agents have had their brains devoured by zombies. Oh, so kissing can indeed evoke such an atmosphere. Yet another opportunity for material accumulation. 3 mocking voices resonated, belonging to the 3 rascals apprehended by Li Changfeng: Constantine, Captain Cold, and Heatwave. Upon exiting the elevator, both Li Changfeng and Harley Quinn had been focused solely on one another, entirely oblivious to the makeshift prison that held their captors just nearby. As they listened to the banter directed at them, the 2 brazen individuals paid no mind, instead fixating intently on the trio. It was only when the tension in the air became palpable that silence fell upon them. Have you all calmed down? Li Changfeng smirked. It seems you remain rather unaware of your predicament. Surely, you don't believe I merely intend to temporarily confine you? Well, what else could it be? Even the Bureau must adhere to basic laws, right? To hell with your basic laws, snart. Li Changfeng approached the door of Captain Cold's cell, grinning mischievously. From this day forth, all criminals with superpowers and special skills shall be detained by the Bureau. Trust me, my authority is sufficient for this task. The mere thought of imprisoning supervillains in regular jails brought an involuntary chuckle from Li Changfeng. Those who engage in such actions are truly brilliant. Before the 3 could respond, Li Changfeng abruptly stepped back and turned. Who is there? Come out at once. The surroundings fell eerily silent. Not only were Constantine and the others puzzled by Li Changfeng's behavior, but even the eccentric Harley Quinn was momentarily at a loss. Yet Li Changfeng paid them no heed. Instead, pointing towards a corner and threatening, I will count to 3. Those 6 individuals in the corner had better come out, or I shall not repeat myself. Suddenly, voices emerged from the seemingly empty corner. He. Li, don't transform into White Lantern, and don't banish us to the dark dimension. Damn it, Stark. At this time, Li is neither a White Lantern nor a Supreme Sorcerer. Oh goodness, will my utterance of that phrase disrupt the timeline? The timeline is not so fragile, but you would do well to watch your mouth. All right, I concede, Professor Stein. Following a distortion of light and shadow, a diverse group of individuals appeared in the corner. Leading them was a stunning blonde woman, clad in a sleek, form-fitting white combat suit. Long time no see, Li. Who are you? And how did you all enter the Bureau's headquarters? My apologies. We often forget that you are not yet the person we once knew. The golden-haired beauty nodded apologetically. I am Sarah Lance, a Level 5 agent of the Bureau of Investigation, codenamed Platinum Canary, belonging to the Special Team Legend. The Legend Team? Li Qingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? How did the Legend Team transform into a special unit of the Bureau? This is utterly absurd. The Bureau has no such team. Harley Quinn furrowed her brow and inquired, even if I am deranged, that does not justify your deception. Sarah Lance shook her head and replied, the Bureau does not possess such a team in the present day. That is because we hail from the future. The reason we have traversed time to meet you here in the current Bureau is entirely due to the mission you entrusted to us in the future, Agent Li Qingfeng. Acting Director of the Federal Bureau.